This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Li Fu. On October 24th, 2117, the cold air from Siberia dyed the leaves on the campus of Yenwang University, the imperial capital, golden. As one of the well-known universities in the Republic of China, Yenwang University is also one of the oldest universities in China. It goes without saying that the greening is natural. Walking on the road on the campus of Yenwang University at this time, what you see is a picturesque golden autumn. The yellow-red fallen leaves pave the road into a beautiful carpet. The tall trees on both sides of the road are also a golden color. Under the rays of the setting sun, the scenery is even more golden, making it look like a fairyland. The cool wind blew by. The branches were swaying, and yellow leaves fell one after another. Li Fu held a book in his hand and walked slowly while admiring this rare beauty. Li Fu, a third-year student at the School of Biomedical Sciences at Yenwang University, was born in a rural area with a poor family and an ordinary appearance. Among the talented people in Yenwang University, he is even more unattractive. He has nothing to shine. Perhaps only Li Fu's the results can still be considered as good. Of course, this is also because after reaching college, everyone is generally more relaxed. Some are busy playing, some are busy falling in love, and some are busy pursuing dreams. In short, not many are serious about studying. That is to say, people like Li Fu, who were born in rural areas and came to big cities like the imperial capital, were less confident than the classmates around them, and would spend their time seriously studying in order to find something that could help them. It's just a little bit of capital to make yourself more confident or to increase your self-confidence. After all, Li Fu is too ordinary. He is not handsome, has no money, and does not have any talent such as singing and playing guitar. If he wants to be successful in a colorful university, he still has to do it. If something is difficult, you can only put more energy and time into reading. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's almost dusk. Looking at the slowly setting sun, which turned the beautiful campus into a golden color, Li Fu couldn't help but sigh. It was already the end of the semester for his junior year, and a sense of urgency arose spontaneously as he neared graduation. Li Fu had to think about his future life path, whether to continue studying for graduate school or PhD, or whether to choose to go out of school to work and contribute to the construction of the Republic. There were really many things to consider. If he continues to choose graduate school, there will be no problem at all given Li Fu's excellent grades. Apart from the fact that it is difficult to apply for government-funded study abroad, Li Fu can easily win any university in the country. He is a biology student at Yenwang University. The medical major is one of the best among domestic universities, and you can consider continuing your studies at your own school. Moreover, Li Fu majored in biomedicine. If he wanted to achieve success in this field, he would usually choose to study abroad or stay in China to continue his studies. More than half of the students in Li Fu's class have already made this choice to study abroad. Most of them have relatively good family conditions and can support them to study abroad. Moreover, they study abroad and then study abroad. Working and obtaining foreign nationality are also the dreams of many people. Even if you don't want to stay abroad in the end and want to return to China for development, going abroad can be regarded as a layer of gold. You are an international talent and a turtle. It is much better than staying in China to further your studies. However, studying abroad is completely impossible for Li Fu. Li Fu is very aware of his family situation. His parents are honest farmers who have been farming all their lives. After a year of hard work, they can't save much money and have to pay for it. Li Fu and his younger brother Li Xing were two college students. How could they have the money to support Li Fu in studying abroad? As for applying to study abroad at public expense, this is even more difficult. Now China does not support studying abroad very much, because many times the talents it has worked hard to cultivate stay abroad forever once they study abroad. Serving others, making wedding dresses is really a loss-making business, and China is increasingly unsupportive of studying abroad at public expense. It's not bad to stay in China. Our country's technological development is getting faster and faster, and it won't be any worse than abroad. Unable to study abroad, Li Fu could only comfort himself with this reason. If he honestly studied with his tutor at home, he would have quite good development prospects in the future. While admiring the beautiful scenery of the campus, he slowly walked towards his dormitory. There were too few people like Li Fu alone on the campus. They basically came in and out in pairs. The setting sun illuminated Li Fu's face. The figure stretched very long, looking so lonely. As one of the singles, Li Fu is naturally very yearning for the life of being in pairs and flying together. But in today's society, everything is based on the economy. The monthly living expenses were calculated so hard that Li Fu didn't have any extra money to fall in love. Not to mention anything else. Just going out to eat and watch movies was a relatively luxurious thing for Li Fu. Coupled with the fact that I am not confident enough and dare not boldly pursue the girl I like, I naturally become a single dog for 10,000 years. Looking at the pairs of lovers on campus, chatting and laughing, Li Fu sometimes had to shake his head and sigh, then lowered his head, quickened his pace, and hurried back to his dormitory to avoid further harm. In dormitory 222, Li Fu opened the door. It was very quiet in the dormitory. There were 4 people in one dormitory, so Li Fu was still single. The other 3 had their own girlfriends. At this time, most of them were he is still accompanying his girlfriend, or participating in various club activities, etc. And he will never see the other people until 10 o'clock in the evening. Shaking his head, Li Fu returned to his seat, turned on the computer, and began to practice computer programming. Computer programming was one of Li Fu's hobbies and interests. He started to get involved in it from his freshman year until his junior year. Li Fu never gave up this hobby of my own. Li Fu has designed some small programs and games himself. This is one of the reasons why Li Fu fell in love with computer programming in the first place. Because it is like designing a brand new world by himself. Everything in this world is designed by himself. To run it, the sense of accomplishment will never be felt without personal experience. Computer programming is a major that Li Fu majored in, and his level is quite advanced. Li Fu spent a lot of effort in it. He is better than many people majoring in computer science. Basically, after returning to the dormitory, Li Fu most of the time is spent on computer programming. After going to the hot water room to fill up the hot water bottles for the 4 people in the dormitory and making himself a pot of tea, Li Fu opened the program and began to crackle on the keyboard. From time to time, his fingers were flying, and lines of code were flying on the computer. From time to time, I paused and fell into deep thought, carefully thinking about some key points. From time to time, when I was tired, I took a sip of hot tea, stopped to pull my fingers, and stood up to move. When a person focuses on one thing, time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it has become dark outside. The lights are blooming. The tired birds have returned to the forest. And the roommates who have been playing outside all day are also arriving one after another. Back. Li Fu, are you still studying the code? The first person to come back was Zhao Dongye, a native of the imperial capital. He was a child of an official family. His parents were high-ranking officials. Zhao Dongye himself also liked to participate in organizations such as the student union. He had a wide network of contacts in the school and often participated in various activities. Busy as HL. Well, you went out drinking again? Li Fu took off his glasses, rubbed his tired eyes, and prepared to take a good rest. A strong smell of alcohol emanated from Zhao Dongye, who had obviously drank a lot. I was seeing off the last president of the student union, so I drank a little too much. Alas! Time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, we will be juniors. Think about this time next year. We will almost graduate. I can't be happy. The Republic of China is different from us. Their second half is the second half of the semester. So graduation is in the second half of the year, not the first half. Zhao Dongye nodded. His face turned red, and there was a disgusting strong smell of alcohol in his mouth when he spoke. Hurry up and wash your face. I've already prepared the hot water. Go to bed early. You smell like alcohol. Li Fu frowned and shook his head. Zhao Dongye likes to socialize, has many friends, and has a wide network of contacts. Li Fu often went to various eating and drinking places to carry Zhao Dongye back. Today was pretty good. At least Zhao Dongye walked back by himself. Yes, it means you haven't drunk enough yet. It's so cold outside, but it's still warm in the dormitory. At this time, 2 more figures walked in. Wang Wenli and Qian Jin, the other 2 roommates in Li Fu's dormitory. Wang Wenli is from Modu. His parents are both businessmen. His family is relatively well off. He is relatively bourgeois and very particular. Whatever he uses must be from various brands that Li Fu has never heard of. He looks down on Li Fu, who comes from a poor background. Rural people. Qian Jin, the only son of a big real estate businessman. His family is very rich. He comes from a wealthy family, and he is very handsome. So he is also famous as a veteran of flowers. He changes girlfriends as often as he changes clothes. And he has always been very handsome. I rarely go back to the dormitory. I don't know what happened today, but I rarely go back to the dormitory. The 4 people in the dormitory were from different origins and had completely different family backgrounds. There was originally no overlap. But university is a magical place where children from all walks of life come together to perform scenes of youthful drama. Chapter 2. Super Civilization Seed. This weather is perfect for lying in bed. It's so comfortable. In dormitory 222, the lights were turned off, and the 4 of them started chatting again. Qian-Jin, who always talked a lot, stretched in his bed and started to change the topic. The bed in the dormitory is not comfortable enough. Not to mention that there is no girl to accompany you. And I don't know if the sun will come out in the west. So you will go back to the dormitory to sleep. Although Zhao Dongya drank wine, he felt much better after washing his face with hot water. He put his head on his head and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I slept and chatted with my brothers. So I'm back. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye. It's already the second half of my junior year. It's about to be my senior year. I still remember everything that happened when I first entered college. Zhao Dongya, you were able to take care of us on the first day." Every student in the class took their seats for the first group activity in our class. Li Fu blushed when he hugged Ren-Ing from our class. Wang Wanli sang a beautiful English song that quickly won the hearts of the class. Several girls are obsessed with each other. Qian-Jin also sighed, recalling every detail of the university's past in his mind. Ha ha. I still remember that the first time you confessed your love to a girl. Qian-Jin, you were rejected. She seemed to be a beauty from the School of Economics and Management. Her name is Wang Yun, if I remember correctly. Wang Wanli also smiled and said the only failed confession of Huajing veteran Qian-Jin. Ahem. Don't mention this. Every time I think about it, I feel like a failure. There are women I can't handle. Qian-Jin said a little depressed, thinking that Qian-Jin was handsome, rich, and a little talented, so he could win anyone as long as he made a move. But the first girl he chased in college unexpectedly failed. It's also unbelievable. Hee. This one yet is not easy. It's normal that you can't figure it out. Zhao Dongya seemed to know something and said with a smile, "Now I also know that she is not simple. But I really didn't see it at the time. Otherwise, if I tried other methods, I don't believe it would be possible. You don't know that she was wearing simple and plain clothes at that time. And you couldn't tell at all. But she is really beautiful. Even without any pretense. She is 1,000 times better than others. Now that I think about it, I really admire myself for daring to chase after her. These princes in the imperial capital will probably tear me to pieces." Qian-Jin also shook his head helplessly. It was obvious that Wang Yun's background was quite astonishing. Even Qian-Jin, who had a wealthy family and was the son of a real estate tycoon, felt that he was beyond his reach. As the conversation continued, the topic naturally turned to the opposite sex. This is true for people in adolescence, regardless of gender. Li Fu rested his head on his hands and did not interrupt. Because in this aspect of the entire dormitory, Li Fu was a loser. He never did. Having been in love, I seem a little inferior. Gradually, the voices in dormitory 222 became muted, and finally fell into silence. Early the next morning, the long-term biological clock woke Li Fu up from sleep on time. He looked at his phone and saw that the time was exactly 6 o'clock. Li Fu was not attached to his little nest at all. After washing himself, he was ready to go out for a run. Move your body. In the imperial capital in October, the morning temperature was already quite low. It was just past 6 o'clock at this time. The sky was just getting dark, and there were no people at all. Most college students are night owls and will not go to bed before 12 o'clock. Not to mention it was very cold at this time, so the entire campus seemed quiet. I came to the playground as a habit. There was no one on the playground. The morning glow on the horizon was just reddish. The cold wind in the morning blew on my face like a knife, which made people wake up from sleepiness in an instant. I couldn't help it. I want to get back into my bed again. Li Fu first stretched his body and moved the ligaments on his body, and then started running. This habit of running was a habit Li Fu developed in high school. He would exercise for an hour every morning when he got up every morning, and his whole day would be full of energy. In high school, it was very heavy. Under the pressure of studying, it is very important to maintain sufficient energy. So if he persists, Li Fu feels uncomfortable if he doesn't run every day. On a cold morning, the sky was slightly bright, and a figure kept running on the playground. The speed was not very fast, but he ran several laps without stopping to rest. It was obviously the effect of long-term exercise. In the eastern sky, a ray of golden sunlight cut through the void and shone on the earth. At this moment, the surrounding void actually fluctuated like water waves. A stream of light came from someone who didn't know where it came from, and appeared in the playground in an instant. Go up and fly straight towards Li Fu. Ouch. Li Fu, who was running, exhaled white air from his mouth. Suddenly, he felt a huge pain in his forehead. He felt dizzy and fell to the ground in an instant. Dee. Intelligent species have been detected. Gene matching is in progress. Carbon-based gene species. Consistent. Human race. Consistent. Gene detection started. Non-descendants of Yin and Huang are not allowed to pass. In Li Fu's mind, waves of cold mechanical sounds continued to sound. The content was still in Chinese, but the content made Li Fu confused at all. Gene matching. Li Fu knew that carbon-based genes, human race, descendants of Yin and Huang, everyone knows that when all these contents are combined, Li Fu is a little confused. Dip. A long electronic sound almost exploded Li Fu's head. The genetic match has been passed. The Chinese race genes are perfected. The pure descendants of Yin and Huang are qualified to become the host of the seeds of this civilization. And the plan to awaken the intelligent program is executed. Chinese race genes, pure descendants of Yin and Huang? Human genetic differences are very small. How to distinguish Chinese race genes? What nonsense! Li Fu's brain gradually regained consciousness. How could Li Fu, as a biomedical student, not know about genes? The genetic differences between any two people are very small. How could this damn thing be able to tell the difference? Not descendants of China. It's impossible. It's impossible. There is Chinese civilization in this universe. And it's so similar. It's really unbelievable. But before Li Fu could come up with a reason, a gentle and jade-like voice sounded in his mind. His tone full of disbelief. It has been 20 long epochs. I have searched almost every corner of the universe and found countless civilized races. But I have not found any trace of the descendants of China. I even thought that Yin Huang could not be found in the universe. I have found the footprints of my descendants. And I have implemented a rigid process to search for them. But I didn't expect to find pure descendants of the Yin and Huang dynasties here. The figure was still talking to himself somewhere. And the meaning in his words seemed to be that he had been looking for the descendants of Yin and Huang for a long time. He seemed a little excited at this time, which made people wonder whether it was an intelligent program or an intelligent life. Who are you? What do you want to do? Li Fu asked with some trepidation. Human beings are cautious about such unknown things. Master, don't be afraid. I don't have any ill intentions towards you, and I will never hurt you. The voice seemed to sense the fear in Li Fu's heart, and gently comforted him. The voice was very kind, and Li Fu's emotions gradually calmed down. Then who are you? What's wrong with me? Why can't I move? Li Fu continued to ask, watching helplessly as he fell to the ground unable to move. Anyone would be anxious. Master, don't be afraid, and don't be anxious. I will tell you everything you want to know slowly. I am the civilization seed from the super-civilized Han Technology Empire, with the number DHCZ292343787723. Master, you meet the conditions for activating the civilization seed. So you naturally become my master. Master, you are now in the process of recognizing the master. So you have temporarily lost control. The body is under control, but it will return to normal soon. So there is no need to be afraid. The voice in his mind slowly explained to Li Fu, and its words finally made Li Fu feel relieved. I know about the Han Empire. There is indeed a Han dynasty in our dynasty, but I have never heard of the Han Technology Empire. Moreover, it is a super civilization. What is going on? However, more questions suddenly emerged in Li Fu's mind. Feelings gradually returned to his body. Li Fu slowly sat up. The ground was too cold, and a pain came from the place where he had just fallen. Master, let me help you relieve the pain first. As for the matters related to the Han Technology Empire, I will talk to you slowly later. The voice in his mind seemed to be very concerned about Li Fu's body. Suddenly, a wave of heat spread from his mind to the painful area, like a cool breath. In an instant, Li Fu felt no pain. It was really amazing. Master, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? The voice in his head asked with concern. No, It doesn't hurt at all. It's amazing. Li Fu touched the place that hurt just now. The lumps that were there just now have completely disappeared, which makes people wonder if he really fell. If it weren't for the slightest pain that still remains in his memory. Li Fu, would I even have to wonder if I am dreaming? This is nothing at all. It's just a very simple application of technology. It was really my mistake just now, which actually caused you, the master, to be injured. Fortunately, it was just a little skin injury. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome. The voice in his mind said guiltily, as if Li Fu's safety was its greatest responsibility. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a fall. I've been used to falling since I was a child. Can you tell me more about your origins and the Han Technology Empire? I really want to know. Chapter 3. What is a super civilization? Li Fu felt afraid of this unknown thing that came to his mind. Without understanding its origin and function, Li Fu was in no mood to do anything else at this time. Of course. The gentle voice in his mind tried to gradually calm Li Fu's mood. Where should I start? Let me first talk about building my Han Technology Empire. The gentle voice was very anthropomorphic. She paused for a moment while thinking, and then began to speak slowly. The Han Technology Empire that manufactures and produces my civilization is a super civilization. A very, very powerful and terrifying civilization. As a super civilization, the Han Technology Empire will equip each of its citizens with civilization seeds. And the role of civilization seeds is to assist our own citizens will grow better. The seeds of civilization can not only educate citizens well from an early age and shape a healthy body and mind, but at the same time provide protection for the citizens of the empire to prevent accidental harm. The voice in my head was very clear, and the content was very easy to understand. Wait, super civilization? What is a super civilization? Li Fu had doubts in his mind. This Han Dynasty's technological empire actually claimed to be a super civilization. It must be very awesome. After all, everyone on Earth who can be labeled as super is an extremely awesome existence. It is necessary for me to popularize the knowledge about the classification of civilization levels in the universe. Civilization levels in the universe are usually divided into levels 1 to 9. Level 1 cosmic civilization is the level of the current Earth, which has not even reached its own home planet. A civilization that has a way to go out can only be regarded as a level 1 civilization. According to the current level of the Earth, it has almost reached the peak of level 1 civilization, and it will take some time before it can leave its home planet. Level 1 cosmic civilization is the most common civilization in the universe, and it is also the civilization with the least status. It is everywhere in the entire universe, and it has always been the target of people's slaughter. The Earth still needs to improve its civilization level as soon as possible. It's safer this way. Level 2 cosmic civilizations have already left their home planets. But civilizations that have not yet left their home star systems can be called Level 2 cosmic civilizations. Level 2 cosmic civilizations are similar to Level 1 cosmic civilizations. They are everywhere in the entire universe. They all have little status, are at the mercy of others, and cannot even compete with galaxy-level disasters. There are civilizations in the entire universe that have become Level 2 cosmic civilizations all the time. And there are also Level 2 cosmic civilizations that are destroyed or enslaved by powerful civilizations. As for Level 3 cosmic civilization, it is a civilization that has already left its home galaxy and begun to expand and colonize the universe. Level 3 cosmic civilization is also very common in the universe, and it is also at the bottom of the food chain. But it is relatively the good thing is that Level 3 cosmic civilizations can also enslave Level 1 and Level 2 cosmic civilizations. And there are still others below that can be exploited. If the civilization level can reach the level of Level 4 or Level 5 cosmic civilization, then it can be called the overlord of the river system. It can dominate a river system, master the powerful warp flight technology, and conquer the turbulent rapids and dangerous places in the void of the universe. There is no obstacle to these civilizations such as the Earth, and the river system is large enough for these civilizations to gallop. Although Level 4 and Level 5 cosmic civilizations are already very powerful and can dominate a river system, for the vast universe, a river system is not even the bottom of a well. Level 4 and Level 5 cosmic civilizations can barely be regarded as just a frog in the well. Only a Level 6 cosmic civilization can be considered a true cosmic civilization. A civilization that has the ability to traverse the universe and can rule multiple river systems can be called a Level 6 cosmic civilization. Such a civilization occupies huge river systems, has countless populations, and rules countless low-level civilizations. It is already in the middle of the cosmic food chain. And further up is the Level 7 Cosmic Civilization. Level 7 Cosmic Civilization is a legendary civilization in the universe. It is already very rare. Among the millions of Level 6 Cosmic Civilizations, even one Level 7 Cosmic Civilization may not be born. Every Level 7 Cosmic Civilization is favored by the universe. The race is powerful and terrifying, spanning the universe and ruling an incomparably vast territory. Level 8 and 9 Cosmic Civilizations are mythical civilizations in the universe. There are not many in the entire universe. Level 8 and 9 Cosmic Civilizations are the pinnacle civilizations in the universe. They are at the top of the food chain and determine the status of the universe. Everything in it. The voice in his mind imprinted a vast map of cosmic civilization into Li Fu's mind, which shocked Li Fu beyond words. After all, humans until now were arrogant enough to think that only humans were advanced in the entire universe. Intelligent creatures. A civilization that has not even ventured out of its own home planet naturally cannot imagine the vastness of the universe. And how terrifying it is to imagine the powerful civilization in the universe. Then this Han technological empire is a super civilization. Is it considered to be that level of civilization? Li Fu was deeply shocked. The picture of cosmic civilization painted by the voice in his mind was really unbelievable. However, while being shocked, Li Fu also discovered that the Han technological empire that the other party mentioned did not directly mention the level of civilization. I haven't finished what I said. If a civilization can jump out of its own universe, such a civilization can be called a super civilization. And the Han technology empire is a super civilization that has jumped out of its own universe. A very great civilization. The voice in his mind said to Li Fu in an extremely proud tone. He actually jumped out of his own universe. Could it be that he really jumped out of the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements? There are actually multiple universes. This is really beyond the current knowledge. Li Fu frowned for a moment. What he encountered today was really unbelievable and beyond his own knowledge. In other words, it was far beyond the current cognitive level of humans on Earth. You are actually created by the super-civilized Han technology empire, and are specially equipped with civilization seeds for its citizens. Why do you appear on the Earth? And why do you still recognize me as your master? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be the case at all. It should only be the Han technology empire. Only citizens can get it. There were even more questions in Li Fu's mind. For such extremely important things involving the seeds of civilization, a civilization should keep it very strictly. This is true even for civilizations on the Earth, let alone a super civilization. It is simply impossible for outsiders to grasp the seeds of our own civilization. I don't know this either. I have been wandering in this universe for more than 20 epochs. I have searched almost all over the universe, but I have not found any trace of the empire. In the end, I accidentally came to this planet, and finally got together with you have met the master. According to my program, I can only recognize people who belong to the descendants of Yin and Huang, and who have the genes of the Chinese nation. And your genes, master, are completely consistent, so it is natural for me to recognize them. The voice in his mind explained to Li Fu in detail that only descendants of Yin and Huang could recognize their master. Only the descendants of Yin and Huang can recognize the master? Then where are the people from the Han Science and Technology Empire? Why do the people of this Han Science and Technology Empire also call themselves descendants of Yin and Huang? Sons and daughters of China? Does it have anything to do with my current civilization? There are more questions in Li Fu's mind. It's obvious what the country's level is now. It's only a level 1 cosmic civilization, while the Han technological empire that the other party calls is a super civilization. I don't know how far the gap between the two is, but they all call themselves descendants of Yin and Huang. They even have similar genes. And Li Fu can let the civilization seeds of the Han technological empire claim their master. I don't know where the people in the empire have gone. The empire is a super civilization that spans countless universes. Maybe I accidentally fell into a parallel universe. So I met you, the master, today. The voice in its head seemed a little frustrated that it couldn't find anyone from the Han technology empire. But the tone behind it seemed very happy and excited. It was obviously in a good mood after meeting Li Fu. Parallel universe? When Li Fu heard this, his head exploded. He really couldn't understand this kind of thing that only existed in science fiction novels. But it seemed that except for this explanation, all other explanations didn't make sense. Master, you don't have to worry about this. Anyway, I will do my best to serve you. Master, accompany you in your continuous growth, and protect your safety. Master. The voice in his head sounded very arrogant, as if he was omnipotent. So what are your main functions? Li Fu had gradually relaxed at this time. After hearing the words in his mind, his interest arose. I have many functions. The most important ones are two. One is to assist you, the master, to grow into a qualified citizen of the empire, a super civilized citizen. The other is to protect your life and safety, master, anytime and anywhere, ensuring, master, your safety is in danger. The voice in my head was a little naughty, with a feminine laugh and a pleasant sound. Super civilized citizen? Li Fu heard this and asked softly. Yes, it is not easy to become a qualified citizen of the empire. As a super civilization, the empire has very high requirements for its citizens. In your words, it means that moral, intellectual, physical, artistic, and labor must be fully developed. Not to mention, in terms of scientific and technological knowledge alone, every citizen of the empire must at least master the scientific and technological knowledge of a level 7 cosmic civilization. The voice in his mind patiently explained to Li Fu. Li Fu seemed to have discovered something from its words, and his whole person became excited. Then how can I learn a lot of advanced technological knowledge? Of course, I have a complete set of all the technologies of level 1 to 9 cosmic civilizations here. As long as you are willing to learn, I can continue to teach you. The voice in his mind gave an affirmative answer. Its words made Li Fu almost jump with excitement. His mood fluctuated violently, and could not calm down for a long time. Chapter 4. This is not how the body is trained. The morning sun had just poured golden light onto the earth, and the clouds on the horizon were dyed red. On the playground of Yanwang University, Li Fu's mood could not calm down for a long time. The civilization seeds of the super-civilized Han technological empire made Li Fu think of countless possibilities, each of which was so exciting. He could become a super scientist, a world-class rich man, lead the development of science and technology, lead the rise of China, go out of the earth, and fly into the universe. Things he didn't dare to think about flashed through Li Fu's mind one by one, and they seemed to be within reach. Master, your mood fluctuates too frequently. Master, please stop thinking nonsense. As if he felt the violent fluctuations in Li Fu's mind, the voice in his mind reminded him kindly. Call! Li Fu took a long breath and was suddenly awakened by the cold air. He shook his head and put away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Everything is possible, but everything must be done slowly and step by step. There is no point in thinking too much now. Thank you. I don't know what to call you yet. Li Fu thanked the seeds of civilization in his mind from the bottom of his heart. Master, you don't have to be polite. This is what I should do. I don't have a name yet. Just a number. Master, you can give me a name. The voice in my mind sounded, with a hint of laughter and a bit of mischief. Choose a name? You need to think about it carefully. You must choose one that sounds nice. Li Fu touched his chin and began to think rapidly in his mind. Yes. How about calling me Xiaoying? You can't see or touch it, and it follows you like a shadow. What do you think? After thinking for a while, Li Fu looked at his shadow in the morning sun, and his eyes lit up. Xiaoying? I like this name. Thank you, Master, for the name. In his mind, Xiaoying's happy voice came. As long as you like it, I can get it at will. By the way, Xiaoying, if I want to contact you in the future, how should I contact you? Li Fu also smiled slightly, and looking at the rising sun, his whole mood suddenly changed completely. I am in the Master's body. Master, you only need to think of Xiaoying in your mind and use brain waves to communicate with me. There is no need to speak at all. An image suddenly appeared in Li Fu's mind. An image of a cute little girl with pigtails. Oh, it turns out it can still be like this. Xiaoying, is this your image? It's so cute. I synthesized it by looking for information on your internet. Xiaoying smiled proudly. Having newly obtained the seeds of civilization, there were too many things that interested Li Fu. Li Fu and Xiaoying began to communicate quickly in his mind, because they communicated directly using brain waves. The speed was very fast. Oops. I almost forgot to run. Half an hour has passed now. No. I have to run quickly. As we chatted and chatted, time passed quietly. Soon, other people came to exercise on the playground. At this time, Li Fu realized that he seemed to have forgotten his morning exercise. While chatting with Xiaoying in his mind, Li Fu started running again. On a cold morning, the sun was rising. and Li Fu ran as usual. It seemed that nothing had happened. Only the constant exchanges with Li Fu in his mind. Xiaoying is always telling Li Fu that he got the civilization seeds of super civilization through great luck. Call. As he ran and ran, Li Fu's breathing began to become rapid, and small beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Although the temperature was already quite low at this time, Li Fu did not feel the cold at all, and his body continued to exude a powerful of heat. Master, this is not how your body is trained. The little shadow in his mind curled his lips and said, Oh, then how should you exercise? Running is recognized as one of the best ways to exercise. Li Fu asked without knowing why. That's on Earth. Every powerful civilized race in the universe has its own methods of exercising. Some are called Yuanli methods. Some are called cultivation. And some are called gene development. In short, there are many names. But the purpose there is only one thing. And that is to develop the brain, extend life, and gain powerful abilities through special exercise methods. Running is a good way to exercise, but it requires special breathing methods to be truly effective. Exercise. Treat your body as a material to keep pushing. And you also need to absorb the powerful energy from the universe. Really useful. Xiaoying curled his lips. There was nothing he could do about his master's ignorance. After all, he was just a citizen of a level 1 cosmic civilization. So he knew too little. A special breathing method? Why does it feel like the inner strength and spiritual practice in a novel? When Li Fu heard this, he became interested instantly. Exercising the body itself is a kind of practice. People who exercise regularly will have full energy and strong body resistance, and their lifespan will be extended accordingly. If you can master a powerful practice method, you can exercise with the mysterious energy that constitutes life in the universe. As for the body, hey, it's normal for the body to span the universe, have an endless lifespan, and possess all kinds of incredible means. Think about it. The average lifespan of citizens of one country is 100 years, and the average lifespan of citizens of another country is 200 years. The gap between the strength of these two countries will definitely be huge. The cultivation methods in the universe were originally designed to was developed slowly, and specially to obtain a longer lifespan. In the universe, the standard for measuring the level of a civilization is generally measured by the size of the civilization's territory, the level of science and technology, and the average lifespan of the citizens of the civilization. Xiaoying explained to Li Fu in detail the power and importance of the cosmic cultivation method. Well, that's true. There is a human development index to measure a country's development level on Earth, and lifespan is a very key data. The average lifespan in some African countries is only more than 40 years old. But the chicken with the longest average lifespan is when you reach the terrifying age of over 80. The difference is really as big as clouds and mud. Li Fu nodded. He also knew something about this. People here on Earth already know that average lifespan is used to measure the development level of a country. It is probably more common in the universe. But what Xiaoying said about the physical body that spans the universe and has infinite with endless lifespan and various incredible methods, Li Fu still had doubts. Xiaoying, can you teach me how to practice? Although he still had some doubts, Li Fu believed that the super-civilized cultivation method must have its own magic. So he also spoke with hope. Of course you can. This is what you, master, must learn. If you want to become a super-civilized citizen, how can you do it without practicing? It's not just about practicing, but you also have to practice to a certain level. The little shadow in my mind looked like it was natural, and said with a pout, Xiaoying, hurry up and teach me. I really want to see how the civilizations in the universe practice. Master, don't be anxious. Let me first spread the knowledge about spiritual practice to you. Although the various methods of physical exercise in the universe have different names, they are basically the same in terms of realm classification. They can be divided into categories from low level to high level. There are 9 realms of Yuanli Apprentice, Yuanli Warrior, Yuanli Master, Yuanli Grandmaster, Yuan Shi, Yuan Lord, Immortal, Yuan Sheng and Yuan Shen, each of which has corresponding abilities. Let's not talk about anything else. In terms of lifespan alone, the average Yuanli apprentice can have a lifespan of about 200 years. The Yuanli warrior can have a lifespan of about 500. The Yuanli master can have a lifespan of about 1,000 years. And the Yuanli grandmaster can have a lifespan of about 1,000 years. They have a lifespan of about 10,000 years. Yuan Shi has a long lifespan of 100,000 years. And Yuan Zhu has a lifespan of millions of years. As for being immortal, You don't have to worry about lifespan at all. In his mind, Xiaoying's words deeply shocked Li Fu. Oh my god. 100,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Immortality. Li Fu could not imagine how to spend such a long time in his mind. Master, what's so surprising about this? How can we explore the universe and study advanced technologies without a long lifespan? Think about it. Even if you are at the technological level of a level 1 cosmic civilization on Earth, there has been an explosion of knowledge. In the lifespan of a human being on Earth, it is almost impossible to learn all this knowledge, let alone develop to a more advanced stage of civilization, without a powerful practice method to exercise the body, develop the brain, and gain a longer lifespan. The level of this civilization cannot be raised at all. The more advanced it develops, the more important a powerful practice method becomes. Think about it. A scientist who can only live to be 100 years old needs to spend almost 30 years to grow and learn, and more than 10 years to exercise and accumulate. And he usually reaches the peak of his life in his 40s or 50s. But soon, as the body gradually ages, once the age reaches 70 years and above, the activity of the brain drops greatly, and it is difficult to make a difference. After the age of 80, the body and brain can no longer carry out high-level tasks. After intensive scientific research work, the most precious time in life is between the ages of 30 and 50. This is also the reason why most outstanding scientists have achieved their greatest achievements in this period of time. It is difficult to achieve anything when they get older, because the body and brain have gradually aged and cannot keep up with them. It's time to engage in high-intensity scientific research work. But if scientists can have a lifespan of 200 years after training, even if they only reach the Yuanli apprenticeship stage, then the peak period of this scientist's life can last for hundreds of years, and the contribution of science and technology will naturally be different. Language. Chapter 5. Breathing technique. Yeah. Why haven't I thought about this? If Einstein could live until now, humans might have walked out of the earth. After listening to Xiaoying's words, Li Fu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that he could still be like this. That's not necessarily the case. Although the gap between level 1 cosmic civilization and level 2 cosmic civilization is not particularly large, it is definitely not something that can be easily promoted casually. Scientists, especially the top scientists, are the most valuable asset to any civilization. And the value of a scientist with a long life is even more immeasurable. So, Master, even if you don't tell me, you will also be forced to study and practice, Xiaoying said with a smile. It already knew that Li Fu was deeply attracted by the practice, and was cunningly proud. Then Xiaoying, hurry up and teach me how to practice. I want to see if it's so magical. Li Fu was naturally deeply attracted. Who doesn't want to live a few more years? Since ancient times, countless people have lamented that time is fleeting and the years are ruthless. They all want to borrow another 500 years from heaven, as long as the cultivation that Xiaoying mentioned can be achieved. It is very easy to surpass 500 years old if you have achieved a little bit. Well, there are thousands of ways to practice in the universe, but they all remain the same. They all use special methods to allow the body to absorb the vitality of the universe, thereby exercising the body, developing the brain, obtaining a long life, and all kinds of incredible things. Miraculous abilities. Wait, what energy? When Li Fu heard this, he immediately had questions. Yuan Qi is a very magical existence. The reason why the universe can give birth to countless creatures and countless cosmic civilizations is because of the existence of Yuan Qi. We call this magical energy Yuan Qi. As long as it is a living thing, it exists in the body. Vitality is just more or less vitality. Everything contains vitality. Yuan Qi exists in every corner of the universe. Of course, some places will be very rich, and some places will be very rare. Rich places can give birth to countless lives and evolve high. It is difficult for intelligent species, and even life, to be born in places where vitality is scarce. Yuan Qi is the foundation of all things, and the source of the universe. It is also the most magical power in the universe, and has incredible effects. In his mind, Xiaoying explained Yuan Qi to Li Fu. However, this explanation made Li Fu feel like he was reading a novel. He seemed to understand but not understand. As a top student majoring in biomedicine, the origin of living things that Li Fu knew was caused by chemical reactions by chance. As a result, of course, this statement still needs to be verified, but it is currently recognized by many biological scientists. Judging from Xiaoying's words, the origin of living things seems to be that this vitality plays a key role in it. Only when the vitality is strong and stable can living beings be slowly born. And then highly intelligent humans can evolve. Master, you have no foundation in practice. So you need to start with the simplest and most basic breathing method. Fortunately, you are still very young. Practice is in a hurry at this time. If you are too old, your body will have begun to age. No matter how hard you practice, it will be in vain, and it will inevitably turn into a pile of loss in the end. Master, when you are running, you should pay attention to your breathing. Close your mouth and breathe through your nose. When you breathe, first 3 long and 2 short, then 1 long and 1 short, and then 2 long and 2 short. Repeat this cycle, and do the most basic breathing practice. In Li Fu's mind, Xiaoying began to teach Li Fu the most basic introductory breathing techniques. While explaining, another image animation appeared in his mind. A figure was breathing while running, with his mouth closed tightly and his nose breathing very regularly. The whole body rises and falls like waves. Well, let me try first. Li Fu began to try the basic breathing method, running and breathing according to the method. But just 3 long and 2 short made Li Fu almost out of breath. Ahem. Who? Li Fu stopped running and gasped for air. He was really not used to this way of breathing. Master, take your time. It is indeed difficult to adapt to this breathing method at the beginning. However, as long as you successfully operate it for the first time, you will discover the benefits of breathing like this. You can absorb the first breath of vitality, and your subsequent practice will be better. It's much easier. Xiaoying encouraged him in his mind, obviously guessing that such a situation would happen. Well, I'll try again. Li Fu clenched his hands into fists. Naturally, he was not the kind of person who would give up easily. Rural people all had a stubborn spirit. While running, he slowly started running again, according to Professor Xiaoying's breathing method. This time, Li Fu did not rush for success, but slowly tried 3 long and 2 short breathings, learning one by one. Ahem! Woohoo! Li Fu kept trying while panting. Soon, he was able to initially adapt to the breathing rhythm of 3 long and 2 short. But he had to stop to take a breath from time to time. Very good, Master. Now you can try a long and a short breathing rhythm. The little shadow in his mind constantly encouraged Li Fu and guided him to try again and again. You can try 2 long and 2 short breathing rhythms below. Master is very good. You can try the breathing rhythm of 3 long and 2 short. Then 1 long and 1 short. Do it slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Go through the complete rhythm first, and then slowly try to increase the breathing volume. Ahem. Woohoo! On the playground of Yanwang University, there were still a lot of people doing morning exercises. From time to time, Li Fu coughed and breathed quickly due to difficulty breathing, which made the people around him look over one by one. Is Li Fu going to have any illness in the future? Call! Half an hour later, Li Fu, who was running, suddenly exhaled a long stream of hot air. When it encountered the cold air outside, it formed a long line of white air in front of him. At this time, in Li Fu's body, Professor Xiaoying's introductory breathing method was finally fully working on Li Fu's side. 3 long and 3 short. 1 long and 1 short. 2 long and 2 short. A complete set of breathing cycles after the connection was completed. At the last moment, Li Fu even felt as if he was about to suffocate. But suddenly I felt a coolness in my brain, as if something had entered my body. My body, which was about to suffocate, instantly became extremely comfortable under this coolness. My breathing was smooth, and there was something in my body. The turbid air was instantly discharged, forming a long line of water vapor in front. My body, which had been gradually tired from running for a long time, especially my sore legs, suddenly seemed to be full of electricity. I no longer felt tired at all. I was full of strength, and my running speed was instantaneous. It sped up a lot. Xiaoying, this is incredible. In his mind, Li Fu was deeply surprised by the huge changes in his body. Feeling the changes in his body carefully, Li Fu felt as if he was in a dream. Master, there is no need to make a fuss. The introductory breathing method I gave you was researched by countless seniors from the super-civilized Han technology empire over a long period of time. It is simple and effective. The master's qualifications are good, and he can complete it in such a short time. I originally thought it would take the master at least several days to absorb the first breath of vitality. The little shadow in his mind smiled and congratulated Li Fu for completing a complete breathing rhythm for the first time. Master, don't stop now. Keep running, and continue the cycle. For your first practice, you should exercise as much as possible to absorb more vitality and get used to this breathing rhythm. I will teach you tomorrow. Master, more complex breathing methods. Well, originally I was thinking that the time was almost up and I was planning to go back. Now it seems that it would be better to exercise more. Anyway, today is the weekend and there is no need for classes. So it doesn't matter. Li Fu communicated with Xiaoying in his mind. And the pace that was about to stop started again. While running, he breathed according to the breathing method taught by Xiaoying. After taking the first complete breath, the rest of the time, just as Xiaoying said, it became easier to breathe. The more I ran, the easier it became. And my breathing became more and more regular. The rhythmic breathing here in the body. Regular ups and downs. Looking like waves in the sea. Endless. Call! Another long stream of turbid air was expelled from the body. This turbid air was more than 1 meter long. When it encountered the cold air outside, it was so obvious that other people nearby looked at Li Fu in surprise. Most people there is no way to say that the water vapor has formed for such a long time. And the key is that it is still condensed together and will not spread out all at once. Li Fu's running speed is also getting faster and faster. At the beginning, he was jogging, and he had to stop to catch his breath from time to time. But as Li Fu gradually mastered the rhythm of breathing, he didn't need to stop at all. And the speed became faster and faster. He came faster and faster, slowly turning from jogging to running. And then his legs seemed to be equipped with the most powerful motors. And he ran quickly on the playground with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. This man's physical fitness is really terrifying. He can run 5 laps at a sprint speed of 100 meters without stopping to rest. This physical strength and endurance are really terrifying. Someone noticed Li Fu and watched carefully as Li Fu completed several laps at a sprint speed of 100 meters. The whole person was instantly amazed, because few people can have such strong physical fitness and run at a sprint speed of 100 meters. 2 laps are very difficult, let alone running several laps at once. And he doesn't seem to stop, as if he doesn't know how to get tired. Chapter 6. Make money to support yourself. Li Fu felt that his body was full of power. Even such a 100-meter sprint seemed to be unable to vent the energy in his body. With Professor Xiaoying's special breathing method, Li Fu's body rose and fell like waves. Every time he completed it, the cycle involves taking in a breath of vitality and exhaling a breath of turbid air. His whole body felt extremely relaxed. His brain was extremely clear, and his body was full of energy. It was a cold morning with only a few degrees, and Li Fu didn't feel the cold at all. It was like there was a furnace inside his body, which was constantly absorbing the energy from the outside. The vitality of heaven and earth is constantly beating my body, making my whole person feel warm. Master, it's almost time to stop. After running for more than 10 laps, Xiaoying's voice sounded in my mind again. Li Fu exhaled a long breath, and his pace gradually slowed down. The speed of sprinting for 100 meters gradually turned into jogging. You cannot stop immediately after sprinting. You need to continue running slowly for a while. Li Fu still knows this. Xiaoying, I feel like my whole body is full of energy and my brain is extremely clear. This method is really amazing. After jogging for a few laps, Li Fu finally stopped. While walking around, he communicated with Xiaoying in his mind. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He didn't expect that this breathing method seemed very simple, but the effect is overwhelming. Hard to say. Master, you have to know that this is the top breathing method in the super-civilized Han Dynasty's technological empire. It has been the top basic introductory method developed by countless predecessors. This has just begun. More powerful ones are yet to come. If this method lets you, if other civilizations in the universe know about it, they will definitely cause countless bloody storms. The little shadow in my mind turned up its nose, looking like it was natural. It is indeed a method that can capture the creation of the world and the sun and the moon. Thank you, Xiaoying. Li Fu deeply agreed. Just one morning of practice made Li Fu feel that he had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, although Li Fu exercised regularly and could run more than a dozen laps, there was no problem at all. But he could never do it, like today, run more than 10 laps at a sprint speed of 100 meters. If Xiaoying hadn't told Li Fu to stop, Li Fu even felt that he should have been able to keep running. His body was full of energy, and he seemed to have endless power. You're welcome, Master. This is what Xiaoying should do. The small shadow in her mind was filled with happy emotions, and it was obvious that she enjoyed Li Fu's thanks. While chatting, he walked towards the canteen, preparing to sacrifice his 5 internal organs. For some reason, Li Fu felt that he was so hungry that he could eat a cow. Xiaoying, why do I feel so hungry? I have never been so hungry. Master, this is a normal thing. After a cultivator exercises, the energy consumption in the body is too large and needs to be replenished. The simplest way is to replenish it by eating. So this is all. Half an hour later, Li Fu gently opened his stomach and touched his flat stomach. He didn't know where the food he had eaten for half an hour had gone. In the past, Li Fu could only eat 2 steamed buns in the morning, a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. But today Li Fu ate 20 steamed buns alone, plus 10 steamed buns and 5 bowls of porridge. So in order to prevent others from looking at him strangely, Li Fu could only go to different windows to buy it, because it was so delicious. Oh my god! If this continues, I will make myself poor. I will eat 10 times as much food as I need. My living expenses are simply not enough. Finally, he ordered a steamed bun. Looking at the pitiful number on his meal card, Li Fu suddenly felt that it was difficult for him to feed himself. The amount of food was really terrible. Master, this is just the beginning. As your practice deepens, your appetite will get better and better, and you will need to take in more energy. Moreover, Master, what you just ate was some low-grade food. Now you can still eat it. After a while, it will definitely not work in the future. You must eat meat, preferably beef. In his mind, Xiaoying even announced a piece of news that gave Li Fu a huge headache. I can't even afford this steamed bun. How can I afford beef? Li Fu couldn't help but hide his face. This life was really miserable. He couldn't even support himself. How sad. It seems that I have to find a way to make money. If this continues, even if my family pays for food, I won't be able to satisfy it. I have to find a way to earn money to support myself. In his mind, Li Fu began to think about how to make money. A grown man couldn't even support himself. Xiaoying, I have to make money by myself. Otherwise, I won't even be able to support myself. The master's decision is very correct. In view of the current situation of the master, he needs to make money first to improve his life. Eating steamed buns and plain porridge every day will seriously affect the progress of spiritual practice. Isn't there an old saying on earth that a Dharma couple is wealthy? Which refers to the 4 key elements in spiritual practice. Master, you now have the most top-notch method. But it also requires the support of the other 3 factors. Only when all conditions are fully met. Master, will it be possible for you to practice to a more advanced stage? In his mind, Xiaoying smiled and expressed his support. Cultivation is not a simple thing. It requires hard work on its own and good external conditions. Apart from anything else, eating alone is a very big test for Li Fu now. Well, make money. Make money. Li Fu's mind was all about making money. And for a while, he really couldn't think of anything that could make money. It's impossible to say that you should work as a tutor, wash dishes, serve food, etc. These jobs are enough to earn some living expenses. But it is definitely not enough to make yourself affordable to eat beef. You must start your own business and be your own boss. Only in this way can you support yourself. From the beginning, Li Fu rejected the idea of working for others. He had the seeds of super civilization and all kinds of high-tech technologies at his fingertips. And yet, he went to work for others. There was definitely something wrong with his brain. Start a business. Start a business. 9 out of 10 start a business and die. And 1 is on the way to bankruptcy. When talking about starting a business, Li Fu remembered the popular saying that starting a business is not a simple and easy thing. There are many early investment, output, sales, and various miscellaneous things. Most startup companies cannot survive half a year, and very few can survive a year. As for those who can persist for 3 years without going bankrupt, they are basically the leaders among startup companies. Entrepreneurship is now popular among young people, and thousands of them are. There are tens of thousands of entrepreneurs, but only a few can actually succeed in the end. I am completely broke now. I have neither startup capital nor any network. I don't even have a clue yet. Li Fu frowned and thought carefully in his mind, thinking as he walked. It is not easy to start a business, especially for a poor person like Li Fu, who does not even have the capital to make trouble. When I returned to the dormitory, it was already past 9 o'clock. Since there were no classes, the other 3 people in the dormitory were still fast asleep. In this winter, there is nothing more interesting than being in bed. Except for games, of course. Master, your grandson called you. Your grandson called you. Just when Li Fu was sitting in front of his computer and worrying, his roommate Wang Wenli's unique cell phone ringtone broke the quiet environment. This ringtone was so unique that Li Fu couldn't help but shake his head every time he heard it. Shaking his head, he would never call Wang Wenli. Hey, you don't know how to sleep well this early in the morning. What do you want from me? Wang Wenli squinted his eyes and fumbled to find his mobile phone, and said in a lazy voice, You're still asleep. Don't even look at what time it is. Hurry up and get online. The game between our team and the flying team is about to start. If you don't participate, I'll make a substitution immediately. A voice came from the other end of the phone, and Wang Wenli, who was still in a daze, woke up instantly when he heard it. Immediately. Don't change, people. Then Wang Wenli immediately put on his clothes without brushing his teeth or washing his face. He immediately turned on his fruit computer and started logging into a game called League of Legends. What happened? I've obviously set the alarm clock, and I almost missed the game. Wang Wenli looked at the login screen anxiously as he spoke, and then looked at the time. He looked very anxious. The game he played called League of Kings is a MOBA, multiplayer online arena, game. It is a very famous game throughout China, and even the world. It is extremely playable and fair. Competitiveness, ease of use, high-definition graphics, and more dominate the gaming world. There are hundreds of millions of game players in China alone, with more than 100 million monthly active users. Although this game is free, its quarterly revenue is as high as $582 million US. If converted into Huaxia coins, it will exceed 3.5 billion. It is simply legendary. The money-making tool in the game makes you crazy. Li Fu, who was attracted by Wang Wenli's voice and movements, looked at his roommate who was sleeping in bed one moment, and was already nervous and devoted himself to the game the next moment. His eyes suddenly lit up. I immediately thought of a good starting point. Ha. Yes, it's a game. The investment is small and the cost is low. Once it gets hot, it's possible to count money until your hands cramp. Looking at his roommate, who was immersed in the game, Li Fu suddenly felt that online games really had a bright future. As for the game League of Kings, Li Fu had heard more or less about its terrifying ability to attract money. The first direction of starting my own business was determined instantly. Chapter 7. Making Mobile Games. The game industry is a rising industry and a Red Sea. There are countless game studios and companies fighting in this Red Sea. New game companies are born every moment, and countless game companies also close down sadly. After choosing a target, Li Fu began to think about what kind of game to create. Games are often sold with an idea. It is updated very quickly. It is very likely that an idea will become popular quickly, and it will also be very popular. It may disappear again soon. For example, the very famous Three Kingdoms game was once so popular that if you didn't play Three Kingdoms game, you would be embarrassed to go out and chat with people. But soon, everyone's novelty wore off, and the game gradually came to an end. There are fewer and fewer people. Of course, there are also some myths and legends in the gaming world, and some types of games have very strong absorption power. Many players become more fond of them the more they play them, especially online fair battle games like League of Legends. Starting from the earliest days of Dota, it is still very popular among players. During this period, there were many games of the same type, such as Three Kingdoms Battle, League of Legends, etc. They all imitated the game Dota and are still popular. Especially the game League of Legends has created myths and history in the gaming industry. Li Fu has made some small programs and games before, but they are very simple, such as Minesweeper. This is also one of Li Fu's hobbies in learning programming. He designs his own programs and plays them. Li Fu has always enjoyed it. But if he really wanted to design a game and rely on this game to make a fortune, Li Fu suddenly ran into trouble. Xiaoying, what kind of game do you think I should make better? I want to make money by making games, but I don't know where to start. Li Fu sat in front of the computer, communicating with Xiaoying in his mind. Master, making games and programming are Xiaoying's favorite things. No program can be difficult for Xiaoying. However, my task is to assist you in your growth. Master, I cannot help you develop games. The little shadow in his mind smiled, looking very cute, bragging a little naughtily and proudly, and then changed the subject and said that he couldn't help Li Fu develop games. Xiaoying, you really have to help me. Otherwise, I won't be able to support myself if I can't make money. If I can't support myself, Will my growth be affected soon? In this way, your mission will be considered a failure. Li Fu curled his lips. But Li Fu knew that Xiaoying was an intelligent program created by the super-civilized Han technology empire. Just from the conversation, he knew that it was very powerful. And making games was essentially programming. With Xiaoying's help, Li Fu could get twice the result with half the effort. Master, what you said seems to make sense. There is nothing wrong with logically inferring this. Well, I will help you. Master. The figure of Xiaoying in his mind pondered for a while, seeming to be thinking about the logic of Li Fu's words. Unexpectedly, in the end, Li Fu was actually deceived into agreeing to help. Ha ha. With your help, Xiaoying, I feel like I am even more powerful than a tiger. Master, you can barely be considered a cat now, not a tiger. Xiaoying's words in his mind made Li Fu couldn't help but curl his lips. And his background was revealed. Master, among the games currently on the market, the most profitable is League of Legends. This kind of fair competition game will be quite popular even in the future. I think, Master, you can continue along this path. The little shadow in his mind analyzed the current game industry data in the domestic and global markets, and suggested that Li Fu continue to make this kind of online competitive game. But now there are many games of this type, and League of Legends has basically dominated most of the market. Even Dota and Dota 2, the originators of this type of game, are completely unable to compare with League of Legends. If I continue to do this as for games like this, I guess there won't even be any scum left. Li Fu frowned slightly. Li Fu occasionally played the game League of Legends under the influence of his college classmates, and he also knew a little about the market of this type of game. This is indeed the case on the PC side. I don't recommend you to make games on the PC side. The games that are becoming more popular now are on the mobile side. The little shadow in his mind also nodded. As the intelligent program of the civilization seed of the super-civilized Han technological empire, it is very aware of the development trends and situations of various industries. Mobile version. Mobile game? League of Legends? Li Fu kept thinking in his mind. With the popularization of smartphones, mobile games have gradually become a new breakthrough and development point in the game industry. Mobile games have a characteristic that computer games do not have, and that is you can play games anytime and anywhere. And the penetration rate of mobile phones is quite high. Almost all of the more than 1 billion people in China have a mobile phone, and most of them are smartphones. Compared with computers, the penetration rate is higher, and mobile phones are carried with them anytime and anywhere. And playing with mobile phones has gradually become more and more popular. It has become an important way for many people to pass their time. The mobile game industry is relatively a real sunrise industry. It can be said that the market has just begun and has unlimited possibilities. Thinking of this, Li Fu has to admire Xiaoying's vision. Xiaoying, you are so discerning. Why didn't I think of the field of mobile games? Li Fu admired him from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoying, I just know the development trend of the game industry. The game industry has been very popular since ancient times, because people who have enough to eat and drink need games to kill time. In essence, playing cards, mahjong, and chess is also a game. And games will continue to develop with the development of technology. The popularity of smartphones will inevitably lead to the strong rise of the mobile game field. It can be said that in the future, the mobile game industry will slowly become the mainstream of the game industry. The master is now entering its not too late. The mobile game industry is still in the gold rush era, and maybe a gold mine will be dug up. In his mind, Xiaoying carefully analyzed the future development trend of the game industry with Li Fu, and he was very sure that the mobile game industry would suddenly emerge and become the mainstream of the game industry. Well, Xiaoying, your analysis is very good. Li Fu nodded and agreed very much with Xiaoying's view. At the same time, he was still thinking about what Xiaoying said just now and continued to develop online multiplayer competitive games. Xiaoying, do you think there will be a market for me to make a game like League of Legends into a mobile game? Li Fu thought for a long time, and suddenly heard his roommate Wang Wanli curse angrily because he lost the fight. And a flash of light flashed in his mind. The master is not stupid. Multiplayer online competitive games, like League of Legends, will continue to be popular for a long time. Even in the universe age, there are still similar games that are very popular. Currently there is no competitive mobile game on the global market. If you do it now, it will definitely become a big hit. It will be very simple and easy to surpass League of Legends. Xiaoying smiled in his mind and told the story of the search. Well, let's do this. make a competitive battle game on mobile phones. After choosing the direction, Li Fu suddenly became enlightened. As if clearing the clouds and seeing the sun, he could clearly see the direction he needed to take. With the goal in mind, Li Fu started to get started. Li Fu also had a certain foundation in programming, but it was obvious that he could create a game by himself, especially a game like League of Kings. It's simply impossible. Fortunately, Li Fu had Xiaoying, an intelligent program, to help him. Xiaoying, as the key intelligent program in the seeds of civilization created by the super-civilized Han technology empire, was definitely not blocked. Xiaoying was constantly teaching Li Fu in his mind, teaching super-civilized and advanced programming knowledge. Li Fu, who already had some basic knowledge, quickly made rapid progress. Many problems and difficulties that had been unclear before were solved one after another. Li Fu, the fingers turned into phantoms on the keyboard, and lines of code flashed out quickly. TSK. TSK. It's really impossible to complete this game by myself. I've been busy for 2 hours, and haven't even built a basic framework yet. And this is with the help of you. Xiaoying. If I were alone, if you do, it's just a smear campaign. 2 hours later, Li Fu rubbed his already sore fingers, stopped to rest, and said with some sigh, Master, you learn and practice at the same time. If I let Xiaoying do it, I can do it in minutes. Also, the current programming is all in English, which is very troublesome. I think it is better to program in Chinese. In his mind, Xiaoying was very dismissive of the programming Li Fu was currently using. During this period, he asked Li Fu many times to simply program in Chinese, but Li Fu always rejected it. Chinese programming is a big deal. Now I just want to make money by playing games. There is no need to make such a big noise. You must know that Chinese programming is a topic that countless scientists have been studying for many years. Li Fu once again rejected Xiaoying's proposal in his mind. Li Fu knew that Xiaoying had too many things that surpass modern technology. A few of them could change the situation on the Earth today. It seems that we still need to find a team. And once the game is produced, we need to establish a corresponding game company to operate it. One person cannot do it. I can be responsible for the development of core technical products, but the corresponding operations must be done by dedicated personnel. Moreover, I am broke now and must find partners. Li Fu thought carefully in his mind and realized the importance of the team. Chapter 8. Make good use of the resources around you. Who should I turn to for cooperation? First of all, we need to find someone with money. I don't have money myself. If my partners don't have money, it's just empty talk. Secondly, his ability to deal with various things and relationships is better than mine. I am not very good at dealing with such things, so I am more suitable for technology and product development. Well, the most important thing is to be reliable. In Li Fu's mind, he thought carefully. Finding partners is a very worthwhile thing to think about, because anytime you have a group of good partners, you will get twice the result with half the effort. But if you are looking for a group of pig teammates, even a great god would find it difficult to bring him up. This truth is what Wang Wanli often said when playing games. This is also something that often occurs in reality. The right partner is extremely important for a startup company, and it largely determines how far the startup company can go. Far. Looking for Monkey? Monkey is more reliable, but his family's situation is similar to mine. There is no money at all, and it is impossible for his parents to give him money to start a business or something. The first thing Li Fu thought of was his little monkey Huang Chaoyu, who was also a junior student at a well-known university in the empire. He grew up wearing the same pants as Li Fu. Lu Chenyun? His family is rich. He used to earn tens of millions from mining rare earth mines. It is said that he gave Lu Chenyun 1 million to start a business. Every time he went home during the Chinese New Year to get together with his middle school classmates, he would brag about it. However, his character was not good, and he only graduated from junior high school. Not suitable for these emerging internet companies. Li Fu thought about it in his mind for a while, but he couldn't think of a suitable candidate at all. It was because Li Fu's circle in the past was too small, and he was not very good at dealing with interpersonal relationships. He was the type who concentrated on studying. Now he wants to find a suitable partner. No partner can be found. Hello? I'm still sleeping. We'll talk about what to eat later. At this time, the voice of roommate Qian Jin answering the phone brought Li Fu back from his thoughts. Oh, how can I think about this problem in my head? I didn't think about so many college classmates around me, but I actually thought about some middle school classmates. I am really blind. There are so many resources around us, but we don't even know how to make good use of them. Li Fu slammed the table and suddenly thought of something. What happened? Li Fu, are you okay? Holy shit. You scared me. The other 3 people in the dormitory were instantly awakened by the sound of Li Fu slamming the table. They all looked at Li Fu, thinking something had happened. Everyone, I'm sorry. I just thought of a wonderful business idea. I wonder if you are interested in hearing about it. Li Fu apologized a little embarrassedly, but also took this opportunity to express his thoughts. TCH, I thought what was going on? Yelling and slamming the table like this. My girlfriend just called me and asked me to go out for dinner. I'm not even interested. And I'm even less interested in starting a business. Qianjin pulled the quilt and covered his head to continue sleeping. That's right. It's not that easy to start a business now. 10 of those who start a business will die. And they are all deceiving people. Wang Wanli also pouted, turned around and continued to play with his alliance of kings. Huh? I would like to hear what good ideas Li Fu has. He is rarely so fussy. Zhao Dongye smiled slightly, got up, and got ready to listen to what Li Fu had to say. Zhao Dongye, who was born in an official family, was very smooth in dealing with people and could judge people accurately. He knew that Li Fu was not the kind of person who brags randomly. He must have thought of it. It's a great idea. Otherwise it wouldn't be the case. Li Fu, if you have any good ideas, let's hear them. If it's really feasible, we might as well give it a try. Nowadays, if you don't start a business or something in college, it seems that your studies in college are in vain. Zhao Dongye smiled and said to Li Fu, my idea is this. Look at the popularity of League of Kings that Wang Wanli is playing now. If we make a mobile game and put League of Kings on mobile phones, do you think such a game will be popular? Li Fu was a little embarrassed. Only Zhao Dongye was willing to listen to him. You mean to make League of Kings into a mobile game? Wang Wanli, who was not paying attention to the game, turned around immediately when he heard this. Well, let's make a multiplayer competitive game that can be played on mobile phones. Li Fu nodded. Don't tell me it's really good. There are so many people playing games now, and almost everyone owns a smartphone. If a game like this could be made and played anytime, anywhere, it would definitely be popular. Wang Wanli's eyes widened, and he said very decisively, really good at getting angry? Zhao Dongye raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that Li Fu's idea was just like that. Zhao Dongye, who has never played games, naturally would not know some of the things involved. However, Wang Wanli, who often plays games, said with certainty that then you can't go wrong. It's definitely going to be popular. You know this League of Kings. It's currently the most profitable money-sucking beast in the global gaming industry. If you can play League of Legends on a smartphone, that would be absolutely amazing. It's possible to surpass League of Legends. If you do it well, it will be great. It's very easy to make billions a year. As a veteran League of Legends player, Wang Wanli naturally knows how profitable the League of Legends game is. It is definitely the most profitable tool in the hands of the Penguin Empire. Is it really that profitable? It makes billions a year. There are not many companies like this in the country. Qianjin, who had been sleeping with his head covered, became energetic when he heard it. He poked his head out from under the covers. He was a rich second generation. It didn't mean that he was only willing to be a rich second generation. Compared with ordinary people, the rich second generation actually want to use their own abilities to prove that they are no worse than their rich first generation fathers. At first, he had no interest in Li Fu's proposal because he felt that no matter what good ideas Li Fu had, his achievements would be limited and he didn't know how to spend his energy. But now after hearing what Wang Wanli said, he instantly felt that it seemed that this idea had a lot of money to offer. So I naturally became interested in it. This is just a conservative estimate, and it is based on the data of League of Legends. You must know that if it can be formed into a mobile game, in an era when everyone has a smartphone, its popularity will definitely exceed League of Legends, and the annual revenue will be greater than that of League of Legends. What's wrong with billions? Li Fu didn't say anything. He just made a start. Wang Wanli, who likes to play games, automatically became the best lobbyist. He spoke with great confidence, looking very confident. TSK. I really didn't expect that. Li Fu, you rarely play games, but you can actually think of making a game. And it is such a good idea. Without further ado, I will join. Such a good project. As long as it is successfully completed, it's definitely going to make a lot of money. Wang Wenli usually looked down on Li Fu. After all, their families were too far apart. Wang Wenli had the petty bourgeois sentiments of people from the capital city. But Li Fu didn't understand this at all. This time Wang Wenli had to look at Li Fu with new eyes. Making a game is not a simple matter. The program alone is very complex and a very huge task. Whether we are professionals or not, it is still difficult. And the startup capital is also a big problem. Zhao Dongye touched his chin and pondered, and talked about the difficulties he might encounter. Leave the technical matters to me. Come and take a look. This is a basic framework that I spent several hours setting up in the morning. I believe that I only need to find some computer majors to help develop such a game. It's not impossible. When it comes to technology, Li Fu immediately picked up his computer and called up the framework he had built in the morning to conduct a simulated drill. Although Zhao Dongye and others did not understand this aspect, they saw that Li Fu's confident look, coupled with the fact that he had something to show, and Li Fu himself often engaged in programming in the past. So everyone believed Li Fu's words. I know several friends from the School of Computer Science and have seen some of the software they have made. None of them are as good as you, Li Fu. It seems that technical problems can indeed be solved by Li Fu. The well-informed Zhao Dongye watched Li Fu demonstrate his software and nodded. Of course, he didn't know that if Li Fu hadn't had an adventure this morning and got the civilization seeds of a super civilization, practiced the method to develop his brain, and added Xiaoying as help, today's Li Fu's level in the computer field is already different from what it used to be. Otherwise, he would never be able to build the current frameworks. If Li Fu's computer skills could be considered entry-level before, under Xiaoying's guidance, Li Fu can now be considered accomplished. When this framework was made up, Xiaoying's role was involved, so it was naturally not too bad. Zhao Dongye could see the level of it at a glance. Although he didn't understand it, his friends did. He knew several masters from the computer academy. I have seen the corresponding levels and know the difference. Leave the technology and product development to me. No problem, Li Fu said very confidently. Just kidding. With Xiaoying, Li Fu has developed by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. Give it a little more time. Li Fu's computer skills will definitely be among the best in the world. Gaming is a no-brainer at all. Well, if the problems of technology and product development are solved, the remaining problem is the problem of funds. Without funds, everything is empty talk. Zhao Dongye nodded. He has always been very organized in his work. He must think clearly about the problems he will encounter and how to solve them. Only when all the problems are considered properly can he really take action and have officialdom. The calmness and sophistication of people. As for the money, let's all chip in. It will cost more or less hundreds of thousands. Otherwise, we won't even have the money to promote it. Wang Wenli also nodded. Money is not everything. But having no money is absolutely impossible. Chapter 9. What can hundreds of thousands be enough for? In Dormitory 222, Li Fu, Zhao Dongye, Wang Wenli, and Qian Jin were all attracted by Li Fu's game business plan. However, when it came to the issue of money, they all had some difficulties. I definitely have no money. And my family definitely doesn't have the money to support me in starting a business, Li Fu said with some helplessness. Among the 4 people in the dormitory, Li Fu had the worst family situation. When it came to money, he had the least capital. I can ask for more or less tens of thousands from my family, plus the New Year's money I have earned since I was a child. I should be able to scrape together a small amount of 100,000. Wang Wenli pondered for a while. He was from Modu, and his parents were in business. His family background was quite good. His monthly living expenses were several thousand. From time to time, he could find excuses to ask for money from his family to buy some things. Petty bourgeoisie items. I don't have much money, but I can borrow some from my brother. 200,000 won't be a problem. Zhao Dongye pondered for a while, and then spoke slowly. He was a son of an official in the imperial capital, and his family conditions were very good. However, his parents were strict about money. His monthly living expenses were not even as much as Wang Wenli's. However, his brother is a wealthy man and runs his own company. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then all looked at Qian Jin, the richest young man in the dormitory, and the only son of a real estate businessman who had never spoken. A few 100,000 is enough for anything, even playing house. Qian Jin looked carefree, with a smile on his face. I will take care of the money. Nothing else. I can still get some money more or less. I will call my dad now. Qian Jin took over the task of raising funds on his own head with a solemn expression and patted his chest. After speaking, he took out his mobile phone and started to contact his father. Soon, after a phone beep, Qian Jin contacted his father. Hello? Qian Jin's cell phone was on speakerphone, and a strong middle-aged man's voice came over. Dad, it's me. The sun is rising in the west today. You actually called me on this weekend morning. Are you out of money again? Or are you going somewhere else? The voice of Qian Jin's father made everyone almost laugh. Ever since Qian Jin was admitted to the famous Yenwang University in China, his parents have never refused his various requests. Every time Jin calls his dad, he always asks for money. Dad, if I have nothing to do, can't I call you to communicate and express my feelings? Qian Jin was embarrassed for a while, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was really the case, and there was nothing else to do besides asking for money. I don't know how many hua intestines you have in your belly. Tell me, how many will you need this time? Qian Jin's father's gentle laughter came from the phone. Well, okay, I want more this time. Qian Jin was speechless for a moment. It seemed that this was really the case. You want more? Does it seem like you have changed your girlfriend again? Qian Jin's father's words made Li Fu, Zhao Dongye, and Wang Wenli almost burst out laughing. But they were holding back. Dad, it's really none of these things. Qian Jin suddenly felt dark. Every time Qian Jin met a girl who fell in love with him and wanted to change his girlfriend, he would ask his family for more money to pursue her. In his words, having money may not necessarily lead to a girlfriend, but it will definitely be difficult to catch a girlfriend without money. So he spends money very generously in this regard. Oh, what is that? You should tell me. On the other end of the phone, Qian Jin's father suddenly became energetic. Dad, it's like this. I'm going to start a business and need a startup capital. Qian Jin said very solemnly. TSK. My son actually said that he wants to start a business. Ha ha. It turns out that a tiger father has no dog son. Well, Dad supports you mentally. When Qian Jin's father heard this, he laughed happily, but he obviously didn't believe that Qian Jin really wanted to start a business. He probably wanted to find a reason to ask for money for fun. Dad, I'm really not kidding. I'm really planning to start a business. I not only need your moral support, but also your financial support. You should give me some at least. Qian Jin was speechless for a moment. He was usually not serious, but when he became serious, others still didn't believe him. Okay. I support you both mentally and financially. Is 100,000 enough? Qian Jin's father also smiled and agreed. But he still thought Qian Jin was just having fun. So he didn't take it seriously and casually asked for 100,000. Dad, what are you doing with the beggars? $100,000 is enough for you. I really didn't do it for fun this time. You know Li Fu. It was him who suggested starting a business together. Everything has been solved, except for the startup capital. Qian Jin looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and almost jumped up. It was Li Fu who suggested it. It seems we have to take it seriously. Let's do this. 500,000. No more. Qian Jin's father pondered for a moment and doubled it 5 times. As his son's roommate, he had detailed information about Li Fu. He also had contact with Li Fu and knew that although Li Fu was born poor, he was not bad in all aspects and was a good person. Very sincere. Dad, what can these hundreds of thousands be used for? Advertising and promotion are not enough. The 4 of us in the dormitory all started a business together. Wang Wenli and Zhao Dongye are also very optimistic about this project. If it is really implemented, your son, I might be able to surpass you in the future. Naturally, Qian Jin would not be satisfied with a mere 500,000 yuan to start a business. The rich second-generation young man, who was always lavish, rarely wanted to start a business on a whim. So 500,000 yuan was nowhere to be found. Even Zhao Dongye and Wang Wenli are optimistic about this project. It seems that you do have a good project. Well, it's okay. More experience, and experience is not a bad thing. How about this? I will give you 5 million in advance. As for whether there will be follow-up, the additional funds will depend on whether you can produce good results. Qian Jin's father pondered for a long time, and then slowly spoke. The capital was increased to 5 million. For ordinary people, 5 million is a very large number, and most people will not be able to earn it in their lifetime. 5 million. Countless people holding 2 yuan lottery tickets are dreaming of winning the 5 million grand prize. But for those rich people, 5 million is nothing at all. Maybe a card game, a car, a meal, a piece of jewelry, etc. can be spent easily. Xian Jin's father also thought that he would use the 5 million to give his son training and experience. Anyway, his son's path has been arranged. In the future, he will gradually take over the huge real estate group he built. Now he is spending 5 million. There is nothing wrong with starting a business for your son. Some wealthy people provide tens or hundreds of millions of funds for their sons to start a business. Xian Jin's father also believes that Xian Jin is just for fun. So being able to give 5 million is quite good. And it was also promised that there would be follow-up funds, provided that certain results were achieved. Of course, I was able to agree to spend 5 million to start a business because of the other people in the dormitory. Especially Zhao Dongya, a descendant of the imperial family, who has always been very calm and experienced in doing things. And even he joined this entrepreneurial team. Xian Jin's father felt that he should be able to make some achievements. Dad, please give me more. 5 million is not enough. If our business succeeds, we can make several billions a year without any problem. Now is the seedling stage, and we need more nutrients. Xian Jin smiled slightly proudly at the other 3 people in the dormitory. With 5 million in capital, it was enough to start a business. You're still making billions a year, and you're always talking about cheating. When your father and I first started, we were very poor and had nothing. Not to mention 5 million. Your grandfather didn't even give me 500 yuan at that time. Xian Jin's father was speechless for a moment. His precious son really didn't know how difficult it was to make money. Companies that could make billions of profits a year could be counted among the listed companies in China. It's good to have an idea, but the key is to implement it properly. This is the real skill. 5 million is already a lot of money. Many people may not be able to make so much money in their lifetime. Learn more. Study and practice hard. Xian Jin's father said with some seriousness. He obviously had high expectations for his precious son. Of course, he was not optimistic about his entrepreneurial venture. He regarded it as an experience and a fun activity. Okay. I'm really stingy. I only gave you 5 million. And you're still like this. I'll surprise you when I come up with my results. Xian Jin pouted slightly. What bothered him most now was listening to his father's teachings. Being able to get 5 million was considered a success. It was enough to just be careless. At the same time, he was secretly determined to make some achievements, and my father took a look and found that he was definitely not the kind of rich second generation who just hangs around and waits to die. He could be admitted to Yanwan University, one of the most prestigious universities in China, and he could also achieve great results. Xian Jin secretly shouted in his heart. Okay. I'll wait. If nothing happens, just leave it like that. Xian Jin's father smiled happily. He was quite satisfied with his precious son. Although he was a little willful, at least he didn't contract any bad habits. After ending the call with his father, Xian Jin said to several people with a slight smile, Brothers, I'm sorry. As long as it reaches 5 million. It seems that we have to save money in all aspects. The other people were speechless for a while. People are so infuriating. There is no way. Who told him to master the technology when he was reincarnated? 5 million funds are too small. 5 million. This fund is enough. It has far exceeded my expectations. Now it is difficult to allocate the shares, because the funds you have provided are too large, and the few of us simply cannot keep up. Zhao Dongya pondered for a while and asked another very critical question. Chapter 10. Share distribution is a big issue. When talking about the issue of share distribution, Li Fu and others couldn't help but frown. Share distribution is not a trivial matter, but a very important issue, especially for such a team that has just started a business. Whether it is reasonable or not is a very critical issue. If the distribution is reasonable and everyone is satisfied, there will be no conflicts and gaps between each other because of this issue, and the entire team can be more closely united and exert a stronger combat effectiveness. However, if the distribution is unreasonable, the team will worry too much about gains and losses due to interests, especially when the company becomes bigger and stronger, and the interests involved become more and more huge. Maybe a few shares at the beginning will become extremely valuable, and the contradiction will be deeper, which can easily lead to a decline in a company, even if a company goes from prosperity to decline. What is even more sad is that partners, who used to be close friends, brothers, relatives, etc., ended up turning against each other because of the issue of share distribution. There are quite a few, especially when the company becomes bigger. This is especially true regarding the issue of control of the company. Many times when starting a business, no one may have thought that it would grow bigger and bigger. And we Chinese people don't pay much attention to this aspect. Some partners didn't pay much attention to shares at the beginning, but they found out after they grew bigger. When we work together, our own interests are very different from those of our partners, and conflicts between them will arise from this. The issue of shares is a very important issue. I think we need to solve this issue now to avoid conflicts and estrangements caused by this matter in the future. It doesn't matter whether there are entrepreneurs or not. We can't do it because of this matter, and it ended up hurting the relationship between us brothers. Zhao Dongya spoke first. He considered the problem more thoughtfully and thought more far-sighted. After listening, the others all nodded in agreement. Originally, we thought that if we pulled together a few 100,000, the shares would be better distributed and everyone's shares could be more evenly distributed. But now, if the money comes in and invests 5 million, the three of us will definitely not be able to keep up. So this regarding the issue of share allocation. No matter what happens, you will suffer losses if you make money. Zhao Dongya pondered for a while, and then slowly spoke to Qianjin. Ha ha. Who among us is following whom? What's more, where did I suffer the loss? In terms of technology, it was Li Fu's side to solve the problem. In terms of creativity, it was also Li Fu's side. In terms of management in the later stage, I think you, Zhao Dongya, are more suitable. In terms of promotion, the planner is none other than you, Wang Wanli. And I am just a playboy with all my money. Except for providing some money, I don't know anything. When you calculate capital, you can't just calculate the original capital. In this case, Li Fu will have nothing at all. You must know that without Li Fu's technology and creativity, we can't accomplish anything. Although Qianjin, the young master, usually laughs and laughs but is not serious. He is very good as a person. He knows that several of his roommates, especially Li Fu, cannot keep up with him in terms of investment. So he emphasizes other intangible things. The asset in is also a kind of capital. From this alone, we can see that Qianjin is definitely not a rich second generation who is just waiting to die, but a person who really has a brain, knows how to advance and retreat, understands the importance, and can also be willing to give up. If he doesn't understand this and is like a dumbass, thinking that since he has invested the most, he should hold the vast majority of the shares, there is no doubt that the other people in the dormitory will not play with you. This is starting a business. More funds will naturally make you more abundant. Although less funds may be tight, it is not impossible to operate. Especially Li Fu. Li Fu himself has no money. He wants to invest entirely with technology and creativity. This thing is very difficult to evaluate and calculate. Technically speaking, it is relatively easy to evaluate. There are things like creativity. There is a lot of water in it. Sometimes an idea has a huge effect and can often create a new situation. But once the idea is spoken out and everyone knows it, the idea is worthless. To put it harshly, it is not impossible for Qianjin to do this alone without Li Fu. After all, he has money. Just find a game development team. Obviously, Qianjin is a person with high emotional intelligence. And he is not a villain. Although he is a little willful when he is rich, he is essentially a person who is easy to get along with and understands the principles of life. He knew the situation of the other people in his dormitory, and he knew better who was really important in the entire partner team. So he simply chose a smart approach, focusing on Li Fu's technology and creativity, and also pointed out Zhao Dongya's management abilities, Wang Wanli's promotion and planning abilities. At the same time, he said that he was worthless and a playboy who had nothing but a little money, so that his book friends would not be too embarrassed when they discussed the distribution of shares later. Qianjin's words made the other people smile slightly, and they suddenly felt that there wouldn't be too many disputes over the share distribution, because Qianjin, who invested the largest amount, had already made huge concessions, and obviously everyone would not do it later. It would be too much. Let's do this. Everyone will talk about their investment situation, and then talk about how many shares they want to hold. Finally, we will make concessions to each other. This investment includes cash, technology, creativity, management, etc. Zhao Dongya thought for a while, then slowly said after thinking about it, I'll be the first to propose. I will invest 200,000 yuan, and be responsible for the overall operation, management, and many other aspects of the company. I hope to hold 20% of the shares. Zhao Dongya smiled. He was naturally the first to speak when he suggested something. He seemed very confident when he spoke. And he was quite confident in his abilities. I will invest 100,000 yuan. Plus, I will be responsible for the company's overall planning, promotion, and marketing. I can only account for 10%. Wang Wenli was the second to speak. He knew very well that he didn't have much technical skills. And he didn't need much money. The only people who could speak out were senior players in the game industry, who still had a certain understanding of games. Ha ha. Everyone is so humble. But I am thick-skinned. I will invest 5 million. And 30% is enough. Qian Jin smiled and scratched his head. Zhao Dongye 20%. Wang Wenli 10%. Qian Jin 30%. Which adds up to 60% of the shares. Leaving 40% of the shares. The three people looked at Li Fu in unison. You are all so humble. I don't have a penny. The only thing I have is a little bit of technology and entrepreneurship. Later I will be responsible for game technology. I cannot account for 40% at all. For me, 20% is enough. About there. Li Fu smiled and shook his head. He had to hold 40% of the shares without paying a penny. You must know that the total investment now reaches 5.3 million. In the blink of an eye, he has assets of more than 2 million. Li Fu, it feels really inappropriate. 20% is too little. I think Li Fu's 30% is more reasonable. After all, technology development is a very critical core issue. In addition, without Li Fu's creativity, civilization would not have the goal of starting a business together. 30% it's not too much. Zhao Dongye pondered for a while, and then spoke slowly. He added a 10% share to Li Fu. The reasons he gave made Qian Jin and Wang Wenli nod in support. If Li Fu accounts for 20%, it is indeed too little. The technology alone is more than this price. Not to mention the creativity in it. Qian Jin nodded. From the beginning, he focused on the importance of Li Fu's technology and creativity. It's less. At least 30%. A few of us don't understand technology. And technology is the primary productive force. Wang Wenli also had no objection and believed that technical aspects were the most important. How can this be done? 20% is really enough. I have already estimated my skills very high. Li Fu smiled and declined politely. Li Fu accounts for 30%. That's it. I think the remaining 10% can be used as stock incentives for employees in the future. For the time being, we can allocate it according to the current proportion. Later, when the company becomes bigger and stronger, we can take it come out and motivate employees who have made great contributions. Zhao Dongye smiled and waved his hand to confirm the distribution of shares. He has now thought of using the remaining 10% to motivate employees when the company becomes bigger. From this alone, you can see who Zhao Dongye is. His talent is really very long-term in looking at problems and thinking about things. Well, I think this distribution plan is very reasonable, and I have no objection at all. Wang Wenli nodded and supported with a smile. I don't have any objection. Hee. After all, I still have an advantage. I can make money with everyone even though I don't know anything. Qian Jin also smiled and agreed. I think there is a problem. My shareholding ratio is too high. When we are talking about business, we can do whatever we want. We should learn more from Europe, the United States and Japan in this regard. Brothers are still settling accounts. Li Fu smiled and shook his head in opposition. He always felt that he had too many shares and was taking advantage of others. Although Li Fu was from a poor family, he had no habit of taking advantage of others. The opposition was invalid. The 4 of us voted. 3 of us voted in favor, and 1 voted against. According to the principle of the minority obeying the majority, the company's share allocation meeting successfully passed the motion. Zhao Dongye smiled and dismissed Li Fu's objection. Yes, Li Fu, your 30% stake will definitely not be much. You will be busy with technical matters in the future, and product development, operation, and maintenance will all depend on you. 30% of the shares will even it's all a bit missing. Yes, 30% of the shares is reasonable. Let's not waste time on this issue. Chapter 11. Entrepreneurship Center. Li Fu smiled helplessly. He also remembered the humility of his roommates and thought about finding an opportunity to compensate them in the future. Of course, it would be no problem for Li Fu to hold 30% of the shares in terms of technology and creativity. It cannot be regarded as taking advantage. Since everyone cares about it like this, then I will take 30%. That's right. Technology is priceless. And so is innovation. Zhao Dongya patted Li Fu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Now that we have finished talking about the shares, and we have the funds, it is time to discuss improving the team. Since we want to start a business, we should formalize our operations from the beginning and strive to make our business bigger and stronger. No matter what you do, you must at least make a name for yourself in the gaming industry. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier." Zhao Dongya then spoke slowly. This kind of leadership temperament seems to be innate. He always considers problems step by step, considers all aspects, does things in an orderly manner, and is also a very ambitious person. If nothing else, we first need to add financial, administrative, and other related office staff. Considering our current situation, we can implement a policy of elite troops and streamlined administration. We don't need many people, but each functional department must be established. Zhao Dongya first suggested that he was considering the operation and management aspect. He would also be responsible for the company's operation and management in the future. So it was natural to think of the personnel in these functional departments first. The marketing and promotion side also needs some manpower, but not too many. 2 or 3 will be enough in the initial stage. Wang Wanli also nodded and named the manpower he needed in this area. Well, my side needs talents who understand computer art and computer software design, especially in computer art. The design of a large number of heroes, special effects skills, costumes, and props requires professional art talents. Software, this area also needs some real experts. Li Fu pondered for a while, and then listed the talents he needed to use in his product development process. Li Fu himself did not know much about art, although Xiaoying would help. Li Fu couldn't rely on Xiaoying for everything. So let people doubt that if you specialize in a field, you will attract attention if you are too dazzling in a field that you are not good at. Well, it seems that we will need to add more or less a dozen people to form a complete team. The way I see it, in order to save money as much as possible, I think it's best for our entire team to find people from the school classmates around us. Students in school, although they can't work around the clock, they have the passion for work. Enthusiasm is very high, and the most important thing is that we can do it without spending too much money. Zhao Dongya pondered for a while, calculated carefully, and began to search for relevant personnel in his mind. He had wide connections, many friends, and talents in various professions. I know all the students majoring in finance and administration, so I can easily find the corresponding manpower. I also know some people on the computer side, and I can definitely find them. As for the manpower for game promotion, Wang Wanli is still responsible for it. I'm just looking for friends related to computer art and art. I really don't know many, so I won't be able to find a suitable candidate for a while. I know people who are talented in computer art and art. Many of my former girlfriends are from the Imperial Academy of Fine Arts. They are all very good at drawing. I will be responsible for this and find the most professional person to take care of it. Come over. Qianjin, who had been silent for a long time, smiled proudly. This romantic young man had fallen in love with thousands of flowers, including his ex-girlfriends. Awesome. The other 3 people were speechless for a while, and could only widen their eyes in admiration. Now the whole of China has set off a wave of entrepreneurship under the call from above, especially the college students, who are the most energetic, thoughtful and passionate in the entire society, are the main targets of the call. Yanwan University is one of the best in China. Universities in China are naturally not far behind in this regard. As one of the representatives of China's top students, students from Yanwan University have always led the entire country. There are many students starting their own businesses at Yanwan University, and they have also given birth to many fatally successful entrepreneurs who are known throughout the country. Yanwan University Entrepreneurship Center. The entire Entrepreneurship Center is a standard office building, more than 10 stories high and covering an area of thousands of square meters. It was built with donations from a successful senior student of Yanwan University, and is specially used for it is for junior students from Yanwan University to start their own businesses. There are even many outstanding graduates of Yanwan University, and many wealthy seniors have jointly invested in the establishment of an entrepreneurial fund to provide low-interest, or even interest-free loans to Yanwan University students in need of funds. And if they are good according to the project plan, there will also be a special investment fund to invest in the project. It can be said that although this entrepreneurship center seems to be inconspicuous among Yanwan University, it is a real phoenix hatchery. Basically, several successful entrepreneurial companies stand out every year, and some even start up in just a few years. It was so scary to go public, The Entrepreneurship Center of Yanwan University is not only supported by outstanding graduates of Yanwan University, but also has strong support from the state and the school. The cost of starting an entrepreneurial office here is almost negligible, and this alone is enough. Countless entrepreneurial teams have benefited greatly. You must know that in many cases, the cost of renting an office alone is a very huge expense. If you don't rent it, just finding a place seems not formal enough. If you want a more formal place, the cost is not low. Every office in the Entrepreneurship Center of Yanwan University is designed and arranged in accordance with international standard office environment. It is very high-end, and the rent is almost negligible. It is only a symbolic management fee. Such superior conditions naturally attracted the entire entrepreneurial team of Yanwan University. In the entire Entrepreneurship Center building, there are hundreds of entrepreneurial teams of various sizes, and there are also many well-known entrepreneurial companies. Here you can hear the heated discussions among various teams. All kinds of ideas are only imaginable by you. Nothing is impossible. Li Fu and others who want to start a business naturally cannot miss such an excellent place. They can get an ideal office space without much investment. This is simply a paradise for entrepreneurs. TSK. Not bad. Not bad. There are so many small cars parked here in this entrepreneurial center, and some of them are pretty good. It seems to be a good feng shui treasure place. At this time, Li Fu and Qianjin went to the Entrepreneurship Center together, preparing to apply for an office. Qianjin looked like a young man, looking at the cars parked outside the Entrepreneurship Center, including some expensive luxury cars. And suddenly the whole person said with a smile, "Of course, our school's Entrepreneurship Center has incubated many famous entrepreneurial companies, some of which have even gone public. The most famous one recently is the bicycle sharing company." Li Fu nodded. He had looked up the relevant information on the Entrepreneurship Center and learned about the relevant history. He knew that this place was extraordinary, and that it was a real entrepreneurial business incubator. TSK. When our company makes money, we will also equip each of us with a car. It will definitely feel different to drive the car we bought with our own money. Qianjin looked at the people coming and going in the Entrepreneurship Center in a hurry, as if time was money, and couldn't help but think about the little days in the future. Step by step. We cannot imitate the corruption of those big companies at the beginning. Only when we truly stand firm can we be qualified to show off. Li Fu couldn't help but shake his head. He was quite speechless about the money coming in. This was just the beginning, and he was thinking about how to spend the money in the future. I'm just kidding. The startup companies I invest my money in will definitely make money, and they will definitely become bigger and stronger. It doesn't matter if I buy a few cars to show off. If the company goes public, I will personally ring the bell. Upon hearing this, Qianjin raised his eyebrows and took the lead into the Entrepreneurship Center with a cocky look. Entrepreneurship Center Management Center. Yanwan University's Entrepreneurship Center Management is also the responsibility of the Yanwan University Student Union. The daily operations, management, etc. of the entire building are all managed by the students of the Student Union and never interfere with the school. Hello. I would like to apply for an office to start a small company. In the Management Center, Li Fu looked at the beautiful woman who was reading a book in front of him. He seemed to know him, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. However, she had long hair and simple and plain clothes. Although he didn't see her whole face, it can still be seen that this is a standard beauty. Oh, okay. Please fill out the form first. Li Fu's voice made her raise her head, revealing a face as charming as a country, with a beautiful oval face, a long and delicate snow-white neck, big gem-like eyes, and a delicate upturned nose. The whitewash turned out to be a rare all-natural beauty. At this time, she smiled habitually, and she was so charming that Li Fu, who was closest to her, couldn't help but froze. Facing such a beautiful person, no one could help but want to see more. A few glances, but it makes people feel ashamed and dare not look directly. Ah! Oh! Okay! The laughing voice of the little shadow in his mind made Li Fu recover quickly. But he seemed a little panicked. He took the form she handed over and began to read it carefully, and then started to fill it out. Ha ha! Master! Isn't this beauty beautiful? Xiaoying! Chapter 12. Wang Yun. In Li Fu's mind, Xiao Ying's voice laughed somewhere, which made Li Fu want to find a hole in the ground and burrow down. He was really a little out of control just now. In the imperial capital, beautiful women are not uncommon. It's easy to just walk around on the street. I can see a lot of them. But the beauty in front of me is so beautiful. It is not an exaggeration to describe the beauty of a country. 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 More importantly, in today's era of popular packaging and dressing up, it is really rare for beauties to be beautiful without makeup. The other party does not have any fans, and is dressed simply in the simple. Momentary smile made Li Fu completely stunned. In order to cover up the chaos in his heart, Li Fu could only look at the form without daring to raise his head, and began to read it carefully. Wang Yun looked at the person, who was looking down at the form carefully, and smiled slightly. This happened not once or twice. She was used to it. She picked up the book in her hand, and continued reading. The content on the form is also very simple. It is nothing more than some entrepreneurial projects. General ideas. The approximate size of office you need to apply for. Contact persons. And some basic cost details. Etc. Well, it is indeed an entrepreneurship center. And it lives up to its name. The requirements are very low. Anyone who is a student at Yenhuan University can apply. The fee is also quite cheap. It is basically free for everyone to use. Li Fu read the form from beginning to end. Although it is a form, it is also an instruction manual. It explains in detail the matters that need to be paid attention to in the Entrepreneurship Center, and the preferential policies that can be applied for in the Entrepreneurship Center. Among them, interest-free and low-interest loans are very attractive to long-term entrepreneurial teams. Of course, the most attractive thing is that the Entrepreneurship Center has channels to contact domestic venture capital institutions. Venture capital institutions are definitely the ones that countless entrepreneurial teams dream of having access to. A good entrepreneurial project will often receive rounds of A, B, and C rounds of financing, and it will soon be listed in large quantities. Making money and becoming a billionaire overnight is no longer a dream. As long as there are good entrepreneurial projects and ideas, and there is no shortage of funds, investments, venues, etc., outstanding graduates and seniors from Yenhuan University will strongly support it. This is simply a paradise for entrepreneurs. No wonder our school's Entrepreneurship Center produces so many golden phoenixes every year. With such a good entrepreneurial environment, it's hard to get results. Li Fu smiled and nodded. He had checked many entrepreneurial cases online beforehand. Most entrepreneurial projects in the entire society failed at his own hands. But there were also a considerable number of entrepreneurial projects due to lack of funds and investment, which ultimately exhausted the entrepreneurs' funds and failed. In today's society, competition is very fierce. Basically, there is a threshold limit for everything you do, and this threshold is getting higher and higher. It is difficult for entrepreneurs to succeed without a certain economic foundation. This is why Li Fu found himself the most important thing is cooperation. Because I have no money, so I can only find rich people to cooperate. Picking up the pen, Li Fu started to fill out the form, preparing to apply for an office with about 30 people in the Entrepreneurship Center. There was not much to fill in on the application form. Obviously, the management of the Entrepreneurship Center's management of the entrepreneurial team was relatively loose. It can also be regarded as an encouragement. Li Fu, haven't you finished it yet? Just when Li Fu was about to finish filling out the form, Xian Jin's idle voice came over. When he just entered the Entrepreneurship Center, Xian Jin saw a beautiful woman, so he naturally ran over to pick her up and let Li Fu do it. People come and apply. About there. Li Fu quickly filled out the contents on the form, insisted on it carefully, and confirmed that there was no problem. Wang Yun, Beauty Wang, why are you here? When Xian Jin came in, he was naturally attracted by the beautiful woman in front of him at first sight. But he immediately put aside his careless attitude and said to Wang Yun with a smile, Wang Yun, oh, I thought I had seen her somewhere. It turned out to be her, the only one Xian Jin whose pursuit failed. When Li Fu heard this, he immediately remembered that when he was a freshman, Xian Jin, who had just entered the school, was shocked when he saw Wang Yun, and immediately launched a vigorous and violent offensive. However, no matter how powerful Xian Jin's sugar-coated cannonball, the Wang Yun in front of him didn't show any emotion at all. I don't know what happened in the end. Anyway, Xian Jin ended up in failure. He was very depressed for a while. Every time he mentioned this matter, Xian Jin would feel that this was the biggest regret and failure in his life. Why can't I be here? Why don't you? A rich playboy. Come here if you don't want to spend time with your beauty? Wang Yun didn't look good on Xian Jin at all. She didn't have a good impression of this playboy who stalked her back then. My roommates and I have a good idea, and we are going to learn how to start a business. Oh, I remember that you are in charge of the management of the Entrepreneurship Center in the Student Union, and you will be working under Miss Wang in the future. Please take care of me. Qian-Jin didn't seem to notice that Wang Yun was not in a good mood, and said with a smile, "It's not about caring. Everything is done according to the rules. I just hope you won't harass the female classmates here in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Yun issued a warning coldly. She knew very well what kind of person Qian-Jin was in front of her. He was a playboy through and through. He was a very famous veteran in the whole Yanwan University. He didn't even know that his girlfriend had changed. How many? And even more so, how many ignorant girls were fascinated by his sweet words, and eventually gave up? What is harassment? I'm that kind of person. Although I'm a little flirty, I'm definitely not vulgar, let alone a gangster. Qian-Jin pouted and said helplessly, knowing his reputation in school. Okay, I can't control other places, but the Entrepreneurship Center is under my control. If I see you harassing female classmates here, don't blame me for giving you a hard time. Wang Yun pretended to be very fierce to scare Qian-Jin. Of course, Wang Yun would definitely do it if necessary. What she hated most was a young man like Qian-Jin who used his family's capital to do whatever he wanted outside. Although the money is just for having more girlfriends, it's not bad in other aspects. Beautiful Wang has her destiny, so naturally she doesn't dare to disobey her. Qian-Jin shrugged helplessly, saying that you are the boss and everything will be obeyed by you. Qian-Jin knew very well that the Wang Yun in front of him was quite extraordinary. Not only was she a master with a black belt in karate, but more importantly, her background was astonishing. There was no comparison between his family and the other party. My family just made some money from real estate, and compared with the other family, it is not in the upper class at all. Hello, this is our application form. Please help us to see if there is anything wrong. Li Fu on the side had been watching silently, and also smiled. The reputation of his roommate had already spread throughout Yanwan University, and it could be said that it was a mixed bag of good and bad. Wang Yun looked at Li Fu, took the form submitted by Li Fu with his delicate hands, and began to read it carefully. Then he turned on the computer next to him and started searching. After a while, the results were available. Room 602 just meets your requirements, and it just happens that no one is using it. If there are no problems, you can use room 602. In addition, the Entrepreneurship Center only provides chairs, and you need to purchase computers and other office equipment yourself. Our Entrepreneurship Center provides broadband internet for free. Wang Yang carefully checked the information submitted by Li Fu. There was nothing wrong with it. However, it was still relatively rare for an entrepreneurial team to raise more than 5 million in funds at one time. But in a blink of an eye, he knew that there was someone with the money next to Li Fu to invest in this rich young man. It's not surprising at all. After checking the information on the computer, Wang Yun quickly found an office suitable for Li Fu's team, and accepted the application of Li Fu and others. It was very simple and relaxed, and even the internet broadband was provided for free, which shows that Yanwan the University Entrepreneurship Center has all kinds of favorable conditions. Thank you so much. When Li Fu heard this, he smiled and thanked him. You don't need to thank me. This is my job. I hope you can start your business successfully. If you need any help in the future, you can always come to the management office. Wang Yun was very businesslike and neat in his work. He quickly entered the relevant information into the computer and then took over an agreement. This is an agreement. If there are no problems, sign it. This is the key to room 602. There are only 2 keys. You are not allowed to get more keys privately. Also, please take good care of the property of the Entrepreneurship Center. Wang Yun usually explains various matters that need attention while quickly completing various procedures. In fact, it is very simple. Yanwan University responded to the national call to encourage college students to start their own businesses. The management of the Entrepreneurship Center is also very simple and loose, with very few conditions and restrictions. It is more about various preferential policies and encouragement, and there is no thought of starting a business. The center is here to make money. Otherwise, it would not be handed over to the student union to manage. Li Fu took the agreement and read it carefully. The agreement was very simple. It was nothing more than caring for public property, compensating for damage according to the price, and other matters. There were no problems, and Li Fu signed the signature happily. Sorry to bother you. After all the procedures were completed, it took less than 10 minutes for Li Fu to get the key to room 602. He had to sigh at the ease of the Entrepreneurship Center and thanked Wang Yun with a smile. You're welcome. If you want to thank me sincerely, if we need to recruit more workers in the future, please help those students in our school who have family difficulties. Wang Yun smiled and said, as before, he gave some advice to these entrepreneurial students, which can be regarded as helping those students with more difficult family conditions. Chapter 13. Entrepreneurial Team. A few days later, Room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center was filled with people. Zhao Dongye, Li Fu, Qian Jin, and Wang Wanli were naturally indispensable. As the core of the entrepreneurial team, the four of them were holding a King of Kings meeting, the first general meeting of the pesticides team. Everyone, welcome to join our Wangja Pesticide Entrepreneurship Team. Today is the first time we hold a general meeting of all members, and it also officially announces the establishment of our Wangja Pesticide Entrepreneurship Team. As the general manager of the King Pesticide Team, Zhao Dongye was the first to speak. His voice was loud and full of confidence. There seemed to be invisible magnetism in his words. People couldn't help but think that following him would be a good idea. As he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in room 602. All of them, who were still college students, clapped excitedly. Being able to start a business while still in college is obviously an exciting thing. Here I want to announce something first. Our Wangja Pesticide Team has raised more than 5 million Chinese dollars in entrepreneurial funds. So we can be regarded as small rich people among the entrepreneurial team. And our 4 shareholders have also decided to spend 10% of the shares as rewards to reward outstanding members who have made outstanding contributions to our team. Zhao Dongye is obviously not a boss who only talks about feelings, but also knows the core of operation and management. For employees, they prefer a boss who can provide substantial rewards. 10% of the shares are only based on the startup capital. Come to think of it, it's over 500,000. The entire entrepreneurial team, except for the 4 core founders, only has 20 people in total. In total, each person can receive an incentive of more than 20,000 yuan. This is a real reward. The key is that it is still a stock. A dry stock. As long as you work hard, perform well, and make the entire game bigger and bigger, it won't be just 20,000 in the future. It may be 2 million or 20 million. When it comes to starting a business, no one can say that you will definitely succeed, and no one can deny you outright. However, young people in college are naturally full of daydreams, and they are also an age that loves to pursue dreams and is willing to work hard. Zhao Dongye looked around at the excited and applauding teams, and nodded with satisfaction. The carrot was already hanging high in front of everyone, and the Trend team members were working hard. Today is the first time our team has met. It's very likely that everyone doesn't know each other yet. According to the old rules, let's introduce each other first and get to know each other. In addition, I established a micro chat group and everyone joined in. Let's start with me. My name is Zhao Dongye. I am a third-year student in the Department of Economics and Management. From now on, you can call me Dongye, Xiaoye, Zhao Dongye, whatever. But definitely don't call me boss, Mr. Zhao, etc. We are all classmates, business partners, and brothers and sisters. So we don't need to be so serious and formal. Zhao Dongye had a smile on his face, and there was no airs in his words. This is one of the reasons why he has many friends. More than half of the entire entrepreneurial team was recruited by him. He has many friends and a wide network of contacts. Can I call you Xiye? Someone immediately said jokingly. The speaker was Li Qi, a software expert from the School of Computer Science and a good friend of Zhao Dongye. He always liked to joke. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room 602 was filled with laughter. That's not good. It sounds like I'm too senior. They call me old, Zhao Dongye said with a smile. Obviously, he would never take such little jokes to heart. Amidst the laughter, the entire entrepreneurial team began to introduce themselves one by one. Needless to say, Li Fu, Qian Jin, and Wang Wanli, as the core and major shareholders of the entrepreneurial team, will naturally be introduced first. Among the entire entrepreneurial team, there are 9 experts in the software field of the School of Computer Science. Each of them is relatively well known. Among them, there are a few relatively powerful people who are quite arrogant. They just agreed to Zhao Dongye to come over first to see if the entrepreneurial team is really good. If it is feasible, we will agree to join. After all, in this era, there are too many cases of internet entrepreneurship. As people in this industry, They have naturally come into contact with many seniors. And they are also the targets of many internet entrepreneurial teams. Zhao Dongya also has a wide network of contacts and a good reputation. If ordinary people may not be able to invite them. Among them, the most powerful one is Li Qi, who just spoke. He once won the first prize in the computer software design competition for college students and participated in the development of some company's software. It is said that some companies want to book him in advance before he graduates. Peng Jin, Bao Yishan, Ping An, Zhang Yuan, Lu Dan, Yang Zian, Lu Meng, and Li Xiuji. These 8 people are all similar to Li Qi. They have achieved a small amount in the computer industry and can be regarded as little masters. 1. Each has experience in software development. In addition to the 9 people responsible for product development and operations, the most numerous are the army of girls responsible for game beautification, characters, props, and skin design. There are as many as 9 of them, which is a very large team. The most important thing is that they are all beautiful women. These are the people who have paid to find people for this playboy. It is said that half of them are his ex-girlfriends. Bai Wei, a top student in the Fine Arts Department of Imperial College of Art. As long as she is given a pen, she can draw flowers and record the scenery with her own brush. Of course, just being able to draw is not enough. The most important thing is that she can also using computer software to draw the paintings again is the most critical point. The entire 9-person team of girls is almost the same as Bai Wei. Not only can they draw, but they are also proficient in using computers to draw. This is a new type of profession that is getting better and better with the development of the internet. It is an increasingly popular profession, and everyone is eager to get it from countless game companies. After all, in the game industry, players are becoming more and more picky. Not only whether the playable scenery is beautiful, whether the character design is handsome or cute, whether the design of the small animals is cute or not. These factors are one of the important factors to attract game players. Bai Wei, who is tall and slender, has a slight smile on her delicate face, and her voice is very pleasant. The singles in the entire entrepreneurial team are very jealous and can't help but look at her more. In addition to Bai Wei, Wei Shui, Chen Shuang, Xiao Lan, Qin Xiaoxian, Wang Nanqin, Su Yanan, Tang Shuao, and Xie Minjing. These 8 girls also have clear and sweet voices and beautiful faces. And some of them are even Qian Jin. The ex-girlfriend cannot be too bad. And the other people are also their friends, classmates and the like. In addition to these 2 important members, there are also Shen Shi, who is responsible for assisting the company's financial and operational management, and Zhou Jingyuan, who is responsible for game promotion and planning when Wang Wanli is looking for people. The entire team adds up to 24 people. There are 15 men and 9 girls. It can be regarded as a team of men and women. It is not tiring to work. Unlike many entrepreneurial teams, which are all men, they always feel that something is missing when working. It took nearly an hour, and all 24 people in the team were introduced. They all got to know each other, and everyone knew that this was one of their own. Everyone just got to know each other. Our entire team is full of talents. Li Qi, Peng Jin, and Bao Yishan are all famous masters in the School of Computer Science. Bai Wei, Wei Shui, Chen Shuang, and Xiao Lan. You 9 girls, but they are all beauties from the Imperial Academy of Fine Arts. So please don't tell anyone that we have 9 beauties here. Otherwise the door of our room 602 will be broken open. Zhao Dongya's joking words made the atmosphere lively once again. Everyone had smiles on their faces. There was less indifference between strangers and more smiles between friends. Let me talk about the division of labor. People in the product development and maintenance departments will follow Li Fu from now on. And Li Fu will be in charge. Ahem. I want to solemnly announce something to everyone here. Li Fu is still single. If you have resources, please help introduce them. Especially the 9 beauties in the art department must help introduce. Although Li Fu doesn't talk much at ordinary times, he is very sincere and ambitious. This time, the business of King Pesticide was also proposed by Li Fu. He is also the largest shareholder. He is very good at technical matters, and his future is limitless. If you have any sisters, best friends, classmates, etc., or if you are single, you must remember to help introduce Li Fu. Li Fu is a good person. Zhao Dongya, who was originally introducing the division of labor in a serious manner, immediately became Yu Lao as soon as the conversation changed. He actually helped Li Fu ask someone to help introduce the target. This made Li Fu dumbfounded. And everyone in room 602 was laughing. Laugh it out. My roommate doesn't have a boyfriend yet. I will bring him over tomorrow to introduce him to Li Fu. The quirky Su Yanan immediately said loudly. I have a best friend who doesn't have a boyfriend yet. She's a very good-looking person. Xiaolan also said with a smile. My good sisters don't have boyfriends either. They are looking for one. I think Li Fu is good. Bai Wei also smiled slightly and revealed the resources in her hand. Ahem. Let's talk first. If you're not a beauty, don't introduce me. Our great talent Li Fu is also a member of our 222. So she must be a beauty. Qian Jin was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. So he weakly made up for it with a knife. But was immediately stared at by his ex-girlfriends. Besides, the person we introduce must be a beautiful woman. And we will definitely not make fun of Li Fu's happiness. Qin Shaoxian is also a little pepper. So she naturally confronts Qian Jin without any politeness. Ha ha. Then I will really trouble everyone a lot from now on. Li Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone was so enthusiastic that he could only say with a smile. Chapter 14. King Pesticide. The winter in the imperial capital is cold and dry. Especially at night. Everyone is in a hurry and wants to return to their warm nest as soon as possible. They are unwilling to stay in this cold night for long. But at this time, the entrepreneurship center is brightly lit and bustling with people. College students who have classes during the day are using their evening time to work hard to pursue their dreams. The same is true in room 602. The entire King Pesticide team is extremely busy, nervously accelerating the development of the mobile game King Pesticide. Li Fu, I think there are still some problems in the design of our framework. You see, if we run the game according to the framework we have designed now, the entire game will last for more than half an hour. I think this is not possible. 10 people play games. That is, 10 mobile phones. Mobile phones are different from computers. There may be calls anytime and anywhere. We should take this into consideration. The game time cannot be the same as that of computer competitive games such as Dota and League of Legends. The average time of each game is more than 30 minutes. We should control the game time to within 20 minutes as much as possible, which means the pace must be accelerated. In the game development team, Li Fu and others are discussing the framework design of the game. Yang Xian, who has played Dota and League of Legends, keenly discovered the mobile MOBA game he is developing and the two computers. What's different about MOBA games? I think Yang Xian's suggestion is very reasonable. If the game time is too long, it will be a challenge for many novice players, which will greatly increase the difficulty of getting started. We should learn from the League of Legends and make this game as simple as possible. Easy to use. Even primary school students can quickly get started playing this game. Dota is a game that is more suitable for old players, but it is too difficult to get started. We have been learning to play this game these days, but basically we can't play it well. On the contrary, League of Legends quickly picked up the game, although it is easy to get started and difficult to master. But we are dealing with mass players, and more consideration should be given to the hearts of ordinary players. I think designs such as minion denial and gold coins upon death can be completely removed, because this will greatly increase the difficulty of the game and make it impossible for many novice players to make any money or buy equipment. So naturally they cannot experience the fun of the game. Li Qi also spoke. During these days, Li Fu and others summarized the advantages and disadvantages of Dota and League of Legends while playing games. At the same time, they tried their best to draw lessons from these two MOBA games in the design of King of Pesticides. What Yang Xian and Li Qi said are very reasonable. Keep talking. Li Fu took a small notebook, quickly recorded what the two said, and nodded. The benefits of having a team are revealed. When doing things, everyone discusses together. When everyone adds firewood, the flames are high. 3 cobblers can stand up to Zhuge Liang. Li Fu things that a person could not consider before can be brought up one by one. In addition, I think the damage calculation formula should not be too complicated. The damage calculation model of Dota is not very easy to calculate. We can learn more from League of Legends, but the damage calculation number of League of Legends is too large, and it can easily be thousands. Attacks and blood thickness of tens of thousands are not easy to calculate. Li Qi nodded. After getting along with him these days, he admired Li Fu from the bottom of his heart and was willing to praise his computer software skills. However, compared with Li Fu, they pale in comparison. Li Fu learned many more advanced computer technologies here. He originally thought that Li Fu majored in computer science. But when he learned that Li Fu actually majored in computer science and majored in biomedicine, Li Qi was even more impressed by Li Fu and lamented that genius really exists. The other 8 people in the entire team were similar to Li Qi. At first, they were somewhat disapproving of Li Fu's leadership, thinking that it was very inappropriate for a layman to lead an expert. However, in just a few days, Li Fu used his superb computer technology has conquered everyone. Li Fu could see the problem with many things just by looking at them. When learning something, Li Fu learned it immediately after just reading it once. People have to sigh. Naturally. For Li Fu as the core and boss of the team, his position is untouchable. Of course, what everyone really admires is that Li Fu is very easygoing and has no airs at all. Many times there will be arguments and opinions that go to the left. Li Fu will listen to other people's opinions first and wait until it doesn't work. Let's try Li Fu's opinions again. And Li Fu's opinions are often more practical. As for the damage formula, I think there is absolutely no problem in copying League of Legends. For most players, they will not study and calculate carefully. Most people just play the game for fun and will never put any thought into it. To study. Bao Yishan kept touching his chin. He shook his head and said, Bao Yishan's name is very interesting. He is similar to Li Fu. He was also born in a rural area. His hometown is in the deep mountains and old forests. His parents are very concerned about the mountains blocking the road. I hated him so much that I gave him such a name. That's true. Not many people pay attention to things like the damage calculation formula. Li Qi nodded after hearing this, and was not angry at all when being objected to. I think what Yang Xian said is very reasonable. We must shorten the game time to less than 20 minutes as much as possible. So I think the defense of this tower can be reduced a lot. It cannot be like the defense tower in Dota, which is very difficult. Push it down. In addition, because it is operated on a mobile phone, when purchasing equipment, we should make it a fool-like operation. As long as the gold coins reach a certain amount, you can purchase equipment. Directly give a guide, and you can purchase it with just one click. It cannot be like Dota. You still have to go back to the hot spring to buy it. Not to mention that some equipment has to be purchased in wild stores and synthesized. Everything has been simplified and foolproof. Each hero's equipment is given several directions. As long as you choose direction, when the gold coins reach a certain amount, you can first buy accessories, and then finally synthesize them all. And the most important thing is that equipment can be purchased anywhere on the game map. This saves a lot of trouble and makes it easy for players to get started. Peng Zhen also spoke. Basically, people who play computers also play games. However, playing games and developing games are completely different things. They require a keen eye and a unique vision. This suggestion is very good. I think our framework needs to be greatly modified. All cores should focus on a key point that everyone has just discussed, which is the difficulty of getting started with the game. If the game is to be promoted, it must be let more players enjoy this game. If a game is too difficult to get started, even if it is highly playable, the number of real game players will not be too many. The reason why League of Legends can become the most profitable game in the industry is because of the difficulty of getting started is very low. Even players who have never been exposed to this type of game can get started by just following the game guidance. The operation of the mobile MOBA game we develop needs to be simpler and easier to use than the computer operation. After all, a mobile phone is only a little bit smaller, and it is impossible to say that it has a keyboard and mouse like a computer. I wonder if it can also be set to automatically lock the target when releasing the skill. This would make it very easy for novices to get started, and there would be no problem of not being able to release the skill to someone. Li Fu nodded and praised everyone's suggestions very much, and adjusted the core ideas of the game design. At the same time, he also put forward some of his own views and opinions accordingly. After listening, the other people nodded one by one and began to speak enthusiastically. On the other side, the person in charge of the art team responsible for the design of game characters, props, skins, and special effects skills, Bai Wei, was also communicating with her team members at this time. When designing characters, we try to keep the proportions of the human body as much as possible. We can't be like other online games where the character design is very exaggerated. As for the special effects skills, the design should be as simple and clear as possible. Of course, we can also use our imagination a little bit in the design of character weapons and props, because many of our heroes are historical figures. So you also need to check historical data when designing. You can't let Guan Yu get the sword and Sun Wukong get the big axe. Bai Wei's voice is clear and loud. As the person in charge of the art project team, she looks like a big sister. She is very serious when doing things. She looks like a standard professional woman, just wearing a black suit. Professional women's clothing. The other girls also listened very carefully and worked very hard when they worked. Many times they put Li Fu and other male compatriots to shame. On the table next to them, on sheets of drawing paper, drafts of heroes are piled up. All are first drafts of pencil sketches. Some look mighty and extraordinary. Some look very cute. And some even more. At first glance, you can tell that she is cute, with a big head and a small body. Now the two busiest departments of the entire entrepreneurial team are game development and art design. As for the other people, they seem to be a little idle at this time. Although Qian Jing came over, he was just playing with his legs crossed. On the mobile phone, Wang Wenli and Zhou Zhongyuan are constantly collecting useful suggestions from game forums. It can be said that the entire entrepreneurial team is busy in order to come up with a king pesticide in their hearts as soon as possible. Chapter 15. People who learn computers are not computer repairers. In the cold winter of the imperial capital, the night shrouds the earth. Here in the entrepreneurship center, as the night gradually gets darker, the lights here are getting less and less. It is already more than 10 o'clock. And the young people pursuing their dreams also need to rest. He kept returning to his warm nest. Li Fu, we're going back first. You should go back early too. Things can't be done in a day or two by working overtime. As Li Qi packed his things, he said to Li Fu, who was still busy on the table next to him. Beside Li Qi, Peng Zhen, Bao Yishan and others had already packed their things and were waiting for him to leave. They are all computer majors, and their dormitories are in the same dormitory, very close to each other, so they stay together every time they go back. Well, please be careful on the road. I'll go back when I'm done here. Li Fu raised his head and responded with a smile. Among the entire team, these few people from the product development team were the only ones left. Li Fu was the last one to go back every time. In Li Fu's words, he wouldn't be happy if he didn't have a girlfriend anyway. I need to accompany him. And I don't have as many social activities as Zhao Dongya. So I might as well just stay here and do some busy work and the time will pass. Ha ha. We have nothing to fear. But you? Be careful not to be seduced by beautiful women at night. Bao Yishan said with a smile that now the entire entrepreneurial team likes to joke with Li Fu. And Li Fu always laughs it off. Li Qi, Peng Zhen, and Bao Yishan left room 602 talking and laughing. Room 602 became quiet, with only Li Fu quietly typing on the keyboard. While he was busy, time passed quickly, and it soon reached 11 o'clock in the evening. Li Fu stretched, stood up and moved his hands and feet, looking at the light shining in the dark world outside, and listening to the north wind. The sound that whizzed by made everyone feel ethereal. Xiaoying! Master, what's the matter? In his mind, Li Fu and Xiaoying were chatting, to relieve their boredom and relax their mood. Here at the management office of the Entrepreneurship Center, Wang Yun is still working overtime at this time. Tomorrow is the beginning of the month, and the detailed report of the Entrepreneurship Center's expenses for this month has not been made yet. Although the school has handed over the Entrepreneurship Center to the Student Union for management. But for each month Entrepreneurship Center fee review is relatively strict. On the first of every month, a detailed report of the previous month's fees must be prepared and submitted to the school finance office for review. And at the same time, the fees for the next month can be applied for. You know you have to go to the movies with your roommate even though you have to make a report today. If she falls in love, then she falls in love. It's not just once or twice. Each time. It's like life and death. And every time, someone has to accompany her to the movies. Wang Yun pouted while quickly controlling the computer, skillfully using Excel to perform statistics, analysis, and making reports. Why aren't you moving? Suddenly, Wang Yun found that her computer, which was running normally, was suddenly stuck. Although the mouse could be moved, the screen would not change. She couldn't help but click a few more times, and the entire screen was completely stuck. It's over! It's over! My data has not been saved yet. If the computer crashes and restarts, I will have to do it again. I don't know how long it will take to complete it. Wang Yun suddenly felt a headache. He checked carefully and found that when Excel was calculating, he clicked on other places, so it suddenly got stuck. This is a broken computer. It's an antique. It should have been replaced a long time ago. Everything in the Entrepreneurship Center is good, But this broken computer is an antique. Why don't any alumni donate computers to the Entrepreneurship Center? Wang Yun looked at the stuck computer angrily. The computers in the Entrepreneurship Center were naturally not good computers. They were old computers that had been used in other places in the school and had crashed not once or twice. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Wang Yun was reluctant to force shutdown and restart because the data was not saved. If he restarted, his work would be in vain. It seems that there is no chance of going back early today. Very reluctantly, but having no other choice, Wang Yun finally chose to press the force key button. Drop! Restarting the computer. I thought that although it might be a little slower, there shouldn't be any problems. The computer restarted not once or twice, but this time, the entire computer suddenly had a blue screen. No! Blue screen! You are still playing this with me at this time. Wang Yun looked at the blue computer screen and felt bad. What should I do? What should I do? I have to submit the report tomorrow morning. Wang Yun started to get anxious, and the brows on her beautiful face were wrinkled. It didn't matter if she worked overtime or overtime. After all, she could still make the report. Now she suddenly had a blue screen, and she didn't know what to do. With countless girls just like us, she is the kind of person who only knows how to play with computers, but doesn't know how to deal with some problems she encounters. By the way, let's see if there are any other students here in the Entrepreneurship Center. Some of them must understand this, especially those who start internet businesses. They must understand. Thinking, Wang Yun's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. It's too late. I don't know if anyone is there. Wang Yun anxiously checked the entire entrepreneurial center through the surveillance video to see if there were anyone else in that office. There are still people in room 602. I remembered that room 602 was moved here not long ago. It was founded by the playboy Qian Jin and his roommate. It is also an internet type. There must be someone who knows how to repair computers. Wang Yun's mind instantly recalled what happened when Li Fu and Qian Jin applied for an office some time ago. And then he walked non-stop to room 602, preparing to find someone to help repair the computer. In room 602, at this time, Li Fu was still learning biology-related technology from Xiao Ying in his mind. The most important role of the civilization seeds of super civilization is education. Li Fu basically studied with Xiao Ying when he had time. Xiao Ying, why is using genetic technology to extend lifespan an unpopular technological method? There is a concept of gene locks in many science fiction novels. Breaking gene locks can not only increase lifespan, but also gain terrifying abilities. Master, the secret of biological genes cannot be explained clearly in a short while. Lifespan can be extended through genetic technology, but in essence, the existence of life is due to vitality. Genetic technology only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. It can only treat the vitality. Only from this perspective can we essentially strengthen life and extend lifespan. In my mind, Xiao Ying is like a very patient teacher, faced with Li Fu, a curious person who likes to ask 100,000 whys. He is very patient in answering questions one by one. Each question points directly to the origin of the problem, the nature of the transaction. Boom! Boom! Is anyone here? At this time, Wang Yun's clear and sweet voice sounded outside the door, waking Li Fu up. Yes! Please come in! Li Fu had some doubts in his mind. Why would someone come over so late? And the person who heard the voice was definitely a beautiful woman. Wang Yun! Seeing the person coming, Li Fu recognized this famous beauty at a glance. I remember your name was Li Fu. Right. Wang Yun had a smile on his face, which was already beautiful. And his smile was as if it could melt the white snow in the cold winter. Yes. What's the matter? Li Fu smiled and nodded and asked. During the recent period, there have been a large group of beauties in charge of art and design in his room 602 every day. Li Fu's resistance to beauties has also improved a lot, and he is not as dazed as last time. It's like this. My computer has a blue screen. Now I'm in a hurry to use the computer to make a report. Do you know how to repair computers? Wang Yun smiled awkwardly, his face slightly red. Wait a moment while I pack my things. Although I am taking computer as an elective, people who study computer are not computer repairers, and I may not be able to do it well. As Li Fu packed up his things, he smiled and said to Wang Yang, situations like this are probably a pain for those who are not majoring in mathematics and computer science. If a classmate's computer breaks down, he will find someone who studies computer science to repair it. I feel that studying computers and repairing computers, it should be about the same. It doesn't matter. If you can fix it, it'll be great. If you can't fix it, it's okay. Wang Yun looked around the entire room 602 and responded with a smile. Soon, Li Fu packed up his things and came to the management center on the first floor. He looked at the old machine in front of him. The screen on it was dimly blue, and lines of English were flashing somewhere. Well, the system should be down. Li Fu looked at it, and then his hands flew on the keyboard. Soon, the entire screen went black. Then Li Fu restarted the computer, and the computer ran smoothly. There is too much garbage on your computer. It must have been a long time since the garbage was cleared, which is why it crashed. Li Fu wrote out lines of code on the computer with his hands flying, preparing to write a simple garbage cleaning program. Cleaning up the trash? It seems like it's been a long time since we've cleaned up the trash. Seeing that the computer returned to normal, Wang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Li Fu's fingers flying on the keyboard, he looked very serious and focused, and couldn't help but look at Li Fu a few more times. Li Fu looks very ordinary. Nothing too outstanding. But there seems to be an otherworldly temperament among the ordinary. Mysterious and full of mystery, which makes people want to find out. Okay, from now on, as long as you click on this program every once in a while and clean out the junk, the computer should rarely get stuck. However, this computer is too antique and should have been replaced a long time ago. A few minutes later, Li Fu compiled a simple small program for cleaning up garbage. Once he clicked it and ran it, countless garbage in the entire computer was cleaned up. The computer seemed to have lost its heavy baggage. The speed is much faster. Chapter 16. Beauty is like jade. Thank you. If it weren't for your help, I really don't know what I would have done. After hearing Li Fu's words, Wang Yun thanked him with a smile on his face. It's already past 11 o'clock. Do you have anything difficult to deal with? Let me help you. I may be faster. Li Fu looked at the time and saw that it was already 11:30. Looking at Wang Yun's anxious look and the sweat on her beautiful face, it was clear that this matter was really urgent. It's okay. I'd be very grateful if you could help fix the computer. I'll handle the rest myself. Why is it late? You should go back and rest early. Wang Yun smiled and shook his head. But Li Fu's words also touched her heart. Today, because her roommate fell in love and went to watch a movie with her, she was delayed. So the report has not been made. Now it seems that she has to work overtime until very late. It's okay. It's not safe for you as a girl to be late. Besides, if you delay going back later, the dormitory will also have objections. Right. I still know a little bit about computers. If you need any help, just ask. Tell me. Li Fu smiled and saw that she was alone. If it was during the day, forget it. At night, it would be better for classmates to help each other. Well, this is how it is. Every month, our management center must submit a detailed report of this month's expenses to the school finance office for review, and apply for the next month's expenses. All I need to do now is this report. Wang Yun gritted his teeth and finally nodded. What Li Fu said was not unreasonable. She had never returned to the dormitory after 12 o'clock. She also heard from her classmates that the dormitory ant was very powerful. It was difficult to ask the ant to open the door after 12 o'clock. It's difficult, and it's inevitable to complain. At the same time, when he thought about his roommate looking at him strangely, 2 red clouds flew up on Wang Yun's face. Where is the raw data? How does it need to be formatted? Li Fu nodded to express that he understood. At the same time, Li Fu ordered Xiaoying to search for some relevant information in his mind, and he quickly started learning on the spot. Through practicing the Yuanli method these days, not only has his body been exercised and become stronger day by day, but also the important thing is that Li Fu's brain has been continuously developed due to absorbing vitality. And he can learn things very quickly. The data is there. Here at the management office of the Entrepreneurship Center, Li Fu's fingers were flying on the keyboard, operating quickly according to Wang Yang's needs. He actually doesn't need a mouse. All operations are done with shortcut keys. Wang Yun looked at Li Fu's hands. His fingers were moving very fast, and he didn't even touch the mouse on the side. However, the report in the computer was quickly formed, and some complex formulas could be used easily. It looked just like those in the old finance department. Quite proficient in Excel application. Wang Yun, see if this works? More than 10 minutes later, Li Fu pressed the shortcut key to save, and the entire data was ready. The speed was many times faster than Wang Yun's own work. And this was the first time Li Fu had made such a report. No problem. You are so awesome. It used to take me at least 2 hours to make this report. but you finished it in just over 10 minutes. It's really amazing. Wang Yun carefully checked the report prepared by Li Fu. There were no problems. He even made many details more detailed. Some charts were made more reasonable and beautiful. She couldn't help but praise her. At the same time, she presented the data sent it to the email address of the reviewer of the school finance office. Thank you so much for today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. After finishing his work, Wang Yun felt extremely relaxed and thanked Li Fu with a sincere smile on his face. You're welcome. We are all classmates. Hurry up and pack your things. The dormitory door is about to close. Li Fu smiled. It was a good reward to be thanked by a beautiful woman. At this time, the entire entrepreneurship center had dimmed, and only the management center was still lit. Wang Yun simply packed up his things, turned off the lights, and prepared to return to the dormitory. Jingle bell! I wonder if you would mind sitting in my number 12 car. As soon as he left the entrepreneurship center, Li Fu was already waiting there on a bicycle with a smile on his face. Wang Yun hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Okay, I'm going to trouble you again. Sit down. A faint fragrance came. Feeling the temperature behind his back, Li Fu reminded him gently. Wang Yun held on to the cold iron frame with both hands. In the winter in the imperial capital, the temperature was very low. Even though she was fully armed, she still couldn't stop the roaring north. She couldn't help but shrink her neck. As soon as he got close to Li Fu, a warm feeling spread over him. Li Fu's whole body was like a warm heater. He didn't feel any coldness around him. Wang Yun looked at it with bright eyes. I found that Li Fu didn't actually wear much, but he actually radiated warmth, making people feel less cold in winter. It's really strange that you don't feel cold at all despite wearing so little. Feeling the bicycle's constant progress and the cold wind whistling by his ears, Wang Yang couldn't help but move closer to Li Fu. Getting closer and closer, Li Fu was like a heater. In this cold winter, people can't help but stick together, feeling the warmth on Li Fu's body, which was mixed with an indescribable aura. Wang Yang felt that his face was extremely hot. He had never been so close to any man before, and he didn't know what happened today. He actually agreed to ride on his bicycle. Li Fu's invisible aura made Wang Yun feel safe and secure. It was like a warm harbor at this time. No matter how the cold wind howled outside, there was still no influence in the warm harbor. Unknowingly, Wang Yun's hands that were originally holding the iron frame were placed on Li Fu's waist, as if they were a couple, with his beautiful face red, very close to Li Fu's back. Li Fu rode his bicycle through the campus. It was already close to 12 o'clock, and even the reluctant couple could no longer withstand the cold wind in the middle of the night. Li Fu didn't ride very fast. Maybe he was afraid that riding too fast would make Wang Yun behind him feel cold. Or maybe it was because it was the first time he took such a beautiful woman with him, and he always felt reluctant to leave. I want the journey back to be longer, and I want to spend more time together. The silent campus, the cold winter, the whistling north wind, a bicycle, and a couple of young men and women on the car who looked like lovers. As time went by, as they walked from the entrepreneurship center to the dormitory area, the number of pedestrians on the road became more and more. More and more. Naturally, those who refused to go back to the dormitory at this time were the pair of Mandarin ducks who were passionately in love. From time to time, in the cold wind or in the darkness, some people could not help but be separated for a short time, and they fiercely expressed their attachment to each other. Wang Yun pulled the broad hat on his head and buried his face in it, for fear of being discovered. His face became hotter and redder, and there was an inexplicable emotion stirring in his heart. As a famous beauty in Yanwang University, there are countless people pursuing Wang Yun, including many young talents of all kinds. Handsome ones, amazing family backgrounds, gorgeous ones. In short, there are many suitors of all kinds. However, Wang Yun has never fallen in love with anyone, and he will be polite to those who rely on their own talents. After all, it is normal for men to love women, fair ladies, and gentlemen to love each other. But for someone like Qian Jin, although Wang Yun didn't like it sincerely, born into the top wealthy family in the imperial capital, she has seen too much. She also knows that many of the second-generation people are quite outstanding themselves. She knows very well that those who pursue her are attracted by her beauty and beauty. Or maybe he took a fancy to the influence of the family behind her. Therefore, her external performance has always been that of a cold iceberg beauty. She simply dismisses the men she pursues and rejects them unceremoniously, which makes many people heartbroken. But today, for some reason, Wang Yun didn't feel the slightest resentment when he was with Li Fu. and even agreed to ride on Li Fu's bicycle. This made Wang Yun's face become redder and hotter. Now look at it. Looking at the classmates around them, they couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and burrowed down. Wang Yun buried his head deeply in the hat, and did not dare to raise it for fear of being discovered. At the same time, facing such a strange feeling, he always felt that something was sprouting in his heart. You've arrived at the dormitory. Go to bed early. Auntie is about to close the door. This section of the road seemed to be an extremely long one. Wang Yun felt that this was the longest journey he had taken in his college years, and the slowest time had ever passed. Of course, Li Fu's voice sounded, and the bicycle slowly stopped under the dormitory. Wang Yun felt relieved and hurriedly got off the car, then buried his head deeper. Thank you. You should go to bed early too. Wang Yun's voice was very low, as if he was afraid of being heard. After speaking, he hurried to his dormitory, his beautiful body looking even more charming in the cold wind. Li Fu watched Wang Yun disappear into the dormitory, smiled and shook his head. Without thinking too much, he rode his bicycle back to his dormitory, ready to have a good sleep, attend classes during the day, and work overtime to design products at night. Gaming is still quite tiring at the end of the day, but I'm a little tired. But I've had a very fulfilling life. In Wang Yun's dormitory, Wang Yun was nestled under the quilt, listening to his roommate crying softly because of his broken love, and thinking about what happened tonight. His whole face began to get hot again. What does it feel like to be in love? My roommate is so sad every time he falls out of love. But when he is in love, he looks happy every day. Is he happy or sad? Chapter 17. Rapid Progress. In room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center of Yanhuang University, the entire King Pesticide team seemed to be cheating because of the presence of Li Fu. The speed of game development was simply beyond imagination. The entire core framework construction work of King Pesticide was completed in just 1 week. Most of the work was completed by Li Fu. A pervert. Yes, the entire team now thinks that Li Fu is a pervert. It's so fast to learn things. Li Fu can quickly find solutions to any problems encountered in software programming. In addition, Li Qi, Peng Jin, Bao Yishan and others are also masters of the School of Computer Science. You can imagine the progress of the entire project. Of course, no one knows that the reason why Li Fu has such a terrifying learning ability and powerful software development ability is mainly due to the civilization seeds of the super-civilized Han technological empire in Li Fu's mind. As long as he has time, Li Fu will learn all kinds of scientific knowledge from Xiaoying in his mind. Among them, the knowledge he learns the most now is naturally software knowledge, as a tool used by super-civilizations to cultivate their own citizens. The power of civilization seeds, as you can imagine. Educational knowledge is taught from all angles, and in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Learning is easy, and progress is rapid. Of course, the more important reason is that Li Fu has practiced the Yuanli cultivation method taught by Xiaoying. He insists on practicing every day, absorbing more and more yuanqi, and his body has been greatly improved, especially the development of his brain. If Li Fu could be considered a genius before, then now Li Fu can be said to be a peerless monster. His brain development has reached an incredible level, and he can naturally learn things with twice the result with half the effort and make rapid progress. At this time, in room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center, Li Fujing, Li Qi, Peng Zhang, Bao Yishan and others were testing the framework of the game. The first system framework test of the King Pesticide System Framework has officially begun. Following Li Fu's order, the people from the game development team sitting together began to launch the test game. Lines of code flashed quickly on 10 computers. Li Fu and others stared at the computers, and at the same time, they felt very nervous. Anyone who does software development knows that they are most afraid of various problems when developing software, because many times what seems like a small problem may require a large project to be modified. Or even if a fatal flaw occurs, it may have to be repaired. Knock it all down and redo it all. If there is a person that software engineers hate the most, then Party A will definitely not be able to leave. Sometimes Party A's modification requirements one after another will drive software engineers crazy. Sometimes they work overtime just for a small problem. Staying up late is very common. It is no joke that it is said to be the profession with the shortest lifespan. Many software engineers can't stand the endless revisions and redoings, and even fall directly in front of the computer. Although the income is relatively good, to be honest, software engineers really what we are doing is fighting with our youth and our lives. Except for Li Fu. Everyone else looked at the test results nervously with thick eyes. As people in the computer industry, they are naturally very aware of the seriousness of problems in software design. Many defects are likely to be it as a fatal flaw. So whether it can pass the test also means whether everyone's hard work these days is paid off. Li Fu had a smile on his face. And he was quite confident about the framework of the game, because he had already asked Xiaoying to help with the OK test. There were no big problems, just some minor ones, and they were all very good, the kind that is easy to solve. So Li Fu now looks quite confident, with a smile on his face, not as nervous as others. The framework of the game is basically complete. The next step is to continuously enrich the game, import hero data, etc., plus process the game's graphics, maps, props, and game skill special effects. The entire the game is almost ready to meet people. In his mind, Li Fu was thinking about his next work plan. He must put the game on the market as soon as possible to make a profit, because Li Fu found that he was really going to die of poverty. As his practice of Yuanli Dharma deepens, Li Fu's body needs to replenish more and more energy. However, Li Fu's current living expenses are only a little bit. Only 1,000 yuan a month. And a few thousand yuan a semester. Block of living expenses. Originally, Li Fu's diligence and frugality were enough. But now Li Fu's food intake has greatly increased. More than 10 times more than before. And his living expenses for one semester can't even support him for a few days. Now Li Fu always borrows money from Qianjin, the rich second generation. Otherwise he would have no money to eat. The amount of food for each meal is really amazing. And the most important thing is that Li Fu's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. According to Xiaoying, a large amount of meat such as beef is necessary. Just eating whole grains will not have much effect. This is an important reason that drives Li Fu to continuously speed up the development of King pesticide. Li Fu needs money to satisfy his growing appetite, and to meet the needs of his Yuanli cultivation. The progress in art, and art is too slow now. Bai Wei and the others are very serious about their work. But they are female compatriots after all. And they are not from our Yanwan University. It is not very convenient to go back and forth every time. And they cannot work overtime too late. So far we have only designed a few game heroes. Thinking of this, Li Fu couldn't help but frown. If he continued at this pace, he didn't know how long it would take him to make the king of pesticides. We must find a way to speed up the progress. Can we outsource the design of game heroes? We can't outsource. Outsourcing will leak our own creativity. If large game companies know about it, with their strong strength, they can produce similar games in a very short time. It seems that I can only act a little more perverted and take over the computer game art and artwork. Bai Wei and the others can be responsible for designing the artwork, and I will be responsible for moving these artworks to the computer. Li Fu was thinking carefully in his mind, wanting to design the game as soon as possible so that it could be put on the market as soon as possible and earn profits for the company, so that Li Fu could have money to support himself. Master, in fact, if you leave these matters to Xiaoying, I can handle them in a few seconds. There are as many heroes as you want. So why bother? Xiaoying pouted in his mind. As an intelligent program from the civilization seed of the super-civilized Han technological empire, Xiaoying had no idea how terrible his abilities were. At least in the field of the internet. Li Fu felt that Xiaoying was a god and could do anything. No. As long as there is a network in the entire world, Xiaoying can sneak in countless times invisibly, and no one can detect it at all. Li Fu didn't have the slightest doubt about Xiaoying's words. And Li Fu even felt that if Xiaoying were to develop the game King pesticide, it would only take a matter of minutes. But Li Fu doesn't want to rely too much on Xiaoying. If something comes too big, he won't cherish it. Only things earned through the hard work of his own hands have value and meaning. So even through Xiaoying, he can get money from the global banking system. He could obtain infinite wealth from it. But Li Fu didn't know how to do it. Even if Xiaoying could develop various games to make money in a short period of time, Li Fu would still not choose to do so. Li Fu knew very well that the role of civilization seeds is to assist, guide, and educate. It is not used to solve problems and troubles. Xiaoying, it's just a game to develop. Although it seems quite troublesome now, and needs to do a lot of things. This is a beginning. I have to rely on my own abilities to get everything I need. Xiaoying, your ability is too powerful. If I become dependent on you, it will be very bad for my future growth. In his mind, Li Fu communicated with Xiaoying. He knew Xiaoying's kindness and politely declined. Of course I know this. As a programmer of the seed of civilization, I know my responsibilities very well. I just see that, master. You waste time on such trivial matters every day. seriously delaying the learning of scientific knowledge and the practice of Yuanli. That's why I thought of helping you. Master, things can be divided into important and secondary matters. There is no need to waste too much time on such trivial matters. The master should focus his time on more important things. The little shadow in my mind has a very anthropomorphic pout. As an intelligent program, its core revolves around cultivating its owner into a qualified super-civilized citizen. Let's start with small things first. Anyway, the game framework is already done. All that's left is to enrich the game. It won't take too much time. I won't let go of Yuanli cultivation and scientific knowledge learning. Don't worry. After this busy period, I will concentrate on doing these two things. Li Fu and Xiao Ing were constantly communicating in their minds. After more than half an hour of calculations, the test of the King Pesticide game framework was finally a complete success. Ha. Great. The test is very perfect. There are only some minor problems. We will correct them quickly. Bao Yishan, who comes from the countryside, looks dark and dull. But when he saw the test data, he laughed happily. Well, it's indeed perfect. I didn't expect that we could develop such perfect software in one go. Wow, it's incredible. I've never encountered it before. A software I participated in the development of before was far inferior to our King Pesticide. It also went through countless overhauls before it was approved. Li Qi also nodded, with a smile on his face, and seemed very relaxed. The same was true for the rest of the team, and the tension in their hearts disappeared. Chapter 18. The small goal of 10 million game players. The busy time is always very short. More than a month has passed in the blink of an eye, and it is already the end of November. In room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center of Yanhuang University, the entire Wangzhe pesticide team was here. Even Qian Jin, who had always been a miraculous dragon, was also here, with smiles on their faces. Everyone, I have a happy news to announce to you today. Our King Pesticide has officially passed the internal data test and can be officially launched on the market. Zhao Dongya's voice was loud and full of joy. He did not expect that the development speed of Wangzhe Pesticide was simply unbelievable, far exceeding everyone's expectations. He originally thought that it would be good if it could be launched at this time next year, but he did not expect that it would be so short. In just over a month, Wangzhe Pesticide has completed internal testing. No one believes this speed. You must know that King of Pesticide is not a small game, but a large-scale MOBA game. It is also a game for mobile phones. The game framework, hero design, props, skills, special effects, etc. Any one of them is very tedious work, and the workload is very huge. It would not be surprising if this game was developed by large and powerful internet companies and could be developed in more than a month. However, the entire team involved in the development is only 19 people, and it can be developed in just a short period of time. It took more than a month to make the game. This speed is more unbelievable than launching a satellite. But the fact is right in front of you, and you have to accept everything in front of you. However, everyone in the team knows that this is not too strange, because the entire team has a super abnormal existence. Li Fu, an all-rounder, as long as it involves computers, there is nothing he can't handle, and he can do it at a very fast speed. Amazing. From the compilation of game software to the design of game characters, props, special effects, skins, etc. Li Fu participated in the entire process and was the most important person. He alone was faster than the entire team. No matter how many times it is known, it can almost be said that most of the work in the entire game was completed by Li Fu. Li Abnormal. This is the new nickname given to Li Fu by the entire King Pesticide team. Of course, this nickname is not a derogatory term. On the contrary, it is a sign of admiration from the heart. When the girls in the art and art team look at Li Fu now, eyes full of little stars of admiration. As for people in the software development team, such as Li Qi, Pengjin, and Bao Yishan, they regard Li Fu as a god, an omnipotent god in computer technology. If the polygonal building of Ingjiang's family was invaded today, well, some people said it was Li Fu who did it, but they wouldn't think it was strange. In just over a month, Li Fu used his super abnormal computer skills and terrifying learning ability to make everyone in the team admire him, earning him the nickname, Pervert. As soon as Zhao Dongya finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the entire room 602. Everyone knew what it meant that the internal testing of the game was completed. It meant that everyone who had worked overtime these days would soon be tested by the market. Everyone from now on Whether to eat meat or drink northwest wind depends on the subsequent market reaction. Zhao Dongya raised his hand slightly to indicate that he had something to say, with a smile on his face. Next, the core of our team's work will focus on the promotion of this game. The critical moment for the success of our business has arrived, and our game will undergo the harsh test of the market. The game development team led by Li Fu will continue to improve the game in the next work and add as many game heroes as possible. It is best to enrich the skins of the heroes. In the future, we will rely on these two pieces to make money. Others, including me, are responsible for the promotion of the game. They must make our King Pesticide popular as quickly as possible. If nothing else, let's set a small goal first, to have 10 million game users within a month. Zhao Dongya seemed very confident. He raised his right index finger when he spoke, and even threatened to have 10 million game users for King Pesticide within a month. 10 million game users is definitely not a small number. You must know that a general game can be said to be a relatively successful game if it can have hundreds of thousands of game users. However, Zhao Dongya is ambitious and wants to have 10 million game users within 1 month. It has 10 million game users, which is really impressive. Of course, Zhao Dongya also has enough confidence. This confidence comes from League of Legends, the most profitable and popular online game. As the first MOBA game among mobile games, Zhao Dongya has also conducted detailed market research. 10 million is still a relatively conservative estimate by Zhao Dongya. The popularity of smartphones is not comparable to that of computers. Everyone has a smartphone, even ants and elementary school students. But not everyone may have a computer. This is one of the reasons why Zhao Dongya is optimistic about Wangja Pesticide. 10 million. If we can have such a huge user base within a month, then we will really launch it. Bao Yishan had a smile on his dark face, thinking about a better life in the future. Ha. We have to move mountains. When we make money from the game, everyone's bonuses will definitely be indispensable. Maybe you can buy a house in the imperial capital and bring your parents over. Xian Jin looked matter-of-fact, with a smile on his face. If the game is successful, as a major shareholder, he will naturally make a lot of money. Now you can see that the investment of 5 million may be able to get 100 times, 1,000 times return. Ha. Don't think too much now. It's still unknown whether our game will be popular. Although we have enough confidence, it's really hard to say about things like the market. Let's take action. Promote it. Find people to advertise. I need to see the advertisements for our game on various channels as soon as possible, because the development time of the game is very short. Plus it is located in the Entrepreneurship Center of Yanhuan University, and the entire game team is a student at the school. The development cost of the entire game is almost reduced to a minimum. Of the 5.3 million yuan in entrepreneurial capital initially raised, only more than 200,000 yuan has been used so far, and there is still more than 5 million yuan available for promotion. Zhao Dongya was very generous and very smart in allocating 3 million yuan to promote the game first, leaving 2 million yuan as a backup. 3 million is a huge amount of money, but if it is used to promote the game, it is a test of wisdom. How to use the money as wisely as possible to let more people know about the game King Pesticide. Definitely not an easy task. For too many large websites, advertising costs are very expensive. A mere 3 million is not enough to make a splash, and may not even reach the other party's threshold. However, for many small professional websites and individuals, tens of thousands of dollars can get a good advertising position. Wang Wanli, who is in charge of game promotion, is very focused on these professional game websites and individuals. And there is a promotion channel that is relatively simple and relatively expensive, but requires some time and manpower. And that is the player group of MOBA games. Generally speaking, among these game groups, these players are loyal fans and enthusiasts. In order to promote King Pesticide, Wang Wanli hired a large circle of people to lurk in thousands of MOBA game groups. In addition, there is another channel that is relatively fashionable and very popular now, and that is game live streaming. Many deadly game anchors can often attract countless people to follow them instantly after playing a game, and their invisible influence is beyond imagination. A large League of Legends group is a black group. This group has 2,000 members, and the most important thing is that this group is very active. There are more than 1,000 active group members, and all of them are online all the time. There is a large group of people who often organize internal competitions, and there are even corresponding rewards. At all members, everyone, I recently discovered a new and interesting game. It is the same as League of Legends, but it can be played on mobile phones. Everyone, please download it and give it a try. In the future, our group will organize related mobile games competitive gaming competitions with huge prizes. I have been playing this game recently. There will be relevant game commentary videos later. If you want to be an actor, you must not miss this game. In the entire game group, an announcement was posted, and the person who posted this message was the group leader Yadan, a very well-known master-level player in the League of Legends game, and is quite famous in the entire League of Legends game industry. Exists, and he established this group by himself. The Dohu Game Live Broadcast Platform is a platform that specializes in game live broadcasts. There are many well-known figures in various games on the entire platform to provide game commentary and live broadcasts. Among them, the hottest game with the largest number of people is naturally very popular right now. League of Heroes. Yagami is the most successful one among the League of Legends game live broadcasts. He is the top player in the entire League of Legends game live broadcasts and commentary. The number of online viewers of the game live broadcasts and commentary every day once exceeded 2 million. And the average number of online viewers it can also be stabilized at around 100,000. I found a good game today, called King of Pesticide. It is also a game similar to League of Legends, but it is a mobile version. After downloading, you can play online competitive games directly on your mobile phone. It is a very good game and worth playing. Now I will give you a live broadcast of the next game, because it's my first time to play this game. I don't know how it is, and it's a mobile game, so the camera may not be perfect. Chapter 19. The Power of King Pesticides. In a skyscraper in the center of Pingching City, Huaxia. It was already noon. Zhang Yang finished the lunch takeout he ordered in the office. He turned on his phone habitually, preparing to wander around the game group and take a look at it, game videos, and then get ready to take a good nap. As a young generation in the new era, Zhang Yang is a senior game player with a very long history of gaming, from street arcade games when he was a child, to online games on computers, and now to the popular MOBA games. Zhang Yang has always followed it has tightened the pace of the Chinese gaming industry. He is a hardcore gamer, especially fair competition games such as Dota and League of Legends. He is a senior player among them. Although his skills are not that of a master, he is still a master among amateur players. He has joined many game exchange groups, including a small black group established by some friends in college, and has also joined several exchange groups of game masters. Whenever he has time, he will find some from the groups. People play a few games and enjoy the fun brought by the game. Well, let's check in the group. I don't know if Duck Egg God will make a video tonight. Then I must try to get a position as an actor so that I can show my face in the video. Zhang Yang habitually clicked into the Adan League of Legends game exchange group, ready to see the latest announcement from the League of Legends master Yadan. As soon as he entered the group, he saw the latest announcement from the group leader Yadan. There is actually a MOBA game that can be played on mobile phones? I don't know what to do, so I'll download it first. It's much more convenient to be able to play on mobile phones. Find a corner where no one is. Put on headphones, and you can play a game if you have a little time. As a senior game player, Zhang Yang was attracted immediately, and also knew the biggest advantage of this game for the first time. It doesn't require much memory, and I don't know if it's fun or not. Soon, Zhang Yang downloaded the game, installed it, and clicked to enter. Well, the beginning is similar to League of Legends. It is also a teaching guide. It is simple to understand and easy to use. There are only 3 skills. One is hidden and passive. This is quite suitable for mobile phone playgrounds. If there are too many skills, the buttons will be too small. It's really difficult to operate, but the 3 skills are quite suitable. Just at the beginning, Zhang Yang couldn't help but nod and praise the design of this game. The graphics are quite good, and the hero production is also remarkable. Well, buying equipment in a foolproof way saves a lot of trouble. The skill special effects are also quite good. It is indeed a well-made game. After passing the novice operation guide very quickly, Zhang Yang made a good review of this game in his mind. Zhang Yang felt quite satisfied with all aspects. As a senior MOBA game player, he knew very well the comparisons of this type of game. Important elements. The number of heroes is now only 36, which is a little less. Ho Yi's design was copied from Han Bingba, and Arthur's design was copied from Demacia. The shadow of the League of Legends can be seen in many places. The game mode is basically copied from League of Legends. After playing League of Legends, it is easy to get started. I was worried that it would not be easy to operate, but now it seems that my worries are completely unnecessary. No matter what, let's masturbate first. After roughly studying the game, Zhang Yang discovered many similarities with League of Legends. And then, he was anxiously preparing to play a game. Anyway, at noon, everyone was playing around with a mobile phone. As long as you don't make any noise that affects others, it's okay. As a player himself, Zhang Yang prefers to play heroes like wizards and assassins, and is not interested in the effects of tanks and jungle development at all. So he used Angela, a powerful wizard, for the first time he played. The operation is very simple. Replenishing troops is also simple. Buying equipment is completely brainless. And the map is also simple. Haha. But it is very interesting to play. One big move. 3 kills. As a veteran MOBA game player, Zhang Yang got started very quickly. After reaching level 4, he killed 3 opponents in a team fight. Yeah. So cool. Zhang Yang instantly realized the charm of this game. He was instantly immersed in it, and began to devote himself wholeheartedly to the game. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, under the leadership of Zhang Yang, the powerful Angela, Zhang Yang successfully pushed away the opponent's crystal and won the game. Victory! Congratulations on winning the MVP. It's your first MVP. Do you want to show it off? Zhang Yang decisively chose to share this game without thinking, and not only shared it among the Penguin group, but also shared it among the WeChat group and WeChat circle of friends. It is simple and easy to use. The graphics, game heroes, special effects, etc. are well made. The game is very replayable. The most important thing is that you can play a game even if you have to go to the toilet. Brothers, hurry up and play together. Zhang Yang spoke highly of King Pesticide, shared it through multiple channels, and invited his friends to play the game together. Is it true? League of Legends that can be played on mobile phones? Why haven't I heard of this game before? This is a new game. I have personally verified it. It is indeed very fun. Remember to add me and play together. I'll download it and give it a try. If it's not fun, I'll kill you later when I play black. If it's not fun, you can do whatever you want. I'll go play another game right away. Soon after Zhang Yang shared it, many people asked for details, because King of Pesticide is a new game and no one knew about it at all. Zhang Yang confidently recommended it to his friends and classmates. After replying to some comments, take a look. If you have time, you can play another game. So you can quickly play another game immediately. Scenes like this happen in every corner of China. Wang Wanli, who is in charge of game promotion, knows very well that the best game promotion is word of mouth and mutual recommendations among friends and acquaintances. So for the 3 million game promotion expenses, he did not go to those big websites, big companies, etc. to advertise, but spent all the money on hiring some League of Legends game masters, commentators, anchors, etc. Hiring these people to advertise your own game. Game masters, commentators, anchors, etc. make a living by making games. They often take on some business to promote new games to increase their income. By the way, when they are tired of playing the same game, they want a change of taste, which is relaxing and leisurely. It won't have any big impact on my main game commentary, as Wang Wanli spends his money. Although some well-known commentators and anchors offer relatively high prices, no matter how high they are definitely far from being comparable to those large websites and companies. They will pay tens of thousands for them. I am very happy to do a publicity. The publicity and appeal of these people cannot be underestimated at all, especially in the gaming industry. These great gods, game commentators and live broadcasts push the King of Pesticides, and the effect is immediately overwhelming. Room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center of Yanhuan University. There are no classes today. The entire King Pesticide team has arrived. Everyone is nervously looking at a computer monitor, which clearly displays several numbers. The first one is the number of game downloads. Then, there are the number of registered game players, the number of online game players, and the number of recharged VIP players. If you drop 3 million, you can at least make a fuss. While Zhao Dongyan nervously looked at the data on the computer, he silently thought to himself that today is the day when King Pesticide is officially launched. Today's data can even directly determine how far this game can go. Here we go! Everyone looked at the computer screen nervously, and the numbers on it began to change. From 0 to 0. Some numbers slowly appeared. 10,000. The number of game downloads soon exceeded 3 digits. But these were all spent 3 million. Hiring a lot of game masters, game commentators, game anchors, as well as their own team's promotion. Surrounding classmates' downloads, and the like do not count. Everyone knows that the real key lies behind. 1 hour after the game was launched, the number of people added was very small. Only a few hundred. And it was only the number of downloads. And the number of registrations was even smaller. The people who played the game online were basically game masters, commentators, anchors, etc.
It's been more than an hour. Why did I just order it?
Xian was getting impatient with waiting, and looked at the pitiful numbers, feeling slightly discouraged.
Don't worry. Let the bullets fly for a while.
Li Fu looked very confident and said calmly. Sure enough, after more than an hour, the number of downloads of the game increased sharply in an instant, quickly exceeding 4 digits, and then quickly exceeded 5 digits. And the number of registered game players soon reached 4 digits. And the number of online players, the quantity also increased rapidly. 3 hours later, King Pesticide finally began to truly show its domineering power to dominate the world. The number of game downloads, game player registrations, and online game players showed explosive growth. In less than 10 minutes, the number of downloads of the game instantly exceeded 100,000, and the number of registered players reached tens of thousands. The number of online game players reached the terrifying level of tens of thousands. In the afternoon, as more and more people watched the game videos of various game commentators, masters, and anchors, coupled with the good reputation and great efforts left by many of the first batch of people to eat crabs in the past few hours. Publicity. The overlord spirit of King Pesticide completely exploded, showing an extremely terrifying aura. The number of game downloads exceeded the 500,000 mark. The number of registered players also reached 200,000. And the number of online game players reached the terrifying figure of 50,000. And in the evening of that day, when everyone had time to play the game, the poison of King Pesticide began to take effect. On that day, the number of downloads of the game exceeded 1 million. And the number of registered players reached 800,000. And it was online at the same time. The number of players has reached 400,000. Chapter 20. A huge shock in the gaming industry. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The cold wind was howling outside, and people were rushing around. However, room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center of Yanhuang University was very lively. The entire Wangzhou pesticide team was here, dancing excitedly.
Ha ha. 1.5 million. The number of downloads has exceeded 1.5 million.
Xian angry voice seemed to be heard throughout the building. Looking at the numbers on the monitor, he shouted excitedly. In his words, I can't develop games, but I can applaud. When you are happy, you should naturally enjoy yourself.
Ha ha. The number of user registrations has also exceeded the 1 million mark. It seems that the small goal of 10 million game players in 1 month is really a small goal.
Wang Wenli was also very happy at this time. Everyone present was very clear about what such terrifying data meant.
Wenli has done a good job in promoting the game. With just 3 million, our game has become famous. I estimate that the number of game players will exceed 10 million in less than a week.
Zhao Dongyan nodded, with a smile on his face. He originally thought that this game would be successful, but now it seems that it is definitely going to be a big hit. It exceeded 1 million on the first day, which is unique in the entire gaming industry. Even when League of Legends, which now dominates the gaming industry, first came out, it was still difficult to achieve this step after Penguin Group vigorously promoted it.
With the popularity of smartphones, the mobile game industry has greater development potential than traditional PC games. This can be seen from the game we are making now. Of course, we cannot deny that our King Pesticide is indeed very good.
Lychee also nodded. He saw the rapid rise of mobile games in the future, which will definitely replace traditional PC games and become the leader of the entire game industry.
No, so many gamers have entered at once. Our server has become extremely congested. We must rent a new game server immediately. Otherwise our players will soon be unable to play.
Bao Yishan, who had been responsible for monitoring the game, his dark face turned red with urgency. He had originally rented 2 separate game servers, but at night, the power of king farming began to come into play, and the entire game server suddenly became. The congestion is unbearable, and judging from this upward trend, it is estimated that it will be full soon.
Ha ha. Contact the server rental company immediately. Even if you take care of this matter, You must not delay the gaming experience of gamers because of trivial matters on the game server.
Zhao Dongya not only didn't feel anxious when he heard it, but he laughed happily. The fact that the game server was full showed that there were a lot of game players. Naturally, those who make games hope that the more people will play their games, the better.
Brother Dong, how many units should we rent this time? We are running out of funds. We only have more than 1 million left.
Shinshi, who was in charge of financial management, revealed the company's remaining funds. Although there was not much remaining funds, he did not look anxious at all.
Rent as many as you can. You can talk to them about short-term rentals first, and try to rent as many game servers as possible. I guess we will still worry about this game server in the next few days.
Zhao Dongya thought about it carefully, then frowned and said,
Brother Dong, we only have more than 1 million in funds. If we all use it to rent servers, we will not have any extra funds for turnover later.
Shinshi once again reminded that as a financial person, controlling risks is something that must be learned.
I know that you don't have to worry about the funding problem. I believe that our games will bring us profits soon. The key now is to provide good services. The more we do this later, the more game players we will have. If the game experience is not good,
what is the use of keeping the money? We invest it all.
Zhao Dongya nodded and said that he had noticed the problem of financial risks. But as a person in charge of the overall situation, Zhao Dongya knew very well what decisions he should make and what decisions he should make.
Well, I'll do it right away.
Shinshi nodded and began to contact the game server rental company.
Everyone has been working overtime these days, and we haven't had a good time to go out and relax. Today, our King Pesticide has achieved good data of over 1 million on the first day. I'm going to treat you tonight, and let's go out to celebrate together.
Zhao Dongya made a very generous proposal with a smile on his face.
Oh yeah. Ha ha.
Ouch. As soon as his voice fell, the entire room 602 erupted in cheers. They were all young people. So when they were happy to celebrate, they naturally had to be more crazy. Everyone's cheers could be heard throughout the entrepreneurship center.
It must be a startup that received venture capital investment.
Cheers like this are not uncommon here in the entrepreneurship center, and everyone is used to it. So they couldn't help but guess. Zhao Dongya treated guests to celebrate with great sincerity. First, he went to KTV to sing loudly to release the huge pressure during this period. Then when he got tired of singing, he went to a famous night snack bar near Yenwang University to have skewers and drinks. A group of people we kept playing like crazy until several o'clock in the night before we went back. At 9 a.m. the next day, Dong Jinyun, president of League of Legends Games at the Penguin Group headquarters in Pengcheng, walked into his office with a smile on his face. As the vice president of Penguin Group and president of League of Legends Games, Dong Jinyun can be said to be the leader in the Chinese gaming industry and the internet. A big shot in the world. Nowadays, the game League of Legends is very popular. It has become the super money-attracting beast of Penguin Group and the module that contributes the largest profit to the entire Penguin Group. Dong Jinyun's life is naturally very good.
Mr. Dong, there is a document you need to read immediately.
As soon as he sat down in his seat, Dong Jinyun's secretary immediately brought a document over with a solemn look on his face. From his tone, he knew that this matter was absolutely very important and must be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, Dong Jinyun's secretary would not have spoken like this. Dong Jinyun knew the urgency of the matter as soon as he heard it. So he immediately took the document and started to read it. As soon as he saw it, his face instantly darkened. His brows furrowed, and he finally understood why his secretary was so anxious.
Convene a meeting immediately to discuss response plans. Contact Mr. Ma for me. I will report to him at 11 o'clock and discuss the matter.
Dong Jinyun thought for a while, and then began to give orders. His secretary took a pen and a small notebook to quickly record it, then nodded and immediately started to go out to handle it.
The King of Pesticides? The mobile version of League of Legends? I really want to see what it's like.
Before the meeting started, Dong Jinyun took out his mobile phone to search and downloaded King Pesticide, intending to try it out first to see the basics of the game. Although Dong Jinyun is a senior president, as a big boss in the gaming industry, he also goes back to play the games he developed and those of his competitors to experience the pros and cons.
Call. We must find a way to acquire this King of Pesticides, or come up with a similar game as soon as possible, and rely on our Penguin's powerful platform and promotion power to suppress the other party. Otherwise, our group will lose the biggest money-sucking beast.
10 minutes later, Dong Jinyun finished the round. His face was even heavier and very ugly. He knew that this King Pesticide would be a powerful opponent of the League of Legends in his hands, and would most likely completely destroy the League of Legends. Continue to decline.
Mr. Dong, the meeting is ready and can start at any time.
At this time, his secretary also came in and reminded him. Dong Jinyun walked to the conference room with his mobile phone and information. In the spacious and bright conference room,
Dong Jinyun's team still had smiles on their faces at this time. However, after seeing Dong Jinyun's solemn expression, everyone became aware of the situation. He restrained his smile.
Did any of you notice the new mobile game Pesticide that was released yesterday?
Dong Xiaoyun looked at his people, connected the data on his mobile phone to the computer, and played it through PPT. All his people were confused and didn't understand what kind of game Dong Xiaoyun was talking about. King Pesticide.
This game called King of Pesticide just came out yesterday. But yesterday, it was downloaded more than 1.5 million times. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this game is the mobile version of League of Legends.
Dong Xiaoyun's voice was loud and serious, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. And he said a terrifying number, and an even more terrifying thing, making everyone present instantly know why Dong Xiaoyun had a dark face at this moment.
Everyone take out your mobile phones. Download this King Pesticide and play it. This game was made by a group of college students from Yenwang University. I have always told everyone that we must work hard to innovate and have a sense of crisis. But where is our innovation? Are we worse than a group of college students? Why can they think of moving the game to mobile phones for the same game? Why are we still immersed in the glory of the sunset? We all make games, and we should know the cruel reality of the game industry. If we don't have the spirit and thinking to keep pace with the times, we will soon be eliminated by the times.
Meituan, Ewing, Dasheng and other giant companies in the Chinese gaming industry almost all obtained relevant data and information about King Pesticide immediately.
Everyone has seen what innovation is. Moving League of Legends to mobile phones is also innovation. Our company will focus its main efforts on the development of mobile games in the future.
The CEO of Meituan was a bit annoyed when he lectured his subordinates.
On the first day, there were more than 1.5 million downloads. Please look at other people's data, and then look at our newly developed games. Don't you feel like you are sitting on pins and needles?
The game president from another network was looking at the PPT, and he was angry with his subordinates.
Everyone has been telling me how much bonuses League of Legends game developers get every year. Aren't you jealous of others eating meat and drinking some soup yourself? Why didn't you think of developing a game like King of Pesticides? Just one today. The number of downloads exceeds 1.5 million. Everyone should know that this game was developed by a group of college students from Yenwang University. Innovation. Innovation. If we don't innovate, we won't even be able to drink the soup.
The voice of the CEO of Dasheng Gaming Group rang out in the conference room, making everyone under his command dare not raise their heads. Chapter 21. The terrifying ability to attract money. In dormitory 222 of Yenwang University, Li Fu woke up early and shook his head. His head still hurt a little. He celebrated crazily last night. Li Fu, who never drank much, was naturally everyone's favorite drinker. If it weren't for with the yuan power in his body, Li Fu would definitely drink it down last night. Don't even think about it now. All of his roommates are sleeping soundly with their quilts in their arms. There was a strong smell of alcohol in the whole dormitory, and there was even yellow and white stuff vomited on the floor. I was so happy yesterday. As the core of the entrepreneurial team, a few people naturally drank too much, even if they always drink. Zhao Dongye, who was very good, was also knocked down by the girls in the art team.
I'd better drink less alcohol from now on. It's too nerve-wracking.
Li Fu shook his head and opened the window. The cold air rushed in instantly, which cheered up Li Fu's whole body. After washing, Li Fu began to tidy up the dormitory. It was really too dirty, and he drank too much. 10 minutes later, the entire dormitory was finally clean and tidy again. And Li Fu also began to go out for today's practice. Ever since he embarked on the path of Yuanli practice, Li Fu decided to stick to it regardless of rain or shine.
Who?
An hour later, in the cafeteria of Yenwang University, Li Fu ate a bowl of noodles with big mouthfuls. He looked like a hungry ghost. But Li Fu knew very well that he had changed places several times, including steamed buns, and noodles. The steamed buns, vermicelli, and porridge have all been eaten, and the amount eaten is more than 10 times that of ordinary people. However, due to the cultivation of Yuanli, his demand for energy was extremely huge at this time, and his appetite was very good, so he had to continue eating. He had already eaten several bowls of noodles.
It's not okay to keep going like this. We're about to run out of money to eat again.
Li Fu shook his head helplessly. His appetite was so terrible that no one would believe him.
There are so many players in King Pesticide, and we don't know when we will make money.
Naturally, Li Fu thought of the King Pesticide on which he now placed his hope. Yanwan University Entrepreneurship Center.
Brother Li, you are here.
As soon as Li Fu walked into room 602, Shenxi, who was in charge of financial management, had a smile on his face. He was mysterious and didn't know what made him so happy.
Well, how about it? Let's hear the latest data.
Li Fu had a smile on his face. And when he saw Shenxi's look, he knew that one day later, the power of the King Pesticide would definitely begin to explode. And the data would definitely go crazy.
Hey, our game downloads have exceeded the 3 million mark. And it is estimated that it will exceed 4 million before 12 o'clock tonight. The number of registered game players has also exceeded 2.5 million. And the number of online game players has exceeded 1 million.
Shenxi smiled and reported the expected data. As more and more people are exposed to King Pesticide, the power of King Pesticide will become more and more terrifying. And it will show nuclear fission-like growth, until it became the true king of the gaming world.
It's not bad. We can finally meet people. We will be able to break through the 10 million goal in less than a week.
Li Fu nodded with satisfaction. He was prepared for such data. But he was not too surprised.
Brother Li, there is one piece of data I haven't mentioned yet.
This was Shenxi's mysterious smile again, and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear.
Tell me, how many VIP users are there?
Li Fu smiled slightly, and naturally knew what the last data Shenxi mentioned was, which was the most critical number of VIP users that was related to King Pesticide's ability to attract money.
As of 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we already have more than 500,000 VIP users, which means that 500,000 people have charged money to our games.
As Shenxi spoke, he excitedly raised his palm to Li Fu. It was obvious that he was very excited in his heart.
My dear, we had 500,000 VIP users on the second day alone. Oh my god! We posted it!
Before Li Fu could speak, Wang Wanli's voice came from outside, and he laughed excitedly. Xiao Dongya and Qian Jin on the side also laughed non-stop. The number of registered game players now exceeds 2.5 million, and the number of VIP users has reached 500,000. This means that 1/5 of the players have chosen to spend money on King Pesticide. You must know that King Pesticide is a free product. The game has such a high proportion of VIP players, which really surprised everyone.
Brother Wang, you must have seen it. As of 3 o'clock, our company's account already has more than 20 million in funds. It has only been 2 days. Our King Pesticide is definitely a terrifying money-attracting giant. Beast.
Shenxi smiled and told a piece of data. 20 million. On the second day after the game was released, King Pesticide sucked 20 million Chinese dollars from game players. No one would believe this terrifying data.
20 million? Is this data true?
Even Qian Jin, who had always spent money like water, his eyes widened at this time. A little unbelievable. In his opinion, having a few million was considered good, but he never expected that he would have 20 million the next day. A terrifying amount. Qian Jin is very clear about what 20 million means. Last year in 2016, among the listed companies in China, there were more than 500 listed companies on the GM. The number of companies with annual profits of 20 million did not exceed 3 digits. To be precise, only 80 families. Although the current 20 million cannot be regarded as the company's profits, and taxes, expenses, costs, etc. still need to be paid. But this is just a figure for 2 days. And it is only the beginning. As you play the king, there are more and more players in the pesticide game. King Pesticide's ability to attract money will become more and more terrifying. Even a turnover of 100 million a day will be strange at all. You must know that it has just started and already has a terrifying quota of 20 million. Qian Jin's father is engaged in real estate, and it can be considered a decent-scale real estate company. However, the annual sales volume is only tens of billions, which does not even amount to 100 million a day. As for profits, then even more pitiful. Real estate companies require large amounts of capital to operate, and capital costs account for a particularly large proportion. Coupled with various expenses, etc., the profit margins of real estate companies are generally single digits. and the average in 2016 was only 8.2%. Calculated in a year, it is not as profitable as everyone imagined. It is the government and banks that really make money. So when he heard the figure of 20 million, Xianjin's eyes immediately widened with disbelief on his face.
Incredible! Incredible! We only have a few million users now, and we are already so terrible. If we had tens of millions of game users, it would be normal for us to have a turnover of hundreds of millions a day. Judging from our situation, the profit margins are absolutely horrific. Ha ha. After all, I make more than my father.
He didn't know how Qianjin calculated it. He clenched his fists excitedly at this moment, as if he was imagining how his father would look at him if he handed this data into his hands.
Ha ha. Brother Gene, this data is not false at all. I was also woken up by a phone call from the bank today. I couldn't believe it at first, so I came over early in the morning to check and make sure there is nothing wrong.
Xinshi replied in the affirmative with a smile on his face.
20 million? This is not 2 million. Ha ha. I must surprise my dad when I go home during the Chinese New Year.
After receiving the affirmative answer, Xianjin burst into laughter. In fact, money didn't mean much to him. What he wanted to do most was to prove his ability to his father, and prove that he was not just a food and drink person. The second generation who is having fun is also an ambitious young man who has ideals, pursuits, struggles, and hard work.
Well, it's okay if I'm just SOSO. It's a score I can talk about.
Zhao Dongye's performance is relatively plain. He is a child of a big family, with a deep family background, and his foundation is in the officialdom. He doesn't care much about these. He is more concerned about being able to start a business and experience his own abilities.
TSK. TSK. Look at how calm you all are. You all treat money like dirt. Now I'm imagining the life of a billionaire in the future. I used to want to buy a lot of things that I was reluctant to buy.
But now I finally have money. Bought?
Wang Wenli was extremely excited. He looked at Li Fu, who had a calm face, and then looked at Zhao Dongye. Xianjin was a little more excited. Not because he was rich, but because he had the capital to brag to his father.
Ha. Look at your potential.
Zhao Dongye smiled and shook his head. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Li Fu a few more times. Li Fu is the one with the poorest family background among the 4 people in the dormitory. But he is the calmest one at this time. It seems that all this is not enough to cause any big disturbance in his state of mind, which makes Zhao Dongye feel strange. If Li Fu showed excitement, Zhao Dongye would think it was very normal. But Li Fu looked calm, with a slight smile on his face, which was completely invisible to people.
This Li Fu is getting more and more difficult to see through.
Zhao Dongye couldn't help but have a higher evaluation of Li Fu. The abnormal abilities shown by Li Fu these days had already made Zhao Dongye look at Li Fu with admiration. Now the calmness shown by Li Fu made Zhao Dongye even more impressed. I felt that I couldn't see through Li Fu and couldn't guess Li Fu's inner thoughts.
Is this the company of King Pesticide?
Just when everyone was overjoyed with their achievements, several waves of heavyweights came to the entrepreneurship center. And soon someone found room 602. Chapter 22. Are you the T's invited by the monkey? In room 602 of the Yanhuan University Entrepreneurship Center, everyone who was still excited heard the knocks and inquiries outside. They turned their heads and looked over. They saw a beautiful woman in professional attire looking at everyone with a smile. Under her behind him, several people in suits and ties were also smiling. The leader is a man with golden eyes, who looks to be in his 30s, with neatly combed hair, and a dignified appearance. The people next to him are young people in their 20s, who have just entered the society from college, carrying a briefcase.
You are?
Zhao Dongye walked out without answering their words. Instead, he asked about their identity and purpose of coming.
Hello. We are from Tianyun Venture Capital, and this is our investment director Zhang Yuquan.
The beautiful woman dressed in professional attire had a smile on her face and introduced her company very naturally. At the same time, she also introduced the man behind her. She spoke with a hint of arrogance. This kind of arrogance is the arrogance of capital. Many times in the past, she would immediately make countless entrepreneurs fawn over her by introducing the venture capital behind her.
Hello, Mr. Zhang. Do you know what's wrong?
Upon hearing that it was venture capital, Zhao Dongye frowned slightly, but then with a smile on his face, he shook hands with the other people one by one, and then asked the other party's purpose very directly. Zhao Dongye naturally knows some about venture capital companies. Of course, There are not many venture capital and limelight institutions that can catch Zhao Dongya's eyes. Obviously, Tianyun Venture Capital is not among them. Zhao Dongya can basically understand the other party's purpose. Guessing, Zhao Dongya didn't want to waste anything with the other party. So he asked directly, without even the intention of inviting the other party to come in and sit down. Zhang Yuquan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Zhao Dongya didn't know how to entertain guests so much that he didn't even ask everyone to sit down. In the past, when he went to any startup company, the other party would treat them like VIPs. But think about it. They were just a group of unknown people. As a college student, Zhang Yuquan was relieved.
You are Mr. Zhao Dongya from King Pesticide. I'm glad to meet you. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to find a place to sit down. Drink tea and chat?
Zhang Yuquan had a smile on his face. As the investment director of a venture capital institution, he still needed to show his identity and discuss business at other people's doorsteps. He had never done such a thing.
Well, that's fine. There should be no one in the public conference room on the 6th floor right now. Shinshi, Pengjin, and Bao Yishan. Could you please go over and help sort it out?
Zhao Dongya thought for a moment and nodded.
Agreed, and then gave instructions to Shinshi. Shinshi nodded and immediately went to the public meeting room to prepare. Everyone was just about to go to the public conference room when several waves of people came one after another. Looking at the posture, they looked similar to the people from Tianyun Venture Capital. They were basically representatives of various venture capital and venture capital firms. Zhao Dongya dealt with them one by one with a smile on his face, and led them all to the public conference room on the 6th floor of the Entrepreneurship Center. At this time, the public conference room was just empty. Shinshi had also sorted it out and put mineral water on it. Served tea. Zhao Dongya, Li Fu, Wang Wanli, Qian Jin, and Shinshi were on the side of Wangzhe Pesticide Company, with Zhao Dongya as the leader, and several other venture capital and limelight people sitting separately.
The place is shabby and the hospitality is poor. Please forgive me.
Zhao Dongya had a smile on his face, and he knew very well who they were. These venture capital investors were all sharks that smelled blood, and they were also the most professional masters of capital operations. However, none of the four Zhao Dongya were fools. King Pesticide's ability to attract money is so powerful. Naturally, it will never curry favor with these venture capital investors, like ordinary startup companies. The King Pesticide team does not need venture capital institutions like them at all. With its strong ability to attract money, it is enough to meet the needs of subsequent development and even make very considerable profits. The reason why I received them was out of politeness. But I didn't want to waste any time. So I simply called them together and prepared to send them away in one fell swoop.
Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Liu, I wonder why you are here today.
Although Zhao Dongya had a smile on his face, the meaning in his words was already very obvious. That is, we are not very familiar with each other. If you have anything to do, just talk to him quickly and leave as soon as possible. The leaders of several leading organizations looked at each other and let Zhang Yuquan, who came first, speak first, which was considered a courtesy to each other.
Mr. Zhao, you are indeed young and promising, and also very cheerful. In that case, I won't talk nonsense.
Zhang Yuquan gently touched his golden eyes with a smile on his face.
This time we are here for the mobile game King Pesticide in your company's hands. We hope to acquire your company or invest in the company. We at Tianyun Venture Capital are very strong, and we come here with enough sincerity, and the terms are easy to negotiate.
Zhang Yuquan appears to be relatively confident. This confidence comes from his long-term contact with entrepreneurial companies. He is very clear about the situation of these entrepreneurial companies. Basically, they will face insufficient funds. They need investment from investment institutions at critical moments. And often at this time, leading institutions can acquire large shares at a small price. When the company becomes bigger, stronger, and listed, it can obtain ultra-high returns of 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times.
Our company is currently operating well and has no need for funds. So I am really sorry that Mr. Zhang's trip was in vain.
Zhao Dongya nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. Without any hesitation, he rejected the other party unceremoniously. Just kidding. Now everyone knows that King Pesticide is a hen that can lay golden eggs. At this time, let people share the meat. That is definitely out of your mind.
Mr. Zhao, don't be too busy to refuse. Our Tianyun Venture Capital is still very strong. And we are here with enough sincerity. As long as Mr. Zhao opens your mouth, the terms can be easily negotiated. Your company's King Pesticide will definitely need a lot of funds for subsequent development and upgrades just to maintain its position. Otherwise, it will be worthless once other follow-up work surpass it.
Being directly rejected, Zhang Yuquan was not unhappy at all, and still had a smile on his face. He once again emphasized the strength of Tianyuan venture capital behind him, and also pointed out the problems and challenges that King Pesticide may encounter in the future.
Mr. Zhang has a very sharp vision. I wonder what kind of conditions Mr. Zhang can offer.
Zhao Dongye smiled slightly, pretending to be what Zhang Yuquan said, and then wanted to take a look at the other party's conditions. The other party kept saying that his venture capital was strong, but he had never even heard of the other party's name. As powerful as he is probably just a small venture capital investor. But he is very well informed. He came to the door just the next day, and he was the first one. At least this Zhang Yuquan is still very dedicated. Hearing Zhao Dongye's words, Zhang Yuquan smiled slightly proudly. He knew the common problem of these startup companies. They want to get investment, but they don't want others to take away their equity, especially the controlling stake of the company. But basically, startup companies, they are all relatively short of funds, and naturally have no backbone in front of venture capital.
Mr. Zhao, we are very optimistic about the mobile game King Pesticide developed by your company. So if possible, we are willing to use 20 million to harvest your company. Or if Mr. Zhao is unwilling to sell the company, we are willing to invest 10 million. Take 50% of the shares.
With a look on his face, Zhang Yuquan reported the data evaluated by his team. At the same time, he raised his head slightly, and seemed to be waiting for Zhao Dongye to bargain with him.
The valuation is 20 million. 20 million is indeed a very huge number. It is a huge wealth that countless people cannot have in their lifetime. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for his affirmation of our company. But we still say that our company is really there is no shortage of funds. So I can only refuse Mr. Zhang's kindness.
Zhao Dongye nodded seriously, but smiled coldly in his heart.
As expected, it is a small investment institution with no vision at all. It wants to acquire us for only 20 million. It is simply wishful thinking. It cannot see the market value of King Pesticide at all. Or maybe it thinks that we are college students and thinks it is easy to bully and treat us badly.
It's a lie. If ordinary startup companies hear the figure of 20 million, they will definitely suffocate. What a pity.
In his mind, Zhao Dongye deeply despised Zhang Yuquan from Tianyuan Venture Capital. But he still maintained a professional smile on his face and rejected him tactfully. When Qianjin on the side heard this, he immediately showed a disdainful expression. He didn't have Zhao Dongye's patience, nor did he have Li Fu's calmness. So he snorted lightly with great disdain. The same goes for Wang Wanli, with a slightly mocking expression on his lips. Maybe he used to think that 20 million was a good number. But now, he doesn't take it seriously at all. The other party's offer even makes Wang Wanli want to rush forward and hit him hard. The feeling of beating the opponent.
Young man, don't be too ambitious. The price of 20 million is already very high. As far as I know, your company has only been established for about 2 months.
Zhang Yuquan saw the disdain of Qianjin, Wang Wanli, Zhao Dongye and others. But obviously, he was not going to give up easily. So he said something serious.
Ha ha. Are you the tease invited by the monkey? Are you kidding? You want to acquire our company for only 20 million. If you don't have money, don't follow other people's methods of venture capital. In venture capital, money alone is not enough. You also need a brain and eyes.
Qianjin, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't bear it any longer and counterattacked unceremoniously. His words were full of indifference, and he even called the other party a poor man with no brains and no eyes. Chapter 23. The Price of the Penguin Empire. Among the 4 people in Li Fu's dormitory, Zhao Dongye is very smooth in his behavior and will never offend anyone easily. Even though the price quoted by Tianyuan Venture Capital Zhang Yuquan is too outrageous, Zhao Dongye does not fall out on the surface. But Qianjin is different. He is the son of a real estate businessman. Although he is not a bad person, he is quite willful. When he encounters something he doesn't like, he will naturally confront him without politeness. Now that he heard the other party's offer of 20 million, he was originally the third. Zhao Dongye ignored him once he replied.
But Zhang Yuquan continued to act like a big-tailed wolf. So Qianjin was naturally rude and his words were full of contempt. All of a sudden, the entire conference room became extremely quiet. No one expected that Qianjin would be so rude. Everyone from Tianyun Venture Capital had ugly faces. And the leader Zhang Yuquan was even more angry. He was red and looked at Qianjin with his eyes fixed on him.
What are you looking at? If you don't have money, you don't have eyes, and you don't have a brain, why are you doing venture capital?
Qianjin was not frightened. So he naturally stared back and despised the other person again.
Money in!
Zhao Dongye shouted softly, asking Qianjin to stop talking. In fact, he felt refreshed in his heart. Although Zhao Dongye didn't agree with Qianjin's approach for such a shameless venture capital institution, he felt comfortable in his heart. Very.
Snort! Let's go! We don't know how high or low the sky is.
Zhang Yuquan was despised by others one after another. Although he was already middle-aged and relatively well-educated, his face still showed anger, and he just walked away. He really couldn't stay any longer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Li, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Wang. If your offer is similar to that of Tianyun Venture Capital, I think there is no need for us to waste each other's time.
After Tianyun Venture Capital and others left, Zhao Dongye smiled awkwardly at several other venture capital firms. These venture capital firms were not considered big and well-known venture capital firms. They were probably similar to Tianyun Venture Capital. Their estimated quotations were it wouldn't be much higher. And besides, Zhao Dongye and others had no intention of accepting venture capital, so they simply sent them away.
Mr. Zhao is indeed young and promising, and his future is limitless. If you have any financial needs in the future, you can come to me.
People from several other venture capital and venture capital institutions smiled helplessly at each other. In fact, Tianyun Venture Capital is willing to give a new entrepreneurial team an estimated 20 million, which is already a relatively high number. Generally, the first round of entrepreneurial companies a few $1,000,000 in financing is considered pretty good. Some other venture capital institutions did not even give them a valuation of 20 million. Now that they saw the people from Tianyun Venture Capital being kicked out in disgrace, they were naturally embarrassed to speak. Knowing the appetite of Zhao Dongye and others, they were very ambitious. They all said similar words and left their contact information. And they all left quickly.
TCH. Nowadays, anyone really dares to play venture capital. They want to buy our King pesticide for 20 million. Do they have any vision? Or are they just a group of students bullying us?
Seeing the venture capitalists leaving cleanly, Qianjin curled his lips and looked careless, with a look on his face.
There are probably many reasons. It may be that they haven't seen the terrifying ability of King Pesticide to attract money. Maybe they just saw that we are college students and thought that we had never seen the world and would be fascinated by the 20 million he quoted.
Wang Wanli also said with a smile. The domineering spirit of King Pesticide can be seen just the next day.
Qianjin, we should be more polite to these people in the future. There are people behind these venture capital and venture capital institutions. The backgrounds of some venture capital institutions are astonishing. We should try to offend them as little as possible, although we don't want to accept their advice.
Invest. But there's no need to offend people.
Zhao Dongye shook his head and said to Qianjin with some serious words.
I also know. But the other party has made an astonishing offer of 20 million. And you have clearly rejected the other party. They actually said that we young people should not aim too high. I can't bear it.
Qianjin seemed energetic. He was not the kind of person who didn't know the heights of the world. He also knew that there were people behind venture capital and venture capital.
Forget it. Forget about it. We still concentrate on making the game better. The venture capital investors who came later. Shenshi, you will just multiply the quotation from Tianyun Venture Capital by 10. These venture capital institutions have heard that a shark that smells like blood. Zhao Dongye smiled, shook his head, and then told Shenshi.
Okay, Brother Dong.
Shenshi nodded and agreed. Li Fu on the side has been silent and has been thinking about these issues in his mind. While communicating with Xiaoying, he is thinking about the future development path.
Xiaoying, it seems that if I want to develop from being poor and without any backing, I need to face too many difficulties and problems. Just a King pesticide has attracted so many venture capital institutions. In the future, if we bring out advanced technology, I guess the people we need to face will be even more difficult to deal with. Master, this is for sure. People's hearts are greedy. So, Master, you must become strong enough. So strong that no one dares to have any thoughts about you. So strong that no one dares to have any conspiracies against you. However, it is actually a good thing to have some stumbling blocks on the road to growth. Only with more experience can you become stronger and go further. As the saying goes, the edge of a sword comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. This is the truth. Well, it seems that my plan is going to change. At least, I will add a lot of halo to myself first.
In his mind, Li Fu and Xiao Ing were constantly communicating. Ever since he got the civilization seeds of super civilization, Li Fu had already formulated a corresponding development plan in his mind. But now it seems that he still needs to replan carefully. On the highway leading from Huaxiu Imperial Capital Airport to the city, Dong Jinyun, who was vice president of Pingcheng Penguin Group and president of the League of Legends in the morning, was looking at the high-rise buildings in Daxia outside the imperial capital while thinking about how to persuade King Pesticide to start a business. The team sells King Pesticide to Penguin Empire.
Now we have made 2 preparations. It would be best if we can purchase the King Pesticide at a suitable price. However, if the acquisition fails, we will still have to use the old method and rely on our own strong development capabilities to produce the pesticide in a short time. When similar games come out and rely on our powerful Penguin platform to quickly occupy the market, they will eventually defeat the king of pesticides.
Before arriving, Dong Jinyun had already made preparations and strategies to deal with it. As a benchmark enterprise in the Chinese internet today, the huge Penguin Empire is already very powerful. With huge capital, strong strength and most importantly, shamelessness. Copycat is the foundation of Penguin Empire.
Okay.
I didn't expect that this time. A group of college students would treat them the same way as they did. They actually copied Penguin Empire's League of Legends and put it on the mobile phone. It's just as much as my uncle can bear. And he can't bear it. In the morning, Dong Xiaoyun had already asked his people to set up a development team for the mobile version of League of Legends and began to develop the mobile MOBA game of Penguin Empire. On the other hand, Dong Xiaoyun also hurried from Pingcheng to the imperial capital, prepared to purchase King Pesticide.
Mr. Dong, I just received news that a venture capital institution offered 200 million yuan, but the team of King Pesticides refused politely.
The secretary on the side looked at the messages on his phone and said to Dong Xiaoyun beside him,
"It seems that they have a huge appetite and are not easy to deal with. There seems to be little hope of acquiring them. Well, please let the notice go and let our team work hard to develop the game. I hope to see our game released within half a month."
When Dong Jinyun heard this, he immediately frowned and kept thinking in his mind. After a long time, he opened his eyes and spoke slowly.
"Okay."
In the conference room on the 6th floor of the Entrepreneurship Center of Yanhuan University, Zhao Dongye, Li Fu, Qian Jin and others looked at the huge team opposite and were slightly surprised. They did not expect that after they had spoken out and rejected the 200 million acquisition, there were still people there. "Will come to your door."
"Mr. Zhao, don't tell secrets in front of celebrities. Our Penguin Group has taken a fancy to your company's King Pesticide and wants to acquire your company. Please give us a price."
Although he was very tired from traveling all the time, Dong Jinyun was very energetic and carefully observed the opponent's Wanja Pesticide entrepreneurship team at this time. With his rich experience in reading people, he could tell at a glance that Zhao Dongye was very calm and would definitely become a big trend in the future. Money Jean was probably a rich man, with an indifferent and impatient look, but Li Fu with a smile made Dong Jinyun a little confused.
"Mr. Dong, you must have heard that an organization invested 200 million to acquire us. But we didn't agree. We are not short of money, so we don't want to sell the company in our hands at all. I can only let you go in vain." Zhao Dongye still had a smile on his face and refused directly again.
"Don't be too busy to reject it first. Listen to our offer first and think about it. Our Penguin Group is willing to acquire your company for 500 million Chinese dollars. If I remember correctly, you seem to have only invested more than 5 million yuan at the beginning. In less than 2 months, the value has increased 100 times. No matter how you calculate it, you are very successful."
After being rejected, Dong Jinyun was not angry at all. With a smile on his face, he quoted a sky-high price of 500 million, while looking at Zhao Dongye and others with a smile. When Shinshi and others on the side heard the quotation of 500 million, they all couldn't help but take a breath. Even Wang Wenli was stunned at this time and didn't expect Penguin Group to quote a sky-high price of 500 million. 500 million Chinese dollars is not 5 million Chinese dollars. Once any number exceeds 100 million, it is very huge. Becoming a billionaire is a dream of countless people, and it is also a dream that countless people cannot realize in their lifetime. Chapter 24.
Still refuse.
in the conference room on the 6th floor of the Entrepreneurship Center of Yanhuan University. After Dong Jinyun quoted the sky-high price of 500 million, he had a smile on his face and carefully observed the other people with his eyes, trying to find something among them. He wanted to see what Zhao Dongya and others had done. Will your heart be moved by these 500 million?
Penguin Group is worthy of being a giant among Chinese internet companies. It is indeed rich and powerful. With an offer of 500 million, it really thinks highly of us.
Zhao Dongya smiled and nodded. I have to say that Penguin Empire is very sincere. It is just a new game. It has only been released for the second day. Penguin Empire is willing to pay 500 million to acquire it. This is definitely something else. Figures that the agency cannot report. But at the same time, Zhao Dongya also firmly believes that King Pesticide is definitely a money-attracting beast with immeasurable value. Penguin Empire is the owner of League of Legends. It knows best how profitable the League of Legends game is. Naturally, it is also very clear. Even better than Zhao Dongya, Li Fu and others, they know how profitable the mobile version of MOBA games can be. Otherwise, Penguin Empire will never offer a sky-high price of 500 million. It is just a game developed by a group of college students. And it was only the next day. Penguin Group quoted a sky-high price of 500 million. This news is enough to become the day's news headlines. It must be that the game King Pesticide has unlimited potential. Penguin Empire looks very good at this game. Otherwise, it would never have made such a sky-high acquisition offer.
Mr. Zhao, you are all the proud sons of Yanhuan University. You were able to develop excellent games, like King of Pesticides during your college years. We are very optimistic about your team and really want to have the opportunity to cooperate with you to develop games and jointly contribute to the game.
Enthusiasts bring better games. The offer of only 500 million yuan is not enough to show our sincerity. If Mr. Zhao agrees to the acquisition, other conditions are easily negotiable. Members of your team can also become senior employees of our Penguin Empire, and we will also entrust them to heavy responsibility.
With a slightly proud smile on his face, Dong Jinyun unknowingly praised Zhao Dongya and others. At the same time, he once again made a promise, painted a big cake, and sent out sugar-coated bullets. Chun Shi, Li Qi, Bao Yishan and others on the side were obviously a little moved after hearing this. The senior employees of Penguin Empire are not generally paid well, and they have experience in the development of King Pesticides. Penguin Empire will definitely give them some treatment. It can be said that it has great temptation.
I have to say that your group is indeed very sincere, and the sky-high price of 500 million is very exciting. However, a few of us still don't want to sell the company in our hands. I am really sorry.
Zhao Dongya smiled. If an ordinary entrepreneurial team faced such an attractive offer, they would definitely not be able to refuse it. They would definitely offer the company immediately. With 500 million in capital in hand, everyone would immediately become a billionaire. The millionaire will be able to find a good position in the Penguin Empire in the future, so he simply cannot refuse. However, Zhao Dongya and others are obviously not an ordinary entrepreneurial team. Zhao Dongya is a child of a big family, and he is not the kind of person to bend down just for a little money. As for Qian Jin, he is a rich second generation. His family has plenty of money, and he will need more in the future, inheriting his father's huge family fortune, which is only a few hundred million, is not looked down upon. Li Fu, if he had been in the past, he would have been unable to refuse such an attractive offer. But after getting the civilization seeds of a super civilization, he would naturally not look at things like money. As for Wang Wanli, he is a small shareholder, although he is also tempted. But we are also optimistic about the future development prospects of Wangzhe Pesticides. Dong Jinyun was slightly surprised by Zhao Dongya's refusal. Although he had already prepared for the possibility of the acquisition failing, he still did not expect that several college students who were still on campus could be able to accept such a huge temptation. It was really commendable.
Mr. Zhao, please think more about it. I don't think anyone else's price is higher than ours. Of course, if you think the price is not suitable, you can discuss it again. Our Penguin Group is really very qualified.
Sincerely,
Dong Jinyun smiled and persuaded again. The Penguin Group is growing bigger and bigger. Now that it has strong capital, it is naturally best to spend money to solve problems, unless it is a last resort. The Penguin Empire is still unwilling to rely on its own platform. After all, the matter of squeezing people has become a big deal, so you still have to worry about your own face.
No, we really have no plans to sell the company in our hands. I'm really sorry that Mr. Dong made your trip in vain.
Zhao Dongye smiled and shook his head, rejecting the opponent once again. The more the opponent continued to increase his chips, the more Zhao Dongye believed that the Game King pesticide would bring unexpected rewards to everyone.
It seems that Mr. Zhao and you are very confident and optimistic about the game in your hands. However, I still hope that Mr. Zhao and you can think about it carefully. Everyone should know that when comparing games, once it becomes popular, corresponding and similar games will soon be released. And by then, it may not be as popular as it is now.
Dong Jinyan smiled. The other party was so firm that he didn't even have the intention to bargain. As a last resort, Dong Jinyan had to use his last resort. The meaning in his words was obvious. Zhao Dongye, Li Fu, Qian Jin and others frowned slightly when they heard it. They thought of the other party's identity. The vice president of Penguin Group. The entire internet world knew exactly what Penguin Group made its fortune. For any popular game in the past, Penguin Group changed its name and relaunched it, relying on its powerful platform. It instantly abolished the original game. The more famous ones are Crossfront and Three Kingdoms. It can be said that the entire Chinese gaming industry knows Penguin Empire. How shameless! For a moment, Zhao Dongye and others were silent. Everyone knew that with the strong strength of Penguin Group, it would be very easy to create another King pesticide. When the time comes, with a strong platform and abundant capital, the King's pesticide must have been squeezed out very quickly. When thinking of this, Zhao Dongye and others frowned, not knowing how to deal with it.
Brother Dong, how about?
Wang Wanli on the side was obviously defeated in an instant, with an anxious look on his face.
He looked at Zhao Dongye, Li Fu, and Qian Jin. However, before he finished speaking, Li Fu raised his right hand to signal him not to say. Li Fu smiled at Dong Jinyun and spoke slowly.
Only with competition can we have good products and services. Any popular industry is full of competition. We are naturally ready to meet the challenges. We also believe that as long as the products and services are well done, we will eventually be able to win the market. Recognition. We appreciate Mr. Dong's kindness and are very grateful to Mr. Dong for thinking highly of our company. However, we will not sell the company in our hands. We are really sorry.
Li Fu had a confident smile on his face, and his words were also full of confidence. He had the calmness and fearlessness of a peerless swordsman when facing a powerful enemy. And he once again rejected Dong Jinyun unceremoniously. Dong Jinyun, who had been looking at a few people, kept a smile on his face, looking at this group of young entrepreneurs with a bit of joking. He also admired these young people in his heart. But at the same time, he was also very confident. After he unleashed his special move, he would not believe these young people can persevere. As expected, Wang Wanli was the first to waver and give up as soon as possible. He could earn 500 million plus other conditions. In itself, the Penguin Group is really sincere, and I believe they can still be impressed, especially if it is released after the Penguin Group's trick. However, what he never expected was that Li Fu, who had been sitting without expressing any opinions, would actually speak. He would be rejected again. And this was after he used a special move. Dong Jinyun frowned all of a sudden and couldn't help but look at Li Fu a few more times, wanting to see how confident this young man was that he could say such things without caring at all about what he said.
You are still young. You are full of vigor and energy. You are also a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Since you insist on this, we will leave. Please forgive me for disturbing you today.
After talking to this extent, Dong Jinyun knew that the acquisition was impossible, so he could only smile and say goodbye.
Go slowly. Don't send me away.
Zhao Dongye also smiled and stood up, politely sending Dong Jinyun and his party out.
Li Fu, why should we refuse? With their strong strength, they will soon be able to develop similar games. By then, relying on their strong platform and strong strength, they will soon be able to develop our games. It was suppressed. It's pretty good to be able to get a return of 500 million now. You have become a billionaire.
As soon as Dong Jinyun and others left, Wang Wanli immediately said anxiously to Li Fu. At this time, he already regretted it and felt that he and others should agree.
The higher the conditions they offer, the more valuable our game is. It's only 500 million. We can make it soon. Don't be intimidated by them. We just need to seize the advantage of this period now.
During this period, we will continue to increase game promotion to attract more players and form attraction and dependence. There is no need to be afraid of other similar games coming out.
Qian Jin on the side frowned slightly. a little disappointed with Wang Wanli's performance. Even the poorest Li Fu did not bow down because of this. Unexpectedly, Wang Wanli regretted it first.
That's right. We don't need to be afraid of him. There were 20 million on the second day alone. Our game is definitely very profitable. As long as we can capture the market quickly, we won't have to worry about money in this life. It's only a few 100 million.
Zhao Dongye, who came back, also nodded and supported Qian Jin's opinion.
Don't worry. No one can challenge our dominance of King Pesticide.
Li Fu patted Wang Wanli on the shoulder and smiled very confidently and mysteriously. Chapter 25. Did you drink pesticide? I have food in my hands and don't panic in my heart. On the second day alone, Wangja Pesticide brought a huge amount of more than 20 million in cash to the company. Zhao Dongye would not be so stupid as to keep more than 20 million in the bank. Now is the expansion period of the game. It is necessary to spread the reputation of King Pesticide as much as possible.
Let more people know about King Pesticide. Attract more game players. And ensure that it can form a dominant position in a short time.
All 20 million will be spent. And all the daily income for the next half month will be spent. I want the advertisements for our company's King of Pesticide game to cover the entire online world and let everyone know about this game.
Facing the huge challenge from the Penguin Empire, Zhao Dongye was even more eager to fight. He knew very well that with the powerful strength of the Penguin Empire, it would not take long for a similar game to be produced. When Penguin Empire relies on its own powerful platform, it will definitely have a huge impact on King Pesticide. Therefore, we must now, taking advantage of this blank period, when there are no competitors, to spread out King Pesticide as much as possible, attract as many players as possible, and become a well-deserved overlord. Only in this way, when similar games compete, only when can you be invincible. With a huge amount of more than 20 million yuan, and a large amount of funds will come in every day, Zhao Dongye can be said to be rich and powerful. In the past, many people wanted to be advertised but were limited by lack of funds. Now, there is no problem at all. No hesitation. And he just uses the money. Smash it over. Huge amounts of money have been spent. And various channels have been fully launched. Now as long as you go online and open a web page, you can see advertisements related to King Pesticide. The great gods in the game commentary industry have also begun to play King Pesticide. And various all kinds of exciting videos are emerging one after another. Game anchors have also begun to broadcast King Pesticide. After receiving the benefits, they naturally have to help promote it. Almost overnight, advertisements for the game King Pesticide were overwhelming. At the same time, the King Pesticide game also launched related game activities. As long as new game players can be invited, there will be corresponding generous rewards. Reaching a certain number of players can even reward rare game heroes, skins, etc. Activities related to the King of Pesticide S1 season have also been announced in real time. S1 season activity bonuses of up to 1 million Chinese dollars have been set up. And related King of Pesticide competitions are also being organized. The bonuses are also very high, attracting many well-known game teams in China. They all expressed that they would participate in the competitive competition of King Pesticide. In addition to these traditional game promotion channels, the wealthy Zhao Dongye also asked some news media to conduct some related reports here.
This is an epic-making game. It is well made, easy to operate, fair and just competitive game. It is definitely a good choice for people's leisure and entertainment. The mobile version of MOBA mode has created a new chapter and history of Chinese games. It marks that our Chinese gaming industry has reached the forefront of the world.
Game World reported.
Recently, there is a brand new game that is popular throughout China. It is suitable for all ages and is loved by young men and women. Find a quiet corner, invite a few friends, and enjoy your own gaming time. You deserve to have the King of Honor.
A certain communications operator even conducts advertising directly in the form of text messages. Shan Yingying is an ordinary office worker. After get off work, she likes to play with her mobile phone, chat, and read moments. As usual, Shan Yingying lay comfortably on the bed after taking a bath, and started playing with her mobile phone like a night owl. Time.
Why do people keep inviting me to play this King Pesticide game lately? And you can see ads for the King Pesticide game almost everywhere. Is it really that fun? Anyway, it's okay to download it and take a look. If it's fun, just play it. If it's not fun, delete it.
Shan Yingying pouted as she clicked to download the game. Soon the game was downloaded, installed and ran.
This Angela is so cute. She wears big braids and twists her hair. Wow! This Li Bai is so handsome!
Things that girls can like must have popular elements such as cuteness, and handsomeness. And King Pesticide completely meets these. Shan Yingying, who has rarely played games, was immediately deeply attracted by the heroes in it. Especially some of the skins. Look very tempting to buy. Of course, girls are generally not very talented in games. So the operations must be brainless and simple. Obviously, King of Pesticides meets this point. Even a person who has never played games. After a simple with the operation guide, you can get started quickly and get a good gaming experience. The same is true for Shan Yingying. She didn't like games very much before and rarely played any games. But after playing King Pesticide, she unknowingly played for several hours.
Ha ha! You stupid Arthur wants to catch me and watch the game!
After having fun, Shan Yingying screamed happily.
Little Dodgy is so insidious. She squatted in the grass to plot against me again. I'm so angry. I'll shoot you to death with my laser next time.
After being killed, she became angry and thought about taking revenge next time.
Li Bai's skin is too handsome. I can't do it anymore. I want to top up my money to buy Li Bai. I want to buy Phoenix Yu Fei's skin.
Seeing the handsome heroes and skins, she was like countless girls. No matter what, she bought first. In just a few hours, Shan Yingying invested several hundred yuan in Wanja Pesticide and bought a few. With a hero and a few skins, I happily started my journey of being cute.
Ah! It's already 12 o'clock, and I'm about to go to bed. Well, I'm also here to invite my friends and gather all the sisters. This game is really fun. By the way, I'll see if I can play with little Luban. The cute little Luban is here.
Until 12 o'clock in the evening, the alarm clock set by Shan Yingying woke her up from the game. Without any hesitation, she also strongly recommended this game to her friends. The appeal of girls is undoubtedly very powerful. Not only can they lead their good sisters, best friends, etc. to join the game, but they can also get some members of the opposite sex who have never played games before to join in. Sometimes, for I just want to play with the girls and have fun. Unknowingly and invisible, more and more people have begun to play the game King Pesticide, especially young men and women. Now if you have not played the game King Pesticide, you will be embarrassed to chat with other people, because it will be very annoying. It is easy to appear outdated and unable to keep up with the times.
Did you drink the pesticide?
I don't know since when. Such a sentence began to spread in the circle of friends and became a greeting between friends. This sentence is obviously not a curse word, but a question to ask the other party if they have played with King Pesticide.
What? You are still a little bronze. Do you want me to help you improve your score and help you reach the stars?
It seems that it is gradually becoming popular among friends to play games together. In an era when everyone has a mobile phone, it is very convenient to play games on a mobile phone. You can send a message, make a call, or chat in a group. Roaring, he can pull up 5 people to play black together in an instant. Different from the many restrictions of PC games, mobile games seem to be playable at any time and place. As long as the data flow is sufficient. You can go to the bathroom, wait for the bus, after dinner, take the bus, etc. Anytime and anywhere. As long as if you have more than 10 minutes of free time, you can play a game to kill the boring time in your spare time. King Pesticide has become completely popular, and its many advantages have begun to be fully demonstrated. King Pesticide's dominance in the game industry has begun to be fully demonstrated. Its dominance has shocked countless people. From the moment 20 million was spent, the poison of King Pesticide began to spread throughout China. On just the 3rd day, the number of game downloads of King Pesticide had exceeded the 10 million mark, and the number of registered game players was almost 10 million. The average number of online game players reaches 200,000, and the peak number in the evening can exceed the terrifying level of 2 million. However, this has just begun, as more and more people play and like this game. The terrifying power of King Pesticide has only just begun to reveal its domineering power. 1 week after the release of King Pesticide, the number of game downloads of King Pesticide exceeded 50 million, and the average number of online game players was as high as 500,000. During the peak period, the number of game players once exceeded the terrifying number of 10 million. Successfully logged in, it has ascended to the throne of China's game overlord and has become the well-deserved #1 game in the world. When half a month passed, Penguin Group launched a vigorous game promotion and announced that similar games of Penguin Group would be launched. The number of game downloads of King Pesticide exceeded the unprecedented 100 million mark. In other words, in the entire China, almost 1 out of every 10 people is playing King Pesticide. What's more important is that the number of daily active users of King Pesticide is as high as over 20 million. Whether it is primary school students, middle-aged or elderly people, or celebrities, you can play it in the streets or in deserted corners. I saw someone playing King Pesticide, and I could hear the excited sounds of gamers. Such terrifying and horrifying data shocked the whole of China. And even the entire gaming industry in the world was deeply shocked. People never thought that a game could achieve such a terrifying level and have such a huge number of players. The user group should have such overwhelming game appeal and a powerful ability to attract money that makes countless people jealous. Chapter 26. Super Money Attracting Beast. On the last day of November, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Room 602. Entrepreneurship Center of Yanhuan University. It was already half a month since the launch of King Pesticide, and it happened to be the end of the month. Li Fu, Zhao Dongya, Qian Jin, and Wang Wanli's 4 major shareholders naturally came to room 602 and prepared to carefully calculate the income of King Pesticide in the past half month since it was launched.
Now I'm spending money like water every day, and I don't know if I can have any left over. I've been so broke lately that I won't cook anymore.
Qian Jin looked carefree, crossing his legs and looking at Shinshi, who was busy on the computer. Shinshi was sorting out the financial situation for this month so that he could make financial reports to his bosses.
Are you too poor to uncover the truth? Only a ghost will believe you.
Wang Wanli shook his head with a look of disbelief. The bank card where the money was put always had a 5-digit pocket money at all times. You must know that he was just a college student now.
I'm just kidding you. Since the release of our company's King Pesticide, I haven't asked for money for my family during this period. I thought I could transfer some money from the company to spend on myself. But who would have thought that I haven't even received a share yet?
Money. I boasted to my father that as long as the company makes money, I won't ask him for money. Now I'm really poor. Didn't you notice that the number of times I go out to spend the night has decreased a lot recently?
Qian Jin curled his lips and pretended to be poor and pitiful.
Haha. You? Stop pretending to be poor here. You are now a billionaire. We don't have much money to transfer this month. Next month, we can reduce the intensity of advertising. If you are smaller, you will have money by then.
Zhao Dongya shook his head with a smile. Although the specific data has not yet come out, everyone already has an idea of how much money is left in the company's account, how much income there is this month, and how much expenses there are. Basically, I already know the numbers above. But now I just want to see the specific details.
I am really poor now. I already owe tens of thousands in money. If this continues, I will starve to death.
Li Fu also smiled helplessly. Although Li Fu's current net worth must be over 100 million, his wealth has not yet been converted, and he owes tens of thousands of dollars in debt. Li Fu also hopes to transfer some money from the company first, so that Li Fu can have money to improve his life. He doesn't need to eat steamed buns, rice, noodles, and the like every day. He can eat more beef, as Xiaoying said.
Haha. It seems that everyone is relatively poor recently. Well, the company's advertising can also be gradually reduced. Soon there will be a large amount of funds in our account. At that time, we will first transfer some money to let's improve everyone's lives and give everyone bonuses by the way.
Zhao Dongya nodded, and the 2 major shareholders spoke and expressed their strong wishes. Naturally,
he, a small shareholder, had no objections. What's more, everyone is young. If you have money, you must spend it well. Otherwise you will make money. Do what?
For big bosses. For billionaires. The data has come out. If you eat meat, should you give it to your brothers to drink soup?
Shinshi came over with 4 pieces of data. He had obviously heard the conversation between the 4 people. He said with a smile on his face that as the company's financier, he knew the company's financial situation best. And he also knew the money-grabbing King Pesticide best. The beast's terrifying ability to attract money. After hearing what Shinshi said, the 4 of them quickly took the data and looked at it carefully with smiles on their faces. As of 10 p.m. on November 31st, King Pesticide has more than 100 million game players. The daily average daily active users, DAU, exceeds 25 million. And the number of VIP players exceeds 20 million. Which means 5/1 of the players has recharged money into King Pesticide. More than 20 million VIP game users have contributed a total operating income of up to 1 billion Chinese dollars to King Pesticide. And the most important thing is that this is only the operating income of King Pesticide for half a month after its launch. If calculated according to this business level, the operating income can be as high as 2 billion Chinese dollars a month. And the terrifying figure can be 24 billion Chinese dollars for the whole year. Although the annual operating income of 24 billion is a bit insignificant compared with those terrifying large companies. If we really want to make a detailed comparison, 80% of the thousands of listed companies in the China A-share market will be embarrassed. The annual operating income is less than 12 billion. And it does not even have the gold-absorbing ability of King Pesticide for half a year. Of course, this is not really scary. What is really scary is the ultra-high profits of King Pesticide. According to the financial data provided by Shinxi, the company's gross profit margin can be maintained at 70%, and the net profit margin can also be as high as 50%. Degree? You must know that a normal company is already a very powerful company with a profit margin of 10%. Most of the A-share listed companies have profit margins in single digits. And some even have single digits. Nothing. Of course, Chinese people all know what these A-share companies are like, compared with well-known large companies in the world. Even the most famous fruit company in the world has an after-tax profit rate of only 21.6%. This is already quite a terrifying profitability. But for internet companies, these are nothing. Especially for the game industry. Basically every game company's profit margin is astonishingly high. Especially for those game companies that are becoming more and more popular. The profit margin is even more surprising.
Haha. There are still more than 100 million yuan in the account that can be used. Now I finally have money to use.
In room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center, Qianjin quickly looked at it from beginning to end, and directly looked at the company account balance. When he saw that there were more than 100 million in funds, he laughed happily.
It makes me feel bad to think about it. In the past half month, we have spent hundreds of millions of yuan in advertising expenses. Now if we look carefully, a lot of advertising expenses have been wasted.
Wang Wanli gently put down the report and said with some pity,
No, our money will not be wasted. Without these hundreds of millions of funds, we would not have the current user scale, let alone such a huge ability to attract money. Now Penguin's new game advertisements have been there was overwhelming publicity. But I'm not worried at all now. As long as we can firmly attract these current game players, Penguin Group's similar games will never succeed.
Zhao Dongye shook his head. He had been spending crazy money on advertising in the past half month. The effect of the advertising was naturally great. But the money was also spent like running water. If it weren't for the increasing amount of money flowing in every day, it is definitely impossible to support it.
This money must be spent. And in the next month, I think we should continue to maintain a strong offensive. Make the advertising more detailed and specific.
Deeply explore the game user group. And absolutely not give other people the opportunity to take.
Li Fu also nodded. This is true in any industry. Only those at the top of the pyramid can eat the biggest and most meat. Therefore, the dominance of King Pesticide must be maintained and must not be shaken.
Li Fu is right. But with the more than 100 million in the account now, we can use it to improve our lives first. And if the game is launched and sells well, we must also give everyone bonuses and so on.
Zhao Dongye pondered for a while, and then slowly said,
I don't have a problem with it. We are all very poor anyway. We should get some money as soon as possible, so we can go out and be cool and cool.
When it comes to this issue, Qianjin naturally supports it with both hands.
I have no objection either.
Li Fu also nodded in agreement.
Now that the major shareholders have agreed, I have no objections.
Wang Wanli also had a smile on his face, and said that sharing the cake was naturally everyone's favorite thing. Just when Li Fu, Zhao Dongye and others were discussing the happy matter of how to divide the cake, thousands of miles away in Peng City in the south, the headquarters of the Penguin Group and the League of Legends Work Group were here. Although it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, the place was still brightly lit. Dong Jinyun, Vice President of Penguin Group, President of the League of Legends, and President of the new mobile MOBA game Poison King, was still meeting at this time to carry out general mobilization.
Everyone, take a look. This is the data we have recently obtained. In just half a month, the game King Pesticide has attracted a huge amount of more than 1 billion Chinese dollars from game players. They already have more than 100 million Chinese dollars. Gamers, the number of active users exceeds 25 million.
Dong Jinyun said to his men while playing a PPT.
What does that mean? This means that mobile MOBA games have huge potential and terrible revenue-generating capabilities, which are far beyond what PC games can compare to. This means that if our King of Poison is successfully developed, it will definitely become a super beast of our company. Of course, this also means that our opponents are unprecedentedly powerful. In just half a month, our opponents already have over 100 million game users and a turnover of 1 billion Chinese dollars. And this number is still growing. Growth of. If we want to eat meat in this area, we have to get rid of the king pesticide. Otherwise we won't even have soup. So the next month is the most crucial month. It's already past 10 o'clock in the evening. But why do I still leave everyone here?
Dong Xinyan had an extremely serious expression on his face, as if he were a general about to face a war. At this moment, he was lecturing his men and boosting the morale of his side.
The reason why I have kept you here until now is that I hope you can adapt to this rhythm in advance. Because in the next month, 2 months, or even in months, working overtime until late at night is probably what we often do. Something to do.
Chapter 27.
Special feeling.
In room 602 of Yanwan University Entrepreneurship Center, everyone was happy to see that there was a lot of money available soon. And everyone had smiles on their faces.
How about we all go out to have fun together at night?
Xian Jin suggested with a slight smile on his face.
Yes. Yes. We must go out and celebrate properly.
Wang Wanli naturally followed suit.
Okay. Shenxi, you go and inform everyone that I will treat you tonight, and we can go out and have fun together.
Zhao Dongya also nodded and gave instructions to Shenxi beside him. Very boldly.
I'm going to inform you now. But I guess many people have already made appointments. So not many will be able to come out.
Shenxi nodded. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Those who went to bed early were already lying under the quilt. It was not easy to pull people out in this winter.
I won't go. There are still a few new heroes with special effects that haven't been finished yet. I'll be busy here and try to get them done as soon as possible.
Li Fu said to everyone apologetically.
Li Fu, you are too boring. Everyone is going. How can we leave you out?
Qian Jin curled his lips and said dissatisfied.
Yes. Yes. It's rare to be happy. Let's all go together. How can I do it without you? I must go.
Others also followed suit.
I really won't go. I'm not very good at drinking. Besides, Penguin Group's new game is already being promoted. We also need to hurry up and update more heroes and skins. In the future, I may not be too more energy should be put into the company. So do more while there is still time.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head. Rejecting everyone's kindness again, Li Fu had his own plan. He started a company with everyone just to earn initial capital. What Li Fu really wanted to play with was high technology. So naturally, he would not work with everyone. For others to share. During this period of time, Li Fu has basically focused on developing games. Now that the game has basically established its dominance in mobile MOBA games, Li Fu can also relax and concentrate on researching technology. Naturally, it is impossible to say that I have been busy in the field of games.
Since Li Fu still has something to do, don't force it. Next time, find a time to invite everyone to celebrate properly. This time we will go out to celebrate first.
After listening to Li Fu's words, Zhao Dongya smiled. Now he could not see through Li Fu more and more.
Everyone has a good meal and a drink. I will definitely participate next time we all get together. Forget it today.
Li Fu said apologetically again. And the others did not force themselves anymore and happily went out in groups to have fun. Looking at the quiet room 602, Li Fu shook his head with a smile and started to get busy. His hands kept flying on the keyboard. Sometimes he stopped to think about it. Li Fu was the core force in the entire development of the King Pesticide game. Li Fu has basically figured out everything now. So he can start doing these things quite quickly.
It's almost time to go back. If it's later, the dormitory door will be closed.
Time passed quietly in the blink of an eye. And the small shadow in my mind reminded me gently.
Well, I'm back now. These heroes have been designed. I won't spend any energy on this in the future. I can devote myself wholeheartedly to the avenue of science and technology.
Li Fu nodded, looked at the time, packed his things, turned off the lights, and prepared to go back.
Huh? Why are the lights still on in the management office?
At this time, the entrepreneurship center was silent, and all the rooms had turned off the lights. After all, the cold weather made everyone want to get back to the warm bed as soon as possible. But the lights were still on in the management office. Li Fu looked at the management office and walked over to take a look.
Hey, why are you late? Why haven't you gone back yet?
When he came to the management office, a beautiful figure was still busy anxiously. Li Fu recognized Wang Yun at a glance.
Ah, it's you. You scared me.
The sudden sound startled Wang Yun. When he saw it was Li Fu, Wang Yun instantly smiled.
There is one account that I haven't been able to reconcile. I've been correcting it for several hours. But I still can't get it right. I don't know what went wrong.
I don't know if it was because of the last time, but Wang Yun had a sense of trust in Li Fu in front of him. And he was not as wary as he was with other boys. It felt like they were very familiar with each other. But unfortunately, the two of them haven't even left any contact information.
Let me take a look at it for you. Maybe you looked at it for too long and didn't notice it.
Li Fu smiled and naturally went up to help. Wang Yun gently pulled up her hair and gave her seat to Li Fu, looking at the person in front of her. She always had the feeling that there was nothing that Li Fu couldn't handle.
Xiaoying, help me find out what's wrong.
In his mind, Li Fu told Xiaoying that checking financial data like this is best for Xiaoying to handle. At the same time, Li Fu also looked at the computer carefully, thinking it was to learn some financial knowledge.
This month, there is a duplicate data here that has not been written off. So the account has not been balanced. Look at this.
Soon, the little shadow in his mind found out what went wrong.
And Li Fu smiled and told Wang Yun what went wrong.
Let me see. It's really like this. This account was wrong and should have been written off. No wonder this account has always been unfair.
Wang Yun immediately felt relieved when he saw it, and then quickly started operating on the computer. He quickly prepared various data and sent an email to the school finance office for review.
I'm done. Thank you very much for helping me again.
Wang Yun looked very relaxed after finishing his work, and thanked Li Fu with a smile on his face.
Thank you. It's just a little effort. Let's go. I'll take you back. If you go back later, the door to the dormitory will be closed.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head. When Wang Yun heard this, his face turned slightly red. Thinking of the last time he rode Li Fu's bicycle, his answer became much softer, but he agreed unconsciously. In the cold winter in the imperial capital, the cold wind howled and fallen leaves fluttered. Even the always bustling campus seemed to be silenced by the cold weather. In addition, it was already very late, and there were few people on campus. Saw a figure. On a bicycle, Wang Yang held Li Fu's waist with both hands, his head buried in a large winter coat and hat, his face pressed against Li Fu's back, his face flushed red. Feeling the warmth and breath of Li Fu's body, his whole body was full of emotions. Can't feel the cold wind whistling by. Li Fu stepped on the bicycle and gently felt the tenderness of the beautiful woman behind him. An inexplicable emotion was slowly brewing in his heart. A gentle lady is a gentleman. A beauty like Wang Yun will make a man's heart flutter when he sees her. What's more, the two of them were so close at this time.
Let nature take its course. Everything will happen.
Li Fu smiled. In terms of relationships, Li Fu was completely blank. He didn't know how to pursue it at all. He always felt a little inferior in the past. After all, where was his family background, and he was very ordinary. He had nothing to gain at all. With his talent and lack of money, he had to carefully calculate even if he invited someone to watch a movie or have a meal. So naturally he didn't fall in love. In terms of relationships, Li Fu is simply a blank slate. Now, even though the two of them are so close, Li Fu is still a bit like a lump of wood, not enlightened, and all he wants is to let everything happen. The two figures shuttled through the campus. The speed of the bicycle was not too fast, but both Wang Yun and Li Fu felt that time passed very quickly, and they returned to the dormitory in just a blink of an eye.
I have arrived.
Wang Yun felt that his face was flushed, and he buried his head deeply in the hat. His voice was very low.
Well, can you leave your contact information?
Not knowing where he got the courage, Li Fu asked with a slight smile.
Of course you can. My phone number is 177*****2222, which is also the number for WeChat.
Hearing Li Fu's words, Wang Yang smiled happily, read out a series of numbers, and then walked towards her dormitory like flying. She felt that if she stayed any longer, she would definitely be recognized, and her whole face was already burning. Not okay. Seeing Qianing disappear at the entrance of the dormitory corridor, Li Fu was slightly disappointed. He took out his mobile phone and saved Wang Yun's mobile phone number. Then he smiled and rode his bicycle back to the dormitory. In dormitory 222, all the roommates had gone out to have fun. It was now empty and seemed a little deserted. However, Li Fu was used to it. The dormitory was usually like this on weekends. Zhao Dongye, Qian Jin,
and Wang Wanli were all women. My friends are rarely in the dormitory on weekends. After washing up and nestling in his bed, Li Fu took out his cell phone. Thinking of Wang Yun, he couldn't help but start contacting him. I'm Li Fu. This is my mobile phone number. I'll add you as a WeChat friend. Li Fu sent a text message to Wang Yun, then opened his own WeChat and added Wang Yun's WeChat. A colorful cloud. Wang Yun's WeChat name made it obvious that it was her at a glance. Li Fu smiled and sent the friend application. Soon, Li Fu's application was approved. Still not asleep yet? He's lying on the bed. Me too. I'm the only one left in the dormitory. Li Fu and Wang Yun started chatting naturally on WeChat. And the content of the chat was also very boring topics. But at this time, both of them were chatting with gusto, as if they had discovered a new world. Chatting with each other in Wang Yun's dormitory. Wang Yun huddled herself under the quilt, pretending to be asleep, hiding under the quilt and typing and chatting with Li Fu, for fear of being discovered by her roommate. At the same time, her face was also turned red. Unknowingly, time passed quietly as the two chatted and chatted. Chapter 28. The Historical Mission of Biological Sciences. Yanhuan University is one of the most well-known institutions of higher learning in China today, and its biomedicine major is one of Yanhuan University's trump card majors. It ranks first in the entire China, and is well-deserved to be the top institution in this field. The biomedical major of Yanhuan University is not just a boast, but a real skill. It not only has many well-known biological laboratories at home and abroad, but also has many world-famous top biological scientists. Because of such strong hardware and software capabilities, coupled with the strong support of the state, and the outstanding students of Yanhuan University, the biomedical major of Yanhuan University can become famous. In terms of laboratories, China National Biological Laboratory, Imperial Biological Research Center, China Disease Control and Prevention Biological Experimental Center, Heritage Biotechnology Center of Chinese Academy of Sciences, Imperial Life Science Institute, Neuroscience Institute, Biochemical Cell Laboratory, etc. A large number of top domestic biological laboratories. Among them, there are a lot of laboratories bearing the name of Huaxia, and the costs are all fully borne by the state. Many laboratories are closely connected with the Huaxia Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering, and many of the research tasks they undertake are national level, and even some laboratory research fields are at the leading level in the world. Of course, there are also a large number of world-famous top biological scientists here, such as academician Cao Xiaodong, who has made outstanding achievements in the study of biochemical metabolic signaling pathways of cell apoptosis. Lu Yundong, one of the founders of the Chinese bioscience field, and the world-famous neurobiologist, academician Fang Mingbo, academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, academician Lu Yi, a world-renowned biovirologist, academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, honorary professor of many famous universities in the world, academician of many countries in the world, etc. Deadly top scientists at home and abroad. With such powerful hardware and software, the biomedical major of Yanhuan University is undoubtedly the number one in China. Even if compared across the world, it is comparable to the top universities in the world. Today, China is still rising, and is no longer that China lags behind others in everything. At this time, in the teaching building of the Biomedical College of Yanhuan University, Li Fu was listening attentively to the lecture. The lecturer was Lu Yi, a world-renowned biovirologist, an academician of the two academies of China, an honorary professor of many famous universities in the world, and an academician of many countries around the world. Academician. As one of the world's top scientists, academician Lu Yi's classes are very precious. Basically, he can only have one class a week. And this is because academician Lu Yi is also from Yanhuan University, and Yanhuan University is his alma mater. So he is willing to work so hard and give lectures once a week. Many of the schools he is named in may not be able to invite him to give lectures once a semester. Generally, well-known scientists like Lu Yi are very busy and have a lot of scientific research tasks to complete. They are also usually the important person in charge of some projects and experiments. They have many things to do, and they generally like to focus on their own scientific research. Although teaching is something that many scientists like to do, it generally does not take too much energy. However, Lu Yi likes to get in touch with young college students and teach these young people. In his words, these people represent the hope of China's biological sciences in the future. Now spend some energy to go there. These flowers only then can we grow better. Lu Yi, like countless scientists,
is a very pure patriot. He studied abroad in Yingjiang in his early years. Yingjiang tried to retain him with very generous conditions, but he still did not waver, and returned to his homeland and his own country. His alma mater, teaching and educating people, and making the country strong through scientific research are the two things he has done throughout his life, and he has never wavered. Liu Yi's classes are very popular, and students from the entire biomedical school also like to attend his classes, so every one of his classes is full. And the same is true for the classroom at this time. The large classroom, which can accommodate more than 200 people, was packed with seats, and there were even many people standing to listen to the lecture. The entire classroom was silent, with only Liu Yi's loud voice ringing in the classroom.
Viruses, like countless living things, also have the ability to evolve themselves. In recent years, new viruses have emerged in the world, such as the Ebola virus discovered in Africa in 1976, as well as the HIV, SARS virus, and avian influenza that have harmed the world. Viruses and more. These viruses have never appeared before. Or even if they did appear, they were not discovered, or they did not have as terrible lethality as they do now. These viruses basically evolved from viruses that were not originally dangerous. In the future, with various medical products, radioactive materials, human intervention, etc. in modern society, new types of viruses will continue to appear around the world. Biological viruses with huge harm. A virus is essentially a living thing. Since it is a living thing, it has the ability to evolve. And because the general structure of viruses is relatively simple, the evolutionary directions of viruses are diverse.
Under the podium, Li Fu listened carefully to academician Liu Yi's lecture on the podium, while constantly learning from Staoying in his mind. Among the civilization seeds of the super-civilized Han technological empire, there are all kinds of technologies, and he can take them out casually. Any of them will be enough to change the current global situation. Li Fu has a lot to learn. And now that he is finished with the king of pesticides matter, Li Fu basically devotes himself to learning. From biology to physics to chemistry, etc. As long as Li Fu would study whatever he was interested in. While listening to the lectures, he would constantly combine the knowledge and the seeds of civilization in his mind and verify each other.
I have talked about the dangers of biological viruses many times. Everyone who studies biology should be very aware of how terrible biological viruses are. In the past few years, SARS, bird flu, etc. caused heavy losses to our country. And AIDS is even more serious. Countless scientists around the world are helpless. Nearly 40 million people around the world are infected with AIDS. And 12 million people have been taken away by AIDS. What is even more frightening is that AIDS is now spreading around the world. And it is an unstoppable trend. In just a few decades, China has shown explosive growth. And now it has exceeded 10 million at this time. The situation has become uncontrollable. Students, you are talking nonsense. First of all, I hope that students can keep themselves safe and pay attention to their own safety and protection. Now the spread of AIDS on university campuses has almost reached an uncontrollable level. So students still need to pay more attention. You should be vigilant at all times and never relax your sense of safety and protection.
On the podium, Liu Yi, who was already in his 40s, said sincerely that he was very sad about the current situation. Today's young people are becoming more and more open-minded. Coupled with international exchanges, viruses like AIDS are beginning to spread. This makes people around the world. Liu Yi, a well-known biological virologist, saw this in his eyes and was anxious in his heart. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would give a warning to the students in his lectures.
Secondly, I hope that the students present can have a sense of historical mission. You are the future of our field of biological sciences in China and will shoulder the historical burden of the field of biological sciences. There will definitely be more viruses like SARS and bird flu appearing in the future. If our bioscience and technology in China are not strong enough at that time, we can only hand over our lives to others, and viruses like AIDS and AIDS that are raging now. Diseases such as cancer also require those of us who study biological sciences to find ways to deal with them. And we cannot allow them to unbridledly harm our lives and health.
When he said this, Liu Yi's voice became extremely serious, as if he had a heavy courage that suppressed the many students present. Li Fu also sat up, and was with seniors like Liu Yi. Invisibly, their generation's concern for the country, and the people will infect people. This kind of sentiment is far beyond the understanding of people who believe in money first. But this does not prevent everyone from respecting Liu Yi. For this generation, especially a pure patriot and pure scientist like Liu Yi, Li Fu is the founder of Lui. Respect and admiration from the heart.
This classmate, do you have anything to ask?
At this time, some students raised their hands to indicate that they had questions to ask.
Teacher, is there really no cure for AIDS and cancer? Well, currently, we humans do not have any good way to deal with major diseases such as AIDS and cancer. At present, we can only treat the symptoms rather than the root cause, and try to extend the patient's life as much as possible. But there is no way to cure these diseases at their root cause.
Louis smiled and nodded to the students who asked questions. He liked this method very much and also liked having students ask questions. So if he had any questions in his class, he could raise his hand at any time. However, when it comes to treating major diseases such as AIDS, he seems a little helpless. Scientists around the world currently have no way to deal with these viruses, and the spread of HIV is a headache for the whole world.
However, as long as those of us who study biological sciences don't give up, we will definitely be able to find ways to deal with these diseases. Isn't the smallpox virus that once made people jealous become the only virus that we humans have eliminated on a global scale? So everyone has a heavy burden on their shoulders. The future of China requires all of you here to form a powerful Great Wall in the field of biological sciences to protect the safety of our descendants of Yin and Huang.
Chapter 29. The idea of fighting fire with fire. Louis on the podium is full of concern for the country and the people facing the increasingly severe disease situation in the world. Louis knows that this is just like normal national defense. Only his country is strong enough in the field of biotechnology. Protect the lives and health of the people of our country. Otherwise, if we lag behind others in biotechnology, Africa today is the best example. All medicines need to be imported. I don't know how many people die from diseases every year, and many of them actually require very common medicines. All can be cured, but even the most common medicines are very precious and rare in many African countries. Every year, the World Health Organization is required to support a large number of drugs and medical personnel. However, relying on others is ultimately a drop in the bucket. Among African countries, the average life expectancy is far lower than the world average. In many countries, the average life expectancy is only a poor 40 years old or so. Various diseases are spreading wantonly in Africa, especially AIDS. In many African countries, half of the population in the entire country has AIDS, and they are completely helpless in the face of the disease. Only if a country has strong biotechnology can it be able to cope with major disease disasters. Moreover, countries around the world are now researching terrible biochemical weapons. If it is not strong enough in this regard, it will be even more vulnerable to huge threats. Li Fu, who had been listening silently under the podium, slowly raised his right hand to indicate that he had a question to ask. The whole classroom was very quiet. When Li Fu raised his hand, everyone looked over. Louis on the podium smiled slightly at Li Fu and nodded to signal Li Fu to speak.
Teacher, you just said that viruses are essentially a kind of life. So since they are life,
why can't we try to deal with viruses from a biological perspective? For example, in the case of HIV, can we find a virus that can overcome it? Eliminate HIV, which is harmless to us humans.
Li Fu stood up and spoke slowly. What Li Fu said was certainly not without purpose. Li Fu has learned many new methods and concepts for dealing with biological viruses from the seeds of super civilization these days. And what Li Fu mentioned just now is one of them.
Classmate, can you introduce yourself?
After listening to Li Fu's words, Louis smiled slightly and did not directly answer Li Fu's words. Instead, he asked about Li Fu first.
My name is Li Fu, and I am in class 2 of my junior year majoring in biomedicine.
Li Fu nodded and briefly introduced himself.
Classmate Li Fu, your idea is very good. In the words of our ancients, your method is to fight fire with fire. Of course, there is no such saying in the world of medicine and biology at present, but it is related in medicine. Case. One of the hot topics in medical research right now is cancer. If cancer is compared to poison, chemotherapy and radiotherapy are all about fighting poison with poison. Because chemotherapy and radiotherapy themselves are quite harmful to our human body. And even so, it is difficult to say that the treatments are effective in treating cancer. Also, in the era of opium addiction, in order to reduce the pain of patients and the casualties of soldiers on the battlefield, medical scientists separated the analgesic components in opium and invented morphine. At that time, morphine's analgesic effect was very apparently, but it was later discovered that morphine was more addictive and was strictly regulated. When the addictive and toxic properties of morphine were discovered, Someone added some components of morphine to some synthetic substances and invented heroin. In the era when heroin was called medicine, it became a panacea for all kinds of pain. Whether it was stomach pain, headache, limb pain, etc. All the pain will be gone after a little heroin. But now I must be clear about what heroin is.
On the podium, Louis nodded to Li Fu, and then began to talk about this topic. He was knowledgeable and very clear about many things in biotechnology and biomedicine, and could easily talk about various cases.
I say this not to deny the new idea proposed by Li Fu. On the contrary, I think the idea proposed by Li Fu is a very good idea and a unique approach. In the case I just described, whether it is chemotherapy or radiotherapy, it is essentially to deal with cancer and free patients from the clutches of the disease. If we can really find or cultivate a new type of virus, this virus will targeting only the corresponding diseases without having any impact on our human body, or with the impact within a controllable range, will open a new chapter in human biological history, and may very well be realized in the future, with great brilliance.
Louis actually held a positive attitude towards Li Fu's proposal, which surprised everyone present. After all, at the beginning, he mentioned several cases that seemed to be negative. Unexpectedly, he actually proposed it to Li Fu in the end. The new idea was affirmed as
working,
and even gave it a very high evaluation. I believe that if this method and idea can be realized, it will open a new chapter in biological history and make an outstanding contribution to mankind's victory over disease.
Classmate Li Fu, your thoughts and ideas are very good. I hope you can explore this path. Just like the emergence of immunology, humans discovered that they could first inject some viruses into their own bodies to form immunity, and then they could be immune to them in the future. This virus creates immunity, and we humans rely on this method to defeat the smallpox virus. Perhaps in the future, Mr. Li Fu, your new ideas and methods will allow us humans to defeat more diseases and benefit us as a whole.
Louis encouraged Li Fu with a smile on his face. He always admired young people with ideas and always liked to encourage young people to pursue their dreams. Li Fu could only smile after hearing this. He did not expect Louis to give such a high evaluation, but he admired Louis even more in his heart for such new ideas and methods that had never appeared before. Louis was able to boldly affirming,
at least on the road of scientific exploration, Louis' spirit is very valuable. Louis' lectures are very interesting. His research on biotechnology is also quite deep. Many times he can explain a profound thing in a simple and easy to understand way. And he can also quote various theories, which makes the whole lecture very interesting. It's funny, interesting, and engaging. The class lasted for 2 hours, and Louis kept talking from beginning to end. Everyone in the entire classroom listened with great interest. There was not a single case of playing with mobile phones in other classes. Of course, it cannot be denied that Yanwan University is the top university in China. The students who can enter Yanwan University are all talents among the younger generation, and they all have a great love for learning. Even in the relaxed environment of the university, they can be quite it's good to discipline yourself, along with the ringing of bells. Louis had just finished his lecture. There was one class a week, and the whole process lasted for 2 hours. Louis did not take a break, or even drink a sip of water. This professionalism alone was enough. It's enough to make countless people ashamed. While sorting out today's lecture notes, Li Fu packed up his things and prepared to go to the library to read. During this period, Li Fu basically spent his time in the library, looking at various science and technology books, because he has been practicing Yuanli for a long time. Li Fu's body and brain have been continuously developed by Yuanli. Li Fu learns things very quickly, not to mention anything else. Just reading a book, Li Fu can already read 10 lines at a glance and look at everything. Don't forget. Plus learn the technology of super civilization from the seeds of super civilization every day. Li Fu found that he had more and more things to learn, and only the vast number of books in the Yanwan University reading library could satisfy Li Fu's growing appetite. Li Fu was immersed in learning like a hungry thirsty, immersed in on the ocean of knowledge.
Classmate Li Fu.
At this time, a young man came over. This young man had a pair of black-framed eyes and exuded an elegant temperament. He could tell at a glance that he was an intellectual.
Who are you?
Li Fu looked at the person in front of him. He was very strange. He didn't know him at all.
I am Tang Li, assistant to academician Louis. The teacher asked me to come over and ask you to come over and have a talk.
Tang Li had a smile on his face. He also graduated from Yanwan University majoring in biomedicine. He is currently a doctoral student. He is currently studying biological virology with Lu Yi and is considered a well-known biological scientist.
Ah!
When Li Fu heard this, he was immediately dumbfounded. He never expected that Lu Yi would talk to him alone.
Ha ha. This is a good thing. Maybe the teacher wants to accept you as a student. Maybe we can call you brothers in the future.
Tang Li smiled on his face. He knew his teacher very well. If he met a very outstanding student, Tang Li would be interested in accepting a disciple. Lu Yi admired Li Fu's performance in class just now. So he asked Tang Li till he went to check Li Fu's resume and found that Li Fu was indeed a talent. So he asked Tang Li to come over. I am going to have a good talk with Li Fu, get to know Li Fu more deeply as a person, and finally decide whether to accept Li Fu as a student. As the top biological scientist in the country, Lu Yi is qualified enough to accept him as a disciple. Whether you are a graduate student or a doctoral student, there is no problem at all. Of course, he doesn't just accept anyone. He always only accepts people he admires and likes. And he has to think that there are no problems with his character before he accepts students. Otherwise, even if he spends more time, he will accept students. Lu Yi will never accept a disciple if there is too much money or favors. Chapter 30. National Laboratory. As one of the top universities in China, Yanwan University occupies an extremely vast area in an international metropolis, like the imperial capital where every inch of land is worth every inch of money. The entire campus has a total area of nearly 2 million square meters. If you walk within it, you may not be able to see all the famous attractions in Yanwan University, even if you walk for a whole day. Yanwan University occupies such a large area. In addition to the campus used for teaching, a large part of the area is actually used for scientific research. It has a large number of top scientific laboratories at home and abroad. These laboratories are not just for Yanwan University. Most of the money used belongs directly to the state. And the required funds, and so on, are all borne by the state. The China National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention is one of the many top laboratories. The person in charge of this laboratory is academician Lu Yi, a world-renowned biovirologist, an academician of the 2 national academies, an honorary professor of many prestigious universities in the world, and an academician of many countries around the world. In the laboratory, Li Fu was wearing white overalls and was operating the electron microscope in the laboratory to observe biological viruses. He was very serious, meticulous in his work, and very skilled in operating the instruments. This made Lu Yi, who had been observing from the side, nodded with satisfaction. Originally, Li Fu was just a third-year college student. Logically speaking, he could not participate in such an important laboratory. It could even be said that he could not even enter. After all, this laboratory was a national-level laboratory. The instruments and equipment are very precious. There are only a few instruments and equipment in the world, and they are things that even money cannot buy. What's more, the projects and topics studied here are national-level topics, and many of them require the highest level of confidentiality. In addition, there are various viruses, bacteria, etc. stored here. If anyone is released, it will be enough to cause terrible consequences. Therefore, there is no way to enter this laboratory without reaching a certain level. This is simply not something that Li Fu, a student in college, can enter. However, since the last time Lu Yi called Li Fu over for a detailed discussion, Lu Yi discovered that Li Fu is quite extraordinary. His knowledge level in biotechnology has far surpassed that of an undergraduate, and can even be said to be comparable to ordinary biological scientists, especially in the field of biological virology, which Lu Yi is good at. Li Fu has been able to talk fluently with Lu Yi and has a very deep foundation. Moreover, Lu Yi also discovered that Li Fu not only had a very profound foundation in biology, but his insights in many aspects were always refreshing. Li Fu also had very profound knowledge in other subjects such as physics, chemistry, and computers. In terms of skills, Lu Yi felt that Li Fu was an all-around genius. Lu Yi naturally cherished such a genius. In addition, he had checked Li Fu's profile earlier and knew that Li Fu studied very hard during college. His grades were always among the best, and he was also quite a good person. So Lu Yi directly expressed his intention to accept a disciple to Li Fu. Li Fu was naturally very happy. Having a scientific master like Lu Yi as his mentor was something that countless people dreamed of. Without any hesitation, Li Fu agreed, successfully becoming Lu Yi's student and a member of this national laboratory. He was able to freely go out of this tightly guarded international laboratory.
Wow! This is indeed a world-class laboratory. The resolution of a very ordinary microscope can be so clear. The country does not just shout slogans for scientific research.
While Li Fu carefully observed the biological viruses under the microscope, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Without enough funds and advanced scientific research equipment, scientific research is basically empty talk. For scientists who study biology, a good microscope becomes particularly important. Generally speaking, to measure the quality of a microscope, or to compare the effective magnification ability of a microscope, we look at the resolution rather than the magnification factor that everyone says. Only laymen will say how much magnification and how many times. Experts will generally say they all talk about the resolution. The electron transmission electron microscope now, in Li Fu's hands, has a maximum magnification of about 2 million times and a limit resolution of about 1 nanometer. However, such an electron microscope is the most common in this national laboratory. Microscope. Li Fu heard from his senior brothers and sisters that there is a super electron microscope in the laboratory with a resolution of 0.5 angstrom, whose foreign name is angstrom or angstrom, is commonly used in crystallography, atomic physics, ultramicrostructure, etc. The unit of length, transliterated as angstrom. The symbol is 1 is equal to 10 carat minus 10 m, which is 1/10 of a nanometer.
No wonder China's science and technology has continued to rise over the years. The country is still very willing to invest in scientific research to build such a national laboratory, not to mention anything else. The instruments and equipment in this laboratory alone are all I don't know how many billion it will cost.
It's no wonder that Li Fu here is like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. When he entered this national laboratory for the first time, Li Fu was already deeply attracted by the environment here, especially the various advanced equipment here. The scientific research instruments and equipment made Li Fu want to drool just by looking at them. Ever since Li Fu decided to shift his main energy to the road of science and technology, Li Fu has been thinking about where to start. After thinking about it, he felt that it would be better to start from the biomedicine major he studied in university. Because my major in college is biomedicine. Starting from this field, it would not be surprising to achieve results in a short period of time. At most, I would be called a genius. But if in other fields, if Li Fu made very amazing achievements all of a sudden, the world would find it strange. And it would also seem very unreasonable and unacceptable. However, if you want to make achievements in the field of biological sciences, especially in a short period of time, it is basically impossible to achieve without good tools and mentors. The most important thing for studying biotechnology is a powerful microscope. In addition to good microscopes, biological virus samples, experimental qualifications, etc. These problems have also been bothering Li Fu, making Li Fu feel like a headless fly. He has obviously learned a lot of super knowledge in his brain. The advanced scientific and technological knowledge of the civilized Han technological empire. However, there was no condition or place for Li Fu to conduct experiments and verifications. He could only be anxious and unable to do anything. He could only continue to study various books in the library, especially some papers published by cutting-edge scientists. Wait for verification and comparison. But now all the problems have been solved with Li Fu joining this world-class laboratory. The China National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention not only has a variety of advanced scientific instruments and equipment, but also the virus database contains almost all viruses currently discovered by humans. As for issues such as experimental qualifications, it goes without saying, ordinary experiments only need to be registered here in the laboratory. For major laboratories, just ask Lu Yi for his signature. There is no need for any complicated applications and approvals. Coming to such a place, Li Fu felt as if he had wings for soaring. In a short period of time, he became familiar with the management regulations of this international laboratory and understood the management rules and regulations here, and can quickly master the operation of various instruments and equipment proficiently. In addition to these, Li Fu's strong learning ability, profound foundation, and skills soon conquered the scientific staff around him, making everyone who originally thought it was inappropriate for Lu Yi to suddenly recruit an undergraduate to shut up. He also looked up to Li Fu with admiration. And even Lu Yi was quite satisfied with Li Fu. Li Fu is modest, prudent, cautious, super learning ability, strong leaping thinking ability, etc. No matter from every aspect, Li Fu is a very good biological scientist. Just like a piece of jade. As long as with a little polishing, it will soon shine brightly to the world. In a short period of time, Li Fu was able to truly integrate into the atmosphere of the laboratory, follow the rhythm of others, assist other scientists in the laboratory to do some relatively simple scientific research work, and also spend time in his spare time. In addition, I use the equipment, instruments and other conditions in the laboratory to study some of my favorite topics. For example, right now, Li Fu is studying the use of virus to fight virus, hoping to find a virus that can deal with HIV without having any impact or harm on the human body. This was also the question Li Fu raised to Lu Yi during the project. Li Fu also provided considerable support in conducting research in this area and provided great convenience. HIV, human immunodeficiency virus, also known as AIDS, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome virus, is a virus that causes defects in the human immune system. Human immunodeficiency virus was first discovered in the United States in 1981. It is a lentivirus that infects cells of the human immune system and is a type of retrovirus. There are 4 known strains of HIV, namely M, N, O, and P. Each has a different origin. Among them, the most widely spread M and N have long been confirmed to come from chimpanzees. But the rarer O and P it was later confirmed that both O and P were gorillas from southwestern Cameroon. Human immunodeficiency virus is about 120 nanometers in diameter and roughly spherical in shape. It mainly attacks the body's helper T lymphocyte system. Once it invades the body's cells, the virus will be integrated with the cells and difficult to eliminate for life, causing the body to lose its immune function and remain dormant. A terrible virus that is long-lasting and has a high mortality rate. Chapter 31. Treatments for HIV. Li Fu carefully observed HIV through an electron microscope. As a national laboratory, the China National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention has almost all virus samples discovered so far. HIV is a virus that countless biological scientists around the world are currently at a loss to solve. Viruses are naturally indispensable here, and all 4 known strains of HIV are present. Such a small virus has killed tens of millions of people around the world. And if the current trend continues, more and more people will die from AIDS. While Li Fu observed this ugly tiny creature, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xiaoying, help me find all the current scientific research information on HIV. In his mind, Li Fu told Xiaoying that AIDS is a global problem. There are countless biological scientists around the world who are researching HIV. Every year, a large number of research reports and papers on HIV are published. Of course, there is no substantial breakthrough. Otherwise, AIDS would have been conquered long ago. Li Fu now wants to work out a way to combat HIV. Naturally, he must learn from the experiences and lessons of these predecessors, so that he can avoid many detours. As of now, there are 132 institutions worldwide specializing in AIDS research, among which more than 18,723 papers have been published. And there are 345 high-quality papers. I have selected the key points in these papers. In his mind, Xiaoying quickly found relevant information. As an intelligent program of the civilization seed of the super-civilized Han technological empire, Xiaoying's abilities are extremely powerful. The entire global internet is like a fiction to it. These papers and results even include many that have not been published in the world, or are only confidential documents within certain countries, etc. In his mind, Xiaoying directly extracted the key factors in these papers or reports and presented them directly in Li Fu's mind. In just 10 minutes, Li Fu had already carefully read these contents from beginning to end. Aside, it's no wonder that AIDS has become a major problem in the world's biological sciences. Scientists around the world still don't have a good way or idea to deal with it. Now these papers are just some new discoveries about the AIDS virus. That's all. And basically it doesn't make much sense. Li Fu sighed softly in his mind. Although many of these papers were written by world-renowned biological scientists, without exception, scientists around the world are currently at a loss to deal with HIV. There is no way at all. Countless after conducting experiments, there is still no effective way to deal with HIV. Master, in fact, this HIV virus is nothing. There are many ways to deal with it easily. For example, gene decomposition liquid can be very effective in causing the AIDS gene to collapse from a genetic point of view, thereby achieving the purpose of treating AIDS disease. The other method is to use the method you mentioned, Master, to find a virus that can devour HIV but not have any impact on the human body. A method of fighting virus with poison. However, this requires the cultivation of special viruses. Currently, with the current level of technological development on Earth,
The above two methods are relatively easy to develop. As for more advanced ones, such as super vaccines that can be immune to most viruses, physical magnetic therapy, nanorobot therapy, etc., not very realistic.
In his mind, Xiaoying was teaching Li Fu through such practical principles while introducing in detail some methods of dealing with HIV. The most important purpose of the civilization seed of a super civilization is two. One is to cultivate and guide growth, and the other is to protect it. Therefore, as long as there is an opportunity, Xiaoying will instill knowledge into Li Fu and cultivate Li Fu's ability in science and technology. Moreover, there are various teaching methods, which are very suitable for teaching in real life.
What is gene decomposition fluid?
Li Fu became interested immediately as soon as he heard it. Li Fu benefited a lot from every lecture.
The so-called genetic decomposition solution, as the name suggests, is able to decompose the genes of organisms from a genetic perspective, causing organisms to die directly due to gene collapse. We all know that any organism,
even the simplest cellular organisms, microorganisms, etc., are composed of genes. Constituted, it can be said that genes are the most critical thing that determines the shape, size, appearance, abilities, etc. of organisms. The genes of each organism are continuously improved and stabilized during the long process of evolution. If we understand intervention in the genes of organisms is very likely to cause the organisms to evolve, but it is more likely to cause the genes of organisms to collapse, leading to the death of the organisms. The genetic decomposition solution is based on this principle, and it can deal with various organisms from a genetic perspective, including these tiny biological viruses, etc. In the cosmic age, powerful cosmic civilizations occupy the vast starry sky and host numerous life planets. Each life planet will evolve a completely different biological system due to its different environment, especially in terms of microorganisms. Even more so, how can these powerful cosmic civilizations protect their citizens from the influence of these biological viruses and freely travel to different living planets? Generally speaking, they rely on two methods: genetic decomposition liquid and super biological vaccines. Gene decomposition fluid is generally used to deal with those who are already sick. A new arrival on a living planet is like an Indian facing the smallpox virus. It has no resistance or defense, and will often develop various diseases very quickly. Viruses invade, and at this time, using genetic decomposition fluid can effectively deal with these viruses. As for the super biological vaccine, it needs to be injected in advance. Once injected, this super biological vaccine can be immune to most biological viruses on the biological planet. It is a very popular thing in the interstellar era.
Xiaoying explained these two things to Li Fu in detail in his mind. The meaning is actually very simple. In the interstellar era, powerful civilizations occupy many living planets, or the interstellar civilization's home, etc. If there is no powerful biotechnology to escort us so, what happened when Europeans brought the smallpox virus to the Americas and killed countless Indians will happen again. Even on Earth, the American continent has been separated from other states for a long time. The Indians have not suffered from the smallpox virus in the long years and have no resistance to the smallpox virus. When the Europeans came, the smallpox virus caused heavy casualties to the Indians. Otherwise, it might not have been so smooth for the Europeans to occupy the entire Americas. This is true on a small living planet, but if it is magnified to the entire universe, once communication occurs between different living planets and different civilizations, you can imagine how terrifying it will be.
So that's it. Now I want to conquer AIDS by fighting virus with virus. It seems that I need to find a virus that has the ability to devour other viruses, and then specially cultivate it so that it can only devour HIV. Plant a virus.
Li Fu nodded in his mind, and the importance of biotechnology in his mind increased again. To put it bluntly, if aliens come to invade the Earth now, it actually doesn't take much effort to directly release their planets to the Earth. The various biological viruses on the planet can wipe out most of the living things on the Earth in a very short period of time.
Master, your idea is completely correct. Master, what you need to do now is to look for viruses that have the ability to devour other viruses, and then carry out special cultivation. This is like breeding animals. Human beings have specially bred cows in order to obtain milk. The milk production of cows is dozens, or even hundreds of times, that of other ordinary cows. They can produce milk non-stop. This is what ordinary cows don't have. Humans have specially bred laying hens in order to obtain egg-grade eggs, and the egg production of laying hens must be many times higher than that of normal chickens.
In his mind, Xiaoying affirmed Li Fu's idea. Since ancient times, humans have been good at cultivating living things. From now on, any living creatures that are closely related to human daily life are basically cultivated by humans over a long period of time. We originated in Central Asia, such as around 10,000 years ago. It is a hybrid between emmer wheat and Aema edulis, coupled with the continuous selection of human species over a long period of time. It has become a major staple food of human beings today, corn. The same is true for rice, radish, pepper, cabbage, potato and other vegetables, grains, etc. Cattle, sheep, horses, dogs, cats, pigs, etc. are divided into many types according to human needs. They are specially cultivated by humans, and eventually form the various varieties that are now complicated. For dogs alone, pets, there are so many varieties of dogs that can be named. Well, Xiaoying helped me find out the viruses that humans have discovered so far that have the ability to devour other viruses. I have to carefully select a few, and then try to carry out specialized targeted cultivation. In his mind, Li Fu once again issued an order to Xiaoying. There is an intelligent program to help with scientific research. In fact, it is also a super helper. It can save countless time, especially the time of searching for various information. Compared with ordinary Li Fu's work efficiency is countless times higher. This is why many scientists need assistance. Because many simple things can be done by assistants. Searching for information, some simple experiments, etc. are basically done by assistants. You only need to focus on key things in analysis, saving time and energy. Chapter 32. Being blind date. There are many viruses in nature. The viruses that you often hear about include hepatitis B virus, hepatitis C virus, tobacco mosaic virus, T2 phage, rabies virus, smallpox virus, polio virus, simian virus, respiratory virus, HIV, cytoplasmic polyhedrovirus, and more. Moreover, new viruses are discovered by humans almost every year. These little things that we cannot see with the naked eye are closely related to our lives. There are a large number of viruses in each of our bodies, and most viruses are harmful to our human body is harmless, and some are actually beneficial. In addition, our own strong immune system can protect us humans from viruses. So most of the time, even though we live surrounded by viruses all the time, we can still live well. Now Li Fu wants to select a few viruses that can be cultivated from among the tens of thousands of viruses. This is definitely not an easy task, because at least he needs to understand various viruses and know their general characteristics. Characteristics make the choice. Of course, none of this is difficult for Xiaoying. The intelligent program of this super civilization seed is absolutely outstanding in its ability to assist scientific research. It quickly compared and selected various viruses currently discovered by humans, and several of the names of the viruses are listed. Master, there are currently 3 viruses that are more suitable for you to cultivate, namely Gerbo virus, Pandora virus and Mimi virus. Gulbo virus, Pandora virus, Mimi virus? Among these 3 viruses, I have only heard of the Pandora virus in the middle. I have never heard of the other 2 viruses. Upon hearing this, Li Fu had questions in his mind and asked immediately. Gerbo virus is a newly discovered virus recently discovered by American scientist Gulbo. Mimi virus was only discovered in 2003 by Diderot and Jean Nitch, L of Marseille Medical School in France. This virus was discovered when Legionella was found in Legionnaire's disease. The 3 viruses I have chosen for you, Master, all have a common feature. That is, they are all very large in size. Among them, the diameter of Gerbo virus is about 300 nanometers, and the diameter of Mimi virus is even more, it can reach 800 nanometers, and the diameter of Pandora virus reaches 1 micron. In his mind, Xiaoying played all the relevant information about the 3 viruses. One of the special characteristics of these 3 viruses is that they are very large. Of course, this very large size is compared to other viruses. You must know that the average size of viruses is only 10 to 100. Nano, even larger viruses, such as smallpox virus, are only 300 nanometers in diameter, and HIV is 120 nanometers in diameter. They are all big. It seems that they can be cultivated in a direction where big viruses can devour small viruses. As a biomedical major, Li Fu naturally knows the size of viruses very well. As soon as he heard Xiaoying's words, he immediately knew that these 3 viruses are really big compared to other viruses. so he also knew one accordingly. Approximate direction. Well, let me see if there are these 3 viruses in the laboratory. And then I will apply for an experiment to classify and culture these viruses, and use different methods to induce them. The corresponding plan had already been generated in Li Fu's mind. And the next step of the work was very clear. Busy time is always short. Li Fu carefully preserved each experimental sample, and recorded the experimental process and experimental method of each experimental sample in detail. These tasks were very tedious, and were repeated over and over again. Very boring. Many times scientific research is like this. Doing repetitive things over and over again. And then looking for the differences over and over again. And thinking about the things behind these differences. Doing scientific research is definitely not as easy and interesting as everyone imagines. On the contrary, it is very boring. One of the most basic qualities of a scientist is to be able to find fun in the boring scientific research life. Otherwise, there is no way to adapt to this. A kind of study of life. Master, someone is looking for you. Someone from your company. By way, send a message looking for you. In his mind, Xiaoying gently reminded Li Fu. By way, what does she want from me? Could it be that she encountered some technical difficulties again? Li Fu stopped what he was doing. He was almost done with today's work. All that was left was to wait for the results of the experiment. And he thought strangely in his mind. 10 minutes later, Li returned from the research center and started to contact Bai Wei with his mobile phone in his hand. Hey, Bai Wei, what do you want from me? It's a good thing. Come to Jiwei as soon as possible, Bai Wei said slightly mysteriously, and immediately hung up the phone after speaking, leaving Li Fu confused. It's true. I don't want to explain it clearly. Li Fu smiled and shook his head, then rode his number 12 bicycle and rushed towards the place Bai Wei mentioned. Jiwei is a famous milk tea parlor in Yanwang University. This milk tea parlor has always been famous for its expensive consumption. Although it is expensive, the environment and service are quite good, and it has always been a good place for lovers to go on a date. Even an ordinary cup of milk tea at the Jiwei milk tea shop costs at least dozens of yuan. As for fruits, snacks, etc., the prices are also extraordinary. Li Fu had never been there before because he really didn't have any money for him to spend here. In a small private room in the Jiwei milk tea shop, Bai Wei chatted and laughed with her good friend and bestie Jiang Yanrong. She ordered milk tea and a few exquisite snacks on the table and drank leisurely, sipping milk tea, chatting about intimate topics, and occasionally looking at the beautiful autumn and winter scenery of Yanwang University outside is a rare enjoyment. Let me tell you, the person I introduced to you this time is called Li Fu. He is a very good man. If I hadn't already had a boyfriend, I would have chased him myself. Bai Wei looked out the window to see if Li Fu had come, and said to her best friend Jiang Yanrong with a smile. Jiang Yanrong next to her had long curly red hair, a pretty face, a tall figure, and a white head. The down jacket couldn't cover up her proud figure. Is it really as good as you say? I don't believe it. Jiang Yanrong's face turned slightly red. This time Bai Wei pulled her over and said that she wanted to introduce her boyfriend. Of course. Although Li Furen looks a bit ordinary, he is a very good person with an unlimited future. He is definitely the kind of rich man you have always wanted to find. Bai Wei nodded very seriously. After getting along with Li Fu during this period, she had already been conquered by Li Fu's strong learning ability and supercomputer skills. More importantly, she felt that Li Fu was easy to get along with, very easy to talk to. This good friend of hers wanted to find a boyfriend, and Li Fu, who was single, had always been the target of everyone's jokes. So Bai Wei thought about getting the two of them together so that they could live together for a while. Come here! Come here! Do you see the man on the bicycle? He is Li Fu. At this time, Bai Wei looked at a figure riding a bicycle outside the window and immediately called Jiang Yanrong over. Jiang Yanrong came to the window and looked carefully. Li Fu is not tall and his appearance is relatively ordinary. Of course, this is not what disappoints Jiang Yanrong. What really disappoints Jiang Yanrong is that the bicycle Li Fu rides is not one of those rare bicycles in the world, but a bicycle. It was a very ordinary, even somewhat shabby bicycle. And the way Li Fu was dressed, it looked like something from a street stall, which was very cheap. Will he be rich? Jiang Yanrong felt very disappointed. She came here with great expectations. Bai Wei kept saying that the person introduced this time was very outstanding. But just by looking at it, Jiang Yanrong was sure that this Li Fu was definitely poor. Silk one. It doesn't matter if you don't come here in a luxury car. There are also a lot of rich people's children who ride bicycles. After all, this is an age that pays attention to fitness. But whether it can cost 200 yuan for this shabby car is a question. There are also street stalls like this. Plus, it doesn't cost more than 1,000 yuan. How can you be a rich person?
Jiang Yinrong felt that she was so disappointed. She had always wanted to find a rich boyfriend. She came from a small city and gradually fell in love with a luxurious life in the imperial capital after she came to study in the imperial capital. However, these are very expensive. Yes, so I always marry a rich second generation. Soon, Li Fu came to the private room Bai Wei mentioned.
Sorry, something happened, so I'm a little late.
Li Fu smiled, then looked at Jiang Yinrong next to Bai Wei, and smiled and nodded as a greeting.
Li Fu, let me introduce to you. This is my good friend and bestie Jiang Yinrong. She is still single at the moment. You know?
Bai Wei introduced Jiang Yinrong to Li Fu with a smile, and deliberately winked at Li Fu afterward. After listening to Bai Wei's words, Li Fu couldn't laugh or cry. Ever since Zhao Dongye asked everyone to help introduce his girlfriend at the first meeting of the company, the girls from the art and art team have introduced him to Li Fu. But in the past, they always introduced him to Li Fu. He gave me a number, a WeChat ID, etc. Unexpectedly, Bai Wei actually pulled everyone over this time. She was so enthusiastic.
Hello, my name is Li Fu.
Now the relationship between Li Fu and Wang Yun is heating up rapidly. Li Fu naturally has no intention of finding another girlfriend. However, Bai Wei is kind-hearted anyway. Not to mention bringing her here directly. Li Fu naturally cannot, it was rude. So he greeted Jiang Yinrong with a smile on his face. At the same time, Li Fu couldn't help but take a closer look at Jiang Yinrong in front of him. Although she was very beautiful, and she was a goddess, she was still far behind Wang Yun. Chapter 33. I am her girlfriend.
Hello, Jiang Yinrong.
Jiang Yinrong responded slightly coldly and arrogantly. This time, she thought Bai Wei could really introduce a rich man. But she turned out to be a poor boy. Now she took a closer look at Li Fu. Jiang Yinrong could be sure that the whole body of Li Fu combined it won't cost more than 1,000 yuan. Which means that the winter clothes outside are valuable. And they are all sold on the street.
Bai Wei is really a waste of my time and expression.
In her mind, Jiang Yinrong also complained about her best friend. She came here in a hurry, but she didn't expect to introduce a poor boy to herself. She didn't know what kind of benefits she got from this poor boy. He asked for money, but he didn't have any money. And he had an average appearance. In fact, I don't really want to stay here any longer. Jiang Yinrong has always been ambitious. She is a student from a prestigious university in the imperial capital. She has quite good looks and a good figure. It can be said that she must be talented. Although she has a good figure, she is naturally arrogant, and ordinary people can't get her eyes on her.
Li Fu, what have you been busy with lately? I rarely see you come to the company.
Bai Wei didn't know what her best friend was thinking at this time, so she tried to chat to win over the two of them.
The company is almost busy with things, so I have been busy studying during this period. Besides, the company will be
okay
with you here,
and there won't be any problems. Li Fu smiled. It is true that he seldom goes to the company these days. But Li Fu also knows everything about the company. The user group of King Pesticide is getting bigger and bigger. Although the newly launched games of Penguin Group have their own strong platform. But Wangja Pesticide has been spending money on advertising. Plus it has the advantage of being the first to eat crabs. So it has not been smooth sailing since its launch. And it has not posed any threat to Wangja Pesticide at all. Of course, Li Fu secretly asked Xiaoying to take action on Penguin Group's new games. After all, Li Fu now needs the profits from King Pesticide to support Li Fu's subsequent plans. Naturally, it is impossible to let other games follow suit. King Pesticides pose a threat.
This classmate, what do you need to drink?
At this time, the door of the box was gently pushed open, and the person who came was the waiter from the Juwei milk tea shop, asking with a smile on his face.
Have a glass of boiling water.
Li Fu smiled. Li Fu had never liked all kinds of milk tea, coffee, drinks, etc. Of course, this was because he had no money to develop the habit of drinking these things since he was a child.
Okay, just a second.
The waiter was stunned. He didn't expect that Li Fu didn't order anything and only drank boiled water. However, his good sense of service made him come to his senses quickly and gently close the door.
What a poor man. He drinks water.
Jian Yinrong on the side saw all this, and she was once again convinced that Li Fu was a poor man, and couldn't help but despise him.
Let's not talk about work matters. Let's talk about the two of you today. Li Fu and Jian Yinrong are just like you. They come from Jiangnan province. You can be said to be fellow villagers. There should be a lot of topics to talk about.
Bai Wei smiled and changed the topic to today's focus.
Well, I wonder where you are from. What do your parents do?
Jian Yinrong on the side seemed to be interested, and actually asked Li Fu proactively.
I am from Meijiang County, and my parents are both farmers.
Li Fu smiled and answered naturally, without feeling any embarrassment at all. Hearing Li Fu's affirmative answer, Jian Yinrong's eyes naturally showed disappointment. She was already sure that the Li Fu in front of her was definitely not a rich man, let alone the rich second generation she had always wanted to find.
Oh,
Jian Yinrong said coldly, and then pretended to play with her mobile phone, appearing indifferent and cold. Bai Wei on the side obviously noticed Jian Yinrong's change, frowned slightly, and then smiled at Li Fu.
Jian Yinrong is from Hero County, which is actually very close to your Meijiang County. Her parents are both teachers. Bai Wei.
However, before Bai Wei finished speaking, Jian Yinrong on the side pulled Bai Wei's hand with some dissatisfaction to signal her to stop talking.
Aren't I here to help you introduce someone to you? To be honest, I think you two are a good match. You are from the same country, so close to each other, and both of you are studying in the capital. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to bring you here.
Bai Wei smiled and said to Li Fu and Jian Yinrong. In her opinion, Li Fu and Jian Yinrong were indeed a good match, so she enthusiastically became Yulao.
It's not a good match at all. I don't think it's a good match at all. It's just a waste of my time.
After saying this, Jian Yinrong became even more angry. Her inner dissatisfaction with Bai Wei for dragging her here today burst out, and she didn't even want to look at Li Fu, who was standing aside. Li Fu and Bai Wei couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Although Li Fu didn't have any thoughts about Jian Yinrong, he was very unhappy after being said like this.
Bai Wei is joking. Don't take it seriously.
Li Fu smiled to ease the awkward atmosphere.
Seriously? You said it out loud? But you didn't even take a pee to see yourself. You look so poor. And you still want to find a girlfriend. You're a lazy toad who wants to eat swan meat.
It would have been better for Li Fu not to speak, but Jian Yinrong was immediately offended by his words. Jian Yinrong said to Li Fu disdainfully, and used her previous methods to deal with those who pursued her crazily. And she was very rude. Contempt. The words are too harsh and hurtful.
Jian Yinrong!
Bai Wei on the side really couldn't stand it. She didn't expect that her best friend would say such things about Li Fu. It really made Bai Wei's face difficult. She had good intentions, but she didn't expect that she could do bad things with good intentions. Although she used to feel that Jian Yinrong, some people hate the poor and love the rich. But that shouldn't be the case. I didn't expect that such a situation would happen. Hearing her best friend's words, Jian Yinrong restrained herself slightly, then picked up her phone and played around non-stop. Anyway, she just stopped looking at people.
Li Fu, I'm really sorry,
Bai Wei said to Li Fu with some embarrassment, feeling very disappointed in her best friend.
Huh? It's okay. I am a poor person to begin with, but I am not a lazy toad anyway. As for you, you are not even a swan.
Li Fu smiled at Bai Wei, and then said coldly to Jian Yinrong without any politeness. For such a woman, Li Fu was polite to get to know her for Bai Wei's sake, but he didn't expect that she didn't offend the other party. But she said bad words. Even Li Fu, who has always had a good temper, couldn't help but fight back.
What is it if it's not a toad? Your whole body is not as expensive as anything I have on you. Look at your shabby appearance. You have never been in love. Have you? Have you never held a woman's hand?
When Jian Yinrong heard Li Fu's words, she became even more furious. When she thought that she had spent more than an hour dressing up carefully today to meet such a poor man, Jian Yinrong became very angry. She would not have been so angry in the past. Like today, he lost his composure. But the rich people Li Fu and Bai Wei said were really far apart, and the loss in their hearts was too great.
You?
After being told the pain in his heart, Li Fu was speechless for a moment.
What am I? I guess you were right. A toad should have the consciousness of a toad. You should go back to the countryside to go on a blind date during the Chinese New Year. After all, you are still a college student, and there should be a market for you.
Jian Yinrong was unreasonable and continued to rage against Li Fu. At this moment, the door of the box was opened, and a peerless beauty stood at the door with an angry look on her face. When Li Fu saw it, she turned out to be Wang Yun.
Who says Li Fu doesn't have a girlfriend? I am his girlfriend.
Wang Yun walked to Li Fu naturally, held Li Fu's hand like a lover, and said to Jiang Yanrong. Wang Yun's sudden entry made several people in the box a little stunned. Bai Wei and Jiang Yanrong couldn't help but look at Wang Yun carefully. Although Wang Yun was dressed in simple clothes, his appearance was absolutely stunning to Bai Wei and Jiang Yanrong. The face is definitely that of countless dream lovers, especially Jiang Yanrong. After careful comparison, she found that Wang Yun didn't put on any pretense at all. But she was more beautiful than herself after carefully dressing up. She couldn't help but be stunned. However, after taking a closer look at Jiang Yanrong's outfit, she smiled coldly and said,
"They are indeed a match made in heaven. They are a perfect match. A poor man and a poor man are a perfect match. Wang Yun, why are you here?"
Wang Yun's behavior made Li Fu a little shocked. But he quickly came to his senses and said to Wang Yun with a smile,
"You didn't mean to come here to meet a friend. I just came over to have a look when I had nothing to do. I didn't expect to meet such a person."
Wang Yun looked like a little woman and said to Li Fu with a smile,
"Don't take it personally. Let's go. There is no need to be familiar with such people."
Li Fu smiled and comforted Wang Yun.
"Well, I won't be angry with such a person. Let's go."
Wang Yun also smiled and hugged Li Fu's hand closer. During this period of time, the relationship between the two of them heated up rapidly, and the underground communication on the mobile phone never stopped. It was only Li Fu who confessed his love to Wang Yun.
"Bai Wei, I'm sorry. I'm leaving now. Let's meet again when we have time."
Li Fu smiled at Bai Wei and took Wang Yun away. At the same time, waves of warmth flowed through his heart. He did not expect Wang Yun to be like this. Seeing Li Fu and Wang Yun disappear, Bai Wei shook her head and sighed slightly, sitting down in her seat.
"Bai Wei, look at who you introduced."
Jiang Yanrong complained to Bai Wei.
"Jiang Yanrong, I'm so disappointed in you. Do you know that this Li Fu is the largest shareholder of my company, with a net worth of over 100 million? And you actually..."
Bai Wei shook her head in disappointment, completely speechless for Jiang Yanrong.
"What? He will be the largest shareholder of your company?"
When Jiang Yanrong heard this, she was in disbelief. She knew about Bai Wei's company. It is the parent company of King Pesticide, the most popular company in China. King Pesticide is known as a super gold-sucking beast that makes money every day. Bai Wei last month the bonus is directly credited to hundreds of thousands. You can imagine how profitable such a company is. She had heard Bai Wei once say that the Penguin Group's estimate for the company was as high as 500 million. As a major shareholder, it would be no problem to be worth over 100 million.
"This is still false. You are really blind and blind."
Bai Wei nodded gently. Jiang Yanrong was dumbfounded at this moment. The lazy toad she despised just now turned into the rich man she had always wanted to find in the blink of an eye. The contrast was really too big.
"But the bike he just rode and the outfit he was wearing."
Chapter 34. New Mimi Virus. On the campus of Yenwang University, the cold wind blew off the yellow leaves on the trees, covering the ground with a thick carpet. Wang Yun, who had just hugged Li Fu's arm, blushed and gently retracted. In the scene just now, the whole person's face was red and hot.
"Thank you."
Li Fu looked at Wang Yun and said very seriously. At the same time, seeing Wang Yun's red face, he couldn't help but laugh.
Still laughing.
Seeing Li Fu laughing, Wang Yun's eyes widened and he said angrily,
"Ahem. I didn't expect that Li Fu, would also have a girlfriend. I feel so happy."
Li Fu stopped smiling and then said seriously,
"You are so beautiful. So you want me to be your girlfriend? It's too cheap for you."
Wang Yun gave Li Fu a roll of his eyes.
"Ah, someone just admitted it in person in public. I should have heard it right. I just saw someone being despised like that, and I couldn't stand it anymore. So I helped you."
Because of this incident, the relationship between Li Fu and Wang Yun has reached a new level. In the past, they just chatted on the phone. Now, they will occasionally go to the library to read together. It can be said that they have slowly developed a relationship. Regular. At the China National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention, Li Fu, wearing a white coat, carefully observed the virus samples in the glassware through an electron microscope.
The virus of sample A12 has not changed in any way and is not aggressive to other viruses. The experiment failed.
Li Fu shook his head, looking at the Gerbo virus under the microscope that showed no signs of harming other viruses around him, and had to declare the failure of sample A12. Li Fu originally selected 3 huge viruses: Gerbo virus, Pandora virus, and Mimi virus, and planned to cultivate these 3 viruses into new viruses that can specifically engulf HIV. Each virus was mutated using a special method to form mini samples. The number of A is the number of Gerbo virus, B is the number of Pandora virus, and C is the number of Mimi virus. At this time, Li Fu just observed these experimental samples.
Sample A13 also failed, and there was no mutation at all. Sample B23 also failed, and there was no change in the Pandora virus. Is my method for mutating the virus wrong? All the samples of Gerbo virus and Pandora virus have not changed at all, so the experiment can be declared a failure.
Li Fu stopped what he was doing, thinking and summarizing his experiment in his mind, and reflecting on whether there was anything wrong in the experiment. Although he had only observed 2 of the 3 viruses so far, there was no error in these 2 viruses. Any mutation occurred, which made Li Fu feel a little discouraged. You must know that the key to Li Fu's idea is to first cultivate a new type of virus with phagocytic ability, and then use special methods to make the new virus only engulf HIV. Only in this way can we hope to cultivate a virus that can treat AIDS. A new virus comes out. But now, just the first step, cultivating these large viruses into viruses with phagocytic capabilities, stumped Li Fu. This was like trying to mutate an animal that originally ate grass into something that could eat meat. It is definitely not an easy thing. It usually takes countless years of natural evolution to evolve slowly, because herbivores and carnivores are completely different species. It is impossible for cattle and sheep to eat meat, and it is impossible for tigers and lions to eat grass, because their consumption systems, evolved survival genes, etc. are completely different. Similarly, the teeth of tigers are only suitable for tearing meat and cannot eat grass at all. The teeth of cattle and sheep are also used for eating grass and cannot chew meat. This is the most difficult problem Li Fu faces. Several viruses selected by Li Fu are non-aggressive to other viruses and are proper
vegetarians.
Now Li Fu wants to these viruses turn into carnivores who can eat meat, which is as difficult as getting cattle and sheep to eat meat. However, everything is not absolute. The magic of biology is that there are 2 hugely different animals. Their ancestors are probably from the same species. However, in the long evolutionary history, due to the ecological environment in which they live, etc., in order to adapt to nature, these animals continue to evolve under the influence of other animals, and slowly they become completely different. You must know that according to the inference of modern scientists on the history of biological evolution on Earth, all animals on the Earth's land slowly evolve from animals in the ocean. In other words, these animals on the Earth's land, whether flying in the sky or on the ground, whether they crawl or burrow in the soil, whether they are carnivorous or herbivorous, all animals are likely to come from the same ancestor. However, over time, all animals have become completely different even if they come from the same ancestor. This is the magic of living things, and the source of Li Fu's confidence. Viruses are also a kind of living thing. Since they are living things, they have various characteristics of living things. The characteristics of biological evolution will never disappear at any time, as long as appropriate methods are used to continuously mutagenize these viruses. Li Fu believes that he will be able to cultivate the new virus he wants.
C7 virus sample failed. There is no sign of mutation or evolution.
Once again announcing the failure of a sample, Li Fu continued to pick up the next virus sample without any pause, and continued to observe. Under the electron microscope, these little things that were invisible to the naked eye were living comfortably at this time. With virus sample C8, Li Fu finally saw an exciting scene. The huge Mimi virus was actually devouring the virus next to it. The virus next to it was very small, only a few dozen nanometers in size. There are all kinds of viruses next to the Mimi virus, which has a volume of 800 nanometers. It is like a little rabbit compared to a tiger. It has no resistance at all. The Mimi virus uses tentacle-like things to swallow it into its stomach bit by bit.
Haha. Xiaoying, did you see that we really succeeded in mutagenesis?
In his mind, Li Fu was extremely excited. This was definitely a major breakthrough in the history of biology. Li Fu actually cultivated the Mimi virus, which was not like other viruses, into an aggressive virus.
Master, this is a normal thing. The mutagenesis methods you used are all brand new. They are methods often used by biological scientists in the universe. I originally estimated that all 3 viruses should be able to mutate successfully. Unexpectedly, only Mimi virus mutagenesis was successful. It seems that you must have made a mistake in your operation.
Xiaoying took it for granted in his mind that the methods used by Li Fu were all those taught in the Seeds of Civilization. And there was even a place where Yuan power was used. Because according to Xiaoying's words, Yuan power was the birthplace of creatures in the universe. The origin of the disease is that using Yuan Li to mutate organisms is the best, fastest, and most effective method. As for methods such as radiation mutagenesis, chemical mutagenesis, optical mutagenesis, etc., they are not as direct, effective, and fast as this in order to produce results as quickly as possible. Li Fu naturally chose to take a shortcut and use Yuan Li to mutate.
Well, I'm not very skilled in Yuan Li, so it's understandable that I don't control it properly.
Li Fu was a little embarrassed when Xiaoying said it. Although he had been practicing Yuan Li for the past few months, most of his Yuan Li was used to improve his body, and only a small amount of Yuan Li was stored. Li Fu was again when operating in a place like a laboratory. You must be careful, for fear of being discovered, and it is normal for mistakes to occur.
Let me see how the new Mimi virus is different from the original Mimi virus.
Li Fu was in a good mood at this time. The frustration of the previous failed experiment disappeared instantly. His whole body seemed to be on steroids, and he immediately started to get excited and busy. Under the electron microscope, the new Mimi virus is also huge, reaching a size of 800 nanometers. It does not look much different from the original Mimi virus. However, after careful observation, Li Fu soon discovered that the new Mimi virus actually has more tentacle-like things than the original Mimi virus. These newly evolved tentacles are what the new Mimi virus relies on to devour other viruses. It uses these tentacles to explore the world around it. Once if it comes into contact with other viruses, it will wrap around them and then begin to devour them. Because of its huge size, ordinary viruses are only tens of nanometers, or even a few nanometers in size. The new Mimi virus can eat it very easily, just like Zhang Fei eating beans or a tiger eating a rabbit. A piece of cake.
Well, it's time to think of a new name for it. This is already a new virus. We can no longer call it Mimi virus. What should we call it?
Li Fu touched his chin and thought carefully in his mind. Generally speaking, when scientists discover a new virus, they will first think of a name for it. Many foreign scientists like to name it after their own names. They want to name the virus that everyone is more familiar with. There are too many Newton's laws. Amperes, current intensity. Volts, voltage. Joules, units of work. Energy, heat, etc. So when people study science, they often find out why there are no units, laws, etc. named after Chinese scientists. But there are a lot of them named by foreign scientists.
Li Fu virus? It's not good. I'll have another nickname from now on. No.
In his mind, Li Fu wanted to learn from his predecessors in the scientific world. But when he thought of the scene after they were combined, he couldn't help but shake his head.
Yes. Let's just call it rice virus.
Chapter 35. HIV Nemesis. The rice virus was successfully cultivated by Li Fu, which is like Li Fu successfully cultivating a carnivore in the virus world. A brand new virus that can devour other viruses was born. And Li Fu's first step plan to cultivate HIV was successfully realized.
Haha. Let's try putting some HIV in it. I don't know if the rice virus will be a taboo.
Through the electron microscope, Li Fu carefully observed the rice virus swallowing other types of viruses into his mouth. Its huge size gave it a strong appetite. Other viruses appeared very small, just like a tiger eating a rabbit. If you don't eat a few, you won't be full. Li Fu carefully released the rice virus into the HIV group. After careful observation, he found that the size of the HIV virus was 120 nanometers, and it was also quite large. Compared with the rice virus, it smelled like a wild boar or a tiger. Li Fu was worried that the rice virus could not swallow such a large HIV virus. However, Li Fu's worries were obviously unnecessary. The rice virus has a very good appetite. Its tentacles explored in all directions. When encountering HIV, it was just like other viruses. It immediately entangled itself and began to devour it. But regardless of the size of HIV, the rice virus is not as fast as other viruses. It relies on its huge size to wrap up HIV and slowly consume it.
Great! The rice virus does have a devouring effect on HIV.
Seeing under the electron microscope, the rice virus was swallowing up the HIV virus and slowly digesting it. Li Fu clenched his fists happily and looked very excited. The fact that the rice virus can swallow HIV is extremely important for Li Fu's next plan, because it means that Li Fu's experiment has been half successful.
He has found a virus that can swallow HIV and can realize Li Fu's idea of fighting virus with poison. The next step is to cultivate the rice virus, a predator, into a beast that only eats HIV. Li Fu followed the plan in his mind step by step. There are many types of viruses in the human body. If the rice virus eats all the viruses, it will cause huge harm to the human body, because it is likely to cause rice virus, swallowing all kinds of harmful and beneficial viruses in the human body. If the human body is compared to a good ecosystem, HIV, cancer viruses, influenza viruses, etc. are the destructive elements that threaten this ecosystem. What we need to do now is to eliminate these destructive elements instead of destroying the entire ecosystem. The ecosystem is destroyed. Therefore, whether we can continue to cultivate a virus that specifically devours HIV based on the rice virus is the key to the treatment of AIDS. Otherwise, even if we cultivate a rice virus that can devour HIV, it will still not be able to cure AIDS. Any effect? Specimen CD1 has been fed HIV. Sample CD2 continues to use the changes caused by Yuanli mutagenesis to reassemble and feed HIV. Li Fu did not stop, and kept making new samples one after another. Each sample was made by Li Fu after careful consideration, and each sample was cultured using different methods. This is like training a dog. If you want a dog to obey commands, you need to continuously train and cultivate the dog. If you want a carnivorous animal such as a tiger to eat only wild boar, you need to make the tiger continue to the evolution of wild boars, the evolution of offensive weapons specifically against wild boars, the digestive system specifically for digesting wild boars, etc. This is a very huge project. There are not many animals in nature that specialize in eating one kind of food. Only pandas seem to eat only bamboo. However, pandas are actually omnivores and can also eat meat. The reason why there are so few animals in nature that only eat one kind of food is because there is an instinct in the evolution of animals. The more things they can eat, the more choices they have, the less likely they are to starve, and the greater the probability that their genes will be passed on. Therefore, it is definitely not an easy task for Li Fu to rely on the rice virus to cultivate a new virus that can only eat HIV. However, Li Fu is confident because there are countless methods in the seeds of super civilization. There are also detailed guidelines and guidance. Time passed like this day by day. Li Fu's life was very simple. He went to class whenever he was interested in it. He usually spent most of his time in the laboratory cultivating new viruses, and spent his evenings with Wang Yun was reading in the library to recharge his batteries. Occasionally, if there is a problem that cannot be solved at King Pesticide, Li Fu will deal with it. His life is very fulfilling, simple and happy. In the blink of an eye, time came to mid-December 2017. On this day, Li Fu observed the experimental samples in front of him as usual. Sample CDS69 failed. Although the rice virus has mutated again, and its ability to devour viruses is more powerful, it is still the same as the rice virus. It can devour any virus. Well, although it failed, the new virus in this sample candidate is retained and has strong phagocytic ability, which means that the elimination of other viruses can be accelerated. While Li Fu was observing in detail, he asked Xiaoying to record the details of each virus in his mind. This alone saved Li Fu an unknown amount of time. Xiaoying has clearly recorded all the experimental data from the beginning to the present, and can retrieve it at any time whenever Li Fu needs it, and directly compare the experimental data repeatedly in his brain, saving the time of not knowing how much time and energy it takes. This is also an important reason why Li Fu can quickly cultivate new viruses. Sample CDS70 still failed. Although the rice virus mutated, this mutation mutated a carnivore into a herbivore, without even the tentacles. Li Fu shook his head and declared that this sample was a complete failure. Compared with the previous sample, this sample had no value. He could directly enter the destruction program and destroy the virus in this sample directly. This is sample no. CDF99. The last sample in Group F. If you don't gain anything today, you can only take a rest and wait until tomorrow to take a look at the samples in Group G. After observing the experimental samples one by one, Li Fu rubbed his eyes and felt a little tired. It took a long time to observe each sample, and it also took at least 10 minutes to analyze some of the reasons. It takes a lot of time to process one sample, and the work done in one day is actually only a dozen or even a few samples. Li Fu still had Xiaoying's help, so his work efficiency was much higher. If ordinary scientific researchers were to do this experiment, the speed would be much slower than that of Li Fu. Well, let's finish observing the last sample of Group F first. That's almost the end of the day.
Li Fu looked at the time and began to work hard again. Through the electron microscope, a microscopic world unfolded in Li Fu's eyes. In this world, there are huge rice virus variants, as well as various other large and small viruses. Of course, HIV is the protagonist. Various viruses form a bustling virus world. Each and every one of them is a big guy. You can tell at a glance that it is a virus that is mutated from the rice virus. It stretches out its long tentacles to explore in all directions, as if it is specifically looking for something. Various small-sized viruses are constantly passing by it. I walked by, but it was indifferent to all of them, until an HIV virus with a volume of 120 nanometers appeared next to it. It seemed to become a little excited, and its long tentacles immediately wrapped around it. And then its huge body began to wrap around the HIV virus, slowly consuming it. Scenes like this are happening in the entire microscopic world. New mutated rice viruses are devouring HIV, but they are completely indifferent to various other viruses, just like the nemesis of HIV. Ha ha! The Emperor paid off and finally allowed me to succeed. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Li Fu became excited instantly, and the fatigue of the day disappeared instantly, as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. And he began to observe this new type of virus more carefully and seriously. Well, compared to the rice virus, its tentacles are much longer, and its body is flatter. It can devour HIV several times faster than the rice virus, and its digestive capacity is more powerful. Li Fu observed carefully studied the characteristics of this new virus, and asked Xiaoying to record them one by one. When the experiment reached this point, Li Fu knew that he had basically realized the concept of fighting virus with virus that he originally proposed, and successfully cultivated a new type of virus that only targets HIV. Once this news is released, it will be enough to shock the entire biological world, and it will also be enough to surprise biological scientists around the world, because Li Fu's methods and ideas were previously considered completely unworkable. But now the facts are before our eyes. Of course, what really shocks the world is that HIV, which has been plaguing countless scientists around the world and leaving every biological scientist at a loss, has actually been found to contain the virus. Tens of millions of people infected with HIV around the world are expected to be cured. And this new method and idea can also be used to treat other diseases. This is definitely a major event that can attract global attention. HIV Buster. What kind of name should I think of for you? I'll call you Super Me Virus. At this time, Li Fu was in a good mood and touched his chin to once again reflect his lack of standard naming skills. Chapter 36. Lu Yi's shock. My experiment was successful. I successfully cultivated a new type of virus specifically targeting AIDS. I named it Super Rice Virus. This virus only eats HIV, and it eats it faster than the rice virus. It comes many times faster. It was already very late. Although Li Fu wanted to continue the experiment, Li Fu had promised to accompany Wang Yun to the library to read in the evening, so he could only leave the laboratory. However, as soon as he left the laboratory, he immediately took out his mobile phone to contact Wang Yun excitedly. It's Wang Yun. It can be seen from the title that the relationship between Li Fu and Wang Yun's family has heated up rapidly. And the title has changed. Really? You are so amazing. We humans can finally defeat AIDS. Soon, Wang Yun replied to Li Fu's message on her phone. It could be seen that she was really proud of Li Fu. Ha ha. That's right. Let's go out to dinner together tonight to celebrate. Well, let's celebrate properly. Early the next morning, Li Fu came to the laboratory early, preparing to report his research results to his teacher Lu Yi, and apply for the next step of conducting in vivo experiments. The so-called in vivo experiments refer to experimental tests on animals. The ones we usually see most are white mice. People who studied biomedical-related majors naturally have to deal with white mice. However, Li Fu's side is special. It is impossible to obtain ideal experimental data using mice. Chimpanzees need to be used for experiments. Chimpanzees are said to be the origin of AIDS. They are also primates, and are the most ideal for experimental treatment of AIDS. Of experimental subjects. However, chimpanzees are also protected animals worldwide, and are not so easy to obtain. Teacher Louis needs to come forward to apply to the country for chimpanzees to conduct experiments. And the number must be at least dozens. Without Teacher Louis's approval and application, Li Fu's next experiment was completely impossible to carry out. Although it seems a bit cruel to conduct experiments on animals, there is no way around it. Science needs to develop, and there are always sacrifices. What's more, sacrificing animals to obtain experimental data is also to reduce the time of future experiments on humans as much as possible. Something went wrong. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Louis appeared in the laboratory on time. And Li Fu, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately greeted him.
Good morning, teacher. Morning.
Louis smiled at Li Fu. He was very satisfied with the young man in front of him. He has a very strong learning ability. The key is that he is also very hardworking. He often stays in the laboratory for a whole day. When doing experiments, he is dedicated and focused, meticulous and very rigorous. All these qualities made Louis see that China will have another world-class top biological scientist in the future.
Teacher, my experiment was successful. I successfully cultivated a virus that only eats HIV.
Although the whole night had passed, Li Fu was still very excited and said to his teacher Louis with an excited expression on his face.
What? What did you say?
Louis thought he heard wrongly. So he paused and looked at Li Fu in shock.
Teacher, I have successfully cultivated a new virus that only eats HIV. It is really possible to fight virus with virus.
Li Fu said slowly and word by word. Definitely not joking.
Really? Take me to see it quickly.
Louis looked at Li Fu's serious look and immediately said with surprise. At first, he just thought that the idea of fighting fire with fire was relatively novel, and did not think that Li Fu could really achieve something in this area in a short time. But actually, and it is incredible that a virus specifically designed to devour HIV has been developed in such a short period of time.
Teacher, I initially chose 3 viruses: Gulbo virus, Pandora virus, and Mimi virus. I used various methods to mutate these viruses and make them mutate. Finally, step by step, I developed a virus that can only swallow HIV. A new type of virus has emerged.
Li Fu took the lead and briefly explained his experimental process and steps.
Your initial idea is to use big viruses to devour small viruses. The sizes of these 3 viruses are all over 500 nanometers. They are indeed very large compared to viruses that are generally only a few nanometers or tens of nanometers.
When Louis heard this, he immediately knew what Li Fu had planned. In the field of biological virology, Louis could almost recite various viruses and their characteristics.
Yes. In the final experiment, only the Mimi virus successfully mutated and had the ability to engulf other viruses. On this basis, we specially cultured it and finally got the new Mimi virus that only engulfs HIV. I named it Super Rice virus.
Li Fu nodded. And soon the two of them arrived at the experiment. Li Fu skillfully took out the CDF-99 sample and prepared to put it under the electron microscope for Louis to watch the scene of the Super Rice virus devouring HIV.
Wait a minute. Use the best electron microscope in our laboratory.
Louis signaled Li Fu not to worry, and asked Li Fu to take the samples and follow Louis to the most advanced electron microscope in the entire laboratory. The Super Electron Microscope Laboratory has a resolution of 0.5 angstroms. There are few such super electron microscopes in the world.
Give me the sample.
Louis took the sample handed over by Li Fu and began to become careful and cautious, and then began to skillfully control the super electron microscope, which can be regarded as the most advanced in the world. This most expensive instrument in the laboratory is actually equipped with an oversized display. There is no need to stare at a small hole like an ordinary electron microscope. And it also has a the computer system can also be operated fully automatically. Putting the sample into the super electron microscope, Louis looked at the huge monitor. Soon, a microscopic world was displayed on the monitor. In this microscopic world, Louis recognized all kinds of common viruses at a glance, and also recognized the HIV virus among them. The big Super Rice virus naturally attracted his attention immediately. The big Super Rice virus has no interest in the various viruses around it. But when it encounters the spherical HIV virus, its tentacles immediately wrap around it, and its huge body wraps around the HIV virus and begins to digest it slowly. Scenes like this are happening in the entire microscopic world, with super viruses preying on HIV and not attacking any other viruses.
This is really unbelievable.
Witnessing all this with his own eyes, Louis was stunned.
This is definitely a milestone in the history of biological science, and will definitely open a new chapter in human biological science. It is actually possible to fight fire with fire.
Louis's eyes were fixed on the huge display. He had studied biological viruses all his life. He had a clear understanding of the various characteristics of biological viruses. Now that he had witnessed this major historical breakthrough with his own eyes, his whole body was deeply moved. Of shock.
Lao Lu, What is it that deserves such praise from you? Have you made any new breakthroughs?
At this time, a figure came in following the sound. The person who came was Pan Yu, the deputy director of this laboratory, who was also a world-renowned top biovirus scientist. Pan Yu came in with a smile on his face. He saw that Louis did not answer his words, but just looked at the huge monitor. And he also looked over. Soon, Pan Yu also showed an expression of disbelief, and was immediately attracted by Mr. on the monitor, deeply attracted by the picture.
This is impossible. How can phagocytosis occur between viruses? And why does this strange virus only engulf HIV?
Pan Yu, who is over 50 years old, has extraordinary attainments in biological virology. Naturally, he immediately saw the key to it. His eyes widened, unable to believe this fact.
A major breakthrough in the history of human biological science. A new milestone. Lao Lu, you are really amazing. Next year's Nobel Prize in Biomedicine will fall to us. China, how on earth did you do this?
After a long time, the two of them woke up from the shock. Pan Yu congratulated Lu Yi with a smile on his face.
This is not something I researched. It is the latest achievement of my student Li Fu. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. I have a successor in China's biological sciences.
Lu Yi shook his head with a smile and introduced Li Fu next to Pan Yu.
How is it possible? Isn't he the college student who just entered the laboratory not long ago?
Pan Yu looked at Li Fu with an expression of disbelief. There was an extra person in the laboratory, so Pan Yu naturally knew about it.
How on earth did you do that?
Li Fu smiled helplessly and explained the principle and process of his experiment again.
Li Fu, your achievement is so important that it will win you the Nobel Prize next year. I didn't expect that Louis, could also cultivate a Nobel Prize winning student.
Louis patted Li Fu on the shoulder and laughed happily. As a teacher, he was naturally very happy that his students could achieve such important results.
That's really gratifying. Lao Lu.
Pan Yu on the side also laughed happily, feeling happy for his old friend.
Teacher, it's too early to say this now. This time, I will report the research results to you, teacher, and I hope that the teacher can support me in the next experiment. I plan to conduct experiments on chimpanzees to see what the super rice virus is. Can HIV be cured?
Li Fu smiled slightly and revealed his second purpose for finding Lu Yi: to obtain a group of chimpanzees for in vivo experiments. Lu Yi's help was absolutely indispensable.
Don't worry. I'll take care of this. Now you need to sort out the research results and announce this major historic result to the world as soon as possible.
Lu Yi laughed happily, agreed readily, and told Li Fu to organize his research and publish it to the world as soon as possible. He could already imagine that there would be a huge earthquake in the scientific community around the world. Chapter 37. Announcement of Scientific Research Results. Soon, the experimental report written by Li Fu was reported up from the China National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention. Because this experimental report was signed by Lu Yi and Pan Yu, two top scientists in the Chinese bioscience community. It also gave strong affirmation in the report. It is believed that Li Fu's new achievement will be a historic breakthrough in the history of human biological science and will open a new chapter in human biological science. As a result, China's bioscience and technology will lead the world. With such a high evaluation, especially the last evaluation that can push the entire Chinese biosciences to lead the world, the first-level leaders attach great importance to it. Now the country has put forward the great goal of revitalizing China and realizing the Chinese dream. This great goal is not only to reach new heights in the economy, but also to make China the world's best in many fields such as military, science and technology, and culture. A country with weight and influence, especially in the field of science and technology. A field in which China has been lagging behind and beaten for hundreds of years. The entire country desires from bottom to top that its country can catch up with the world's level in the field of science and technology, and even lead the world in some fields. The Nobel Prize that countless Chinese people have always been obsessed with is actually the Chinese people's ardent hope for the improvement of their country's scientific level. Of course, our scientists have not disappointed the Chinese people. Even in the most difficult and suffering years, Chinese scientists just use their own, his deep love for the entire country, this nation, and this land, and he was not afraid of hardships and worked hard to create 2 bombs and 1 satellite, continuously catching up with and surpassing the world in each field. China's scientific and technological development is still far behind the scientific level of the world's top countries. But this gap is constantly narrowing. Liu and Pan Yu, two of the world's top biological scientists, have given strong affirmation. First-level leaders also attach great importance to this, believing that this is a model and example of China's comprehensive rejuvenation. And it is also the beginning of China's comprehensive takeoff in the future. With a wave of his hand, the person in charge actually placed the venue for releasing the experimental results at the Yenhuan University Gymnasium, which Liu, Pan Yu and others did not expect at all. On December 20th, 2017, in the Yenhuan University Gymnasium, countless world-renowned media who had received the news in advance crowded the press hall. Various long guns and short cannons kept flashing, and media reporters of various skin colors came one after another, waiting patiently all the time. China attaches great importance to this scientific success conference and has said from the beginning that the scientific research results this time will be enough to benefit all mankind. Anyone who is familiar with Huaxia knows that Huaxia people are always very cautious in doing things and will never boast easily. Once they are said out loud, they are absolutely true. With the continuous rise of China and the continuous development of science and technology, the world is becoming more and more people are paying more and more attention to China's major scientific and technological events. Being able to release this new scientific research result here in the Huaxia Yenhuan University Gymnasium is definitely as advertised, and is a major scientific research result that can benefit the entire human race. Media reporters from various countries are waiting anxiously at this time, looking at the time from time to time, and discussing with each other what China's results will be this time.
I don't know what the results of Huaxia will be this time. China rarely announces a scientific research result in such a grand manner, which shows that this scientific research result must be very remarkable.
Smith, the resident China correspondent of American Newsweek, who is familiar with China, told his colleagues that he has been in China for more than 10 years, and he can even speak fluent Chinese. He is an authentic Xiaoguotong.
Perhaps it will be a pretty good scientific research result. After all, China has a large population and can always produce a few useful things.
The colleagues next to Smith were obviously not impressed. When it comes to technology, no one in the world can compare with the United States. Uncle Sam has a natural sense of superiority. The time soon came to 10 o'clock. Li Fu was wearing the suit that Wang Ying carefully selected for him yesterday. He was slightly nervous and uneasy as he followed Liu and Pan Yu. In front of him were several important people in charge of technology. The appearance of Li Fu and his party caused various lights on the scene to flash continuously. Li Fu couldn't help but lower his eyes slightly. It was too dazzling.
Who is this young man? Why have I never seen him before?
Smith, who is familiar with China, looked at the people who came up to the rostrum one by one. Basically, they were all people he knew. Liu and Pan Yu, two of the world's most lethal biological scientists, immediately found them when searching on their computers. Only Li Fu, who was very young and had never been seen before, could not be found on his personal computer.
Thank you to friends from the news media for participating in our Scientific Research Success Conference in China. Li Fu, a researcher at the National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention in China, has recently made a major breakthrough in the field of biological sciences and successfully developed a new virus that can specifically engulf HIV. Super rice virus. This new bioscience technology is expected to allow us humans to defeat more diseases. Now I would like to ask Li Fu to explain the success of this scientific research to everyone.
Gao Lin, who is in charge of technology, has a smile on his face. Li Fu's major breakthrough in biotechnology is also a huge political achievement for him. He has received a lot of praise from his superiors and is expected to reach a higher level. As he finished speaking, all the lights focused on Li Fu. Li Fu smiled slightly, looking a little nervous and shy. After all, it was his first time on such a grand occasion. Not to mention there were countless spears and cannons fighting against him.
We used large volume rice viruses to carry out mutagenesis to form new rice viruses. Rice viruses have the ability to devour other viruses. Based on rice viruses, we also cultivated super rice viruses. This virus only engulfs HIV. In the future, it is expected to be applied to the treatment of AIDS.
As Li Fu briefly narrated, a picture was played on the huge monitor at the side. This picture was exactly the picture of the super rice virus devouring HIV. Li Fu's brief description was very simple, just briefly describing the process of the experiment. Li Fu did not mention the details and key points at all. because Lu Yi had already explained to Li Fu beforehand that the release of scientific and technological achievements is not to announce the technology that he has worked hard to research, but to tell the world that we have achieved this result. As for the key technology involved in this technology, Li Fu does not need to tell anyone, because this achievement belongs to Li Fu's personal property. It involves a major technology that can treat AIDS, and the economic value it can generate is very considerable. Lu Yi has already explained this to Li Fu. The state encourages individuals to conduct scientific and technological research and will also protect individual scientific research results. Promoting respect and protection of individual intellectual property rights is definitely not just rhetoric. The state has also been working hard in this regard. In just a few minutes, Li Fu roughly explained the process. The video released at the same time was also the most favorable evidence to prove Li Fu's achievement. This was enough. There was no need to reveal more about this aspect. Technical details.
The following is the question and answer session. Due to time constraints, only 3 questions will be accepted.
After Li Fu finished speaking, Gao Lin took over and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, all the media reporters immediately raised their hands high and rushed to ask questions. There is no doubt that at China's home court, no matter if there is any opportunity to ask questions, the first one must be the domestic media. The first person to ask questions is the reporter from Free TV.
I would like to ask a question to Mr. Li Fu. Just now, Mr. Li Fu said that this technology is expected to be applied to the treatment of AIDS. I don't know how long it will take before the corresponding drugs are available for the treatment of other diseases such as cancer. Does that help too?
This reporter was obviously very smart. He obviously only had one question, but he took the opportunity to ask 2 questions.
Thank you for your question.
Li Fu smiled and nodded in return, thought quickly in his mind, and answered with a smile.
It's hard to answer the question of how long it will take for the corresponding drugs to be available, because drugs are important matters related to the lives of countless people. They need to undergo strict and scientific certification and experiments to ensure that there are no problems before they can be applied to clinical applications. As for whether it will be helpful in treating diseases such as cancer, I can only say that this is a brand new field of biotechnology, and its future is full of infinite possibilities.
The second opportunity to ask questions was given to a blonde foreigner.
Mr. Li Fu, as far as I know, viruses cannot eat each other. Your result is really ridiculous. I wonder if you can publish more specific experimental data and details.
This foreigner is obviously uneasy and well-intentioned. He first deliberately denied you. The purpose is to get you to reveal more data and experimental details, so that his own scientists can conduct experiments and research accordingly. This trick has been used frequently before. And he also asked very precise questions to Li Fu, a young and inexperienced person.
Believe it or not is up to you. All I can say is that technology is advancing and developing through constant subversion and being subverted.
Li Fu smiled slightly, and his answer made Gao Lin, Lu Yi, and Pan Yu heave a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Li Fu would accidentally spill the key points because of his youth and arrogance.
Mr. Li Fu, it would be convenient to reveal more experimental details and data. This will allow more scientists around the world to participate in this new field of biological science and benefit us humans earlier.
The third question was obviously dissatisfied that Li Fu simply described the process and results without disclosing specific details and data. So he directly put a big hat on Li Fu's head.
Science has no borders. But scientists do. The cause of science is noble. But scientists are also ordinary people. I don't know if you understand.
Li Fu pondered for a while. This question was indeed very tricky and difficult to answer because the other party stood on the moral side of all mankind from the beginning and kept saying that he wanted to benefit all mankind. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Li Fu could only use this more classic sentence words to answer. Chapter 38. The world pays attention. Today, Chinese scientist Li Fu announced that he has obtained a brand new super rice virus that can only eat HIV by mutating the Mimi virus. This new bioscience technology is expected to be applied to the treatment of AIDS, cancer, and other diseases that humans are currently unable to deal with. At present, this achievement has not yet been recognized by other well-known scientists or scientific research institutions in the world. But we can also see the rapid rise of Chinese science and technology from here. In the future, China is likely to surpass the West in an all-round way and lead the development of global science and technology. This report in the John Knight newspaper obviously has a bit of a yellow peril theory in it. Just a piece of unproven science and technology has been elevated to a level where Chinese science and technology has surpassed the West and led the development of global science and technology. Today, Chinese scientist Li Fu obtained a new super rice virus that can swallow HIV by mutating the rice virus. This new scientific technology is expected to be used in the treatment of AIDS, cancer and other diseases that have been plaguing mankind in the future. At the same time, the thought and concept of fighting poison with poison will also open a new chapter in the history of human biological science. It also marks that our country's biological science and technology has reached or leads the world level, and is also a sign of the overall rise of China. Domestic news media will naturally take advantage of this opportunity to boast. In the field of science and technology, there are not many things that China can brag about. That is, satellite missiles and space exploration can be reported extensively every year. In other areas, there are few opportunities in the field to receive as much publicity and coverage as this one. Chinese scientists recently announced that they have made a major breakthrough in the field of biological sciences. They used the principle of mutagenic viruses to devour other viruses and successfully obtained a new virus that only devours HIV. This brand new technology does not interact with traditional viruses. It goes against the principle of phagocytosis. At present, no scientists have published relevant opinions and arguments. Chinese scientists are also unwilling to disclose more experimental data and detailed experimental processes. They claim that they will use this technology to benefit all mankind, but they are unwilling to let more scientists participating in the research of this brand new science and technology is obviously not thinking about the interests of all mankind. The report of the Gallic Rooster News Agency is even more obvious with tinted glasses, directly putting a huge hat on it, without objectivity and reality. Today, Chinese scientists announced that they have made a major breakthrough in the field of biotechnology. They have successfully cultivated a new super rice virus that only eats HIV. This technology is expected to be applied in the treatment of major diseases such as AIDS and cancer. We, Taibaji, have always been at the world's leading level in the field of biomedicine. Many biopharmaceutical companies are likely to suffer major impacts. Similarly, the continuous rise of China's science and technology will also have a major impact on surrounding areas. How to handle the relationship with China will be a major test for the new cabinet. The footpot chicken next to China is naturally very concerned about China's affairs. From reporting on news, it slowly extended to the balance and stability of the Asia-Pacific region, and then slowly talked about the relationship with China. News media from all over the world naturally report on the new achievements achieved by China from their respective standpoints. If they have a good relationship with China, they will naturally brag about it. If they have a bad relationship with China, they will naturally use the topic to play on the topic and advocate. There are also those who advocate the rise of China, and the world is not peaceful. In short, there are overwhelming reports of all kinds. Of course, these reports do not mean anything to scientists around the world. At this time, biological scientists around the world are seriously studying the new biological science and technology demonstrated by Li Fu at the Yingjiang National Bioscience Laboratory. David, an academician of the Yingjiang National Academy of Sciences and a world-renowned biovirus scientist, is currently leading his team to verify and research the new science and technology proposed by Li Fu. Team A is responsible for using radiation mutagenesis on the Mimi virus. Team B is responsible for using chemical mutagenesis on the Mimi virus. David, who is in his 50s, leads a large scientific team. He has always been committed to researching and overcoming major disease problems that have plagued scientists around the world, such as AIDS and cancer. He had no idea that on the other side of the ocean, a young man was still. People who are college students can actually make major breakthroughs in the field of biological sciences. Although he is not sure whether Li Fu's method can really cure AIDS, cultivating a new virus that can devour other viruses is enough to open a new chapter in human biological science. Everyone's vacation this month has been cancelled. China has surpassed us in the field of biotechnology. Although I am reluctant to admit this, it is a fact. We must catch up in related fields as soon as possible. David's words made everyone in the laboratory couldn't help but complain. The good vacation was gone. However, no one dared to stand up an object at this time. It is a brand new scientific field. The sooner you enter it, the better it will be. It's already been harvested. Although many things say that the first person to eat the crab may be poisoned to death, but often the first person to eat the crab can eat a lot of fat in this field. As the most technologically advanced and powerful eagle sauce in the world, it is natural that we cannot tolerate falling behind others in any field, especially the rising China. In Yenhuan University, Li Fu didn't dare to go back to his dormitory. And he didn't dare to turn on his cell phone. Because once he became famous, all kinds of people now came to Li Fu. Invitations from all over the world have already filled up Li Fu's dormitory room 222. Many well-known universities in Yingjiang directly extended olive branches to Li Fu, and very enthusiastically hoped that Li Fu could study in their schools with generous conditions. As for the invitations from national academies of sciences of various countries, various large and small laboratories, etc., all kinds of people seeking cooperation have almost broken through the door of dormitory 222. As soon as Li Fu's mobile phone was turned on, countless messages came to him instantly, followed by endless calls one after another, so that Li Fu simply chose to shut down the phone and hid directly in the laboratory. Quietly. In vivo experiments to study supervised viruses.
Shiba. Just be honest and let me draw some blood. Just a little bit will be enough.
At this time, Li Fu was drawing blood from chimpanzees, preparing to check the HIV status in the blood of chimpanzees. Because of Li Fu's major breakthroughs in biological science, it was natural for Li Fu to apply for a batch of chimpanzees to be used in research and treatment of AIDS. Passed soon. There were as many as 30 chimpanzees shouting non-stop, turning the laboratory into a lively primitive jungle. At this time, Li Fu fed a chimpanzee a banana and carefully extracted a little blood from it.
You're so good. Let me give you another banana.
It went very smoothly. Li Fu smiled and put another banana into the cage of chimpanzee number 8. There were 30 chimpanzees, some big and some small, old and young, male and female. Each chimpanzee has a completely different personality. And when it comes to dangerous things like HIV, no researcher dares to be careless.
Squeak! Squeak!
Not every chimpanzee is as greedy as chimpanzee number 8. As long as there is food, he will care about nothing. Chimpanzee number 9 rarely took Li Fu a lot of effort to get some samples to study the status of HIV in these chimpanzees. Drawing blood is the best way. All 30 chimpanzees have been injected with HIV. Now Li Fu wants to check the status of AIDS in their bodies, and then start injecting the corresponding super rice viruses, and finally look at what's going on with these chimpanzees.
Those who were injected earlier on numbers 1, 2, and 3 have all been infected. At this time, the concentration of HIV in the blood is increasing, and the HIV in the blood of numbers 4, 5, and 6 is also very obvious.
Each blood sample was placed under the electron microscope. Li Fu carefully observed the conditions in these samples and recorded them in detail.
Shaoli, everyone has almost left. Why aren't you getting off work yet? Young people should still spend more time with their girlfriends, and not delay their love life because of work.
Louis, who was about to get off work, saw Li Fu, who was still busy, and came over with a smile.
Teacher, you also know that I don't dare to go back now. All kinds of people come to me when I go back. It's really annoying. I might as well stay in the laboratory and do experiments quietly.
Li Fu smiled helplessly.
Ha ha. That's right. Now your name is famous all over the world. There will definitely be countless people looking for you. But don't worry. These people will slowly leave soon. By the way, how is your experiment going?
Louis smiled and patted Li Fu on the shoulder, understanding Li Fu's situation at this time.
It's okay. All of these chimpanzees are currently infected. I'm going to start injecting a few chimpanzees with the super virus tomorrow to see if they can.
Li Fu smiled and nodded. Although becoming famous has many troubles, it also has many benefits. Li Fu was able to apply for chimpanzees to conduct experiments so quickly, and used various precious materials in this national laboratory. Using scientific instruments to conduct research is also a treatment that can only be obtained after becoming famous.
Ha ha. That's good. I'm waiting for the drug to treat AIDS to appear soon.
Chapter 39. Wang Family. Winter nights in the imperial capital get dark very quickly. It's already quite dark around 5 o'clock. By 6 or 7 o'clock, it's completely dark and the lights are blooming. Li Fu put down the experiment in his hands and left the laboratory. He looked at the leaves blown down by the cold wind outside and felt the cold weather. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. Normally at this time in the past, Li Fu would contact Wang Yun to have a meal together, and then go to the library to read together. But now Li Fu dare not do that, because there are already a lot of people in the library, dormitories, etc. While waiting for Li Fu, the laboratory area was more tightly guarded, so no one would harass me.
Xiaoying, how many people have contacted me?
In his mind, Li Fu asked Xiaoying.
Master, there are a total of 1,287 phone calls and 389 text messages today. There are also hundreds of friend requests on WeChat. Hee hee. Master, you are very popular now.
Li Fu had already handed over his mobile phone to Xiaoying for management. Li Fu didn't need to look at his mobile phone for all the information. Xiaoying could directly notify Li Fu in his mind.
How many acquaintances have contacted me? There are quite a few of them. Zhao Dongya sent you a message saying not to go back to the dormitory for the time being. There is no one in the dormitory now. Everyone has moved out temporarily. There are people squatting in the dormitory all the time. If you want to find them you can go to the suite they rent off campus. Qian Jin sent a message saying that if we have time, we can go out to eat and celebrate together. Your favorite Wang Yun sent a message to say that he has to go home for dinner in the evening and cannot accompany you to the library.
In his mind, Xiaoying played out all the messages from acquaintances, so that Li Fu would not lose contact with the outside world. Li Fu directly ordered Xiaoying to reply one by one in his mind. The benefits of the intelligent program were revealed. It was fast, and there is no need to type or send words in person one by one.
No matter. Let's find a place to fill our stomach first. It seems that we can only find a place to deal with it at night. But it is not an option if this continues for a long time. We can't stay in hotels every day from now on.
Li Fu shook his head. There are too many people looking for Li Fu now. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that the super rice virus in Li Fu's hands may be able to cure AIDS is enough to make countless pharmaceutical companies around the world. It's crazy. Tens of millions of people around the world are infected with AIDS. You can make a lot of money casually. What's more, this new biotechnology technology may also have solutions for other diseases that humans are currently helpless. Countless institutions, companies, groups, etc. are going crazy about it. All the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit. Li Fu understands this truth. Not to mention that major breakthroughs in biotechnology are not only related to economic interests, but also have far-reaching significance for a country. This time, Li Fu didn't even ride a bicycle. He walked directly. At the same time, he found a corner where there was no one. His energy flowed to his face, and his whole face immediately changed dramatically. The original ordinary face slowly turned into a rough and crazy face. His Chinese character face has completely transformed him into a completely different person.
Hee hee. No one should be able to recognize me. Yuan Li is really a good thing. A small application can turn a person into a completely different person. In ancient times, he was like a versatile god.
Li Fu took out his cell phone and looked at it carefully, then nodded with satisfaction. Strode out of the laboratory area with confidence. Strolled on the campus, and headed for a shop specializing in beef next to the school. There is a huge and well-guarded courtyard house around the imperial city in the center of the imperial capital. Being able to own a courtyard house near the imperial city is not something you can do only if you have money. Now the housing prices in the imperial capital have already skyrocketed. This kind of imperial courtyard, a single set of courtyard houses near the city, can easily cost hundreds of millions. And they are still the kind that have a price but no market. There may not be such a courtyard house on the market for a long time. Even if such a set comes out, it will soon be taken away at a high price. Anyone who can own a courtyard here is definitely not a simple person. At this time, in the courtyard, Wang Yun's family was gathering together to have hot pot. A huge round table was full. Wang Yun's grandfather, Mr. Wang, was over 70 years old, but his hair was black and neatly taken care of, with a rosy face, a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows full of majesty, and eyes full of vicissitudes of life, with the power to penetrate gold and stone. Most people who take one look at him will feel that they have nothing to hide from him. Next to Mr. Wang is Wang Yun's grandma. Although she is already very old, she looks like she is in her 50s. It can still be seen that she was definitely a beauty when she was young. On the right side of Mr. Wang are Wang Yun's father Wang Zhenghua and Wang Yun's mother Dingli, followed by Wang Yun, who looks like a good baby. On the left side are Wang Yun's uncle Wang Aigua and Wang Aigua's wife Li Liang, Uncle Yun's eldest son Wang Tong and second son Wang Xiao. At this time, the family gathered together, eating hot pot and chatting about some topics, looking happy and laughing.
I heard that you have been very close to a boy recently.
As they chatted, Mr. Wang turned his eyes to his little granddaughter Wang Yun. From childhood to adulthood, Mr. Wang loved his little granddaughter so much that he was afraid of melting it even if he held it in his mouth. He loves Wang Yun very much, so he has always been very concerned about Wang Yun, and no trouble can escape his discerning eyes.
What? Are you actually in love?
When Wang Yun's father, Wang Zhenghua, heard this, he immediately put down the chopsticks in his hand and asked Wang Yun in surprise. He had always been busy with work and rarely returned to the imperial capital. This time he just returned from a business trip. Now after hearing what Mr. Wang said, the whole person frowned instantly.
What are you yelling about? Wang Yun is not young anymore. Even falling in love is normal. As a father, you don't care about your daughter and don't know anything. You still have the nerve to speak.
Mr. Wang glared at Wang Zhenghua fiercely, and then looked at Wang Yun kindly.
How is the child? Is he a good character? Is he good to you?
At this time, everyone looked at Wang Yun with concerned eyes. Wang Yun actually fell in love. This was definitely a big event for the Wang family. And it was also something that everyone paid close attention to.
No, we are just ordinary friends. Dad, you are overthinking it.
Being stared at by everyone, Wang Yun's face turned slightly red.
Since we are ordinary friends, I might as well tell you. There are no outsiders here, so everyone can help and refer to it. If everything is good, the family will not object. After all, the male senior is getting married. It is human nature for a girl to get married.
Wang Yang's grandma smiled and said very kindly. From her experience, she knew that this was definitely not as simple as an ordinary friendship. However, her granddaughter was thin-skinned and blushed when asked.
Grandma, we are really just ordinary friends. Don't think too much about it.
Wang Yun's face turned redder, and he lowered his head, pretending to be concentrating on eating.
Okay. But since we are just ordinary friends,
Grandma hopes that you should pay more attention to keep your distance.
Wang Yun's grandma smiled lovingly. In fact, Wang Yun didn't say anything. But Mr. Wang and Wang Yun's grandma already knew who it was. The detailed information about Li Fu had been placed on Mr. Wang's desk. Now I just want Wang Yun to say it himself. Since Wang Yun is unwilling to say it, it means that the time has not yet come. So the old man will not force Wang Yun. After the meal, Wang Yun's father, Wang Zhenghua, walked into Mr. Wang's study with a hurried look. Also coming in was Wang Jinghua's brother, Wang Igua. The two brothers were no longer young at this time and had already lived in important position, high authority. However, Wang Zhenghua still seemed very anxious when it came to important matters related to his daughter. As soon as he came in, he hurriedly said,
Dad, who is Wang Yun with? Wang Yun is very simple, and he may be deceived if he is not careful. You will suffer a big loss if you are fooled.
Humph.
Now that you know how to care about your daughter, why did you go there earlier? This is detailed information. Please take a look.
Mr. Wang said dissatisfiedly and handed a thick piece of information to Wang Zhenghua.
Li Fu?
Wang Zhenghua took the information and began to read it carefully. The more he read, the uglier his face became.
Dad, we have to find a way to keep Li Fu away from Ian. He is not worthy at all.
Wang Zhenghua put down the information and seemed to have made up his mind.
Don't speak too absolutely. And don't draw conclusions prematurely. Although Li Fu was born in a poor family, there is nothing wrong with his character. He is now a very famous biological scientist.
Mr. Wang shook his head in disbelief. He was also very concerned about his granddaughter's important affairs. Naturally, he also hoped that his granddaughter could find a suitable husband.
Dad, given our family's situation, this Li Fu is not worthy at all. Even if he starts a business to make some money by making games, or does scientific research to make a name for himself, it is still too far behind. Brother, look at it. I say, does it make sense? Now before they have developed to a deeper level, we should ask Li Fu to leave Wang Yun immediately. As long as we find a way to separate them, they will naturally forget each other over time. There are so many young talents now. With our Ian's conditions, if you can't find any kind of person, why bother looking for this kid?
Wang Zhenghua shook his head and handed the information to his eldest brother Wang Igua. He ignored the old man's usual dignity and insisted on his own opinion. Chapter 40. Let nature take its course.
I think this young man named Li Fu is quite outstanding. Even though he was broke, he was able to make good use of the resources around him to start a business. The gains he made were very profitable. What's even more valuable is that he has taken this path in technology. He is also a genius. Only a junior student was able to open a new chapter in the field of biotechnology. It can be said that he is a unique genius that only appears once in a century. He will definitely be remembered in history in the future. Such an outstanding young man is a good match for Ian.
Wang Yun's uncle Wang Igwa carefully read the relevant information about Li Fu, pondered for a while, and then gave it a very high evaluation.
The boss is right. This Li Fu has already achieved such achievements in many fields at such a young age. He is definitely a leader among the younger generation in China. It cannot be said that he is not worthy of Ayun.
Mr. Wang nodded. He carefully read Li Fu's information and sent people to investigate and inquire about Li Fu's experiences from childhood to adulthood. In general, except for his poor background, everything else was good. He is a very outstanding young man.
Dad, I admit that this Li Fu can indeed be regarded as a talented person among the younger generation. But his family is too far away from ours. If Ayun is really with him, for our family it makes no sense at all. But we still need to spend resources to cultivate this Li Fu.
Wang Zhenghua said slightly anxiously when he heard that his brother and father thought this young man Li Fu was quite good.
We have an old saying in China, don't bully young people into poverty. Didn't I always teach you not to be biased against people from ordinary families because of our family's current situation? I was also born in a mud-legged family. And you two brothers once, they also worked in the fields and did farm work. And it was the same for everyone in the previous generations.
There was a hint of hatred in Mr. Wang's voice. His youngest son was very concerned about the development of the family. But sometimes he was too utilitarian.
I know what you are thinking. You have been unable to move up these years. So you are thinking of relying on Ayun Lai to marry the Li family, hoping to use the power of the Li family to move up.
Mr. Wang looked at his youngest son. Wang Jinghua's position was already very high. He was already a frontier official. It would be difficult for him to go up any higher. But even with the influence of the Wang family, he wanted to. It is not easy to walk up. After all, there is the boss Wang Igwa in front who has successfully operated it. It is not that easy to operate the second brother. Power requires a balance. This is the same no matter where it is. Others are not, maybe they just sit back and watch the Wang family become so powerful.
Dad, you have also seen that boy from the Li family. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a dragon or a phoenix among people. If Ayun can be with him, it will be of extraordinary significance to both our families.
Even after someone revealed his thoughts, Wang Zhenghua did not change his tune and continued to stick to his own opinions.
The kid from the Li family is indeed very good. Lao Li and I are old comrades in arms. If young people can get together, I naturally have no objection. However, Ayun has no good impression of these children of the big family. At that time, it's not like you don't know this thing. It's not sweet to be forced. Not to mention, when will the descendants of our Wang family need to rely on marriage if we want to develop? You have stayed in that position for all these years and haven't moved. On the one hand, that's what I mean. You had a smooth journey. So it would be good to stop and calm down. On the other hand, what do you think you have done over the years? Achievable political achievements? Leaders have sharp eyes. If you really show outstanding political achievements, you will still have a chance even if you don't have the power of the family to operate. But if you don't even show decent results, even if someone is promoted from above, it will be difficult to convince the public.
Mr. Wang's voice was sonorous and powerful, pointing out that Wang Zhenghua had been incompetent over the years. He only wanted to climb up, but he did not do practical things for the people in a down-to-earth manner, and he did not produce decent results when he was in charge.
Dad, why are you talking about me? Now you are talking about Ayun.
Wang Zhenghua was slightly embarrassed. He was already at this age, and in the past, he was used to his subordinates flattering and praising him. But now, he was criticized unceremoniously by Mr. Wang, and he felt a little embarrassed.
I'm just telling you about Ayun now. Don't think about using my precious granddaughter to achieve any purpose. As long as Ayun likes it, it doesn't matter who she wants to be with. If you want to continue to move up, the question you should think about is how to do some practical things for the people, and play the role of a public servant of the people in a down-to-earth manner. When you are in charge, you must work for the welfare of the people. Benefit one party. Otherwise you will never have a chance to move up.
Mr. Wang was slightly angry in his words, and he was also a little disappointed with his youngest son. Born in such a family, he didn't understand what he should do, and only thought about doing some crooked ways all day long. In fact, as long as Wang Zhenghua can achieve decent results in his position, coupled with the strength of the Wang family, there is no problem if he wants to move up. The key now is that Mr. Wang feels that his youngest son really has no outstanding political achievements. Even if he can barely pull him in, it doesn't make much sense. So relatively speaking, he puts more resources on the eldest brother Wang Igwa.
Dad, I know.
Wang Zhengwu did not dare to look into his father's eyes and lowered his head knowingly.
Dad? Actually, I think Li Fu is a good candidate. As long as he is sincere to Ayun. There is no need for us to mess with it. Let everything take its course. Our family is already very prosperous. So-called it prospers and then declines. And the moon waxes and wanes. It would not be good if we marry other families or something like that.
Wang Igwa next to him pondered for a long time and then slowly spoke.
Boss is right. And I mean the same thing. Let everything take its course. As long as you are sincere to Ayun and two young people truly love each other, nothing else matters.
Mr. Wang really loves his little granddaughter and never wants his little granddaughter to suffer any injustice. Mr. Wang set the tone on this matter, and Wang Zhengwen naturally did not dare to have any further opinions. Then the father and son began to discuss some important national affairs. On the other side, in Wang Yun's boudoir, Wang Yun's mother Ding Li was also interrogating Wang Yun carefully at this time. Ding Li, who is in her 40s, still looks very young. Her appearance is very similar to Wang Yun. She is also a stunning beauty. Standing with Wang Yun, they look like two sisters.
Ayun, can you tell Mom about his situation?
Ding Li had a smile on her face. She gave birth to a son and a daughter. The eldest son was studying abroad and has not come back. She has always loved her little daughter. Today, she heard that she was in love. Naturally, she was too very concerned.
Mom, we are just ordinary friends now.
Wang Yun blushed and lowered his head, like a child who had made a mistake, not daring to look directly at his mother.
If you are just an ordinary friend, you can also talk to your mother. If the young man is a good person, he may have a chance to catch the apple of our eyes in the future.
Ding Li is someone who has been here before. How can she tell that she is not an ordinary friend just by looking at her daughter's face? What she said also betrays her. Now she is just an ordinary friend. But what about the future?
His name is Li Fu. We are college classmates.
Wang Yang's face turned redder. He didn't dare to raise his head, and his voice was very low.
Classmate? Hello, classmate. Your father and I were classmates at the time. At that time, in order to pursue me, your father actually learned how to play the harmonica. The sound he played was so unpleasant. I don't know why I foolishly agreed to your father's request. Pursuit?
Ding Li touched Wang Yun's head lovingly, with memories in her eyes, recalling her youthful years.
Dad can also play the harmonica? Why didn't I know? Why do you always keep a harmonica? I thought it was you, Mom, who played it. But it turned out to be Dad.
When Wang Yun heard his mother talking about what happened when he was young, Wang Yun's face became more natural, and he immediately asked questions with interest.
Your father. His playing was terrible, but he was willing to play it to me whenever I wanted to hear it. I was moved at that time, so I married your father.
Ding Li smiled, as if she had returned to the age when Wang Zhengwu was pursuing her, full of happiness.
I'll ask Dad to play it for me next time, and he can actually play the harmonica.
Wang Yang smiled playfully and hugged Ding Li, acting like a child.
I guess your father has almost forgotten about it a long time ago. How did you and this Li Fu meet?
Ding Li smiled and changed the topic to Wang Yun again. But she did not forget her purpose of looking for Wang Yun this time.
He and I met at the entrepreneurship center. Then one time my computer had a problem. He helped me fix it and took me back on his bicycle. At that time, the wind was howling in the campus and it was very cold. But sitting with him, I felt very safe on the bike and didn't feel cold at all. So we slowly became friends.
Wang Yun blushed during the meeting and buried his head in Ding Li's arms when he said this, like a child who was afraid of being criticized by adults for doing bad things.
Silly boy.
When Ding Li heard this, she hugged her daughter tighter.
Chapter 41. Perfect Control of HIV. Early the next morning, Li Fu came to the laboratory early. Now Li Fu didn't even go to class. The homework that needed to be practiced was not difficult for Li Fu at all. In addition, Li Fu's fame had greatly increased. I called my teacher and applied for a free arrangement. So now whenever Li Fu has time, he basically spends time here in the laboratory, concentrating on researching drugs to treat HIV, ignoring all kinds of invitations, temptations, etc. from the outside world. In the laboratory, the chimpanzees who had been ignored all night suddenly screamed and beat the iron cage desperately when they saw Li Fu's arrival. However, the chimpanzees in the first few numbers looked listless and depressed. Li Fu walked over and checked carefully, and found that there were some vomits in the chimpanzees in the first few numbers. And there were even some vomits in them. Some blood clots can also be seen. Li Fu took some bananas, apples, and other fruits that chimpanzees like to eat. These chimpanzees were also superficially interested and looked like they had a loss of appetite. Moreover, the eyes of these chimpanzees seemed dull, and their vision seemed to have declined sharply.
Well, it looks like it has already started. These symptoms are unique to AIDS.
Li Fu carefully recorded the condition of each chimpanzee and carefully extracted blood from these chimpanzees, preparing to check the HIV status in the blood of these chimpanzees to more accurately determine the status of the chimpanzee's HIV infection. There were more than 30 chimpanzees, and Li Fu was busy for 2 hours before carefully completing them one by one. He also collected blood samples from all of them and began to analyze these blood samples.
The HIV content in the blood of chimpanzees number 1, number 2, and number 3 is already quite high, and the symptoms displayed have reached the ideal level for experiments. We can inject the super rice virus today for experiments. Chimpanzees number 4, 5, and 6 have also begun to show some symptoms, which can be considered early stage and can be used for experiments.
Li Fu's eye carefully analyzed the blood samples of each chimpanzee and divided these blood samples into many groups. Some could be considered severely infected and some were mildly infected in order to collect more experimental data and test the differences between super rice viruses. Level of HIV treatment.
Today, 3 severely infected chimpanzees number 1, 2, and 3 will be injected with Super Me virus. The other chimpanzees will not be injected with Super Me virus for the time being.
Li Fu already had a detailed plan in his mind and began to inject the 3 prepared super rice virus drugs into the 3 chimpanzees. Because the 3 chimpanzees were already listless, the process went very smoothly.
I hope the super rice virus can cure you.
Otherwise, Li Fu looked at the 3 languid chimpanzees. A few days ago, each of these chimpanzees were still alive and kicking. Now, because of the HIV they injected, they have become experimental subjects and are about to die. If super rice the virus cannot suppress HIV in the living body, there is no doubt that these 3 chimpanzees will not survive for more than a few days in their condition. Naturally, they feel guilty and guilty. But this is also a very helpless thing. If science wants to progress, there must always be sacrifices, especially in the field of biological sciences. Every year, mice, cats, dogs, pigs, cattle, sheep, etc. die in various experiments. Don't know how many. On the 3rd day, Li Fu arrived at the laboratory early in the morning. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Li Fu couldn't wait to look at the 3 chimpanzees number 1, number 2, and number 3. Squeak! Squeak! Seeing Li Fu's arrival, the 3 chimpanzees screamed with joy and beat the cage excitedly. The listlessness they felt yesterday had disappeared, and now they all looked quite energetic.
Huh? This is so unexpected. I thought it was basically effective, but it shouldn't be that fast. I didn't expect that in just one day. The 3 chimpanzees became energetic again, and each one of them even knew they were hungry.
Li Fu was overjoyed. He observed the 3 chimpanzees carefully and dropped a banana in from time to time. He saw that the chimpanzees quickly ate all the bananas and looked like they were not full at all. They had not eaten all day yesterday. After eating, plus one night, these 3 chimpanzees were really hungry. Li Fu put many bananas, apples, and other fruits into the cages of the 3 chimpanzees one after another, and at the same time carefully extracted the blood from the 3 chimpanzees again. Squeak! Squeak! When the other chimpanzees saw the 3 chimpanzees eating bananas happily, they all started shouting. Suddenly, the entire laboratory could hear their voices, as if they were back in time when the apes on both sides of the bank couldn't stop crying and the boat passed by, in the primeval forest of Wanzhong Mountain. However, Li Fu was not in the mood to pay attention to the other chimpanzees at this time. He excitedly took the blood sample and began to analyze the 3 blood samples. Under the electron microscope, a microscopic world appeared in Li Fu's eyes. Super rice viruses were constantly devouring HIV. With its huge body, HIV had no resistance at all.
I didn't expect that in just one day. The super rice virus had already devoured most of the HIV virus. No wonder these 3 chimpanzees became energetic again. And they are all alive again. It is estimated that it will only take a few days. The HIV in the chimpanzees will be completely swallowed up.
Li Fu soon discovered the difference in the amount of HIV in the blood samples, with a smile on his face. At this point in the experiment, it can basically be declared a success. The super rice virus is indeed miraculous in treating HIV and can perfectly suppress AIDS. Of course, scientific experiments are not that simple.
Even if the current performance is good, there are still many variables in the future, such as whether HIV will increase again, and whether the supermicrovirus in chimpanzees will have any major impact on chimpanzees, influence, or even cause bad negative effects, etc. These all require detailed scientific experiments to draw a conclusion, and some even require a very long time to see if there is a problem. We must not draw conclusions easily, only when the HIV in the chimpanzees has completely disappeared, and the chimpanzees have not been significantly affected by the supervirus in subsequent observations, can it be officially announced that this new technology can be used to treat HIV. And then, the next step can be carried out a human experiment. Only after passing the human experiment can we say that this drug can be truly brought to the market. And during this period it will also need to undergo strict review by the Food and Drug Regulatory authorities. If any data does not meet the standards, it will never be allowed to enter the market. On the fourth day, Li Fu took blood samples from multiple parts of the 3 chimpanzees. He also went to great lengths to obtain some saliva from the mouths of the 3 chimpanzees, and conducted multifaceted and comprehensive tests on these samples. HIV Buster! After testing the samples one by one, Li Fu discovered an astonishing phenomenon. As HIV became less and less in the chimpanzees, the number of supermicroviruses in the chimpanzees was also decreasing rapidly. It was as if these supermicroviruses were caused by insufficient food. Everyone seemed to be starving to death. This phenomenon really made Li Fu overjoyed, because it meant that Li Fu did not have to worry about the impact of the super rice virus on chimpanzees, because as the HIV virus was devoured, the super rice virus quickly died due to lack of food. If they starve to death, the super rice virus in the chimpanzee's body will soon disappear completely, and there is no fear that it will mutate in the future and swallow other viruses. By the 5th day, Li Fu could no longer find HIV in the blood, saliva, etc. of the 3 chimpanzees. At the same time, the supervirus in the chimpanzees also disappeared. The 3 chimpanzees, who were dying of HIV a few days ago and were languid, were now all alive and kicking without any discomfort at all. They were eating well, sleeping, and playing happily. From time to time, they would roar in the cage to attract other chimpanzees. Everyone also screamed. The successful treatment of the 3 chimpanzees gave Li Fu great confidence. Li Fu began to conduct large-scale data tests on the other 27 chimpanzees. These chimpanzees were old and young, large and small, and some were already severely infected with AIDS. Some are quite mild, and some seem to have no impact at all even if they are infected, and can only be regarded as virus carriers. After injecting the super rice virus agent one by one, Li Fu closely tracked the chimpanzees, recorded in detail the conditions of these chimpanzees every day, analyzed the blood, saliva, etc. of these chimpanzees, and checked the HIV and HIV levels in these chimpanzees. The case of the super rice virus. There are no surprises. The super rice virus suppresses HIV perfectly, no matter what stage the chimpanzee is at. The super rice virus can easily swallow up the HIV virus, making these chimpanzees lively again. In Li Fu's mind, Xiaoying recorded all this in detail. A large amount of experimental data fully demonstrated that the super rice virus is definitely the nemesis of HIV. It can easily and perfectly swallow HIV, and it has not had the slightest impact on chimpanzees, because in the final stage, once the HIV in the chimpanzees is reduced, these super rice viruses will also die because there is no food. Chapter 42. Come on, Joe Meyer. At the Chinese National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention at Yanhuang University, Li Fuxing rushed to find Lu Yi. Teacher, the in vivo experiment on 30 chimpanzees has passed perfectly. This is the detailed experimental data. Please take a look at it. Teacher. Li Fu had a smile on his face. The data from the live animal experiments were so perfect that Li Fu was full of confidence in the next step, which was also the crucial step of human experiments. However, human experiments were of great importance because they involved human lives. A matter of great importance. If there is any mistake, it is very likely that the people participating in the experiment will die. So you must be careful and cautious. Lu Yi is a top scientist in the field of biological viruses and has rich experience in this area. It is necessary to ask Lu Yi for help in controlling. Oh! How fast! Let me see! Lu Yi's face was filled with a smile. He was completely laissez-faire about Li Fu's scientific research projects. Li Fu decided how to operate it, how to conduct experiments, etc., and he never said a word.
because he knew that with Li Fu's current situation the level is enough to be the person in charge of a large laboratory. Now I am just staying in my laboratory because I don't have the conditions. Sooner or later, I will fly out. However, Louis spared no effort to support the various things that Li Fu needs to use in his experiments. I also want to see the emergence of drugs that can treat HIV as soon as possible, so that tens of millions of people can be freed from the torture of the disease as soon as possible.
Well, the data is perfect, and it does meet the requirements for the next step of the experiment.
Louis read the experimental data carefully from beginning to end and nodded. Li Fu's experimental data was very perfect and very detailed. You can tell what the experimental results are like at a glance.
Very good!
Li Fu clenched his fists happily. Although he was already confident in his heart, Li Fu was still very nervous when designing human experiments.
Haha. I will ask the laboratory to recruit a group of volunteers. If you are here, check it carefully and conduct several more experiments. Although the data is perfect, we should still be more cautious.
Louis also smiled happily. He will soon have the opportunity to witness the defeat of AIDS. This is definitely a blessing in life for a scientist who has been dealing with biological viruses all his life. Zhou Lin, a girl from Guijin Village, Quanan Town, Yangda, Tianfu, was found to have HIV in 2010. This was nothing short of shocking news for a rural family. Zhou Lin's parents are both migrant workers, and she herself has no HIV infection. She was infected with HIV. It was later discovered that Zhou Lin was unfortunately infected with HIV during a blood transfusion. Since then, the family has been burdened with the responsibility of treating little Zhou Lin, and Zhou Lin was not allowed to go to school. Her former friends also stayed away from Zhou Lin, as if they were seeing a devil. No one would play with, or even talk to Zhou Lin anymore. No one there. And relatives and friends around her parents all suggested giving up Zhou Lin, because there is no cure for AIDS. The existing treatment methods only allow Zhou Lin to relieve some pain and live a few more years. However, Zhou Lin's parents did not give up and continued to search for a cure for Zhou Lin across the country. Lin's method. Looking for a way to extend Zhou Lin's life. Going to the imperial capital. Surgery. Chemotherapy. Radiotherapy. Taking traditional Chinese medicine, etc. Sometimes they even know that the remedies mentioned by the liar are lies. But Zhou Lin's parents are willing to try it, and are absolutely unwilling to let it go as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Zhou Lin herself is also very strong. No one around her is willing to play with her. So Zhou Lin makes many new friends online. She records her journey of getting sick and fighting AIDS in passages full of emotional words. These contents were posted to Moments, and tens of thousands of netizens liked her.
Since you can't change, then face it bravely. Come on, Joe Meyer.
After the incident was reported by the media, more than 300,000 donations were raised for follow-up treatment. Zhou Lin was not depressed or resentful in the face of the disease. She said that she was very grateful to her parents for bringing her to this place. Beautiful world. Thank you all for helping her. And hope that all patients in the world will get better and better. And that everyone can escape the disease. This is a true story. Zhou Lin passed away not long ago. She was suffering from cancer. I hope she will be happy in another world. In a well-known hospital in the imperial capital, Zhou Lin was holding a mobile phone with a smile on her face. She was communicating with her netizens. Since she contracted AIDS, Zhou Lin likes to communicate with people online because there is no discrimination. There is no look like seeing a devil, but more encouragement and care.
Zhou Lin, let me tell you some good news. I just saw the news that the China National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention has made a major breakthrough in the field of HIV research. They have developed corresponding drugs and are now recruiting volunteers, conducting final experiments.
In the micro chat, a friend sent Zhou Lin a message and a connection. Suddenly, Zhou Lin's eyes suddenly shone. This news was like music from heaven to her, because not long ago, her doctor had announced that Zhou Lin's time was running out.
Dad!
Zhou Lin opened the connection and looked at it carefully. Tears soon flowed from her eyes, and she woke up a middle-aged man who was sleeping on the chair next to him.
What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?
Zhou Lin's father touched Zhou Lin's head lovingly and wiped her tears with a tissue.
Dad, I'm saved. Look.
Zhou Lin laughed excitedly while shedding tears, and showed her father the messages on her phone.
This is real? Ha ha. Ha ha. Great. Great. My daughter is saved.
Zhou Lin's father immediately took the phone and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. And then he screamed loudly.
Lao Zhou! What's going on? It makes you happy.
The patients in other beds nearby were all infected with HIV. At this time, all of them were attracted by Zhou Lin's father's actions.
There is hope! There is hope! We are all saved! The China National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention has developed drugs to treat HIV. Everyone, hurry up and sign up!
Zhou Lin's father's voice was very excited, and tears flowed from his face. Then he wiped away his own tears and began to apply for Zhou Lin.
Thank you to the cutest person for giving my daughter hope in her last moments. No matter what the outcome is, we have no complaints. Please help us.
After writing the last message and clicking to submit the application, Zhou Lin's father felt that a ray of sunshine suddenly shone into the dark world, which was the sunshine of hope. Zhou Lin's father refreshed the page over and over again to see if his application had been approved. He prayed silently in his heart, because Zhou Lin really didn't have much time left. If he misses this opportunity, even if he gets treatment for AIDS in the future, it's too late for the virus's drug to come out. The next morning, after refreshing all night, Zhou Lin's father fell asleep tiredly, still holding the phone in his hand. And the page was still displayed on the phone. Suddenly, Zhou Lin's father was awakened by a buzzing vibration on his cell phone. It was an unfamiliar number in the imperial capital.
Hello. Who are you? Hello. Are you Zhou Lin's father? I am Li Fu from the Chinese National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention. And I am also the person who developed drugs to treat AIDS. Dr. Li, is my daughter's application approved?
Zhou Lin's father suddenly became excited and asked anxiously, not noticing that Li Fu was not a doctor at all, but a scientist.
Yes. I called you to inform you that if you are willing, you can come to the affiliated hospital of Huaxia University to sign the agreement today. And I can inject Zhou Lin with drugs. I also know something about your affairs. When you arrive at Yanhuan University affiliated hospital, you only need to report my name and be admitted to the hospital. You don't have to pay any fees. You must remember this and don't pay any fees.
On the other end of the phone, Li Fu repeatedly asked Zhou Lin's father that this time Li Fu would pay for all the volunteers out of his own pocket. Li Fu himself also called and contacted each volunteer one by one. Although the drugs to treat HIV were manufactured by Li Fu, the cost is not included. However, this time we also need to collect various data, etc. So the volunteers need to be hospitalized for a relatively long time. And the hospital is not that easy to live in. Yes, the Chinese people all know this. There was no corresponding expense budget for the laboratory. So in the end, Li Fu decided to pay all the expenses for all the volunteers during their stay in the hospital. After all, Li Fu could be considered a rich man now. King Pesticide's terrifying ability to attract money. Li Fu's net worth has now exceeded 1 billion. And Li Fu is the kind of person who only needs 3 meals a day and warm clothes. After seeing Zhou Lin's story, Li Fu is also quite, I was so moved that I naturally wanted to lend a helping hand.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
On the other end of the phone, Zhou Lin's father expressed his thanks with tears in his eyes. Since his daughter contracted the disease, he has felt too much kindness and warmth, and has also received enthusiastic help from countless people who have known each other for a long time.
What happened to Dad?
Zhou Lin on the side was woken up, looked at her father with tears in her eyes, and asked with concern.
Our application was approved. Dr. Li Fu just called and informed us that we can go directly to the affiliated hospital of Yanhuan University for treatment.
Zhou Lin's father cried and laughed at the same time, as only people who have gone through many vicissitudes of life and experienced the warmth and ups and downs of the world can do. Chapter 43. Recovery. Thank you very much for pointing out a loophole. AIDS disables the patient's immune system and does not directly cause harm to the human body. Juice Sweat. This loophole is really too big. At Yanhuan University affiliated hospital, as many as 20 volunteers and their families from all over the country looked at the young man in front of them, holding an agreement in their hands. The content of the agreement is very simple. It is nothing more than voluntary participation in this experiment. The results of the experiment cannot hold Li Fu accountable in any case, etc.
Everyone take a look at this agreement. If there are no problems, both the volunteers and their families need to sign. We have also invited a notary to notarize it. Of course, everything is voluntary. If you want to regret it now, it is completely okay.
Li Fu looked at the haggard faces and could imagine that they were also suffering when their relatives were suffering from illness. At this time, each one took the agreement and read it carefully, for fear of making any mistakes or omissions.
All expenses during the treatment period are borne by me. So I emphasize the cost again. What everyone needs to focus on is the last document. Because our drug is newly developed. Although detailed experiments have been obtained, the data also has perfect experiments on chimpanzees. However, after all, this drug has never been tested on humans. So I need to remind everyone that there are still risks and uncertainties in this experiment.
Li Fu once again emphasized the risks of experiments. Generally, new drug experiments of this kind are risky. Li Fu naturally had to emphasize it again and again to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble if problems arise in the future.
Dr. Li, I wonder if you can guarantee that the medicine this time will definitely cure AIDS. Or how certain are you that it can be cured?
A family member with eyes looked at the agreement from beginning to end and asked Li Fu.
I cannot give any guarantees or promises. Everything is done on a voluntary basis. If we feel there is a risk and are unwilling to take the risk, we will not force it.
Li Fu shook his head. Li Fu didn't dare to say such a guarantee. Li Fu had heard countless cases about the risks of drug experiments. Even many drugs that have been put on the market now carry many risks. Moreover, the conditions of patients are different. Sometimes a drug can cure this person, but it may not be able to cure another person. It is also common for people to die when trying drugs.
Dr. Li, I believe you. I signed the agreement. Please treat my daughter as soon as possible. No matter what. We have no complaints. We are really grateful to you for researching new drugs.
At this time, Zhou Lin's father returned the agreement to Li Fu, and his whole family had signed it. For him, the new medicine in Li Fu's hands was the only hope, and he was willing to do it even if there were great risks. Go try it.
Okay. I will arrange it as soon as possible.
Li Fu nodded, looked at the signature on the agreement carefully, and then asked the notary to notarize it.
Dr. Li, I've also signed it. Please arrange it as soon as possible.
The other patient's family members and others saw that someone had signed, and they all followed suit. The situation was basically the same as Zhou Lin's. It had reached a point where it could no longer be delayed. The new drug in Li Fu's hands was the only hope. After someone started, other family members also signed. Even if some hesitated for a while, they all signed in the end. Everything was open and fair, and they could only pray silently.
Your name is Zhou Lin. Right. You're so well behaved.
In the ward, Li Fu smiled and greeted the strong Zhou Lin. She had been tortured by the disease for many years, and she had become as skinny as a stick and her body was very weak. The nurse next to Li Fu was holding a medicine in her hand. It was a medicine made from the super rice virus developed by Li Fu.
Thank you, brother. I will definitely get better.
Zhou Lin had a smile on her face, like an angel. Even at the last moment, she still smiled.
Don't worry. You'll get better. Bear with it. It might hurt a little.
Li Fu smiled, chatting with her to divert her attention, and asked the nurse to inject her with medicine. Zhou Lin was really strong, and she didn't even frown. Li Fu smiled and chatted happily. This time, Li Fu did not dare to be too careless in the experiment, and he did it one by one. Zhou Lin's condition was already the most serious and needed to be treated as soon as possible, so he was the first to arrange the injection of drugs.
If you have any symptoms of discomfort, you must notify the doctor as soon as possible, and I will rush over at any time.
After injecting the medicine, Li Fu also became nervous. After all, this was related to a living life, the life of a smiling little girl, and a major family event. Although the data in all aspects were perfect, Li Fu had no idea what would happen after entering the human body, and he began to become nervous at this time.
Don't worry, Xiao Li. I believe in the power of science. Not to mention there are many doctors in the hospital.
Lu Yi, who came with him, smiled and patted Li Fu on the shoulder. This experiment was too important. Lu Yi was afraid that Li Fu could not handle it well at a young age, so he was involved in the whole process. But he always watched Li Fu's performance from the side. He was very satisfied, and he was very considerate in everything he did. The next day, Li Fu arrived at Yanhuang University-affiliated hospital early. At the door of Zhou Lin's ward, Li Fu heard Zhou Lin chatting happily with her parents. He could tell that the medicine was working, because Zhou Lin actually knew that she was hungry.
Mom, this porridge is so delicious.
In the room, Zhou Lin drank big mouthfuls of white porridge. Her face turned rosy, not at all dull, and dull, like a dead person yesterday.
Don't be anxious. Eat slowly, the doctor said. Don't eat too much at one time. And don't eat too hastily. When you are discharged from the hospital, Mom will prepare delicious food for you every day.
Next to them, Zhou Lin's parents had smiles on their faces. Seeing that their daughter's condition improved overnight, the haze in their hearts disappeared, and they were happily feeding Zhou Lin porridge.
Well, I want to eat the braised pork cooked by my mother.
Zhou Lin's spirit has become better at this time, and the smile on her face is brighter.
Boom! Boom!
After Li Fu knocked on the door, he walked in with a smile on his face.
Dr. Li, you're here. Come on. Please sit down.
Seeing Li Fu come in, Zhou Lin's father quickly brought a stool to Li Fu, very enthusiastically.
You're welcome. I came over to see Zhou Lin and check on the treatment.
Li Fu gestured with a smile, and then began to carefully check Zhou Lin's condition. Although Zhou Lin still looked very thin and looked like she was seriously ill. At this time, her overall spirit was quite good, and her face was also my skin started to look rosy and rosy.
Well, that's right. I need to draw some blood and some of your saliva so I can go back and check it carefully.
Li Fu finished the careful inspection and nodded with satisfaction. Judging from the performance alone, there is no doubt that the super rise virus has taken effect, and Zhou Lin's all aspects are improving.
Well, thank you, brother.
Zhou Lin nodded obediently and cooperated very well. Li Fu got the samples he needed very smoothly, and then hurried back to the laboratory to prepare for observation through an electron microscope to grasp the specific situation more accurately. At the same time, the news that the China National Biological Laboratory for Disease Control and Prevention had developed drugs to treat AIDS quickly spread around the world, and the recruitment of volunteers for experiments naturally attracted much attention. At this time, reporters from all over the world flocked to the affiliated hospital of Yanhuang University, wanting to get first-hand news materials. Fortunately, the affiliated hospital had already prepared for it, and held regular meetings in a large conference room every day. Hold a press conference to disclose recent developments to the outside world.
Yesterday we injected a new type of drug into a patient. After a day of observation, the patient did not have any symptoms of discomfort. The situation has improved greatly, and he can start eating. We sampled the patient's blood and found that the amount of HIV in the patient's blood is already quite rare. I believe that the patient will be cured in a few days.
The attending Dr. Su Chongqing reported the latest situation to the media friends present with a smile on his face. Although the medicine was provided by Li Fu. Li Fu was only a scientist, not a doctor, so there were also attending doctors and hospitals accordingly. Naturally, they are quite cooperative with such a major experiment. A professional team was dispatched to assist Li Fu, and the attending doctors were all the best doctors in the hospital. At this press conference, the leaders of the hospital naturally had to show up together. On the third day, Zhou Lin's condition improved further. Her appetite was already quite good, and the amount of HIV in her body was almost undetectable, and almost all of it had been swallowed up by the super rise virus. Zhou Lin's complexion, which had been tortured by the disease, has gradually returned to normal. Coupled with the careful treatment at the hospital, Zhou Lin recovered quickly and her frail body gradually improved. On the fourth day, the HIV virus in Zhou Lin's body had completely disappeared. At the same time, just like what happened during the experiment in the chimpanzees, all the super rise viruses starved to death because they lost their food. Any damage to the human body.
I am very grateful to Brother Li Fu, to my uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters in the hospital, and to my friends who have always cared about and helped me. I never thought that I would have a future and have the opportunity to repay everyone in this life. I am cured.
In the press conference hall of Yanhuang University affiliated hospital, Zhou Lin, who had recovered, announced the good news to the world with tears in her eyes. Chapter 44. Once again famous all over the world. Recently, at the affiliated hospital of Huaxia Yanhuang University, the world's first successfully cured AIDS patient was announced to be discharged from hospital. It is reported that the patient Zhou Lin, who was originally declared only about 2 weeks old, has now fully recovered and is living a normal life again. This case marks that AIDS will no longer be an invincible evil, but also marks that human bioscience and technology have entered a new chapter. The new idea of fighting virus with poison is expected to be applied to other diseases that humans have been unable to conquer, such as cancer. Chinese biological scientist Li Fu is just a junior in college. Li Fu, now only 21 years old, is very likely to become the youngest winner in the history of the Nobel Prize in Science. beating the 25-year-old Lawrence Bragg in 1915 when he won the prize. Youngest record. John Bull, the most influential TV station in the country, spent several minutes during its prime news period to report in detail this great moment in the history of human bioscience. Good evening, viewers, and welcome to the news broadcast. Today's main content is that our country's bioscientist Li Fu successfully developed a drug that can treat AIDS. Today's first cured patient Zhou Lin was successfully discharged from the hospital. This marks the progress in the fight against the disease. In the history of mankind has once again defeated the disease. From then on, AIDS will no longer be an untreatable disease. More than 60 million AIDS patients around the world are expected to have a new life as a result. The ancient wisdom of fighting virus with poison has once again blossomed in the new era. It also marks that my country's bioscience and technology has led the world in an all-round way. In the new field of biological viruses, there are and only Chinese scientists who can do it. In the future, this technology will be more. It is expected to be applied to treat more diseases. This is a great moment in human history. And it is also a great moment for our descendants. It is also the fruit of our country's long-term persistence in rejuvenating and strengthening the country through science and technology. China's most important and authoritative news broadcast program, which started at 7:30 p.m., also spent up to 5 minutes promoting this great historical moment. It boasted so much that it almost made it fly. Go to heaven. As Zhou Lin was successfully cured, the news spread all over the world in an instant. Without any surprise, it immediately made the headlines of various news media. It has been plaguing mankind for decades, and tens of millions of people around the world have suffered. Millions of people die from AIDS every year around the world. And more importantly, since the first case of AIDS was discovered in the United States in 1981, AIDS has spread rapidly around the world, and is becoming more and more difficult to control. Every year, the number of new AIDS patients and deaths from AIDS is increasing. Rapid growth. Now, all worries about AIDS have disappeared. Major media around the world have reported vigorously. Li Fu's name has been spread over and over again. Suddenly, almost the whole world knows Li Fu's name and knows that there is such a person in China. Very young biological scientist. Time magazine even announced on the same day that Li Fu was selected as one of the most influential people in the world in 2017. One of the 100 greatest scientists in human history. And one of the top 100 outstanding young people in the world. Eagle Sauce, New York. Pfizer Pharmaceuticals. Maybe many people have never heard of this company, nor of Pfizer. But anyone in the pharmaceutical industry knows that this is the world's well-deserved pharmaceutical giant. Number 1 in the world pharmaceutical companies. With a history of more than 150 years. Huarong Pharmaceutical Company is a global pharmaceutical giant with unprecedented scale and a wide range of product therapeutic areas and product series. The company's innovative products are sold in more than 150 countries and regions around the world. Pfizer Pharmaceutical Company Limited has the world's most advanced production facilities and testing technologies. Pfizer's cumulative investment in various projects in China alone exceeds $500 million. Pfizer currently markets more than 40 innovative pharmaceutical products in Xiaogua. These complementary product portfolios occupy a leading position in the treatment areas of cardiovascular, endocrinology, neurology, infectious diseases, arthritis and inflammation, urology, ophthalmology and oncology. Leading position. At the global headquarters of Pfizer, Robert, the CEO of Pfizer, is holding an antique conference. All the major shareholders of Pfizer are present. There are currently more than 60 million AIDS patients in the world. And AIDS is spreading very fast around the world. And the number of new AIDS infections increases sharply every year. In the conference room, a huge monitor played some facts about global AIDS. Gentlemen, everyone should be able to see that the field of AIDS is a huge cake. Whoever can take the lead in making breakthroughs in this field will be able to have a full meal in this field. You can think about it. There are more than 60 million people in the world. And this market is still expanding rapidly every year. It is very likely that by 2020, this market will be able to expand to a terrifying scale of 100 million people. There is a market of 100 million people. And it is also an irreplaceable market that is related to lives. It can double the performance of our company and the worth of everyone present. Robert spoke in very seductive language. In his eyes, patients are the market. And only with patients can their performance be achieved. As for how many people will die from AIDS, it is not something he considers at all. Mr. Robert, we all know that the method of manufacturing this drug is in the hands of the Chinese Li Fu. I wonder what kind of support you need from us
so that you can get this method from his hands.
Harrison, Pfizer's largest shareholder, obviously couldn't resist such temptation and said to Robert with a smile,
I need everyone to authorize me. I need to use a large amount of funds, on the one hand, to study this new bioscience technology in our own laboratory, and on the other hand, to obtain this new bioscience technology from China.
Xinjiang is a country where professional managers are prevalent, and there are strict system management for professional managers. Robert must obtain the authorization of the board of directors and the support of shareholders on major matters related to business operations. Otherwise it will be illegal, and there will be no the solution is to mix it up.
So, Mr. Robert, how much funding do you want us to authorize you?
Harrison smiled slightly, looked at each other with the other shareholders, and asked,
Of course, the more the better. At least it won't be less than $1 billion US.
Robert slowly reported a number. $1 billion US. Even if it is placed here in Xinjiang, it is still a very huge number. More than 6 billion has been converted into Chinese currency.
$1 billion US. This is not a small amount of money.
Hearing the figures reported by Robert, all the shareholders present frowned, thinking rapidly in their minds whether to authorize a $1 billion US quota to Robert. At the same time, the world's well-known pharmaceutical companies, including Pfizer, GlaxoSmithKline, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Novartis, Bayer, etc., all sent teams to China in a hurry, each holding a lot of drugs in their hands, a lot of money. All want to obtain new biotechnology for the treatment of AIDS from China. Chapter 45. 100 million quotation. At Yinhuang University affiliated hospital, as Zhou Lin was successfully treated and discharged from the hospital, the volunteers and their families who participated in this experiment became even more confident. Everyone knows Zhou Lin's situation very well. She has basically been sentenced to death by the god of death. Unexpectedly, the new drug studied by Li Fu suddenly pulled Zhou Lin back from the hands of ghosts and gods. In just a few days, HIV was eliminated. It was completely wiped out and restored to life. In the next experiment, Li Fu was also full of confidence. So he conducted the experiment on many people at once. And the results were without any surprises. The supervised virus was the nemesis of HIV. In just a few days, with the AIDS patients on the verge of death one after another, the patient recovered and was discharged from the hospital, which can be said to be a perfect announcement that the new AIDS drug developed by Li Fu was successful.
Well, today I conducted a sampling test on the blood samples in your body. The HIV virus has been basically eliminated. I estimate that you can be discharged from the hospital in a few days.
Li Fu smiled and said to a volunteer and their family members. These days, Li Fu has been running between the laboratory and the hospital almost every day, observing the conditions of patients, taking samples for comparison and research, and detailed recording experimental data, and so on. It can be said that I am very busy.
Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li.
This family was relatively more educated and knew that Li Fu was not a doctor, so they called Li Fu Sir. At this time, everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. Li Fu smiled, nodded and walked out. He had heard too many similar words for a while, and it also made Li Fu feel the lingering fragrance of giving roses to others. As soon as Li Fu left the door of the ward, Louis came over with a group of people.
Teacher.
Li Fu smiled and went up to greet Louis.
We were looking for you just now. Don't you have any important work at hand? No. What's wrong? Teacher? Find a place to sit down and chat, and introduce some friends to you.
Louis smiled and began to introduce several strangers in suits and ties to Li Fu.
This is Mr. Shen Kong, the general manager of Southeast Pharmaceutical. And this is Mr. Song Qingbo, the vice president of Huaxia Pharmaceutical.
Following Lu Yi's introduction, Li Fu smiled and shook hands with the other person to say hello. Shen Kong was a tall, thin, middle-aged man with short hair. He had a smile on his face and was very friendly to Li Fu. Song Qingbo was a paunchy, long-haired man. He has a fat head and big ears. When he smiles, he looks a bit like Maitreya Buddha, but his eyes are triangular, shining with the light of a shrewd Philistine.
We happen to have a free conference room in our hospital. Let's go and sit down together.
Accompanying him was Luo Wenyuan, the dean of the Yinhuang University affiliated hospital, who also followed Zai He's suggestion and was able to let Lu Yi and Luo Wenyuan accompany him, and also came to the heavily blocked test area. Obviously, the people from these two companies are also very energetic. Li Fu knew very well why they came here. If Louis hadn't brought them here personally, Li Fu would never have wanted to see them. But Louis brought them here personally, so he must give them face. In a magnificently decorated meeting room in Yanwang University-affiliated hospital, everyone sat down and chatted with each other about some insignificant topics. Shen Kong and Song Qingbao looked at each other, and then Shen Kong spoke with a smile.
Mr. Li, don't tell secrets in front of celebrities. This time we are here for the medicine you have to treat AIDS. As long as you are willing to cooperate. Mr. Li, the conditions are easy to negotiate. We at Southeast Medicine are the largest pharmaceutical company in China, with the world's most advanced drug production equipment and complete drug sales channels. We believe that we are definitely Mr. Li Fu's ideal partner.
Shen Kong seemed quite confident. As the CEO of one of the leading pharmaceutical companies in the country, he was very confident that he could reach a cooperation with Li Fu.
Ha ha. Our Huaxia Pharmaceutical is also one of the most powerful pharmaceutical companies in China, with a world-leading production base. We are also very sincere in wanting to cooperate with Mr. Li Fu.
Song Qingbao on the side also followed suit with a smile.
Xiao Li, they are two of the most powerful pharmaceutical companies in our country. They are very capable in terms of technology and funding. They are also state-owned enterprises and have a lot of cooperation with our laboratory. It is true. Your ideal partner.
Louis also followed up and said that in his opinion, the best choice for Li Fu to have the technology in his hands is to find a pharmaceutical company to cooperate. This can not only save time and effort, but also earn a lot of income. This is what most of the current A model that scientific researchers prefer. Scientific researchers are solely responsible for research and development, and the market operation of products is left to professional companies to cooperate with, from which scientific researchers can easily enjoy the fruits of scientific research. After listening, Li Fu pondered for a while, and then spoke with a slight smile.
I wonder what cooperation conditions you can offer.
Although Li Fu wanted to say no directly, Louis personally came forward to intercede. Li Fu had to give face to the other party. When the time came, he could just find a reason to reject the other party. This would not hurt the teacher's face, but also find an excuse to reject them.
We at Southeast Hospital have two options for Mr. Li Fu to consider. The first one is very simple. Our Southeast Hospital is willing to pay 100 million Chinese dollars in cash to acquire the exclusive production rights of Mr. Li Fu's HIV drugs. The other one is very simple. The plan is for us to pay an initial cash payment of 20 million Chinese dollars, and Mr. Li Fu will enjoy 5% of the subsequent drug profits.
Shen Kong smiled, slowly gave an offer, and then looked at Li Fu confidently.
Ha ha. Our Huaxia medicine plan is similar to that of Southeast Hospital, and the conditions are the same. It just depends on Mr. Li Fu's choice.
The chubby Song Qingbao smiled heartily. In fact, Southeast Medicine and Huaxia Medicine had already greeted each other beforehand, and they had agreed that no matter who reached an agreement with Li Fu, they could share it with each other. So when giving Li Fu the price is very low, Louis, who was smiling on the side, immediately darkened after hearing the quotation. He did not expect that the quotations from the two largest pharmaceutical companies in the country were so low. I want to buy it out in one go with 100 million in cash. The second plan is even more cheating. I give 20 million for the first time and 5% of the subsequent income. There are sales and accounting issues within the state-owned enterprise. How could Li Fu, an outsider, investigate it? Obviously, when the time comes, he can be fooled casually. It is very possible to send Li Fu away with some money. In the past, Louis usually chose a one-time buyout for some of his personal scientific research achievements, because this saves him a lot of worry and can better protect his own interests. Of course, if the cooperative company has no credit problems. Secondly, a plan that pays an initial sum of money and has long-term benefits later can maximize the benefits. Many foreign scientists generally prefer the second cooperation plan, while domestic scientists generally prefer the first one. The reason is naturally the situation mentioned above.
Humph. These two companies must think that Li Fu, a young man without much experience, would immediately agree when he hears a quotation of hundreds of millions. They are really greedy and want to get AIDS treatment for a mere 100 million yuan, the exclusive production rights of the drug. But Li Fu is not that easy to fool.
Louis looked on coldly. He knew very well about Li Fu. Although Li Fu was still very young, he was quite extraordinary. Louis knew that Li Fu and he also started a game company together at the same time. And the king pesticide they produced was of the super money attracting beast is only worth 100 million. But Li Fu really doesn't like it.
Ha ha. Your two offers are very sincere. However, a foreign company has also approached me today. Their one-time buyout offer is 200 million US dollars, but I didn't agree to it.
After Li Fu listened to their quotations, although he still smiled on the surface, he smiled coldly in his heart, seeing through their faces. With a slight thought in his mind, Li Fu made up a random reason to deal with them. When Shen Kong and Song Qingbo heard this, their faces instantly changed. They thought that they should be the first ones to find Li Fu. They finally got to know Li Fu well, and knew that Li Fu's family was poor. I thought that with an offer of 100 million Chinese dollars, I could easily win the agreement. He never expected that a foreign company had approached Li Fu and offered an offer of 200 million US dollars. The most important thing was that Li Fu had not agreed yet. The two of them immediately knew that Li Fu's appetite was not as big as usual. 200 million US dollars, which was converted into Chinese dollars, was more than 1 billion, which was more than 10 times the price quoted by the two. Li Fu did not agree. Now that the two of them want to take this technology away from Li Fu with a quotation of 100 million Chinese dollars. It seemed so ridiculous, as if they were being slapped in the face, making both of them want to say what they just said. Take it back.
Ha ha. Foreign companies are naturally stronger than our domestic companies. However, we are all descendants of the Yellow Emperor. Naturally, such important science and technology cannot be exported abroad. Otherwise, our country will be in a state of decline in the field of biotechnology. The leading advantage will be lost. And such people are the sinners of our China. Mr. Li, we can still discuss the quotation. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, the conditions can still be negotiated.
After a moment of embarrassment, Song Qingbo, the vice president of Huaxia Pharmaceutical, continued to persuade with a smile. The meaning of his words was that if Li Fu sold the technology to a foreign company, Huaxia's advanced technology would be leaked, and he would become China's sinner. Chapter 46. Crazy Foreign Capitalists.
It's so shameless to use such words to deal with Li Fu. I really thought that Li Fu was just a young boy.
Louis on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and he despised Song Qingbo in his heart. He regretted introducing them to Li Fu. He didn't know what Li Fu would think of him as a teacher in the future. At the same time, he secretly felt sorry for Li Fu. Fu was anxious, hoping that Li Fu would not fall for such a simple trick. Although Louis does not want to see this technology flow out of the country and benefit foreign capitalists. Especially this brand new technology in the field of biological sciences is of great significance to China. However, I couldn't stand the shamelessness of these two domestic companies, and they only quoted 100 million yuan. Anyone with eyes should be able to see the value of this technology. There are now 60 million AIDS patients in the world, and they are still increasing at a terrifying rate every year. By 2020, it is expected that the number of people infected with AIDS will exceed 100 million. Such a huge market is enough for any company to make a lot of money. A mere quotation of 100 million is not something they can say. Louis shook his head at Li Fu and signaled that Li Fu could reject them directly, and there was no need to continue talking. The fact that these two pharmaceutical companies are not sincere does not mean that other companies will also be insincere, and they can always find satisfactory partners. Li Fu smiled slightly, and gave the teacher a relieved expression.
I think there is no need for us to continue talking. The gap between the two of us is really too big. It would be a waste of time to continue talking. As for the issue of transferring this technology and selling it to whom? This is my personal matter. Don't bother Mr. Song to care.
Since his teacher Louis had already given the signal, Li Fu didn't plan to waste time with him anymore, and just showed off his cards and prepared to leave.
Mr. Li, don't be anxious. The conditions can really be negotiated. We are all descendants of the Yan and Huang dynasties. If we leave the technology to us, we will definitely be able to take more care of us descendants of the Yan and Huang dynasties. I think Mr. Li Fu is also a patriotic person. A sentimental person.
When Shen Kong, the general manager of Southeast Medicine, saw that Li Fu was about to turn around and leave, he hurriedly continued to persuade.
No need. There are so many pharmaceutical companies in the country, and there are many people I can choose to cooperate with. If there is nothing else, I have something to do, so I won't accompany you.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head. He wanted to play such a bad card against Li Fu. But Li Fu got up and walked outside. However, before Li Fu could walk out, the door of the conference room was opened again, and a large group of people poured in. The people who came were a group of blonde foreigners, and people who could easily be traced back to the foot pot chicken and Nanbangzi countries. After a lot of fuss, I found out that these people were representatives from well-known foreign pharmaceutical companies. I don't know how much it cost to get through the connections at all levels. And they actually led them to Yenwang University-affiliated hospital.
It's so lively now. All the well-known pharmaceutical companies in the world have sent people here. And they even use their connections in the diplomatic department to find this place directly. I don't know what those people are thinking. And how they can be found. Here. Go directly to Li Fu. These foreign companies are all very wealthy. I don't know if Li Fu can resist the temptation. But please don't hand over this technology to foreign companies.
Louis looked at the huge conference room that was now packed with world-renowned medical representatives. Even the ordinary entourage of these medical representatives could only stand. Only those in charge could have seats. At this time, everyone he looked at Li Fu like a hungry tiger. Previously, Li Fu just announced that he had created a new field of biological research, which already caused countless people to seek cooperation with Li Fu. Now that Li Fu has directly produced results, these world-renowned pharmaceutical companies can no longer sit still. People came in droves, all wanting to get the technology to treat AIDS from Li Fu.
Mr. Li Fu, we Pfizer Pharmaceuticals would like to hire you to be the president of medical technology of our company. To this end, we are willing to spend $500 million for you to build a world-leading bioscience laboratory. And we promise not to be less than $100 million in scientific research funding support. Furthermore, Pfizer can help you apply for study abroad, living in our country, green card, etc. It's no problem at all. For the technology you have to treat AIDS, we can pay a one-time buyout fee of $200 million. Or we can pay you a one-time buyout fee of $200 million.
Pay $50 million and receive a 10% share of subsequent profits.
Pfizer General Manager Robert spoke out his offer with a smile on his face. Sometimes I have to sigh. Foreign companies are indeed willing to invest in intellectuals and technology, which can be seen from what he just said. Compared with Li Fu's technology to treat AIDS, Pfizer is more interested in Li Fu. It is willing to spend huge sums of money to hire Li Fu, build a laboratory, and provide a large amount of financial support. In short, it gives the impression that they are interested in Li Fu's talent, but their skills are relatively secondary. Of course, when talking about the existing technology in Li Fu's hands, Robert was also very generous. The buyout price of $200 million was more than 10 times higher than the price quoted by the two domestic pharmaceutical companies. It has to be said that foreign companies are great for a reason, and they are really willing to give up in terms of technology. The gap between domestic companies and them is really far, especially these state-owned enterprises. They only saw the value of the existing technology in Li Fu's hands with short-sightedness, and did not see the value of Li Fu's talent in the long term. They showed their greed, but they could not show enough sincerity. In comparison, they were superior and inferior. Judgment. It can be said that many state-owned enterprises would have closed down long ago if it were not for the protection and tilt of the policies. For a long time, they have relied on the protective walls erected by the policies and relied on their monopoly status to live a comfortable life. No matter how big they are still a broken ship. It simply cannot withstand the wind and rain of the market. Once many state-owned enterprises go abroad and venture abroad, they often spend a lot of money without seeing any achievements. For example, we are all familiar with China Railway Construction, China Steel Enterprises, a certain barrel of oil, China Electric Power, etc. Once these large domestic monopolistic companies go abroad, without the protection and support of policies, they will completely fail. On the contrary, many private enterprises in China have grown up in a harsh and unfair domestic competition environment and have very strong market adaptability. Not only are they successful at home, but they are also becoming more and more courageous abroad. Such as all of us. The familiar Orange Company, Shandong Weiqiao Group, etc. More than half of the performance of these companies comes from overseas. Li Fu couldn't help but shake his head in his mind. Comparing the quotes from the previous two domestic companies, and then comparing the quotes from Pfizer. To be honest, an ordinary person would never be able to refuse, because Pfizer's quote is indeed too sincere. And more importantly, he is more interested in the talent of Li Fu, which is definitely very touching. As if a 1,000-mile horse meets bull. Mr. Li Fu, we at Bayer are also willing to build the world's leading laboratory for you, and promise that the annual funding will be no less than $100 million. As for studying abroad, immigration, life, etc., we can also solve it for Mr. Li Fu. As for the technology that Mr. Shi has to treat AIDS, we are also willing to buy it out with a one-time payment of $250 million US. And we can also formulate a generous long-term sharing agreement accordingly.
Frank, who is tall, has a high nose and deep eyes, and has a typical dramatic appearance, also followed the anxious offer. The one-time buyout offer increased by $50 million US, which shows that they also really want to get the technology in Li Fu's hands.
We at Novartis are willing to offer you a one-time price of $300 million US to purchase your HIV treatment technology. And we also very much welcome you to study, work and live in Switzerland.
Hoffman, the head of Novartis Pharmaceuticals in Europe and Switzerland, directly raised the quotation to $300 million US. $300 million US would be converted into Chinese currency of nearly 2 billion. This is absolutely an astronomical figure. Countless people dream of owning it. Of huge wealth.
Li Fujian, we at Takeda Pharmaceutical also very much hope to hire you to be our medical technical director. And we also very much welcome you to study and live in our country. Our two countries have been separated by a strip of water since ancient times and have a lot in common culturally. Li Fujian will definitely get used to it. As for the AIDS treatment technology that Li Fujian has mastered, we are also willing to buy it out with a one-time use of $300 million US. Of course, we can also provide a generous share plan. Please take care of Li Fujian.
Takeda Jiro from Takeda Pharmaceuticals speaks fluent Chinese, has a very respectful attitude, and is obviously very sincere in his quotation.
Crazy! Are these foreigners crazy? Money is not money. You can throw away $200 million or $300 million US without blinking an eye. If only I had this technology in my hands. With so much money and ways to get this technology, why bother? Just a young kid who just got lucky and developed this thing actually spent hundreds of millions of dollars to help build a first-class laboratory. Every time the annual funding is hundreds of millions of dollars. It's crazy.
Shen Kong and Song Qingbo, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help but sigh when they heard the quotations from foreign pharmaceutical companies. They were really crazy. They didn't regard money as money at all. They couldn't help it. Understand the thinking and thoughts of these foreigners. According to their usual thinking and practice, any research and development and investment are a waste of money and have no profit. It is better to wait for others to develop the technology and then find a way to get it. Chapter 47. New drug stolen. In a conference room of the Yen Huang University affiliated hospital, foreigners were all anxiously reporting their conditions, each offering a higher price than the other. They all wanted to get the new HIV treatment technology from Li Fu. Of course, their goals go far beyond that. They are more interested in Li Fu, the man who created a new field of biotechnology, a new field of using viruses to control viruses. It makes no sense that Li Fu is now the undisputed first person. Other scientists around the world are even more advanced in this field. Still can't find a way. If Li Fu can be poached, his country's biotechnology in this area will undoubtedly lead the world, allowing his country and his company to reap great harvests in a new field. This alone is enough for the world's top well-known hospital companies to spend all their money to attract Li Fu. Because behind these pharmaceutical companies, there is also the support of their respective countries, and they all hope to win over Li Fu. So they prescribe them one by one. The conditions are very generous. Li Fu kept listening, neither expressing any opinions nor showing the slightest emotion. However, Louis on the side, as the chips offered by each pharmaceutical company became higher and higher, he was afraid that Li Fu would not be able to withstand it, despite the sugar-coated bullets. After all, Li Fu is still a very young man.
Everyone. Is everyone finished?
After waiting for everyone to stop talking and everyone looked at Li Fu finally spoke.
Now that everyone has finished speaking, it's my turn. First of all, I personally will not accept the invitation of any country or organization and leave China. I am born in China and die as the soul of China. Secondly, the technology in my hands will not be sold to anyone. I've finished speaking. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave.
Li Fu expressed his position very simply and directly. After speaking, he left immediately without looking back, leaving behind many people in the entire conference room. Look at me and look at you. Everyone can't believe it. Such a generous offer. Li Fu actually refused the conditions without hesitation. And he refused so simply that there was no room for negotiation.
Okay, I was indeed right. He is a Chinese person in life and has a Chinese soul in death.
Louis on the side laughed instantly, and all worries disappeared. This important technology related to the country's new biotechnology field was researched by Li Fu alone from beginning to end. As long as Li Fu did not leave China, then China will maintain its leading edge in this technology field. Shen Kong and Song Qingba also smiled at each other. As long as this technology is not left abroad, the companies behind them will still have a chance, and they will participate in this huge super cake no matter what. On the other side, Li Fu came out of the conference room, feeling a little annoyed. He didn't expect that these domestic and foreign pharmaceutical companies could still find him while he was hiding in XZ. And they were all eyeing this super big cake in the new market. However, Li Fu already has a plan in his mind. Now Li Fu needs skills. And there is no shortage of funds. King Pesticide can bring a steady stream of cash to Li Fu every month. Now Li Fu is not. I have been penniless for several months. Li Fu plans to open his own company to only produce drugs for the treatment of AIDS. Such a huge piece of cake is enough for him to eat, and to invest even more huge funds on a global scale, laying the foundation for Li Fu's next plan.
Xiaoying, help me find the relevant procedures, qualifications, etc. needed to start a pharmaceutical company. We will start preparations now. We must manufacture the medicine as soon as possible, launch it on the market as soon as possible, and absorb funds from the market as soon as possible. Prepare for the next step.
In his mind, Li Fu ordered Xiaoying to understand the relevant laws and regulations in detail first and prepare for the next step of starting his own company. Yanwan University Affiliated Hospital. AIDS Test Area. Tao Yin, wearing a white coat, carefully took a box from Li Fu. This high-tech password box contained 5 drugs for the treatment of AIDS developed by Li Fu. It was brought today. Came here to prepare injections and treatments for 5 volunteers. Tao Yin is a nurse in the hospital. She is currently specially sent by the hospital to take care of these special patients, help with injecting drugs, taking blood samples, handling some emergencies, etc. As a nurse, the work is actually very tiring, but the income is not as high as everyone imagines. People are used to thinking that the current hospitals are very shady. As long as you enter the hospital, just a few thousand yuan is a lot of money. It's a normal thing. I think nurses and the like working in hospitals are also very profitable. But this is not the case. The income of nurses is not high. Even for nurses in Yanwan University affiliated hospital like Imperial Capital, their income can only be considered average. However, the Imperial Capital is somewhere at the feet of the emperor. Living in such a city is very stressful, especially for the Baidu clan. Just a house with a size of tens of thousands and 1 square meters is enough to become a lifelong struggle for countless people. Target. The same is true for Tao Yin. She has stayed in the Imperial Capital to work since she graduated from school. She and her boyfriend have worked hard for several years. She dreams of owning a house of her own in the Imperial Capital. However, this dream is like that. Elusive. Tao Yin and her boyfriend have average family conditions, and their parents' abilities are very limited. They can't help at all with this important matter, and they can only rely on the two of them to work hard on their own. However, the current housing prices in the Imperial Capital have already skyrocketed. Even the housing prices in Yinju have risen to tens of thousands per square meter. If it is within the ring, the housing prices are even more so that no one dares to take a look. In the few years after graduation, the two of them have been working hard in order to save money to buy a house. Tao Yin even hesitated for a long time when buying a set of clothes. However, no matter how hard Tao Yin and her boyfriend worked, made money, and you save money, but you can never keep up with the rising housing prices. Especially in the past few years, housing prices in the Imperial Capital have been rising higher and higher. In just a few years, housing prices have doubled and reached a terrifying height that makes people despair. Naturally, Tao Yin and her boyfriend can only sigh in excitement at the prospect of housing. But just yesterday, someone approached Tao Yin, who offered her 20 million Chinese dollars as long as she could help get a new drug for the treatment of AIDS that is attracting global attention from the affiliated hospital of Yanwan University. 20 million Chinese dollars was an astronomical sum for Tao Yin. It was enough for him to buy a decent house within a few rings and still have some money left over. He could live a comfortable life for the rest of his life. She was moved and also take action. Tao Yin held a potion in her hand that looked exactly like the new medicine developed by Li Fu. She then carefully hid the new potion, and then pretended to be careless when injecting the medicine, and injected the medicine prepared in advance. It fell to the ground and broke.
Ah! It's over now. I dropped the new medicine on the floor.
Tao Yin pretended to be very panicked and looked at the broken glass bottle on the ground, looking at a loss. Soon, Director Sun, the person in charge of the hospital, came over and glared at Tao Yin fiercely.
How do you do it? Something goes wrong with such a simple thing. Do you know that these potions are very precious? Humph. I'll go to Mr. Lee to discuss how to deal with it. You are no longer suitable to work here. Go back to your previous position immediately. You are so careless in doing things so carelessly.
Director Sun's words made Tao Yin feel happy. She lowered her head and pretended to be pitiful, then quickly left the experimental area, and then went directly out of the hospital to find the mysterious person who contacted her yesterday to confirm that she was using her parents' identity. He gave the potion to the mysterious man after there was an extra 20 million in the bank card issued by the certificate.
Mr. Lee, among the medicines you brought today, one of the medicines accidentally fell to the ground and broke because of the carelessness of our hospital staff. I don't know how to deal with this. Will the virus in the medicine be contained? Diffusion?
Director Sun, the person in charge of the hospital, found Li Fu, who was checking the volunteers, and asked with some fear.
Everything about viruses is not a trivial matter, and one careless move can easily cause huge disasters. It fell to the ground and broke. It shouldn't be. Although I use glass bottles, it should not break easily. Those are the best glass bottles in the laboratory.
Li Fu had doubts in his mind, but he didn't go into details. After all, glass is still very fragile.
Don't worry. The super rice virus will not spread in the air. It will soon die due to the lack of HIV food. There is no need to worry about its spread. As for the missing potion, I will go back to the laboratory and get one. It's okay. Don't worry too much.
Li Fu smiled and said to Director Sun that he knew the characteristics of super rice viruses best. Super rice viruses all need HIV as food. If there is no food, they will die soon. And they will not say anything, spread in the air and so on. In addition to making Li Fu slightly confused about this matter, he did not spend more time and energy to care about it. After all, Li Fu is also very busy now. He runs around the laboratory and hospital every day, and provides services to volunteers. On the one hand, a random inspection was carried out, and on the other hand, Li Fu was seizing the time to prepare for the launch of his own company. He had no time to care about such a small matter, and he did not think that the potion he had worked so hard to make would be like this. It was stolen. Chapter 48. Buying a house. There is a well-known Mrs. Lee's beef shop near Yenhuang University that specializes in beef. The beef in this beef shop is fresh and slaughtered on the same day. It never uses imported frozen beef. Although the price is expensive, the taste of the beef is really good. It is also Li Fu's favorite place now. Li Fu had to eat a lot of beef every time he came here. As his Yuanli cultivation became deeper and deeper, Li Fu's demand for energy became greater and greater. And the most important thing was that he had to eat meat. Ordinary sugar human beings cannot provide energy. According to Xiaoying, this is because meat contains vitality. At this time, Li Fuzhen and Wang Yin were feasting on delicious beef while chatting with each other about some topics.
I want to buy a house in the imperial capital. Now I don't dare to go back to the dormitory. There are all kinds of people squatting there every day. Staying in hotels or something all the time is not an option. Besides, it will definitely be the case in the future. It's inevitable to buy a house, so it's better to buy it now.
Li Fu watched Wang Yin talk about the plan he had been brewing for a long time.
Buy a house? Well, that's a good idea. Living in a hotel every day is really dirty, and it also affects your work and rest very much. It's time for you to buy a house.
Wang Yin pondered for a moment, then said with a smile,
It's time to buy a house. Otherwise, how will you marry someone in the future? How about you come with me to look at the house later?
Li Fu pretended to be serious and nodded.
It's so shameless. Who said I wanted to marry you? Where do you want to buy a house? Houses in the imperial capital are not cheap now.
Wang Yin gave Li Fu a roll of his eyes, and then asked thoughtfully,
It should be closer to the school. We don't plan to go to other districts. Well, find a community with a better environment. It's best to be one that has been renovated, with some furniture and other things added. And you can just move in with your bags.
Li Fu touched his chin and thought carefully. If it was close to the school, it would be easier for Li Fu to go to the laboratory and the school without having to travel back and forth.
I checked to see if there are any better communities around our school. There are probably no new houses, and most of them can only choose second-hand houses. There are very few houses in Huaxia Garden, Qingshui Garden, Huaqing Garden, and Zhongtian International. And they are all some small apartments.
Wang Yun took out his mobile phone and started searching online. Yanwan University is a well-known university in the country. Everything around it is very popular, and there are very few houses. Li Fu also picked up his cell phone and started searching. When he checked, he was shocked.
I've long heard that housing prices in the imperial capital have skyrocketed, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. More than 110,000 per square meter.
Li Fu almost screamed. The house price was really too high. He originally thought that it would be enough to pay tens of thousands per square meter, but it turned out to be as high as more than 100,000 per square meter.
Isn't this strange? You must know that the house prices in Yanju have now risen to 30,000 to 40,000. This is within the ring. The average price of the surrounding houses has exceeded 80,000 per square meter. Plus this, it is surrounded by a university town and various top schools. It is also very normal for housing in the so-called school district to cost more than 100,000.
Wang Yun grew up in the imperial capital and has long been accustomed to this.
It's really skyrocketing. Just 100 square meters can cost tens of millions. It's hard for ordinary people to make that much money in a lifetime.
Li Fu couldn't help but shake his head. Coming from a rural area, he really couldn't understand such high housing prices.
Hundreds of square meters? It seems that our rich manly is planning to buy a big house. But the houses around him are basically 40 to 60 square meters. There really don't seem to be any big houses of 100 square meters.
Wang Yun smiled slightly after hearing Li Fu's words. She now knew Li Fu's worth. King Pesticide was now a super money-attracting beast. As the major shareholder, Li Fu could naturally be considered a rich man.
How can I live in a house of 40 square meters? If I want to buy one, of course I have to buy a bigger one. Please help me find a house with a larger area.
Li Fu is so wealthy that he can speak like this. Otherwise, if an ordinary person could buy a house of dozens of square meters near Yanwan University, it would be quite a feat.
Yes, there is a house in Huaxia Garden closest to our school. It is actually a duplex house with a total area of more than 200 square meters on the upper and lower floors. Because the area of the house is really too big. No one has ever cared about it. So much so that the owner's price is 110,000. And a house of 210 square meters is sold as 200 square meters.
Wang Yun screened carefully and quickly selected a piece of information.
Let me see. Well, Huaxia Garden is quite close to our school.
Li Fu quickly found the relevant information and read it carefully.
Look at the decoration. It's really nice. It's very luxurious. It's pretty much what the owner said. It was originally bought for me to live in. Now I need funds to transfer it. It's even equipped with a full set of luxurious belongings. This is good. You can consider it. It completely meets your requirements. The house is large enough, decorated, and comes with a full set of belongings. You can just move in with your bags and there is no need to put any thought into it.
Wang Yun nodded with satisfaction while looking at it. From her point of view, she could say that the decoration was good. It was obvious that this decoration cost a lot of money.
Well, I called and made an appointment with an agent to view the house. If there is no big difference, I will buy it.
Li Fu read it carefully and nodded. He was quite satisfied with the house. It was close to the school and had a large area. There was no need to decorate or even buy any appliances. Everything was fully equipped. You can check in with your bags very easily. In Unit 901, Building 8, Huaxia Garden, Wang Yun accompanied Li Fu to look at the house carefully. The agent Chen Huaxing on the side was smiling all over his face and enthusiastically helped introduce it.
The owner of this house is planning to sell it because his business is short of funds. However, because the area is so big, with more than 200 square meters on the upper and lower floors, and the price is more than 20 million, so there are very few questions. Someone asked. The house faces south and is well ventilated. It is also located inside Huaxia Garden. It is one of the best houses in the entire Huaxia Garden community. This house was originally renovated and cost millions of dollars. The floors are made of expensive solid wood boards. And the furniture, etc., are all the best. Really good.
The whole house covers an area of more than 200 square meters. Li Fu and Wang Yunzai looked at it carefully for more than 2 hours. And finally couldn't help but nodded. As mentioned in the introduction, the original owner of this house planned to use it for his own residence and was not selling it at all. He chose the best possible aspect in every aspect.
I really like the study room in this house. I have wanted to have a big study room since I was a child. Shall we buy this house?
Li Fu looked at the huge study room, the large mahogany desk, the oversized bookshelves covering 3 walls of the room, and the books on the bookshelves. Li Fu couldn't help but say to Wang Yun,
"The house is nice. If you like it, buy it."
Wang Yun also smiled and nodded. After her careful research, she found that this house was indeed very good. The original owner should also be a very tasteful person, and all the decorations were made by famous artists.
"Mr. Chen, I bought this house. Please contact the owner of the next house to go through the relevant procedures."
Li Fu's words made the agent Chen Huaxing overjoyed. He never expected that the house would be sold so easily, and that he would be able to get a large commission from it.
Okay. I'll contact the homeowner right away."
Chen Huaxing immediately smiled and agreed again and again. Nowadays, intermediaries are not easy to do. He carefully calculated in his mind how much commission he could get from this order. And on the other hand, he contacted the landlord.
"It's so irritating to compare people to others. I have worked hard for so many years, buying and selling houses for others every day. But it is difficult for me to buy a house here in the imperial capital. The 2 of them are so young, and they can buy a house worth more than 20 million yuan. Must be the child of a rich man. Reincarnation is really a technical job."
In his heart, Chen Huaxing couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 49, Holding Your Hand and Growing Old Together.
Huh? I'm so exhausted. I didn't expect there were so many things to buy, big and small. But it feels really good to go to the supermarket. In one word, buy.
In Unit 901, Building 8, Huaxia Garden, Li Fu moved into Unit 901 with large and small bags of things. Wang Yun beside him was blushing with excitement. He was very busy today and went out several times. Every time, I carried big and small bags back and had all the things I needed for life. When it comes to shopping, it seems that all women are the same. And the same goes for Wang Yun. Basically, Wang Yun is responsible for purchasing everything. She is responsible for which brand of toothpaste to use, what flavor to use, etc. You have to make a careful purchase. If it were Li Fu, he would just throw it on the shopping cart when he saw it. There is no need to spend so much time at all. This may be the difference between men and women. Women understand life better and know how to make life more satisfying from the details, while men look more at the big picture and don't pay attention to some subtle things. Too much attention.
I finally don't have to stay in a hotel anymore. I feel like I have a home in the imperial capital.
While packing up his things, Li Fu said with some emotion that in order to avoid the various people swarming in during this period, Li Fu had stayed in hotels, in houses where his roommates worked together, and quietly at night. He went back to the dormitory and so on. In short, he felt a bit like hiding around. He was not used to it. This was why Li Fu wanted to buy a house in such a hurry. If you have your own house, you also have a home. Once you have a home, you will feel more at ease and be able to settle down and develop your career properly. This is why housing prices can continue to rise now. Because Chinese people are more concerned about houses. It does have a special emotion.
Settle down a family and have a career. Only when you have a family can you have a career.
Wang Yun also smiled and said that she also liked this house very much.
Ayun, please be my girlfriend. Without you, even living in the palace won't feel like home at all to me. Only when I'm with you will I feel like home.
At this time, Li Fu took a key and gently handed it to Wang Yun's hand, looked at her sincerely, and spoke slowly. In fact, Li Fu has always wanted to find an opportunity to confess to Wang Yun. Although the two have not known each other for a long time, only a few months, their relationship has progressed very quickly, and they often meet each other now. They go around the campus in pairs, and people around them have already regarded the two as a couple. Wang Yun's face turned red by this sudden confession, and she was full of temptation. She answered in a very low voice, but Li Fu could still hear it clearly.
Holding your hand and growing old together. Li Fu, will definitely live up to you in this life.
When Li Fu heard Wang Yun's answer, he said to Wang Yun from the bottom of his heart that Li Fu was born in poverty and was average in all aspects. Being able to have a girlfriend like Wang Yun made Li Fu feel that he had no regrets in his life. Hearing Li Fu's promise, Wang Yun was so moved that he closed his eyes gently. His face flushed, and then his cherry-red lips slowly moved closer to Li Fu's lips. Li Fu felt that the whole world was turned upside down in an instant. A wonderful feeling that he had never experienced before came to him. Li Fu couldn't help but close his eyes, hugged Wang Yun, and indulged in the wonderful world.
Ayun!
For a long time, The two of them seemed to be reluctant to leave, and slowly separated. Li Fu hugged Wang Yun tightly, and gently touched her hair. Wang Yun felt that his face was red and hot. At this time, he buried his head deeply in Li Fu's arms, like an ostrich. He felt the aura emanating from Li Fu's body carefully. It was very peaceful, stable, and full of energy. The sense of security is like a warm harbor that makes people reluctant to leave. Since confirming their relationship with Wang Yun, Li Fu and Wang Yun have appeared in pairs on the campus of Yenhuang University very naturally, causing countless male compatriots who had thoughts about Wang Yun to burst into tears. Another good cabbage was eaten by a pig. Of course, the two people who were in happiness didn't care about what others thought. They were still immersed in their happy little life, as if they were the only ones left in the world. At Yenhuang University affiliated hospital, as the last volunteer recovered and was discharged, all 30 volunteers were cured. None of the cases had any special conditions, and almost all of them were cured by medicine, after being injected with a new drug developed by Li Fu. In just a few days, the HIV in the patient's body was completely swallowed up by the super virus. Even the volunteers, who were on the verge of death, and were declared by doctors to have no more than a few days to live, were miraculously rescued one by one. Xiao Shoulin, who was the first to be discharged from the hospital, is the most typical representative. The successful cure of 30 volunteers also marks that the new drug developed by Li Fu is completely effective against AIDS and can cure AIDS perfectly. It also proves that the idea and method of fighting virus with poison proposed by Li Fu is completely correct. This new scientific field in the field of biological science has once again become rapidly popular in the global biological science community. The iron law that viruses will not devour each other, which was previously believed by countless biological science circles, has been ruthlessly broken. Viruses can also devour each other, and humans can also use viruses to devour other viruses, thereby achieving human treatment. Various stubborn diseases. Dealing with AIDS is just the beginning. This brand new scientific technology has just opened the tip of its huge iceberg. It still has endless potential and future. It is definitely a new chapter in the history of human biological science. There is no doubt that Li Fu has become a figure that major media around the world are rushing to report on. A man who is only 21 years old and is only a third-year college student. He was born in poverty, studied hard and worked hard since childhood, and many other deeds have been dug out. Time magazine even praised Li Fu in various ways, like one of the 10 most outstanding young people in the world today, one of the greatest scientists in human history, another scientific giant after Darwin in the field of biological sciences, the most inspiring outstanding young people, etc. There are too many. Too many. In addition, the brand new technology in the field of biological science and technology that Li Fu mastered has naturally become something that every country wants. On the campus of Yenhuang University, countless people are looking for Li Fu, and all kinds of there are so many such invitations and sugar-coated bullets that Li Fu basically dare not appear on the campus of Yenhuang University with his own lineup now. It is too annoying to deal with him. Chapter 50. Go home for the new year. Busy time is always short. Li Fu has finished the human testing of new drugs to treat HIV, and it has already reached February 2018. The school has already closed for the winter vacation, and everyone has gone home to spend the winter vacation. In Unit 901, Building 8, Huashu Garden, Wang Yun was like a virtuous wife. At this time, she was helping Li Fu pack his luggage, clothes, etc. But at the same time, he seemed reluctant to leave, thinking that the two of them would soon be separated for nearly half a month. She couldn't be happy.
You don't want me to go back. Why don't you go back with me to meet your future parents-in-law?
Li Fu gently hugged Wang Yun and kissed her forehead. To be honest, Li Fu couldn't bear to let go of the beauty in his arms. He had been putting it off for many days. He had been busy in the laboratory these days. Study the large-scale production of super rice viruses and prepare for starting your own business later. In addition, during this period, the company started by my roommates and several others was relocating. The strong cash flow brought by the game, King of Pesticides, made the company rich and wealthy, and it directly purchased a building in Shiguan Village, the imperial capital, as the new office building of my company. Recently, it has been renovated and can be officially put into use. From now on, it has said goodbye to renting an office and has its own company building. Moreover, Zhao Dongya's next plan is to buy his own server and prepare to slowly get rid of it. The hassle of renting a server, The company's future has been set to become the world's most well-known company specializing in games, and to bring more happiness to game players around the world. As the company's major shareholder, Li Fu naturally has to participate in such an important matter. Li Fu's subsequent plans will require the company to provide a steady stream of funds for Li Fu. Of course, Li Fu's future focus will definitely not be on this area. Making games is just to make the first pot of gold. The future management and operation will be handed over to Zhao Dongya and the others. As long as there are no problems in finance and other aspects, Li Fu won't interfere. Time passed very quickly because of the busy schedule. Li Fu's family also urged Li Fu to go home early. So even if Li Fu couldn't bear to leave Wang Yun and wanted to stay a few more days, it would be over. There is no other way. I have to go back. The Chinese New Year will be in a few days.
It's too soon now. Come next year.
Wang Yun was enjoying Li Fu's hug, looking like a happy little woman. But when she talked about going back to meet Li Fu's parents, her face immediately turned red.
Okay. Come next year and take your wife back to meet your parents sometime. Ha ha.
Li Fu nodded slightly, then picked up Wang Yun and spun around with a happy smile.
Look at how beautiful you are. By the way, I bought 2 gifts for you to help bring to your parents.
Wang Yun rolled his eyes at Li Fu and continued.
What did you buy? TSK. My parents must be very happy. It's just ordinary clothes. I don't know if your parents will like them. I like it. I definitely like it. How can my future daughter-in-law not like the things she buys? You know how to talk a lot. Maybe you will forget all about me after you go back. How is that possible? I'm definitely harassing you with dozens of phone calls every day, which is annoying you to death.
Sanjiang Town, Meijiang County, Jiangnan Province, is Li Fu's hometown, an old revolutionary area with a long history. Meijiang County is a national-level key poverty-stricken county with a population of more than 800,000. However, the annual GDP in 2016 was only more than 10 billion Chinese dollars. And the entire economic structure is basically based on agriculture. There is no what kind of industry is it. At most, it is some mining industry, additional processing of agricultural products and the like. Located in a hilly mountainous area, transportation has always been very inconvenient. In the past, when Li Fu went to study, he first took a motorcycle from Lijia village to Sanjiang Town, then took a country car from Sanjiang Town to Meijiang County, and then took a ride from Meijiang County. The bus went to Hongdu, the capital city of Jiangnan Province, and finally took the train from Hongdu to the imperial capital. Along the way, there were transfers and bumps, and I felt very tired. But there was no way. The traffic here was really inconvenient. However, in recent years, thanks to the rapid development of the country, especially the development of high-speed rail and expressways, Meijiang County has also received a very rare opportunity. Not only has high-speed rail been built, but also several expressways have been built, and the traffic conditions have suddenly improved, greatly improved. When Li Fu returned home, he finally didn't have to change trains again and again like before. It took him several days to get back to his hometown from the imperial capital, and he was exhausted. At the bus station in Sanjiang Town, Li Fu walked out of the station carrying large and small bags. He looked carefully at everything around him. He still felt very familiar. There were not many changes. It seemed that this dilapidated station would never be repaired. There is always a thick layer of mud on the surrounding cement roads, and there is turbid muddy water among the potholes. However, there were a lot more private cars driving on the road. Private cars with out-of-town license plates were crowded on the road. When they saw acquaintances, they stopped on the road and started chatting, completely ignoring the traffic coming from behind. The longer the car, the younger people nowadays are really embarrassed to go out and meet people if they don't have a car. So every time during the Chinese New Year, car owners naturally have to drive their cars to the town for a stroll. But in a small town, the roads are narrow, coupled with the army of motorcycles rampant in the countryside. And the most important thing is they don't follow the rules at all and park randomly. So every time during the Chinese New Year, the whole town is full of people and cars. And the congestion is so heavy that it is almost paralyzed. On the contrary, walking is much faster than driving. At this time, what appeared in Li Fu's eyes was a scene like this. There were lively crowds everywhere. Countless young people who had returned from working in other places were dressed in very fashionable clothes. And some even had unconventional hairstyles. They had hair dyed in various colors, and chatted with each other about some topics. In complete contrast to them, rural people with thick clothes, faces full of vicissitudes of life, and dirt on their bodies were rushing to the town on motorcycles with some farm goods during the New Year period. Everything is skyrocketing in price, and people who come back from other places to celebrate the New Year spend astonishingly. It is the best time of the year for things to sell. What Li Fu saw in his eyes at this time was such a contradiction, which was also the most common phenomenon in China. Scenes like this happened in various rural areas throughout China.
Elder brother.
At this time, a familiar voice sounded. Li Fu followed the voice and looked over. A young man who looked somewhat similar to Li Fu was waving to Li Fu. This man was Li Fu's younger brother Li Xing. He was currently a freshman in college. He had already returned from the winter vacation, and now he was here to pick up Li Fu.
Not bad. I've grown taller again.
When the two brothers met, Li Fu looked at Li Xing, who was half a head taller than him, and said with a smile on his face,
"Ha ha. I'm taller than you. Let's go home. My parents have cooked a table of delicious food and are just waiting for you to go back."
Li Xing smiled and touched his head. He has liked to compare heights with Li Fu since he was a child. Naturally, he couldn't compare with him when he was a child. Later, he finally surpassed Li Fu. Now he is 180 centimeters tall. Li Xing helped Li Fu carry some large and small bags and arrived at a motorcycle. Soon he was riding the motorcycle with Li Fu on a difficult journey on the crowded road. He finally waited until he was out of Sanjiang town. There will be no traffic jams. As soon as the accelerator is pressed, the motorcycle will move forward quickly on the country road. At this time, there is a scene of autumn and winter everywhere. The rice in the fields has been harvested long ago. The open space looks a bit depressing. There are villages on both sides of the road from time to time. Some houses are very beautifully built like small houses. Villas are average, and some are still low mud houses. In the village, there are cars parked one after another, as well as the young people who have been chatting with each other after returning from the new year. The fewer and fewer old people, the playful children, hanging spring festival couplets, red lanterns and so on. The spring festival atmosphere is already here. Lijia village is not far from Sanjiang town, only a few kilometers away. In addition, every village is now connected and cement roads have been built everywhere. In addition, Li Xing is a young man, so the speed of riding a motorcycle is naturally not slow. So Li Fu arrived soon.
Oh!
Isn't this the Li Fu who was on the news? Came back?
Lijia village is a relatively large place, with about 100 households and a population of several hundred people. At this time, many old people saw Li Fu and asked quickly,
"I'm back. Second uncle. How are you? Third grandma. I haven't seen you for a long time. Third uncle. You are still so diligent. It's almost the Chinese New Year. It's time to take a good rest for a few days."
Li Fu also smiled and greeted the people in the village. The entire Lijia village was surnamed Li. They were all descended from the same ancestor. In the final analysis, they can actually be regarded as one family.
Li Fu is a great kid now. When I was a kid, I thought he was the best among men. Look, he was the first one in our village to be admitted to a prestigious university in the country. Now he has even researched the therapeutic love.
Whenever a drug is released for any disease, it will be on the news. That's right. My grandson is also in college. He told me how much this technology could be worth, how many billions, and how it could save tens of millions of people. Now Erlang is blessed. His family is the poorest in our village in order to provide for 2 college students to study. Now it is a blessing after all the hardships. I heard that Li Fu sent 5 million yuan back to their parents. They are going to prepare well.
I'm going to build a big house.
Everyone in the village is talking about Li Fu. There is no doubt that Li Fu is now very famous. Even the old people in the village know that there is a great scientist in their village.
Chapter 51. Borrowing money. Along the way, he greeted the old people and uncles in the village, and Li Fu soon returned to his home. Li Fu's family was really poor, and his parents were honest farmers. Although Li Fu's father, Li Erlang, was known as the second oldest child, he was actually the youngest among all the siblings. The older generation favors boys over girls, and all the daughters they have are from other families. So only boys are valued. Li Erlang has 4 sisters and 1 brother, making him the 6th oldest. Li Fu's grandfather and grandmother had already passed away before Li Fu was born. Therefore, after the 2 brothers Li Fu and Li Xing were born, Li Fu's parents could not leave their children to their grandparents like other families, and they could take care of them themselves. If you go out to work to make money, you can only stay at home and farm. Farming at home is exhausting all year round. Just hoping to make some income from selling millet. This is a hilly area, and each family only has so much land. In addition, they have to provide for the two brothers Li Fu and Li Xing. I am a student, so you can imagine that I lived a very poor life. If it weren't for the fact that in the next few years, there would be less and less farmland in the village, and it would be possible to farm other people's land. Even providing for the two brothers Li Fu to study would be a big problem. The family's house is still made of mud and bricks. They are the only family in the village that has not yet built a new house. Li Fu's parents have always wanted to save money to build a new house. They have also saved a little bit in their hands over the years. But they see that as Li Fu was about to graduate from college and get married, the matter of building a new house could only be put on hold indefinitely.
Mom, I'm back.
Before Li Furan entered the door, he could already smell the aroma of his mother Lu Shuixuo's cooking, which was his favorite dish.
Came back.
Hearing her son's voice, Lu Shuixuo walked out of the kitchen and looked at Li Fu in front of her with a smile on her face. Her son was now promising, and parents were naturally the happiest.
Where's Dad?
Li Fu walked around his house. It was actually just 2 rooms, but although it was a little dilapidated, it was neatly and cleanly taken care of by Lu Shuixuo, and filled with the warmth of home.
Don't mention it. Hasn't your dad been urging you to come back recently? He is really a coward. Now, he is already running around in a hurry. I guess by now, he is probably entangled with those relatives in our family again.
When she talked about Li Erlang, Li Fu's father, Lu Shui's delicate appearance made her sound even louder while cooking.
What's going on? Why are you so anxious about something?
Li Fu didn't know why. Now that Li Fu was also a rich man, and his younger brother Li Xing was very promising and was admitted to university, there could be something that would make his father anxious.
What do our relatives and father have to worry about?
Speaking of these relatives in his family, Li Fu felt even more strange. Although Li Fu's family was poor, they did not borrow money from them. His ancestors did not have any treasures worth fighting for. And Li Fu's father was such an honest and kind person. Farmers, what things are worth bothering with?
Well, when it comes to this matter, it's not your father's fault. You are so cowardly.
The more Lu Shuixuo talked about it, the angrier she became. She even stopped copying the food. Tears fell down as she spoke, thinking about following Li Erlang in this life. She didn't want to eat well, live well, or wear well. He had worked hard all his life and survived all the hard times. But Li Fu's father was so cowardly that he even shed tears.
Mom, it's okay. It's okay. I have a son.
Li Fu saw his mother crying and hurried over to comfort her.
Brother, here's the thing. Didn't you pay $5 million to your home? Our family was planning to build a new house last month, but my father actually revealed the $5 million. Now we've stoked a hornet's nest. All our relatives came to our house to borrow money.
Li Xing on the side took over and began to tell the cause of the matter.
Your second aunt's family is so rich that they come to us to borrow money. They have several houses in the county. Their son drives a car worth hundreds of thousands.
But he has the nerve to borrow money from us. And he said he wanted to borrow 100 yuan as soon as he opened his mouth. 10,000. And your third aunt's family, in order to raise your tuition. We were short of 500 yuan and couldn't borrow money from their family. Now they are shamelessly borrowing money from our family, saying that they want to buy a car for their son. I want to get married, but I have to borrow 500,000 yuan to buy a BMW. And your uncle's family. When your father was bullied, your uncle didn't even ask. Now when someone comes to borrow money, he talks about brotherhood. The first thing he asks is 2 million.
After saying this, Lu Shuixuo immediately said loudly, and one family after another read it out, and the tears fell even more disappointingly.
Borrow money?
Li Fu frowned in an instant. He did not expect that such a thing would happen. Almost every household in the countryside has many relatives, including 7 aunts and 8 aunts. It is really hard to count.
Not only these, those distant relatives who have never been in contact with each other before have come to our house since you appeared on the TV station. Almost all of them used various excuses to borrow money from our family. They all treat our family as if they are fat. Look, I'm afraid that I will fall behind others and not get a piece of the pie.
Li Xing on the side also had a sad face when he said this, and seemed very unhappy. After he returned home, various relatives came to his door almost every day, many of whom he had never met before and had no contact with him.
Dad lent all the money?
Li Fu frowned after hearing this. Li Fu knew very well what kind of character his father Li Erlang was. To put it nicely, he was an honest and arrogant person who didn't know how to reject people at all. To put it harshly, he was like Li Fu's mother, what Lu Shuexiu calls useless.
If I hadn't hid the bank book, your father would have lent out every cent of the 5 million you gave him. He is really a coward. Are those relatives people who are short of money? Let's talk about brothers and sisters. Qin, your dad doesn't know how to speak in an instant. And whatever others say will be whatever he says. Your dad actually nodded and agreed to borrow the money. Do you know how much each of those people had to borrow? Your eldest aunt's family said they wanted to borrow 2 million. Your second aunt's family said they wanted to borrow 5 million. And your third aunt's family said they wanted to borrow 4 million. Each one is more serious than the other. The total amount of money those people want to borrow now has reached tens of millions. And now all of them feel dissatisfied. The eldest aunt's family feels that they have less. And they ask your father to borrow more. The second aunt's family also feels that they have less. And your uncle's family even more. All the relatives are dissatisfied. Everyone is afraid that they will get something less. And now they are pulling your dad every day to ask your dad to agree to lend money. And I don't know how much money has been promised to lend. Ahem.
The more Lu Shuexiu talked, the angrier she became. She started coughing and tears kept flowing down her face. Seeing that her son was promising, the hard life he had endured all his life was about to come to an end. He could live a good life for a few days, but Li Fu's father couldn't even refuse. After understanding the whole story, Li Fu felt confident. Li Fu didn't find it strange at all. With his father's character, this was really the case. Someone had never asked Li Fu's father for help. They will not refuse. As for borrowing money, Li Fu's family was very poor in the past, so no one borrowed money. But now it's better, and everyone swarmed in all of a sudden.
Mom, there's no need to be angry, let alone shed any tears. Dad is just too soft-hearted. So he didn't lend out the money.
Li Fu tried to comfort his mother, but his mother shed tears for such a bad thing. And his father was really speechless.
That's right. There's nothing to cry about. Relatives should help each other. But borrowing money does not help the poor. What's more, none of them are poor. It's not that they are really short of money. They just feel brother has become rich and wants to get benefits from our family. He keeps saying that he wants to borrow money. But if he really lends it, who will pay it back? Now the money is still in my brother's hands. And these relatives are already quarreling over there. Everyone is talking about how they helped our family before. So how much money should be borrowed? The typical meat is still there. The sky and the earth are already quarreling over how to eat.
Li Xing also said that he had never had a peaceful day since he returned home. People came to see him every day, mentioning their past friendship and so on. And then the lion asked to borrow money.
Mom, don't be angry. What's the point of being angry? The money is with your son. They can't even borrow a penny. Back then, when our family borrowed money from relatives, only my aunt's family and uncle's family could help. Everyone else is a tough guy. They have nothing to lose. And now they want to borrow money. So I'm really embarrassed to ask.
Li Fu smiled and continued to comfort his mother. In fact, this matter is quite complicated. In rural areas, there are too many trivial matters between relatives and neighbors. Sometimes if they are not handled well, they will quarrel every day. From then on, they became enemies and never interacted with each other until death. It's easy to say that it's actually very simple. As long as Li Fu's father is a little harder-hearted and knows how to refuse, things that are originally very simple will not become so annoying. These relatives and friends don't really need to borrow money. In case of emergency, just say no directly and neatly. As for what they said about this and that, there is absolutely no need to pay attention to it. For example, Li Fusan's family said they wanted to borrow money to buy a BMW and get married. This is even more nonsense. They don't even make excuses. It's obvious that they borrowed money but never paid it back. Came here to rob.
Son, you must not be like your father. Otherwise, even if you have a net worth of hundreds of millions, you will not be able to satisfy their growing appetite. Now they are all like lions. And they are all greedy. I'm less afraid than others.
After hearing what Li Fu said, Lu Shuexiu also wiped away her tears and couldn't help but tell Li Fu.
Do not worry.
Chapter 52, Gambling Becomes Common.
It's delicious. It's delicious. My mother's cooking is the best. This pig's ear has been my favorite since I was a child. My mother's braised pork ears taste the best.
After comforting his mother, Li Fu ate a big meal and kept praising her. diverting his mother's attention to other things and not thinking about those annoying things.
You kid. If it's delicious, eat more. Mommy makes it for you every day.
Sure enough, when she saw that Li Fu liked to eat the food she cooked, Lu Shuexiu showed a smile on her face. While serving Li Fu some food, she said with a smile, her face full of love.
My mother's cooking is really delicious. I gain a few pounds every time I go home.
Li Fu's younger brother Li Xing also followed suit. Apparently he also saw Li Fu's intentions and didn't want his mother to think about unhappy things.
It's delicious. You two brothers, please eat more. The plain cabbage at school doesn't even have any oil or water. Eat more when you get home.
Lu Shuexiu looked at her two sons with a smile on her face. Although she had been crying all her life, everything was worth it when she saw that her two sons were promising.
Brother, tell me how you came up with the drug to treat HIV. You were on the news. I guess the whole world knows your name.
Li Xing is also a clever child. And the topic shifts to Li Fu.
It was also my luck. I researched it accidentally. I didn't expect it to actually work.
Li Fu smiled. This was indeed luck. If he had not obtained the seeds of super civilization, it would have been impossible for Li Fu to achieve what he has achieved now. He might just be an ordinary college student and live an ordinary life in the future.
Oh, by the way, Mom, my girlfriend Wang Yin will buy you and Dad some clothes. You can see if they fit.
When he said this, Li Fu took out the clothes Wang Yin bought and showed them to his mother.
This child is really thoughtful. We will bring her home after our new house is built next year.
Li Fu's mother was touching the new clothes with a smile on her face. Let's not talk about the gift. At least the intention made Li Fu's mother like it very much. Although they had not met yet.
She also had a favorable impression of Wang Yun. Li Fu nodded and continued eating. After the meal, brothers Li Fu and Li Xing tried their best to talk about themselves so that their mother would not think about those sad things. So they talked and laughed happily while eating.
TSK. The changes in the village are really big. All the old houses have disappeared. There are beautiful villas one after another. It seems that everyone has made money in these years.
After eating, Li Fu was going to go for a walk in the village. Looking at the place where he grew up, he felt that it was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Many familiar places had undergone tremendous changes. The biggest change is that the old houses in the village have basically disappeared. Every household has built a beautiful small bungalow, each one more beautiful than the other. And the planning is neat. It is obvious that the construction of new rural areas is still very effective.
Isn't this Li Fu from Li Erlang's family? He's back?
Came back. Naturally. It is indispensable to say hello to uncles, grandparents and the like in the village along the way.
There are fewer and fewer old people, and many familiar faces can no longer be seen.
I felt emotional while walking, and at the same time, I couldn't help but greet the old people I met. Maybe if I met them this time, I might never see them again next time.
Uncle, hasn't Li Chong come back yet?
Li Fu walked halfway through the village and found that it was mostly old people and children playing and playing. The younger guys seemed to have disappeared one by one. He also wanted to chat with his childhood playmate Li Chong. So I came to Li Chong's house and asked about Li Chong's father, Li Yubao.
I'm back. I've been back a long time ago. Now I'm either at the mahjong table or gambling with others every day. I can't stay at home for a moment. You don't know? I've lost more than 20,000 these days. No matter what. I didn't listen to the advice and still went gambling. I only had a few yuan a month's salary. So playing mahjong is not a big deal.
When Li Fu asked about his son Li Chong, Li Yubao became extremely angry and started talking about it in a lively manner.
I work all year round, so it's normal to have time to play during the Chinese New Year.
Li Fu smiled and comforted.
It's fun. These young people in our village are not playing. They are gambling. And the more they gamble, the bigger they get. They all seem to be rich. Alas, if the control was stricter, there would be more people like you. It would be much better if you read some books. Look, you are so polite, and you are now a great scientist.
Li Yubao shook his head. Now that his son has grown stronger, he makes money and spends it himself. He has no control over it at all.
There are winners and losers. Where are they playing? I also join in the fun. I haven't chatted with them for a long time.
Li Fu smiled, thinking of these playmates in his childhood. But his face was full of smiles.
Where else could it be? It must be at Li Dezue, the canteen in our village. Nowadays, everywhere has become a casino. Most of the young people in our village are there. There are more than 10 mahjong machines.
Li Yubao looked very sure.
Okay, I'm going to find them. Let's go first.
Li Fu smiled and said goodbye, walking towards the canteen in the village. It is said to be a canteen, but it is actually the first floor of Li Dazue's house, where some commonly used goods are sold for the convenience of villagers. Li Dazue's house has a total of 5 floors, which are basically filled with mahjong machines, card tables, and other groceries. They can't make much money in a year, but these mahjong machines, card tables, etc. are enough to make Li Dazue smile from ear to ear once the Chinese New Year comes. At this time, people came in from time to time in Li Dazue's house, but very few people came out. In each room, smoke filled the air, and all kinds of shouts were heard. People were playing mahjong and playing gold flowers. All kinds of gambling such as bullfighting and bullfighting are available here. Young people in the whole village and some people who like liveliness and gambling all gather here.
I asked why I couldn't find you, but it turns out they are all here.
Li Fu came to Li Dazue's house. Although Li Dazue's family didn't do much farming, they were rich people in the village. The whole house was very big, with a foundation area of almost 300 square meters. At this time, Li Fu came on the first floor. As soon as you walked into the largest room, familiar faces appeared one after another. At this time, everyone was playing mahjong seriously.
Noble man! Noble man! A great talent is back! The great scientist is back! I thought your boy wouldn't come back for the new year.
Every familiar person smiled and greeted Li Fu one by one. And then, they were busy playing mahjong again.
Where is that boy Li Chong? Why haven't you seen anyone else?
Li Fu looked around but didn't see Li Chong. So he asked,
He's playing fried gold flowers upstairs. He won't play mahjong with us.
Someone who is familiar with Li Chong responded with a smile. Obviously, playing cards down there is just for fun. You can play mahjong for a few bucks to pass the time. It won't be too much.
Everyone, play slowly. I'll go up and look for Li Chong.
Li Fu smiled and walked upstairs.
Li Dazue is really good at business. No wonder he can make a fortune by opening this place. The first floor is for ordinary mahjong players, and the second floor is full of various mahjong rooms similar to private rooms. The mahjong players here are also better at playing. Big.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head. He walked around on the second floor. They were all familiar faces. Young people were playing cards there, and there were no outsiders in each room, playing cards quietly. Li Fu came to the third floor. The third floor was full of card tables. At this time, a large circle of old and young men gathered at each card table. They were all playing bullfighting and the like. They were very involved in winning. The loser smiled happily, while the loser cursed, slapped the table, smashed things, etc. On the fourth floor, Li Fu finally found his good friend Li Chong when he was a child. At this time, he was sitting next to an 8 Immortals table. There was a circle of people around the 8 Immortals table. Everyone was holding a lot of red banknotes in their hands. The table there was a pile of red banknotes piled on top, and everyone was silent among them, as if there was a big battle. Even Li Fu's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Li Fu came to Li Chong's side. At this time, he was slowly rubbing the cards and concentrating on the card table.
300.
After Li Chong finished rubbing the cards, he threw down the few red banknotes in his hand without showing any signs of distress.
M.O. Dan. What the HL? K. Jinhua actually met Shun Jin.
Soon, the game came to an end. The red banknotes in Li Chong's hand were all gone, and he lost thousands of cards.
Hadron.
Li Fu shook his head. Gambling in the village was really popular. Now that everyone had some money, they started gambling more and more. In the game played by Li Chong and others just now, the winnings and losses at the card table were tens of thousands.
Brother Fu, when did you come back?
Hearing Li Fu's voice, the others realized that there was an extra person next to them. They all looked over quickly and asked with a smile.
I just got home today. I walked around the village and found no one. It turns out that everyone has come here.
Li Fu smiled. And those present were the ones who often played together when they were children.
Come on! Come on! Everyone! Hurry up and make room for Brother Fu. Brother Fu is now a world-renowned scientist, and he is worth a billionaire.
Li Chong smiled and asked someone to make way for Li Fu, while telling everyone that in fact, things about Li Fu had already spread in the village, and everyone knew about it.
Yes! Yes! Hurry up! The real rich man is here. Those of us are nothing compared to Brother Fu. It's a rare opportunity to have fun together.
Others also shouted for Li Fu to join the game.
Everyone, let's play. I really can't play.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head. He had no interest in gambling. Chapter 53. What I See and Think. After leaving Li Dazui's house, Li Fu couldn't help but shake his head. The scene he just saw made people have to reflect. Nowadays, rural people have just had a better life, and gambling has become quite popular. Such this scene is not only seen in Lijiao village, but should be very common in rural areas throughout China, especially among young people. It is obvious that their income is very low, and they are the kind of people who work in factories and construction sites and work hard. The Lichang Li Fu is looking for is the kind of person who works in a factory for about 5,000 yuan a month. In terms of income, young people spend a lot of money and cannot keep any money at all. After a year of hard work, they may only save 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. But when it comes to the new year, the money seems to be nothing when it comes to gambling. The more you gamble, the bigger the money becomes. After working hard for a year, you lose everything after the new year. While Li Fu was walking around the village, young people were gambling at Li Dazui's place. Those chatting with each other in the village were basically old people and female comrades. After turning around, we came to the middle of the village, under a big camphor tree. This used to be people's favorite place. Now there are still many people, but there are no young people in sight. At this time, there are only groups of children, playing and playing. Next to the children, old ladies each held a bowl in their hands, chatting with other old ladies, and feeding their grandchildren and granddaughters a mouthful of rice from time to time. For these old ladies, their grandchildren are treasures, and they can't even take a bite of them when they are hungry. The children start to play, and it takes an hour or two to eat a bowl of rice. They are afraid of melting when they are held in their mouths. It's very terrible. Doting on the younger generation. And now that the living conditions are better, it is even more doting on them. In today's rural areas, children basically go out to work very early and become fathers at almost 20 years old. The children are handed over to their parents directly after they are born. Two young people live a carefree life outside. Giving birth to a child is like fulfilling obligations is normal. And there is nothing to do after giving birth. It is completely left to the older generation to raise them. And the older generation has intergenerational relatives. In addition, we don't have many children now. And the conditions are better. They are so pampered that many children are at home. Even the little princess and the little prince want everything to go well. But when they go outside, they are as timid as mice and are very afraid of strangers. More importantly, in terms of education, the older generation simply can't show off the temper of beating and scolding they use to educate their children. They just obey and pamper the children. In addition, they lack the care of their parents for a long time. As a result, children have more personality problems. At the same time, he is not good at reading at all. His grades have been very bad since he was a child. In the entire huge Lijiao village, there are very few children who can read. They basically spend their time in school, get mixed up in junior high school, and then go out again. They followed the same path as their parents and went out to work. If you stay outside for a few years, you will either fall in love, start having children very early, and then hand over the children to the elderly. This cycle repeats, generation after generation. Even if someone can buy a house in the city, it is very difficult to educate the children. It's also laissez-faire. Plus these young people. There are various reports in society about how college students get along after graduation, as well as the popularity of university education now. Many parents feel that studying is not of much use, and they don't care about education. They can work part-time anyway. I'm living a pretty good life, so there's no need to insist on being able to read. In the past, Li Fu's family was a typical example used by the villagers to argue that studying is useless. They believed that Li Fu's parents spent money to send his two brothers to college, and they would end up doing just that in the future. They also made themselves the poorest family in the village. Everyone has built a new house. But Li Fu's house is still a brick and mud house. As Li Fu walked, he took a careful look at everything in the village. The hard-working older generation, the younger generation who are addicted to gambling, and the younger generation who lack parental discipline and have perverse personalities. This is the countryside that Li Fu sees now. A rural society that is not yet rich, but already makes people feel that something is wrong. Although the process of urbanization continues, the rural population already accounts for a large proportion, and people in the city are inextricably linked to the countryside. With such a rural society, what will happen to China in the future?
The hardworking spirit of our parents is rarely seen in today's young people. Of course, this is also a manifestation of social progress. But on the issue of education, it is really worrying. There is a huge gap between the city and the countryside. People in the city invest a lot in educating their children. But people in the countryside now feel that there is not much. There is great hope. No wonder some people bluntly say that it will be difficult for a poor family to have a noble son in the future. Li Fu was thinking as he walked. Maybe Li Fu would not have thought about these issues before, because these civilizations were not issues that Li Fu should think about at all. He still thought about these things while eating gutter will. But now Li Fu has to think about such a problem. After obtaining the civilization seeds of a super civilization, Li Fu holds countless advanced technologies in his hands. These technologies can easily make China the most powerful country on the planet. But in the future, a small Earth will seem so insignificant compared to the vast universe. Any civilization that wants to gallop and navigate in the universe must be strong enough. And the strength of a civilization must be strong enough. It is definitely not easy to grow quickly. Only civilizations that are excellent enough can rise rapidly in the universe. What kind of civilization can be considered an excellent civilization can be determined from the majority of the citizen groups of these civilizations. China has also been glorious for thousands of years, and the glory of the Han and Tang dynasties has caused surrounding countries to imitate and learn from it. However, the dynasties have experienced ups and downs, prosperity and succession. Sometimes powerful dynasties cannot defeat the regimes of ethnic minorities with sparse populations. In fact, there are many questions worth thinking about. In modern times, it fell behind and was beaten for hundreds of years. Then it was reborn from the ashes and rose rapidly again to become one of the most important countries on earth. The descendants of Yin and Huang are the most industrious and intelligent race in the world. Their ability to rise again and again is enough to prove this. However, it is undeniable that there seem to be many bad things in Chinese culture. Decline, or even be replaced by minority regimes. There are many issues worth thinking about. The more Li Fu thought about it, the more confused he became. After obtaining the seeds of a super civilization, Li Fu naturally felt that he should be the leader and lead China out of the earth and become a powerful cosmic civilization. But what he saw in the countryside now made Li Fu feel that he didn't know how to change this situation. Even though Li Fu had various high technologies at his disposal, Li Fu felt that some things could not be solved by technology. Just like the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty was obviously stronger than the few surrounding regimes in terms of economy, culture, economy, science and technology, etc. But it still could not change the fate of paying tribute every year. The above are all governed by civilian officials. They have strong national power and countless resourceful talents. But they are all consumed by internal friction. Ever since he obtained the seeds of super civilization, Li Fu had set his goal to lead China across the universe. But with everything he saw now, Li Fu felt that he had no clue and didn't know how to change. This kind of thing is too common in the entire Chinese countryside. The Chinese people who were once hardworking are now old. And the new generation of young people is completely different. The future is even more worrying. Li Fu was thinking in his mind, raising his head to the sky from time to time, as if he wanted to see the distant universe from the sky. The scene of those powerful civilizations roaming the universe wantonly. Imagining the scene of the descendants of Yin and Huang walking across the stars in the universe. Maybe I can do it step by step. Since I can't change the whole of China at once, maybe I can change my hometown first. Starting from my hometown, I can go step by step to explore the path of strength for the descendants of Yin and Huang, and lay a solid foundation that can span the universe. Li Fu's eyes were shining, as if he had made up his mind, and a smile appeared on his face. Soon, after walking around the village, Li Fu came to the door of his home again. He was surprised to see cars and motorcycles. There was a loud sound coming from his home. He knew it was his home. Those relatives came. Chapter 54. Say no firmly. At this time, in the 2 dilapidated brick houses of Li Fu's family, all the 7 aunts and 8 aunts of Li Fu's family were present. Moreover, not one person from each family came, but at least 2. And some even came with the whole family. It was more complete than when Li Fu was admitted to college and held a banquet at home. At this time, his younger brother Li Xing was moving stools for everyone, and the room was full. Li Fu's father Li Erlang, with gray hair and a face covered with wrinkles caused by years in life, was entertaining everyone while smoking a cigarette. I'm telling you, second brother, you are now rich, and it's time to change this house. Li Fu is about to graduate. so we can't delay getting a wife.
Li Fu's second uncle, Jia Shan, was the best among all his relatives. He used to be a river sand digger. After digging, he contracted a section of the river and opened a small company specializing in river sand digging. With the large-scale construction of new houses in rural areas in recent years, he naturally became rich along with it. Not only does he have a beautiful little bungalow in Sanjiang town, but he also bought 5 or 6 houses in the county. He also drives a car worth hundreds of thousands, and even imitates those who have some money to look for it. Li Fu's aunt even cried, made trouble, and hanged herself for this. In the end, she had no choice but to accept the fact, and there was nothing she could do about her husband Jia Shan. At this time, Jia Shan was dressed like a dog, wearing a suit, holding a bag, and a thick gold necklace. He had a thick waist and thick neck, and his hair was black and shiny. Although he was older than Li Fu's father. How old is he? But he looks much younger than Li Fu's father.
Get up! Definitely get up! I was planning to build a new house last month.
Li Fu's father also had a smile on his face when he said this. After suffering all his life, his son has become successful, and his relatives have come to his home. He has never been so prosperous. Lu Shuexiu, who was taking out some melon seeds, fruits and the like to entertain relatives, didn't look at it well. The son had just come back, and they all ran to his home. Everyone knew the purpose of coming. They were all chatting, but their eyes looked outside from time to time to see if Li Fu had come back.
Oh! What day is it today? Why are everyone here together?
Li Fu asked with a smile, pretending to be slightly surprised, and then said low to each of his relatives. After all, Li Fu is also a junior, and he must have the proper etiquette.
You are back. We have been waiting for you to come back these days. We want to see the great scientists from our old Li family. TSK. Li Fu. This kid. I said when I was young that he would be great when he grows up. No. This is not the case. When you study in school, you already know the world. If you develop the drug to treat AIDS, you can become a billionaire.
Although Li Fu's second aunt Lu Ermei was nearly 50 years old at this time, she still looked like a young person, with dyed red curly hair, high heels, carrying a baby, lipstick and foundation on her face. And she looked quite young, much younger. At this time, she looked proud and spoke of the old Li family. The other relatives also had smiles on their faces, and they all praised Li Fu. The rural people nowadays are not the kind who really have no knowledge at all, let alone the younger generation. Everyone knows that Li Fu is now a great person. A world-renowned scientist has developed drugs to treat AIDS. Countless people want to acquire Li Fu's technology with a lot of money.
Li Fu. Now everyone is saying that countless people want to acquire this new technology of yours at a huge price. And you are now a complete billionaire.
Jia Shan smiled and tried to ask Li Fu.
Anyone who says this is bullshit. I haven't sold this technology at all. Where did the billionaire come from?
Li Fu smiled and shook his head.
Didn't sell it? Why? How did you get the 5 million in your father's hands?
As soon as Li Fu finished speaking, Li Daolong, Li Fu's uncle next to him, immediately asked,
If it's not sold, there's a reason why it's not sold. My dad's 5 million didn't come from selling technology.
Li Fu smiled and did not intend to tell them everything. Li Fu did not make a penny from the technology of treating AIDS. He made all his money from King Pesticide.
I know that you and your roommates jointly founded a company to make games. The popular Pesticide King is produced by your company. It is said that your company is making hundreds of millions every day. Is that true?
On the side, Jia Fei, the cousin of the second aunt's family, is well informed. He has read all the reports about Li Fu in detail. The power of the media is naturally powerful, and all the details about Li Fu have been dug out.
How can it be so profitable? Besides, other people in the company have more shares than I do. And so far I can barely make some money.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head. He couldn't pretend to be rich at this time. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with it later.
Li Fu, you are now promising and rich. Uncle, I have recently planned to marry your third brother during the Chinese New Year. But the girl's family has said that she must buy a house in the county, and she must also have a car. The car is okay. Your uncle and I have no money. So I want to ask you to borrow some money to handle this matter. Your third brother is already 25 years old. If you delay it any longer, you may not be able to find a wife in your life.
Li Fu's uncle, Li Daoliang, looked around at his sisters and then, encouraged by their eyes, spoke first. After all, Someone had to speak first.
Your father has agreed to borrow 2 million from our family to take care of this matter first. After all, the expansion of our Oldley family is a huge matter, and we cannot delay it any longer.
When he said this, Li Dalian looked at Li Erlang aside. At this time, Li Erlang had a sullen face, smoking a cigarette and keeping silent. It was obvious that this promise was probably true.
Yes, Li Fu, you are now prosperous, and we poor relatives can also benefit from it. Your uncle has recently set his sights on a mine and plans to invest 5 million. But the family can still afford it.
2 million each. So see if you can help your uncle.
Someone took the initiative, and Li Fu's second aunt was not to be outdone. She hurriedly stated the reasons for borrowing money that she had prepared, for fear of falling behind others.
Li Fu, our family is similar to your uncle's family. Your cousin is also a lot older. He has never been able to agree on a marriage. Now he finally did. But the woman also asked to buy a house in the county town and wanted to buy it. What about a BMW? How can your aunt and I have so much money? See if you can help me.
Li Fu's third aunt also spoke, and naturally everyone else followed suit, all looking at Li Fu.
It seems that everyone has good things going on. They are getting married, buying houses, cars, and investing.
Li Fu smiled after hearing this, although he had known the purpose of these relatives for a long time. But now in front of them, Li Fu felt more sad. In the past, when Li Fu's family was poor, he had few relatives throughout the year. Come and go. That is, my aunt and uncle's family come and go every year. Other relatives, especially the second aunt and third aunt's family, have had little contact with Li Fu's family for several years. Li Fu's father also disliked them when he went to their house. But now everyone knows that the brother and sister have a close relationship, and they don't care. Li Fu's house of bricks and tiles was dilapidated. In the past, when Li Fu's father asked them to borrow money, all of them were iron cocks. That is, the aunt and uncle were willing to help even if the conditions were similar to those of Li Fu's family. At this time, the two families did not open their mouths. Since you don't have enough money on hand now, don't rush to buy a house, buy a car, invest, get married, etc. Don't go there until you have more money.
Li Fu smiled and refused simply. But he didn't say anything unpleasant.
This child, how can you talk like this? How can you delay the marriage? There are fewer and fewer girls in the countryside. If we don't find someone to get married, it will be even harder if we delay it. Moreover, the betrothal gifts and so on are being paid every year. It's all going up, and it will be even more expensive next year.
Li Fu's words made all the relatives' faces darken, and their smiles disappeared. Li Fu's third aunt retorted on the spot.
Why can't I put it off any longer? When I was admitted to college, I could go to college after I had enough money. So what's wrong with getting married?
Li Fu smiled. When Li Fu was admitted to college, Li Fu's parents were short of 500 yuan to raise tuition fees and borrow money from his third aunt's family. The third aunt said something at that time that almost made Li Fu's parents angry to death. The third aunt's family, who had no money to spare, actually said, "Isn't it just to go to university? If you have money, go to school. If you don't have money, you can wait until you have money to go to school."
Li Fu, I can't say more. It's right for all relatives to help each other. Now that you have money, it's also right to help everyone. What's more, this little money is just drizzle for a rich man like you. Well, what's more, your father has already agreed to lend money to everyone, and our families have already discussed marriage arrangements, and have already made plans to buy a house and a car. If you don't borrow money, there's nothing we can do. Meet someone.
Li Fu's second uncle Jia Shan frowned slightly, and moved Li Fu's father Li Erlang out.
My dad agreed to lend money because he promised to lend money. You can just ask him to borrow money. I didn't agree. I still say the same thing. If you have money, just do things. If you don't have money, wait until you have money. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you.
Li Fu said lightly. He was speechless for his father, but he actually agreed to lend money to everyone, and even loan the family millions and millions without even thinking about lending the money. Easy. It's simply impossible to get it back. Chapter 55. Plan to change hometown. After Li Fu finished speaking, he walked out. No matter what they thought or said, it was impossible to borrow money from Li Fu. It was not like these relatives were really suffering from any serious illness. There was no money for treatment, and the conditions turn out to be much better than Li Fu's. Even if my son is really getting married, he must have made some preparations. Besides, he can't spend millions. This is not a big city, but a rural area. Even if he buys a full-price apartment in the county, it will cost dozens of people. 10,000 renminbi is enough. If you buy a car worth more than 100,000 renminbi, it will cost you less than 1 million renminbi. He even asked for millions. And he even had the nerve to say that he wanted to buy a BMW. Only people like Li Fu's father would believe it and agree to lend them money. Not just anyone else. Li Fu's departure made everyone present look at each other in confusion. They never expected that Li Fu would refuse so simply. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you. And then looked at Li Erlang, who was silent. They didn't know what to do.
Second brother, look at what kind of father you are, and what kind of head of the family you are. You can't make the decision on such things. You just didn't even speak to Li Fu.
Li Fu's uncle said to Li Erlang as if he hated iron. He was half popular. He thought that he was also a brother after all. As a close uncle, he would definitely be able to borrow some. But now, looking at Li Fu's tone, there was no need to discuss it at all.
The child has grown up and his wings have hardened. But there is nothing I can do about it.
Li Erlang took a puff of cigarette and said helplessly. In fact, he was reluctant to borrow money, but he was soft-hearted and had no resistance at all to the words of his relatives. Now Li Fu readily refused. He also felt much more relaxed.
I have something to do before I leave. Although Li Fu has grown up.
You are still the one in charge now. You should have your own opinions. Not to mention what you say out loud. The water that was thrown out. The money promised to borrow cannot be less.
Jia Shan knew at a glance that there was no chance of borrowing money today. So he didn't want to stay any longer. Before leaving, he didn't forget to continue to make trouble for Li Erlang.
I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Well, luckily we are still siblings. We can borrow some money from your family just like that.
Li Fu's third aunt was even more angry and flushed at this time. She didn't expect that Li Fu would reply to her with the words he said back then. At this time, she said angrily to where Li Erlang was. The other relatives also followed suit one by one. And some even yelled, which made Li Erlang, Lu Shuexiu, and Li Xing's faces look even more ugly. They should have tried to persuade them to stay and have a meal together before leaving. But Lu Shuexiu didn't. He was so angry that he didn't even want to say such words, and watched them drive away in cars and motorcycles with a sullen expression.
Brother is right not to lend money to them. They are all like a pack of tigers and wolves who can never have enough to feed. If we start this thing today, there will be no peace in our family in the future. They will come to us regardless of whether they have money or not.
Li Xing was thoughtful, looking at each of them, as if he understood something.
Your brother must have seen through it a long time ago. So he wouldn't be like a coward, forgetting that he has no ability, and dare to brag about Haikau's promise to lend money. This family has millions. But I want to see how rich you are. Family property can be loaned out. Seeing Jia Shan's look before leaving, he didn't say anything. The money you promised to borrow must not be less than a penny. 2 million. Let me see what you want to borrow. You have the guts to agree to lend money that you will never earn in your life.
Lu Shuexiu finally spoke out today and scolded Li Erlang, who had been smoking unceremoniously. This kind of matter did not need his son to come forward to solve it. But Li Erlang should be the one with a bad face. Let Li Fu be the white-faced person. In this case, others will only talk about Li Erlang and not talk about Li Fu behind his back. But now it's just the opposite. The good guys are all fooled by Li Erlang, and the bad guys are all Li Fu. These relatives who haven't borrowed the money will definitely bite their tongues everywhere. And Li Fu's great reputation may be criticized. When she thought of this, Lu Shuexiu was not angry at all, and she didn't have a good look towards Li Erlang. Naturally, her words included some scolding of Li Erlang. On the other hand, Li Fu left the house and found that there was no place to go. So he simply walked up the back mountain, preparing to climb a mountain and look into the distance to see the beautiful scenery of his hometown. Li Fu's hometown is located in a hilly area. If you look in any direction, you can see green hills. The hills behind Lijia village are not very high. Li Fu quickly reached the top and looked around. He had a vast view. Being able to see Sanjiang town directly made me feel relaxed and happy. And the unpleasantness I felt just now disappeared completely in an instant. I'll show you some pictures of the mountains and rivers of my hometown. Li Fu took out his mobile phone to take a photo and sent it to Wang Yun. Green mountains and green waters. The scenery is really nice. Wang Yan quickly responded to the message, and the two of them naturally became more and more engaged as they chatted. As they chatted, Li Fu talked about everything he saw when he returned to his hometown, and his heart was filled with worry.
What I saw when I returned home this time made me very worried. Although the living conditions in rural areas today have been greatly improved compared to before, people still have more or less money left in them. However, as materials have become richer, people's minds have not become richer. Gambling has become common, and young people cannot earn enough. During the new year, gambling is extremely tight. Comparison is prevalent. Children are raised by their grandparents. There is a lack of fatherly love and care, motherly love, and more importantly, lack of education.
Everyone has developed princess disease, has a bad temper, doesn't like studying, doesn't want to work, and can't take care of themselves. There is no hope for such a rural area. There are countless similar rural areas throughout the country. This phenomenon is too common. In the future, how can China compete with other countries in the world and talk about its rise?
Li Fu said to Wang Yun worriedly that he had never thought about these issues before. But now, he couldn't help but worry about the future when he thought about it carefully.
I have recently heard my grandfather and others discussing rural issues. Nowadays, rural issues are not just economic and material issues, but more about civilization construction. Because our country initially chose a strategy of concentrating resources on coastal development, development has been very uneven. The developed areas on the eastern coast are completely comparable to developed countries such as Europe and the United States, but the central and western regions are still quite backward. In addition, resources and employment opportunities are now concentrated in big cities, so people in rural areas can only choose to go out to work. However, the cost of education in cities is quite high, and public schools are very difficult for migrant children to enter. They have to work and so on. So the common phenomenon is to leave their children to be raised by the older generation. It is easy for the older generation to have many problems, and the education in rural areas cannot keep up. So the problems in rural areas are also quite big now. In recent years, the proportion of college students from rural areas has been getting lower and lower. In fact, it reflects this to a large extent. Such a serious problem.
When it comes to this issue, to Li Fu's expectation, Wang Yun actually spoke quite accurately and knew it very clearly.
The distribution of resources is also quite uneven. It stands to reason that in the past, resources were concentrated in the development of coastal areas, but now the resources should be relatively tilted to the central and western regions. However, in fact, this is not the case. Compared with the coastal areas to obtain resources, the central and western regions have less resources. There are still too few resources, and the gap is too far apart in terms of educational resources alone. You are right. There are two extremely important factors that have led to the current situation in China's rural areas. One is unbalanced development, and the other is unbalanced resource distribution.
After chatting with Wang Yun, the problem that Li Fu had been unable to figure out suddenly became clear. This is not because Li Fu's IQ is not as good as Wang Yun's, but because they have different levels of exposure. Li Fu only saw the superficial phenomena of the current rural areas, while Wang Yun, because of his family connections, saw the essence and roots of the current rural phenomena from a higher level.
Now I know what my next path will be. To change our China. Let's start by changing my hometown.
Li Fu said to Wang Yun excitedly.
Change China? I didn't expect your dream to be so great. No matter what choice you make, I will always support you.
It was the first time that Wang Yun heard Li Fu talk about such a huge ambition in his heart. He did not expect that Li Fu was an inspiring person who changed China. Wang Yun couldn't help but think of his grandfather, who also had great ambitions and spent his whole life. People who are all working hard for the prosperity of China.
I love you. Ayun.
Hearing Wang Yun's words, Li Fu was also moved for a while, and couldn't help but send these words.
Then how do you want to change China and your hometown?
Wang Yun also sent a love you emoji, and then asked Li Fu about his specific plan.
As you know, I have been having a headache over the location selection of my new company during this period. Although there are many favorable conditions for choosing a location in the Imperial City, the development here in the Imperial City is already full, and the land price has risen too high. It's too high. I have very ambitious plans for the development of my company in the future. It will definitely require a very vast area of land. It is simply impossible to buy a large-scale land in the imperial capital.
So I have been thinking about developing in other cities. But now I have figured it out. I want to make my own, although the company will encounter many difficulties in the early stage when it is located in my hometown. And even electricity may not be guaranteed. The land here in my hometown is very cheap, and it is easy to acquire large pieces of land. More importantly, it can make some contributions to the development of your hometown.
Li Fu looked at the great mountains and rivers of his hometown in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel like he was pointing out the country. Chapter 56.
Hometown Planning.
This year, Li Fu's family lived a happy life and enjoyed themselves happily. Of course, it would be perfect if no one came to Li Fu's house every day to ask for money. Li Fu directly rejected all the relatives' requests to borrow money. At this time, word spread throughout Sanjiang town. Naturally, there were some rumors and the like. However, everyone else also knew that Li Fu's family could not even borrow money from close relatives, and they were not close. I'm even more embarrassed to speak. So suddenly there were a lot less people borrowing money. But even so, there are still many shameless relatives and friends who want to borrow money from Li Fu every day. And Li Fu is naturally even less likely to lend money to these people. Otherwise, my 7 aunts and 8 aunts would really cut off contact with the Li Fu family. It was also very boring during the Chinese New Year, especially since Li Fu didn't participate in gambling. And since he didn't offend relatives and friends by borrowing money now, he rarely went to relatives' houses, so he was very leisurely. So he just rode a motorcycle, conduct inspections in Sanjiang town and surrounding towns, and carefully planned the future blueprint. The figure of Li Fu riding a motorcycle appeared in several towns around Sanjiang town. On the top of each mountain peak, Li Fu pointed out the country's vision.
The biggest problem here in Sanjiang town is that it is located in a hilly area. There is rarely a large area of flat land. Compared with the plain area, the conditions in all aspects are very different.
Li Fu took a map of the entire Meijiang County and studied it carefully. In the past few days, he had visited almost all the towns in Meijiang County, and he had visited several towns around Sanjiang town countless times. It has to be said that it is very difficult to develop industry in such hilly areas. There are so many difficulties that need to be faced, such as unchanged transportation, incomplete water and electricity facilities, poor basic conditions, etc. Li Fu even has the urge to give up. Of course, this comprehensive inspection also made Li Fu more clearly aware of the backwardness of his hometown. It is worthy of being a key poverty-stricken county in the country. The economy here is basically based on agriculture, and the only industry is basically the processing of agricultural and sideline products, such as wood processing plants, fruit companies, breeding companies, etc. The per capita income is very low. Here in Sanjiang town, with a monthly salary of 1,500 yuan, you can hire someone to work for you for 10 hours a day, and you don't have to take a day off for 30 days a month. As for what? There is no need for 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Now is the Chinese New Year period, which is quite lively. In normal times, it is very deserted. Basically, you can only see the elderly and children. It is very rare to see young people. Basically, young people in the entire area go out to work. The old man took care of the children, farmed and so on. As for the education in Meijiang County, it is even more backward. For example, here in Sanjiang town, when Li Fu was young, there were many children in every household, so he could study nearby. But this neighborhood was only relatively close. Basically, you need to walk several miles to go to school. Moreover, children from rural areas are not as valuable as children from urban areas. Even in the first grade, they have to walk to school by themselves. A group of children in a village go to school in groups. But now, because young people in rural areas have been away from home all year round, many of them also take their children to study outside. So there are fewer and fewer children studying in rural areas. Many schools have to be cancelled because they cannot recruit enough teachers. So that many small schools' children must go to town to study. For example, the primary school where Lijia village is located used to be able to complete primary school. Now the 5th and 6th graders have to go to Sanjiang town to study. Children in this age group are just over 10 years old. But such a young child has to go to Sanjiang town to study. Live in the school dormitory. Eat in the cafeteria. Wash clothes and take care of yourself. It can be imagined that under such circumstances, 9 out of 10 children with poor academic performance will spend their time there. And once they graduate from junior high school, they will follow the same path as their parents again. It's not that rural people are inherently less able to read than urban people.
but the conditions for real study are too difficult. In addition, the teaching level of teachers in rural areas, the quality of education in schools, the level of parents themselves, etc. are so different. Bigger. The situation that Li Fu had inspected during this period of time made Li Fu very worried. For the first time, he had a comprehensive understanding of the backwardness of his hometown. It was comprehensively backward in all aspects such as economy, culture, education, transportation, infrastructure, etc. Compared with developed coastal areas, the gap is really huge. Of course, the more he gets to know his hometown, the more determined Li Fu is to put his business in his hometown, in such a backward place. If no one works hard to change it, his hometown will always lag behind.
The conditions are very poor, but it is not completely impossible. In recent years, the country has invested heavily in infrastructure construction, and remote mountainous areas, like my hometown, have also benefited a lot. In Sanjiang Town, 2 expressways have been opened to traffic in the past 2 years. There were no trains in Meizhou before. Jiang County is also about to receive high-speed rail, and now basically every village has achieved access to it. The land here is very cheap. The local government should be very welcoming to foreign investment, especially high-tech investment companies like mine. When the time comes, it will be very easy to obtain land, policies, etc., which are very beneficial. Conditions of my hometown has beautiful scenery and has not been exposed to any industrial pollution. This is very important for high-tech enterprises. Any high-tech enterprise has very high environmental requirements. The good environment here in my hometown will definitely be a plus. You? Well, in the future, I want to build a world-class famous university here in Sanjiang Town, and at the same time put various high-tech laboratories, company headquarters, etc. in my hometown of Sanjiang Town. The downstream Yuanjiang Town has a gentle terrain, and there are also complete expressways. It can be used as a high-tech industrial place, and various factories and so on can be placed here in the future, although the traffic in Yuanyuan Town upstream remains unchanged. The environment and air here are quite good, and there are many research institutions and R&D centers. It's a good place to put it here.
Li Fu kept sketching a great blueprint on the map in his mind, holding the seeds of super civilization in his hands. In the future, Li Fu would not only enter the pharmaceutical industry, but also be involved in automobiles, electronics, the internet, high-tech materials, etc. In the future it will also be developed in aerospace, aviation, military industry and other fields. Therefore, a very large amount of land is needed. This is why Li Fu has never decided to choose the imperial capital. If you want to plan such a huge industry in a place like the imperial capital, apart from other things, it is very difficult to use the land alone. Satisfied? And the cost will be huge. Of course, Li Fu can also plan his own industry nationwide and make full use of the advantages of each place. This is the best way to have whatever conditions he wants. This is also a common phenomenon among large domestic companies. Headquarters are set up in big cities. R&D institutions are set up in areas where universities are concentrated. Factories are set up in areas with low labor costs and low land costs. And sales are nationwide and global. Many large international companies are even more global. To operate, reduce your own costs as much as possible. Increase your own competition and expand your own market. But Li Fu is different. The company he is about to start only deals with high technology. And everything related to high technology is a huge profit industry. Cost is only the smallest factor among many factors that need to be considered. It is a matter of policy, scientific research, etc. that needs to be considered. Now Li Fu wants to use his own business to drive the development of his hometown. Although the conditions are relatively poor in all aspects, Li Fu is full of confidence. Because if Li Fu has mastered the seeds of super civilization, he cannot even change his hometown. Then how to change China and lead China into the interstellar and cosmic era?
Well, you can first contact the parent officials here. With the help and support of the government, many things can become easier.
After planning, Li Fu nodded. Everything was difficult at the beginning, so his first choice was to contact the government first. Chapter 57. I'll give you any policy. Sanjiang Town government is located in the center of Sanjiang Town. A small white bungalow is considered the most beautiful house in the entire town. In front of the government building is Sanjiang Town Sanjiang Square, which has always been a place where young and old men in the town like to relax and chat. During the Chinese New Year, Sanjiang Square is even more crowded. Although the entire square is called a square, its area is only the size of a standard playground. At this time, young people who have returned from all over the country are chatting here in circles. And there are even many young people also have a blind date here. Next to the square, there are many people selling children's toys, buying food, spicy hot pot, barbecue and the like. The whole Sanjiang Square is very lively. If it is the first day of the new year, people can even openly gather here to gamble. Of course, only on the first day of the Lunar New Year. At other times, you still have to consider the location of this location. Li Fu came here on his family's motorcycle, intending to see if there was anyone else at the town government and if he could contact the parents' officer here to make contact in advance. Before entering the building, a huge banner on the building attracted Li Fu's attention. It clearly read,
"Warm congratulations to Li Fu, a student from Sanjiang Town, for his major breakthrough in the field of AIDS."
Obviously, the news that Li Fu developed drugs to treat AIDS has long been spread to his hometown. And the folks in his hometown are also quite proud. After all, everyone in the town knew that a student from a prestigious university could become a student in the past. Now Li Fu is studying in biology. Achievements in the field of science and technology will naturally be vigorously publicized. Li Fu smiled and shook his head. He is now considered a celebrity. Many people know Li Fu when he returns to his hometown. With the strong coverage of the news media, and he is from his hometown, everyone will naturally pay more attention to him. There was basically no one in the building at this time. After all, it was the Chinese New Year, and the parents and officials had naturally gone on vacation early. There was only one person on duty, who was bored and playing with his mobile phone. At a glance, he knew that he should be a new civil servant this year. Fresh graduates and only newcomers will be assigned such boring things as holiday duty.
"Hello!"
Li Fu walked over and asked softly.
"What's matter?"
Zhou Yi raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. Generally speaking, there was very little going on during the Chinese New Year. His duty was only symbolic, and he could go back very early.
"My name is Li Fu, and I'm here to see the leaders of the town. I have something important to discuss."
Li Fu was slightly embarrassed when he said this, because he didn't even know the official names of his parents in Sanjiang Town.
"Are you Li Fu? The Li Fu who developed the cure for AIDS?"
When Zhou Yi heard Li Fu's words, he immediately became energetic and looked at Li Fu carefully. It was exactly the same as the one on TV. He didn't notice it just now.
"Replacement guaranteed."
Li Fu smiled.
"Seeing is better than hearing 100 times. Can you sign your autograph for me?"
Zhou Yi got an affirmative answer, and he instantly became a little fan of Li Fu, and even asked Li Fu for his autograph.
"Well, I'm not a star. Okay."
This was the first time that Li Fu was asked for an autograph, so he was naturally a little shocked. But he readily agreed.
"TSK. TSK. The signature of the great scientist who developed a cure for AIDS. This class will not be in vain."
After getting Li Fu's signature, Zhou Yi laughed happily. He took pictures, posted it on Moments, and carefully collected it.
"I'm sorry. I forgot to do business. Do you want anything from our secretary Dong?"
After working for a few minutes, Zhou Yi remembered that Li Fu was looking for the town leader just now. So he asked apologetically,
"It's like this. I want to set up a company that manufactures and produces AIDS drugs in our hometown. So I just want to take advantage of the Chinese New Year to discuss this matter with my parents."
Li Fu smiled, not paying attention to what he had just done, and smiled and told the purpose of his visit.
"What? You want to build a company that produces AIDS drugs in our Sanjiang town?"
Zhou Yi said in disbelief that in his opinion, Sanjiang Town had never attracted investment at all. Now that Li Fu actually said that he would build a company that produces AIDS drugs here in Sanjiang Town. It is really unbelievable.
"What's not allowed?"
Li Fu touched his nose and said, as if he had already thought that the other party would have such a reaction.
Yes. Yes. Of course. We are very welcome. I will contact Secretary Dong immediately and ask him to discuss it with you in person."
Zhou Yi nodded repeatedly. If it were anyone else, he would definitely not believe it. However, Li Fu was from Sanjiang Town, so it was not impossible for him to settle his business in his hometown. He also instantly realized that Sanjiang Town was like a pie in the sky. He had won a super jackpot. If Li Fu really set up his company in Sanjiang Town would be frightened to take off in the future. Zhou Yi hurriedly took out his mobile phone and quickly contacted the parents of Sanjiang Town. Secretary Dong and Mayor Li also contacted them all. He roughly told the cause of the incident. which was meaningless. After being questioned for a while, he felt a little unbelievable. All said they would rush over immediately and asked Shou-Yi to entertain Li Fu well.
Let's go to the conference room and sit for a while. Mayor Li will come over right away. He is also from Sanjiang town and lives in the town. Secretary Dong is from the next town. He came over immediately after hearing the news.
Zhou-Yi enthusiastically led Li Fu to the conference room and said, while serving Li Fu tea and water. Within a few minutes, the nearest Mayor Li arrived. Mayor Li is a native of Sanjiang town and is over 50 years old. Being able to become the mayor is entirely based on his qualifications. Basically, he just keeps doing it. Retire in a few years.
Xiao Li, it's really you. I always thought someone noble would come today. But I didn't expect it to be you. A great scientist.
Li Youfu recognized Li Fu as soon as he saw him. And his words were very cordial. Although the two met for the first time, the surname Li was also a common surname here in Sanjiang town. There was nothing wrong with Li Youfu calling him Li Fu. Maybe he's a clan uncle or something like that.
Hello, Mayor Li.
Li Fu has seen the world now. And he even met a very high-level person in charge during the last results conference. It is natural to meet Li Youfu at this time.
I heard that you are going to put the company that produces drugs to treat HIV in our town. Sanjiang?
Li Youfu quickly asked the question that he was urgently concerned about now. If Li Fu really puts the company in Sanjiang town, as long as the results come out, there is no doubt that Sanjiang town will take off quickly.
I have such a plan. Why don't I come to the parent official to discuss it to see if I can ask the parent officer for policies or something?
Li Fu nodded and responded with a smile.
Ha. Great. Our Sanjiang town is finally going to take off. On behalf of the more than 30,000 people in Sanjiang town. Thank you.
After receiving an affirmative answer, Li Youfu laughed happily. He was very aware of the poverty and backwardness of Sanjiang town, and also knew that it was very difficult for Sanjiang town to develop. He had stayed here all his life, and he knew about Sanjiang town. The feelings are also very deep.
This cannot be done. I am also from Sanjiang town. The reason why I want to put the company in my hometown is naturally to promote the development of my hometown. Our hometown is really too backward.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head and said with emotion,
he is indeed a world-famous great scientist. His passion for contributing to the development of his hometown is far beyond what ordinary people can compare with. The reason why our Xinxia kingdom was able to develop in the first place was also because of people like Qian Xuesen and Qian Sanqiang. Wait for such a well-known scientist to abandon the superior life abroad and devote himself to the great construction cause of the motherland.
Although Li Youfu didn't have much education, he was immersed in the officialdom, and his speech was still good. At this time, Li Fu was compared with great scientists such as Qian Xuesen.
Mayor Li, your evaluation is too high. I am far inferior to these seniors of the older generation. Please don't say that again. I'm really ashamed.
Li Fu shook his head repeatedly. Li Fu had admired these patriotic scientists of the older generation since he was a child.
Ha. No matter what, our Sanjiang town very much welcomes you to return to your hometown to invest in construction. On the way here, I reported to the county leaders and asked for instructions. The leaders also said that as long as you set up the company and we in Sanjiang town will give you all the policies we can provide.
Li Youfu laughed happily. By now, he was basically sure that Li Fu was definitely not joking. He, a world-renowned scientist, could not possibly come to make such a joke with him. For investment, whether it is here in Sanjiang town or here in Meijiang County, everyone is very eager from top to bottom. Because this is not only a major event that can drive local economic development, but also a very important assessment indicator for parents. Only with investment can the economy improve. Once the economy improves, everyone's political achievements will be very good, and there is hope for promotion and so on. You must know that Li Fu is a high-tech person. He plans to put the company that produces AIDS drugs in Sanjiang town. This is even more remarkable. In the past, even if it invested in agricultural enterprises and companies, the government here would be enthusiastic. Welcome. Now it is a high-tech enterprise. It is far from being comparable to those enterprises and companies engaged in agriculture and mining. Not to mention drugs for the treatment of AIDS. Its value is difficult to estimate. In terms of taxation alone, even after preferential policies, it is enough for Meijiang County. Fiscal revenue increased dramatically. Faced with such a company, Li Youfu can give you whatever policy he wants. This is definitely not a joke. Nor is it empty talk. Instead, it will be implemented seriously from top to bottom. No one will have any objections on this issue. For such a company to land in Sanjiang town is like a poor boy suddenly marrying a wealthy daughter. It is unrealistic and pie in the sky. Chapter 58. The Golden Phoenix came to the mountain nest.
That's great.
Hearing Li Youfu's words, Li Fu also laughed. Naturally, he hopes to get more preferential policies when running a business. With the strong support of the government, many complicated things can become very simple. Now Li Youfu has represented the Meijiang County government has made such a commitment. And Li Fu will naturally receive a lot of government support when he starts a business later.
Ha ha. Scientistly. Sorry, I'm late.
At this time, a hearty voice came from outside the door. The person who came was Dong Lia, a senior official of Sanjiang town. He was already the top leader of the town in his early 30s. He also had a promising future. He wore a pair of glasses and was tall. He was very attractive. He walked into the conference room with a big smile and shook hands with Li Fu to say hello. After some pleasantries, we started chatting again.
The Golden Phoenix appeared in our mountain nest. And the Golden Phoenix returned to our mountain nest. Our Sanjiang town is hope for development.
Dong Lia's face was filled with a smile. He was already the leader of a town at such a young age. Naturally, he also hoped to keep going up. If he wanted to go up, the party in power would naturally need to produce corresponding results. But it is not easy to achieve results in a Sammo village like Sanjiang town. Now Li Fu wants to invest in Sanjiang town and set up a company that produces HIV drugs in Sanjiang town. This is definitely a golden phoenix that has landed in the mountain nest, which can drive the rapid economic development of Sanjiang town. As the top leader of Sanjiang town, Dong Lia can naturally take off as well. His resume will be a brilliant and strong addition, which will also be very useful for his future career. This is why he hurried over from the neighboring town during the Chinese New Year. Reason.
Ha ha. Secretary Dong deserves the award. In fact, I also saw the backwardness of my hometown and felt that I should make some contributions to the development of my hometown. If everyone runs away, our hometown will never develop.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head, then began to talk about his plan in front of the map in the conference room.
In the future, I plan to set up all my industries in my hometown. If conditions permit in Sanjiang town, I will set up a university and set up the company's headquarters here in Sanjiang town. All kinds of laboratories, etc. will also be placed here, in Sanjiang town and Yuanjiang town on the downstream terrain platform. I will place various factories here, and in the upstream Yuanjiang town, I will place R&D institutions and so on.
Dong Lia, Li Youfu, Zhou Yi and others did not expect that Li Fu had such huge plans. He actually wanted to set up companies, laboratories, research and development institutions, and even set up colleges and universities here in Sanjiang town. Everyone was attracted by Li Fu. I was shocked by the huge blueprint of the restoration.
It's really hard to imagine what kind of place our Sanjiang town will become if all of this comes true.
Li Youfu was deeply shocked by Li Fu's huge blueprint. His eyes were wide open. He had been dreaming all his life. He had never dared to have such a dream. But now, Li Fu actually told him that Li Fu, we need to create a grand blueprint here in Sanjiang town. If ordinary people said this to them, they would immediately beat the other person with a stick. But in front of them was Li Fu, a world-renowned biological scientist who developed a cure for AIDS. Technology is the primary productive force and has unlimited possibilities. They believe that Li Fu is definitely not the kind of person who makes jokes.
Mr. Li, if we in Sanjiang town can really realize this great blueprint, please tell us whatever you need from us. Our government will absolutely fully support Mr. Li.
Dong Lia took a deep breath. He also didn't expect that Li Fu had sketched out such a grand blueprint. A blueprint that far exceeded imagination. At first, he only thought that Li Fu was just investing and setting up a company here. Now it seems that Li Fu is I want to completely change my hometown.
Zhou Yi, please record Mr. Li's plan in detail. I will go to the county to report to the leaders later. I will fight for all the policies that can be won. We in Sanjiang town really want to win this time. It took off.
Dong Lia told Zhou Yi, looking very excited. If Li Fu's plan is followed, Sanjiang town will no longer be called Sanjiang town. And he, the top leader, will follow the rising tide of Sanjiang town. Now he has changed his name to Li Fu to Mr. Li, which shows that he attaches great importance to Li Fu. He realizes that the person in front of him is likely to be his noble person. someone who can help him take off.
Mr. Li, the drugs you have developed to treat AIDS should be put on the market as soon as possible. Although it is the annual holiday now, as long as you give orders, our town, starting with me, will be ready to serve Mr. Li at any time.
After Dong Liya was happy, he rolled his eyes and spoke slowly. In fact, his purpose was very simple. He hoped that Li Fu could implement the investment as soon as possible. In any case, if Li Fu was firmly tied up first, the future development of Sanjiang Town would be better.
There is hope. I thought so too. I originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that I was in my hometown during the Chinese New Year to finish the company registration-related matters first.
But everyone was on holiday, so I had no choice but to trouble my parents.
Li Fu smiled and didn't care at all. This was the purpose of his meeting with the town leader.
This is easy to say. I will ask Shou Yi to accompany you throughout the process to ensure that it is handled as quickly as possible. In addition, Mr. Li, in the entire Sanjiang Town, wherever you like, I can now make the decision to grant the land to you. And we can also build company buildings, factories, etc. as soon as possible. Time is money, especially since drugs to treat HIV are related to the lives of tens of millions of people.
Speaking of work, Dong Liya immediately changed as if he was a different person. He pulled out the map of Sanjiang Town and started discussing with Li Fu. He couldn't wait now and wanted to see the earth-shaking changes in Sanjiang Town as soon as possible.
I have taken a fancy to this section of land from my hometown, Lijiakan, to the town. The terrain here is open and gentle, and it is very suitable for the company's headquarters. I will also set up my own laboratory here in the future.
Naturally, Li Fu was not polite. He circled a large piece of land with a wave of his hand and began to discuss with them. In the following days, Li Fu really felt the efficiency of Huaxia. In just one day, Li Fu's company Fuyun Technology was registered. At the same time, tax registration, bank account opening, etc. were all completed. You must know Li Fu's the company is now a single company with no offices, factories, etc. Some areas simply do not meet the requirements. However, with the strong support of Dong Liya, Li Youfu and the leaders of Meijiang County, everything was not a problem. Especially when we saw that Fuyun Technology Company had an additional 500 million yuan in the bank account. It was to calm down and support Li Fu. There was a feeling that the emperor was not in a hurry, and the eunuchs were in a hurry. Dong Liya, Li Youfu and others often even went to Li Fu's house to urge Li Fu to build factories, buildings, etc. quickly. Naturally, the construction of factory buildings cannot be careless. Li Fu dare not leave it to these construction companies in his hometown. But the construction of employee dormitories, temporary headquarters buildings, etc. can be left to these construction companies in his hometown. The town government of Sanjiang Town has become the office of Li Fu's company. Li Fu has been running here every day these days. At this time, in the conference room of the government building of Sanjiang Town, all the well-informed construction companies in Meijiang County have arrived. The entire conference room was packed. Zhou Yi enthusiastically distributed mineral water to everyone. Dong Liya and Li Youfu were also helping to host the bidding meeting because it involved the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology Company and the future company's employee dormitories. The initial budget for the restoration is as high as 50 million, which is definitely a big project for these construction companies here in Meijiang County.
Because we have considerable requirements for the speed of construction this time, and there must be no problems with quality. We divided the entire project into 32 bids this time. Everyone carefully looked at the bid documents to see how much they can afford. Rise. If the quality is not up to standard and the project is not completed on time, it will not be so easy to get the project money.
Dong Liya was not as polite to the bosses of these construction companies as he was to Li Fu. At this time, he said in a loud voice to everyone in the entire conference room. However, it can still be seen from his words that he is full of motivation now and very much hopes to put Li Fu's company into operation as soon as possible and get on track. You can tell by putting speed at the forefront. The projector in the conference room projected a planned blueprint, which was designed and manufactured by Li Fu and Xiaoying. There are more than 10 buildings in total, most of which are used to house the company's employees. One of them is as high as 20. The building with 3 floors is what Li Fu plans to use as the company's headquarters in the future. The entire blueprint looks grand and beautiful, and the various screenings and so on are also very good. The design is also very beautiful. Each building is marked with a number. At this time,
these construction companies also have a piece of information in their hands. looked at it carefully. They realized that this time the bidding was definitely profitable. Although the time was indeed very tight, and the quality requirements were very high, there was no need to give gifts this time. The government would also provide strong support. Just feel free to do things. The bidding meeting went very smoothly. Every company that came to participate in the bidding was all smiles, and each got a good piece of cake. Such projects are hard to find. Soon, the entire Sanjiang town, and even Meijiang County knew the news that Li Fu had set up his AIDS drug company in Sanjiang town. The signboard of Fuyun Technology Company was already displayed, and the company's future headquarters soon became entering the bustling construction site. Everyone realized that the golden phoenix flew into the mountain nest. Chapter 59. Searching for a CO. During the entire Chinese New Year period, Li Fu was extremely busy. The company was busy with bidding, construction, etc. If it weren't for the top-to-bottom help from the Sanjiang town government, and Li Fu's parents and younger brothers also came to help, Li Fu is simply too busy by himself. The time in busy life is always short, and in the blink of an eye it is time to start school. Naturally, Li Fu cannot return to the imperial capital for the time being, so he can only ask for leave from the school teacher.
Xiaoying, it seems that I need to hire a few professional managers to help manage the company. I am really too busy to handle all kinds of things by myself, and I have no experience in all kinds of things.
Li Fu inspected the completion site, looking a little tired, and said to Xiaoying in his mind,
Master, you should have found a professional manager to handle these matters from the beginning. However, the Sanjiang town government was in a hurry, and it was not available in time. Master, I have searched for relevant candidates for you. You can try to contact them. However, I think the company is set up here in Sanjiang town. I guess many people are not willing to come to such a place.
Xiaoying quickly searched for information in his mind. They were all ideal candidates. They had experience in the operation and management of large companies and large enterprises. The most important thing was that they had no problems with their character. With Xiaoying's pervasive ability, there were no find out.
I'll give it a try. But given my reputation and the company's future prospects, I can't find many professional managers.
Li Fu took out his mobile phone and prepared to contact them first to see if they were interested. If they were interested, Li Fu would meet with the other party and continue chatting to finally determine the relevant professional manager candidate. First, he looked at the person in his mind. First information: Sun Yafeng, male, was born in Shanghai in 1978. He studied in the Department of Business Administration at Yenhuang University from 1994 to 1998, and then went to Harvard University to complete an MBA. In 2005, he studied for a doctorate in management at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. 2 years later, obtained a doctorate in management in advance. Joined Apple in July 2005 as Assistant General Manager of the Greater China region, responsible for assisting in sales business in the Greater China region. In 2006, he served as the Regional Sales General Manager of China Mainland, a subsidiary of the Greater China region. In 2007, he served as the Sales General Manager of Greater China region. In 2010, he became Apple's Global Vice President and Sales Director for Asia and Australia. He worked for Apple from 2010 to 2017, serving as President of Sales and Chief Executive Officer. Left Apple in October 2017 due to personal reasons. Li Fu nodded. This Sun Yafeng has very good academic qualifications and experience. He has also held important senior management positions in world-class companies and has been working in a company since graduation. He is a relatively stable person and can be regarded as a relatively perfect person. Candidate. The information Xiaoying searched for was very detailed. The family situation was even detailed down to 3 generations. Any outstanding figures were explained one by one. The schooling situation was clearly written down, from the kindergarten class to various papers published in college, speeches, etc. There will be an attachment with detailed records, and the performance after work will be accompanied by charts to make it clear at a glance.
Well, let's get in touch first.
Li Fu dialed Sun Yafeng's phone number. This number was still Sun Yafeng's personal number. Xiaoying could only find it with his powerful ability. Otherwise, it would not be easy to contact Sun Yafeng.
Hello?
On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man answered the call in English.
Hello. Is this Mr. Sun Yafeng? Hello. It's me. Who are you? My name is Li Fu, and I am planning to open a company of my own. So I would like to invite Mr. Sunday. Is he interested in joining my new company? Li Fu? Are you the Li Fu who developed the drug to treat AIDS? Yes, it's me. Let me introduce the specific situation to you first. My company.
Li Fu introduced the relevant situation to Sun Yafeng in detail, the company's future plans, development prospects, and the corresponding treatment Li Fu gave Sun Yafeng, etc.
Mr. Li, thank you very much for looking up to me. I am very moved and want to join your new company. However, my family members are all overseas, and I will not stay in China for a long time. So I am really sorry. I can only if I refuse your kindness. You will need to find someone else.
Sun Yafeng on the other end of the phone pondered for a long time. To be honest, he thought he was a liar at first. But after chatting for a while, he was sure that he was not a liar. Li Fu on the other end of the phone was full of confidence and described a grand blueprint to Sun Yafeng, which made Sun Yafeng very excited. However, as Xiaoying expected, he has no interest in coming to a mountainous place like Sanjiang town. If it is in an international metropolis like the imperial capital, he can still consider it, because the transportation is convenient enough. And travel it is also very easy at home and abroad.
It's such a shame to disturb Mr. Sun today,
Li Fu asked and ended the call. Many people thought about Sun Yafeng's situation. Now many of China's elites have immigrated overseas. To stay in China, they only need to earn money from China to support their families. Basically, most of them have wives and children abroad, and they continue to work hard in China. In fact, their family status has long been foreigners.
Xiaoying, delete those people who have immigrated overseas and whose wives and children are overseas. I can't let a foreigner manage my company, even if he was once Chinese.
Li Fu ordered Xiaoying in his mind, frowning.
Okay, but in this case, the number of people will suddenly be reduced a lot. A lot. And there will be very few suitable people.
Every piece of information in his mind disappeared, and less than 1/10 was left. Li Fu couldn't help sighing for a moment. He didn't expect that the proportion of elite groups immigrating overseas was so high. The candidates selected by Xiaoying were all their high-end management talents. Absolute elites.
So many people are missing. It's really worrying.
In his mind, Li Fu couldn't help but sigh, shook his head, and continued to read the information. Fang Zheng, male, was born in Longjiang County, Jiangnan Province in 1975. He studied at Guanghua School of Management of Imperial University from 1993 to 1999 and received an MBA degree. In 2004, he received a doctorate in business management from Imperial University, joined ZX Company in 1999 and worked in the president's office. In 2000, he served as the sales general manager of the northern area. In 2002, he was appointed as the national product sales director. In 2004, he was appointed as 3G product director. In 2005, he was appointed vice president of wireless product marketing. In 2007, he became president of the wireless product line. Since 2010, he has served as president of the strategy and marketing system. In 2015, he was CEO of Orange Sales BG and chairman of ZX Terminal Company. He left ZX Company at the end of 2016 due to personal reasons.
Yes, very suitable.
Li Fu nodded gently. This Fang Zheng was born and raised, and he was very thoughtful and motivated. He was originally from a poor family with many brothers and sisters, and the whole family wanted him. After graduation, he could enter politics, but he knew very well that his political career would not be smooth sailing without any background. Even if he entered a state-owned enterprise, it would be difficult to get ahead. Therefore, after graduation, he ignored the opposition of his family and joined the private sector, which was not favored at the time. Enterprise Orange Company. He wanted to realize the value of his life through his own efforts and hard work. And he worked very diligently and hard. His subordinates often received his emails at a few o'clock in the morning. And the facts proved that he was right. His classmates gradually became unknown after entering government agencies, while Fang Zheng gradually emerged in China and even the world's communications industry with the rapid development of Orange Company. However, like most private companies, at the critical moment of company succession, the company boss decided to pass the company on to his descendants. Founder became the biggest obstacle, and he himself was very sensible after understanding the boss's attitude. He applied for resignation and left the Orange Company where he had worked hard for 20 years. After leaving Orange Company, although many companies came to invite him, including many world-class large companies, no company could satisfy him. Either it was not a technology company that Fang Zheng was familiar with,
And he himself was not willing to work for foreign companies. He works part-time and doesn't want to leave Xia country. So he hasn't settled down yet.
This person is indeed very good.
The more Li Fu looked at him, the more he felt that he was very good and very suitable to be the CEO of his company. And the most important thing was that founder and Li Fu could be regarded as half-fellow villagers. Founder of Longjiang County and Meijiang County. Li Fu's hometown is two neighboring counties, very close to each other.
Longjiang County is quite close. I don't know if he went back to his hometown during the Chinese New Year. Well, let's get in touch first.
Li Fu was still very satisfied with Fang Zheng in his mind. So he took out his mobile phone and started to contact him. Soon, they got in touch on the phone. After informing each other about their homes, Li Fu's family explained the purpose of the call in detail to Fang Zheng.
Mr. Li, I am currently in my hometown. If it is convenient, please come to my hometown to discuss it in detail.
Fang Zheng did not mean to reject Li Fu directly, but warmly invited Li Fu to his hometown for a detailed discussion. He knew that Li Fu's home was not too far from Fang Zheng's hometown. Only one county away. Of course, it's not that Fang Zheng is unmoved by this, but that Fang Zheng is like Zhuge Liang at this time. And Li Fu is like Liu Bei who visited the thatched cottage 3 times. If you want to invite Fang Zheng to come out, of course, a personal visit to the CEO of your company is absolutely indispensable. Mr. Fang Zheng, you can't agree just because of a phone call from Li Fu. That would make you look too insignificant. Moreover, doing things like that seems very hasty. And Fang Zheng also wants to meet Li Fu to see what this world-famous scientist really thinks and knows about the future. And to see if it is really as Li Fu said. To change the backwardness of our hometown. Chapter 60. Founder. In Fangjia Village, Langtu Town, Longjiang County. Li Fu looked at this unfamiliar village carefully. Compared with Li Fu's hometown, Lijia Village, Fangjia Village was similar, with beautiful small bungalows and groups of children playing. At this time, all the young people had gone out to work again, and the entire village seemed deserted and depressed.
Hello, uncle. How can I get to Fang Zheng's house?
Li Fu stopped an old man to ask for directions.
Fang Zheng's family. Keep walking along this road, and you'll see the family with the most beautiful house with a yard.
The old man was also very enthusiastic and gave Li Fu detailed directions.
Thank you, uncle.
Li Fu followed the directions given by the old man and quickly found Fang Zheng's home. A beautiful villa with a courtyard. The design style was clearly designed by famous architects and was definitely not something that construction teams in rural areas could build. It looks a bit like the style of a Soviet-style garden, but also incorporates the light and vision that modern Western architecture pays attention to. It looks very beautiful and grand. The door is wide open, and you can see that it is full of flowers and plants. Obviously, the owner is also quite an elegant person.
Is this Mr. Fang Zheng's home?
Li Fu asked quietly.
Ha. It's Li Fu. Please come in.
Hearing Li Fu's voice, a middle-aged man came out, wearing a suit and leather shoes, with black hair, a Chinese character face, and a pair of golden eyes. It was obvious that this man was Fang Zheng.
Hello. Is this Mr. Fang?
Li Fu smiled and walked over to shake hands with the other party.
Ha. It's me, a world-renowned great scientist. I'm so disappointed to welcome you from afar.
Fang Zheng smiled and introduced Li Fu into his living room. Tea had been prepared a long time ago. Fang Zheng had obviously calculated the time and was dressed very formally. After all, the young man in front of him was likely to be his future boss. Fang Zheng looked at Li Fu carefully. Li Fu was simply dressed and looked ordinary. His face was filled with a confident smile. He had an invisible aura about him that made people feel that he was extraordinary. As a senior professional manager, Fang Zheng is also very picky about his boss. But not everyone can let Fang Zheng work for him. What Fang Zheng is looking for is the kind of boss who is truly worthy of working for him for a lifetime. Such a boss must not only be rich, but also have very promising prospects for the company. The boss himself must also be an outstanding person, not the kind of second-generation ancestor who relies on connections and resources. This is like Zhuge Liang. Not everyone can invite Zhuge Liang. People who are truly talented and capable are like red rabbits and horses. Only those who are more capable, more talented, and have the world in mind can be worthy of him. To seek refuge, to work for you. Regarding Li Fu, Fang Zheng has also conducted research on Li Fu since receiving Li Fu's call. He is a truly genius figure. Very young.
but has already achieved very significant results in the field of biotechnology and has become a world-famous scientist. Of course, this was not the reason why Fang Zheng looked at Li Fu differently. What really moved Fang Zheng was Li Fu's passion for changing his hometown. He was also born in a rural area. Fang Zheng also looked at the backwardness of his hometown and was anxious in his heart. He also wanted to change his hometown. He has a backward appearance, but he doesn't have a golden finger like Li Fu. He is good at business management and doesn't understand anything else at all. After chatting with Li Fu on the phone beforehand, he could truly feel Li Fu's determination to change his hometown. Of course, he was not very optimistic about Li Fu setting up the company in his hometown because there were many restrictions, which is very detrimental to the development of the company. But Fang Zheng is still willing to meet Li Fu to see what this person, who is about the same age as his daughter, is like.
Mr. Fang, I wonder what you think of our Chinese countryside.
After some pleasantries, Li Fu said what he had already prepared in his heart. Of course, Li Fu knew that even with his own reputation and the company's ability to treat AIDS drugs, it would be difficult to hire a talent like Fang Zheng. So easy. He has already passed the stage of working for money.
It is very worrying. We in China have vigorously promoted urbanization in recent years, and rural people have moved into the city in large numbers. However, migrant workers have not been given fair and just treatment in terms of education, medical care, etc. for the children of migrant workers. No attention was paid to it. So although rural people move to the city, work and live in the city, they will eventually return to the countryside. However, the next generation is basically still in the countryside, being raised by grandparents. The education is too far from that in the city. Whenever I look at the beautiful houses in the countryside, but no one lives in them, and when I see unsupervised children, I am full of worries about the future of the countryside.
Fang Zheng pointed out very directly what worried him the most in rural areas, which was the education problem of the next generation of rural people. He was born in a rural area, and he knew very well that education can truly change people. If rural people want to turn over, they must rely on education is the key. And Fang Zheng himself is the best example. However, education in rural areas now lags far behind that in cities. Parents go out to work. Grandparents are doting on them. And rural education is backward. All these have made rural children seriously lag behind in education. If they want to be talented, it's very difficult.
Mr. Fang talked about the most critical point. This is also a point that worries me very much. When I go home for the new year this time, everything I see in my hometown makes me worried. Everything in the countryside now only depends on money. As long as you have money, no matter what, how do you get the money? Everyone will look up to you. This is what laughing at the poor, but not at the prostitutes means. Gambling has become common. When the Chinese New Year comes, young people basically spend the whole year at the card table. The next generation lacks education, and the older generation is gradually disappearing. This is the reality of our rural areas in China.
Li Fu also said worriedly. He was also born in a rural area and has very deep feelings for the land where he grew up. This kind of feeling can never be experienced in urban cities. When talking about this issue, the two naturally became more and more involved in the conversation, because both of them are from rural areas, and they are very familiar with the countryside, and they also hope that their hometowns can become better.
Mr. Fang, my company was set up in my hometown after careful consideration. Although the main reason was that I wanted to change the backwardness of my hometown, I also found that the countryside now has many advantages, such as cheap land, beautiful mountains and rivers, and a good environment. And my company, the company is taking a high-tech route. In the future, there will be continuous innovation and development not only in the field of biotechnology, but also in the fields of electronics, machinery, automobiles, new energy, etc.
Li Fu began to describe his company's future development plan in detail to Fang Zheng, sketching out a grand blueprint.
Mr. Li, with all due respect, although you have made outstanding contributions in the field of biotechnology, it does not mean that you can do the same in other fields as in the field of biotechnology. Right.
When he heard this, Fang Zheng frowned slightly, feeling that Li Fu was exaggerating. It was very difficult to achieve results in different fields of science and technology, especially when modern science and technology are becoming more and more detailed and extensive. Being able to achieve results in one field is already quite good.
Perhaps Mr. Fang doesn't know that I am also one of the largest shareholders of Wangzhe Pesticide Company, and the game Wangzhe Pesticide was also developed under my leadership.
Li Fu smiled slightly, not caring about Fang Zheng's suspicion. but revealed his other identity.
King Pesticide? I know this company is the most successful startup company in 2017. I didn't expect you to be the core of this company.
Fong Zheng was slightly surprised when he heard this. He had carefully studied King Pesticide Company, a company that had risen rapidly just by making games. The game King Pesticide's super ability to attract money was enough to put countless listed companies to shame.
Mr. Fong, you don't have to worry about financial and technical matters. The future of the company will definitely exceed imagination. I sincerely invite Mr. Fong to be the CEO of Fuyun Technology.
After a heart-to-heart talk, Li Fu very sincerely invited Fong Zheng to join his company. Li Fu felt that Fong Zheng was a very good candidate. He was born in a rural area and loved the rural land deeply.
Ha. I have no reason to refuse. In fact, I have long wanted to contribute to the development of my hometown. However, I have a request. If the company develops in the future and needs to develop externally, I hope Longyang can be considered. County.
Fong Zheng smiled happily and readily agreed, while also making a small request.
Ha. Great. With Mr. Fong's joining, I'm like Liu Bei who got Juga, and I have the capital to dominate the world. Of course, there is no problem with Mr. Fong's request. Longyang County and Meijiang County are so close to each other, and they will definitely benefit a lot in the future.
After receiving Fong Zheng's affirmative answer, Li Fu laughed happily and naturally readily agreed to Fong Zheng's request, which was not a request. The next two people had a heated discussion around the future development of the company. It has to be said that Fong Zheng is indeed a professional manager. He does have a very high level in company management and planning. Speaking of company management, Li Fu couldn't help but nod his head in a clear and logical manner. This chat lasted a whole day. Li Fu immediately stayed at Fong Zheng's house that day. The next day, he returned to Sanjiang town in Fong Zheng's car and immediately handed over the company's affairs to Fong Zheng. The suspect there is no doubt in employing people. Li Fu believes that he will not misjudge the person.